The innkeeper had it rough. He even lost his life. No, why are you turning over the vendor's stalls while fighting? What did they do to you? That horse was adorable. Why did you have to break its leg? Jianwei hugged a pillow as the blue light from her laptop washed over her face. On screen, the protagonist and the villain clashed again, and once again, innocent bystanders took the hit. Property smashed. People hurt. Animals injured. Her temper snapped. She clicked the close button. What kind of garbage is this? A message popped up from her friend. Friend asterisk, did you watch the drama I recommended? Isn't it amazing? The male lead is insanely handsome, right? Jianwei typed back. Jianwei asterisk, I didn't really notice. I just felt bad for all the innocent people getting dragged into it. Friend asterisk? Friend asterisk, are you focusing on the wrong thing? Jianwei sighed. Maybe she was. But she'd always been like this. Whether it was a show or a novel, her eyes never stayed on the main plot for long. She kept drifting to the nameless extras and disposable cannon fodder, feeling sympathy that made no sense even to herself. She knew it was fiction. She knew it was acting. Still, she couldn't stop thinking about them. When the villain chased and the hero fought back, the collateral damage was usually blamed on the villain. The hero, technically, was innocent. But Jianwei couldn't help wondering. Would the hero pay back the vendor whose stall got destroyed while he was defending himself? What about the ordinary people who got injured for no reason? How were they supposed to survive after? It ruined the whole experience. She sent one last message. Jianwei asterisk, it's late. I'm going to sleep. Good night. She shut down the laptop, crawled under the blanket, and quickly sank into a deep sleep. Then came the dream. A glowing golden orb floated in front of her and asked, calm and solemn, do you think it's wrong to fight violently, destroy other people's property, and endanger lives without care? Of course it's wrong. If you had a chance to change that, would you take it? What kind of chance? Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound with the in-management system. Dimensional transfer commencing. Transfer complete. Identity initialized. Newbie package delivered. Please follow system rules strictly. Jianwei? She jolted awake and sat straight up. Wooden beams overhead. Paper windows. A dark red lacquered wardrobe. A bronze mirror on the dressing table. Floorboards that creaked under her feet. Every detail screamed the same truth. This wasn't a dream. Don't panic, Jianwei. You've got this. It was just a system. Just time travel. She'd read enough stories like this. Systems were golden fingers. That meant she was supposed to be the protagonist. She looked down at her cotton-plaid pajamas and felt a sliver of relief. At least she was in her own body. She took a slow breath and tested the waters. System. Hello, host. The in-management system is at your service, a cold, mechanical voice answered inside her mind. Jianwei exhaled quietly. Then she went straight to the important questions. Did I really time travel? Yes, host. Can I go back? As long as you manage the inn well, you will have a chance to return, the system replied patiently. You may communicate with me mentally. Say open panel to view system settings. Jianwei forced herself to stay steady. Open panel. A blue screen appeared in front of her eyes, visible to her alone. Only 3 sections sat on it. Personal information. In information. System store. She focused her thoughts. Open personal information. Name asterisk Jianwei. Age asterisk 25. Level asterisk 0. 0/100. Can't even harm a chicken. Skills asterisk none. Can't even kill a chicken. Personal assets asterisk 0 asterisk. Broke. Start earning money fast. Asterisk. Personal inventory asterisk newbie package X1 pending receipt. Jianwei stared. The commentary in brackets was completely unnecessary. She closed it and opened an information. Name asterisk to be determined. Owner asterisk Jianwei. Manager asterisk to be determined, can be self-appointed or hired. Staff asterisk to be determined, can be self-appointed or hired. Location asterisk wilderness outside Moonview City, Fengzhou, Qi Dynasty. Fixed assets asterisk 1 in. Liquid assets asterisk 0. Defense asterisk 3. The courtyard walls might stop a couple of thugs. Attack asterisk 0. Business status asterisk closed. Defense? Attack? She didn't understand until she opened the system store. In specific items asterisk. Defense item asterisk consumable. Base defense, 100. Within the inn's operational range, attacks from level 1 martial artists are ineffective. Defense drops to 0 after use, item disappears. Can be upgraded by spending money. Price, 100 copper coins. Attack item asterisk consumable. Base attack, 100. Within the inn's operational range, level 1 martial artists can be expelled. Attack drops to 0 after use, item disappears. Can be upgraded by spending money. Price, 100 copper coins. Lu Jianwei's scalp tingled. What exactly does level 1 mean? Instead of answering, the system said, "Host, would you like to receive the newbie package?" Her suspicion paused. Curiosity 1. Receive it. The package unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 survival guide for the new world, 1 set of local clothing, 1 batch of supplies, already placed in the kitchen, and 100 copper coins. She checked her personal information again. Personal assets asterisk 100 copper coins. But the inn's liquid assets still showed 0. So her money was personal. The inn's money would have to be earned through business. She scrolled through the store. There were personal items too, internal cultivation manuals, combat techniques, weapons, medicine, all priced far beyond what she could afford. Then her eyes caught something at the bottom. Special items. They were all grayed out, locked, unavailable. But what made her heart jump was the category itself: modern products. Food, drinks, daily necessities, entertainment. And at the very bottom, time travel device. It could send someone to a specified time and place. The price was so high she didn't even bother reading it twice. She glanced at the time display, 3 a.m. A candle flickered beside her. Outside was pitch black. She didn't dare open the window. But if she wanted to survive here, fear wouldn't solve anything. Stay calm. The system didn't drag you here just to let you die. She steadied herself and asked, "Is there a map?" There is a navigation icon at the bottom right of the panel. She looked. There it was. Open the map. A 3D map unfolded. A golden sphere marked the inn's location. Within 10 miles, nothing but wilderness. Middle of nowhere. How far is Moonview City? 20 miles. Lu Jianwei went silent for a moment, then dragged the map outward. It stopped expanding. What's going on? Would you like to upgrade the map? She narrowed her eyes. What are the conditions? Expanding 1 mile costs 1 copper coin. Of course. A pay-to-play system. Lu Jianwei refused immediately. She had only 100 copper coins. Barely enough for 1 basic defense item. Survival first. She tapped the golden sphere icon. The inn's layout appeared. A square courtyard enclosed a 3-story building. First floor asterisk dining hall, kitchen, small staff rooms. Second floor asterisk 8 standard guest rooms. Third floor asterisk 3 premium suites. She was in the middle suite on the 3rd floor. In the courtyard, there were buildings to the east and west. East side asterisk 3 tile-roofed rooms with large bunk beds, enough for 10 people each. West side asterisk a stable for travelers' mounts. Behind the main building was open ground with a well at the center. After getting a feel for it, she asked, if a defense item isn't attacked or damaged, does its defense value stay? Yes. Lu Jianwei finally let herself breathe. That meant it could last indefinitely, as long as nothing forced it to trigger. She took out the survival guide. It was a thin booklet. The first half explained the world's background. The second half covered common knowledge and local customs. This was an ancient martial world. Martial prowess was divided into levels 1 through 9. Above that were grandmasters, and maybe higher realms beyond recorded history. Most people, though, were ordinary civilians living ordinary lives. The guide even listed average prices in the Qi dynasty, which she'd need if she was going to run an inn. As she was reading, the system spoke again. The inn information is incomplete. Would you like to supplement it? Lu Jianwei nodded. Supplement it. Please name the inn. She thought briefly, then said, 8 directions in. The inn has been named. The signboard has been generated, the system said. Please recruit a manager. Lu Jianwei let out a tired sigh. Me. And the staff. Still me. She didn't have money. She didn't have contacts. Hiring people was a fantasy. The information has been updated. We hope the host will manage the inn diligently and strictly adhere to the inn's rules. In rules, Lu Jianwei repeated. Fighting is prohibited within the inn. This is the highest principle. It applies to everyone on the premises. Lu Jianwei's eyebrows lifted. And if someone breaks the rule, violators must be punished by the host. The punishment measures may be set by the host. That caught her attention for real. What's the limit of punishment? What if it clashes with the laws of this dynasty? The martial world has its own rules, the system replied, but the punishment must remain within reasonable bounds. She understood the implication. Martial artists were strong enough that many ignored the government's laws. If she was dealing with martial artists, she could enforce martial world rules inside her inn. But reasonable. Break a table? She couldn't execute someone. Kill someone? She couldn't just charge a fee and call it even. Lu Jianwei's mouth twitched. So this was the system's response to her sarcastic complaints? She tried one last angle. System, you bound me and transferred me while I was unconscious. In my world, that would be an invalid contract. I request to be unbound. The system went silent. Lu Jianwei's anger flared, but she forced it down. Silence meant guilt. And guilt meant leverage. If I can't be unbound, then I deserve compensation. After a pause, the system said, you may receive compensation, but there are limitations. Lu Jianwei didn't hesitate. 500 taels of silver. 10 sets of clothes and shoes for each season. And a 9th-level defensive item. At most, the system replied stiffly, I can provide 500 copper coins for sets of clothes and shoes and a 2nd-level defensive item. Before she could argue, it added quickly, the money and clothing have been placed in your personal inventory. The defensive item has been generated. Within the inn's premises, you are immune to attacks of level 2 or below. That's still not enough, Lu Jianwei said flatly. If I die, how am I supposed to manage anything? The system paused again, like it was calculating. At most, I can provide one internal cultivation manual. That is truly all I can do. A cultivation manual? Lu Jianwei frowned. At my age, can I even start practicing martial arts? When you crossed over, your body data was adjusted, the system explained. You now possess exceptional martial talent. Age is not an issue. And if I can't understand the manual? Maybe it didn't want to deal with her anymore, because the next second the system simply dumped an unnamed internal cultivation manual into her hands and went silent again. Lu Jianwei opened the first page. A cool sensation brushed her forehead, like wind off a mountain ridge. The words on the page sank into her mind, carving themselves in deep. The obscure phrases turned into vivid scenes. Difficult concepts became clear images. It felt like someone had taken a locked door in her brain and turned the key. For the first time since waking up here, Lu Jianwei froze. Not from fear. From a sudden, sharp certainty. This system wasn't just dragging her into trouble. It was making sure she could survive it. Lu Jianwei was so absorbed in cultivating her meditation technique that she didn't come back to herself until morning light spilled over the windowsill. It struck the bronze mirror on the table and flashed back at her, bright enough to make her squint. Then the system chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the meditation technique. Your personal information has been updated. Would you like to view it? View. Name, Lu Jianwei. Level, 0, 65 out of 100, probably only capable of catching an old hen. Personal assets, 600 copper coins, you're refreshingly poor. Personal inventory, 1 set of beginner's clothing, plus 1 set of clothing and shoes for each season. System, put the clothes into the wardrobe, Lu Jianwei ordered, without even pretending to feel guilty. The system, aware it was in the wrong, didn't argue. Clothes have been stored. It is now 7 a.m. Would you like to begin business operations? Lu Jianwei glanced down at her plaid pajamas and shook her head. Not yet. She opened the wardrobe. A light sandalwood scent drifted out. Not bad. A wardrobe that actually smelled nice. Inside, 5 sets of clothing were arranged neatly. 2 skirt sets were folded together, while the other 3 were likely meant for different seasons. The beginner's package clearly included something suitable for the current weather. She reached for her pajamas, then paused and narrowed her eyes. You're not going to watch me change, are you? The system respects the host's privacy. Good. Only then did she change. The outfit was simple, A light blue silk top and skirt with a right over left collar, narrow sleeves, and a sash at the waist. Plain, but clean and comfortable. On her, it still looked refined. Too bad the small bronze mirror was blurry enough to be insulting. If she had a full-length mirror, she'd at least be able to tell whether the hem sat properly. That thought reminded her of the locked special items in the store. How do I unlock those? The system answered obediently. By earning the sincere friendship of at least one level 5 martial artist. Jianwei stared. Yeah, no. By 7:30, her stomach made the decision for her. Eat first. She tied her hair into a ponytail with the ribbon the system had provided, slipped into plain cloth shoes, and opened the door. From the 3rd floor, she could see far into the distance. The land around the inn was bleak, dotted with a few stubborn trees clinging to barren soil. The wilderness stretched outward under a low, heavy sky. At least the air felt clean. As she went downstairs, she asked, "System, why is it so barren here?" "The land is not suitable for farming." That checked out. Farming in ancient times was hard enough on good soil. Bad land meant no crops, and no crops meant nobody stayed. She kept walking, then asked another question. Did the system provide this inn? Yes. Then won't people get suspicious? An inn just appearing out of nowhere. This area has very little traffic. Your identity and the inn's existence have already been registered with the local authorities. Even if someone is suspicious, it will not matter. Jianwei stopped halfway down the stairs. Very little traffic? Correct. Then how am I supposed to make money running an inn? This is the optimal solution. Jianwei's vision almost went dark. The system added, as if offering comfort, fewer people also means greater safety. She paused, then reluctantly admitted that part was true. With her current strength, crowds would only invite trouble. Laying low is safer. Still annoying, though. She headed into the kitchen on the 1st floor. The kitchen was far bigger than anything she'd had in her modern apartment. 2 large stoves. Firewood stacked neatly. A wide counter. In the corner, a rice vat, a water vat, and a jar of flour. On a rack were vegetables and meat. Seasonings and utensils were all there, like someone had prepared the place for her in advance. She lifted the rice vat lid. Full. Enough for 3 months easily. Then she checked the water vat. Empty. She turned her head slowly. How am I supposed to cook without water? There is a well behind the building. You must draw water yourself. Jianwei snorted. Absolutely not. You kidnapped me into this world, and now you want me hauling buckets? I'm not doing it. You are currently the innkeeper and the staff, the system said. The inn can pay you a salary, deposited into your personal assets. Jianwei blinked. So I'm hiring myself? The inn's ledger will reflect wages according to local standards. Jianwei let out a cold laugh. The ledger is at 0. That's not a salary, that's a fantasy. Guests will bring money. Fine, Jianwei said. How's the salary calculated? According to Qi Dynasty wage standards, an innkeeper averages 600 copper coins per month. A staff member averages 300. She immediately shook her head. Not happening. No money, no salary. Let's do commission. I take 60% of each guest's payment. The system fell silent. A moment later it said, in defense and attack tools can only be purchased and upgraded using in funds. If the inn has no money, stable operations will be hindered. That was a fair point. Jianwei still didn't budge. Then I'll take 40%. The inn keeps 60%. Look at me, being generous. Now fill the water vat. The system, fine. The empty vat instantly brimmed with clear water, clean enough to make her suspicious. Jianwei hummed, satisfied with her tiny victory, and started kneading dough. She'd lived alone since she was 10. Cooking was survival, not a hobby. She wasn't a genius in the kitchen, but feeding herself was easy enough. For breakfast, she kept it simple: vegetable and egg noodles. As she washed greens, she asked, System, won't the meat and vegetables spoil if they're just sitting out? These are personal supplies provided by the system. You may store them in your personal inventory, and they will not spoil. Future supplies purchased within funds cannot be stored in your personal inventory. Jianwei's eyes lit up. So if I use my personal supplies to serve guests, the inn should reimburse me at market price, right? The system. And if I grow vegetables or grain myself, she continued smoothly, can I sell them to the inn? The system. Jianwei smiled to herself. Silence meant yes. If the system wanted to be stingy, she could play that game too. A beat later, the system reminded her, the land within 10 miles is not suitable for farming. Jianwei didn't even flinch. Then if I need supplies, I'll have to buy them from Moonview City. Correct. We'll see, she said, clearly not excited about hauling goods 20 miles by hand. She stored the remaining supplies into her inventory, ate her noodles, washed up, and then wandered around the courtyard. A 3D map was useful, but it wasn't the same as seeing the place with her own eyes. The main building sat on the courtyard's central axis, about 100 meters from the gate. A stone path ran from the building to the entrance, and at about the halfway point it branched east and west toward the bunk rooms and the stable. The rest was bare earth, but it was level and clean. There were 6 doors at the front of the main building, and a narrow corridor ran outside them. 3 stone steps led down to the path. Near the gate, on the right, stood a wooden sign with bold characters. No fighting within the inn. Any guest stepping inside would see it immediately. Jianwei stared at it and sighed. A wooden sign wouldn't stop anyone truly determined to swing a sword. And right now, she couldn't either. The inn's defense was only level 2. She hadn't even properly learned how to fight. If someone strong showed up, rules and signs were just decoration. Her priority was obvious: get stronger. She returned upstairs and continued cultivating. The system used the quiet moment to ask, would you like to enable business mode? What's the difference between business mode and non-business mode? In business mode, the system will notify you if guests are outside the courtyard. In non-business mode, even if guests call out, their noise will be blocked. Jianwei paused. That's actually pretty nice. She wanted to open, but she also didn't want to attract the kind of jianghu troublemakers who could kill first and argue later. After thinking, she asked, can you detect the level of guests outside? If they're above level 2, we won't open. I can, the system said, but it is unnecessary. Those above level 2 can break the defenses and enter regardless. Jianwei frowned. So as long as she stayed weak and the inn stayed weak, danger could come whenever it wanted. Risk and opportunity. Great. She switched tactics. If a guest breaks the rules, I can find them, right? Yes. Do I have to collect it myself, or can you take it directly? It can be collected directly. And can I use fines to upgrade defenses immediately? The system hesitated. After a long pause it answered, reluctant, yes. But only within reasonable limits. Jianwei smiled. Good. Then enable business mode. The map still showed no life within 10 miles, so she let herself relax. Just like the system had warned, the place really was empty. 3 days passed with not a single passerby. Jianwei didn't panic. She spent those days cultivating hard, pushing her level to level 1, 460/1000. She still lacked combat skills, but her body had changed noticeably. Her stamina was better. Her recovery was faster. Even the random bruises she used to get from bumping into things stopped appearing, as if her internal energy had formed a thin layer of protection. Even drawing water from the well stopped feeling like torture. After dinner on the 3rd day, she washed the dishes and stood beneath the corridor, watching the last light of sunset bleed across the horizon. Then the sky dimmed. Another day without guests. Out of habit, she opened the map again. She didn't expect anything. But this time, she froze. 2 green dots were moving about 100 meters southeast of the inn. Jianwei's eyes sharpened. Finally, someone had arrived.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Moonview City leans towards the northwest of the Qi dynasty, near the border, and is a relatively impoverished county. The population here is sparse, and even traveling merchants rarely pass through. 100 meters outside the inn, an old man and a young boy trudged along, weary and covered in dust. They had been walking for a long time, with few signs of human activity around, and it seemed they would have to spend the night in the wilderness. However, as they crossed a small hill, an inn suddenly came into view. An inn. The boy stumbled forward a few steps, his face lighting up with unmistakable joy. I see it. The 8 directions inn. It really is an inn. The old man, who still had some strength left, had slowed his pace to accommodate the boy. He smiled and said, "Good, we'll have a place to stay tonight." But deep in his eyes, there was a flicker of doubt. Strange, there had never been an inn here before. And who would build an inn in such a remote, desolate place? This wasn't some simple roadside shack, but a neat and imposing 3-story building. He reminded the boy, "Remember what we agreed on. Don't reveal our identities." The boy, around 11 or 12 years old, with delicate features, obediently replied, "I know, Uncle Zhang." Inside the inn, Jianwei sat behind the counter when she suddenly remembered something. She hadn't set the room rates yet. She called out to the system, "Where's the price list?" The system replied, "Host has not yet set the prices." Jianwei referred to the survival manual for pricing references and thought for a moment. A bunk bed for 100 coins per night, a standard room on the 2nd floor, let's call it the secondary room, for 500 coins, and a suite on the 3rd floor, the premium room, for 5 taels of silver per night. The system fell silent. When it came to greed, it was no match for its host. "Host, your prices are far above the market rate. This is unacceptable." Jianwei shook her head and argued, "Scarcity drives value. There's nowhere to stay within 20 miles. Is it wrong for me to charge a bit more? Do you know how much time and effort it takes to procure supplies all the way from Moonview City? People say, a poor home but a rich journey. I'm sure the guests will understand. Besides, running an inn in the middle of nowhere comes with risks, doesn't it, Nuyes?" Her twisted logic was too much for the system to counter, so it simply warned, "Overpricing will drive customers away. If they can't pay, they can wash dishes to cover the cost." The system was momentarily speechless, then added, "It might also provoke ill-tempered martial artists." Jianwei nodded in realization. "You make a good point." The system felt a glimmer of hope. "How about you first assess the guests' levels? Once they come in, I'll test their temperaments, and then we can adjust the prices accordingly." The system was at a loss for words. So, she was planning to pick on the weak and avoid the strong. It reported, "One is at the 4th level of cultivation but is injured. The other is at the 2nd level and is on the verge of exhaustion." Jianwei was taken aback. 4th level? She needed to think carefully about this. Outside, there was a knock at the gate. The boy's youthful voice, slightly hoarse and androgynous, called out, "Is anyone there?" Night had already fallen, and the faint light from the lanterns hanging outside the main building seeped through the cracks of the gate. Someone was clearly inside, but whether they would open the door was another matter. Jianwei instructed the system, "Open the gate." The system refused. Opening the gate is the job of the staff. It was already taking a cut of the profits. Why should it also have to open the gate? "I'm not being lazy," Jianwei explained earnestly. "There's a fundamental difference between you opening the gate and me opening it." "What difference?" The mechanical voice sounded skeptical. Jianwei spoke gravely, "Right now, I'm the only one in the inn at the 1st level. There's a 4th level guest out there, much stronger than me. What if he has malicious intentions? So, if I go to open the gate, I'll reveal my strength. But you're different. You're a miraculous system. If you open the gate, but no one is behind it, the guests will hesitate. They'll wonder if there's a powerful expert in the inn who can open the gate using internal energy, and that will make them think twice." According to the survival manual, 4th level cultivators could project their internal energy, but only those far beyond the 4th level could manipulate it to open gates. The system was silent. Though it hated to admit it, her reasoning made sense. Since it was already bound to Jianwei, it had no choice but to stand by her side. "Fine," the mechanical voice grumbled. Outside, the two waited for a moment. Hearing no response or footsteps, they began to feel disheartened. The boy opened his mouth to call out again when suddenly, the gate swung open from the inside. The old man was startled. No one was behind the gate. Suppressing his shock, he looked at the cobblestone path ahead, took the boy's hand, and slowly walked toward the main hall. Behind them, the gate closed gently, as if moved by an invisible hand. Cold sweat broke out on his back. The door to the hall was wide open, with lanterns hanging under the eaves. Inside, countless candles lit the corridor as bright as day. A vertical sign on the right caught his eye. Fighting is strictly prohibited within the inn. It was a simple sign, but it carried an intimidating sternness. The display of skill from the inn's expert earlier suggested at least a 6th-level cultivation. Who below the 6th level would dare cause trouble here? The two entered the hall, and from the corner of their eyes, they saw that the room was empty except for a young, beautiful woman sitting behind the counter. Her hair was tied back with a ribbon, and she wore ordinary clothes. Her delicate eyebrows and peach-like complexion glowed under the candlelight, making her look like a celestial being. Both the old man and the boy were stunned. Jianwei was also taken aback. The system had identified the two as male, but their appearances suggested otherwise. The old man was dressed in women's clothing, with a woman's hairstyle and a high collar covering his neck. The boy, around 11 or 12, had no obvious male features and was dressed as a girl. With his delicate features, the disguise didn't seem out of place. No wonder only the boy had spoken outside. Jianwei quickly pieced things together, but chose not to expose them. She smiled, her voice soft and soothing, like the misty rain of the Jianghu region. "Are you two looking for a place to stay?" The boy relaxed slightly and asked, his lips dry and cracked, "Sister, how much does it cost to stay for one night?" They didn't have much money left. Jianwei noticed his discomfort, but continued to smile. A bunk bed costs 100 coins per person per night. A secondary room is 500 coins, and a premium room is 5 taels of silver. The boy's eyes widened. He had stayed at inns before. To think that after finally finding an inn, it turned out to be a ripoff. This sister looked so elegant, yet she was obsessed with money. Truly, appearances could be deceiving. "Aren't you afraid of angering a 4th-level martial artist?" the system asked. Jianwei replied, "They're in disguise, which means they're hiding from someone. They won't dare make a scene." The system was silent. As expected, the 4th-level martial artist didn't get angry. Instead, he pointed to the sign outside and asked in a hoarse, old woman-like voice, "What does that sign mean?" Jianwei smiled. "Exactly what it says. What happens if someone breaks the rule? They'll face consequences." The old man gathered his courage and asked, "Is there a powerful expert overseeing this inn?" Jianwei neither nodded nor shook her head. She simply smiled and asked, "Will you be staying the night?" The old man didn't dare press further, fearing he might offend the expert and bring trouble upon himself. He made up his mind and said, "To be honest, our hometown was struck by disaster. I'm taking my granddaughter to Moonview City to seek refuge with relatives. We've almost run out of money, with only 300 coins left. Could you be kind enough to let us stay for one night? Once we find our relatives tomorrow, we'll repay the debt." "I'm Jianwei, the innkeeper," Jianwei said, puzzled. 300 coins is enough for a bunk bed. "Since you're the first guests, I'll waive the deposit." "Innkeeper Liu, my granddaughter is grown now. It wouldn't be proper for her to share a room with strangers," the old man explained awkwardly. Jianwei smiled. "No problem. The bunk room is empty right now. It'll just be the two of you." The old man was relieved. "That's perfect. We'll take the bunk room. Thank you, Innkeeper Liu." As soon as he finished speaking, the boy's stomach growled loudly, turning his cheeks red with embarrassment as he lowered his head. Jianwei gently reminded them, "The inn also serves food, but it's an additional charge." "What kind of food is available and how much does it cost?" the old man asked, concerned for the boy. Jianwei didn't bat an eye. "The inn is newly opened, so for now, we only serve vegetable and egg noodle soup. A bowl costs 20 coins. The two were speechless. Was this really not a scam? The boy looked up at Jianwei with pleading eyes. "Sister Innkeeper, could you lower the price a bit?" Jianwei's heart wasn't completely black. She pretended to think for a moment before saying, "I can add an extra egg for you." The boy's hopeful expression dimmed. They only had 300 coins. Staying the night would cost 200, and if they bought 2 bowls of noodles, they'd be left with just 60 coins. The old man sighed softly and said, "Then we'll trouble you, Manager Liu, for 2 bowls of noodles." Since they were almost at Moonview City, saving 40 coins didn't matter much. Jianwei nodded and asked, "Do you have travel permits?" She needed to register the guests' information. The old man's face clouded with worry. "We were in a hurry to flee and didn't bring them. My surname is Zhang and my husband's surname is Zhu. This is my granddaughter, Xiu, her name meaning moon." Lu Jianwei noted down Madame Zhang and Zhu in her ledger. Martial artists could scale walls and vanish without a trace. How could mere city guards stop them? Many people ignored official rules, so there was no need for her to dig deeper. That'll be 240 coins, she said, putting down her brush. The old man took out 3 qian of broken silver from his bundle. In the Qi dynasty, 1 qian of silver was equivalent to 100 copper coins, and 1 tael of silver was equal to 1 guan, or 1,000 coins. Copper coins were cumbersome to carry, so broken silver was often used instead. Transactions with broken silver required weighing, but the old man didn't see a scale on the counter. Lu Jianwei took the silver, pretending to weigh it in her hand while actually letting the system scan it. Then she pulled out 6 strings of coins from the drawer, each containing 10 coins. The dormitory rooms aren't locked, so you don't need a key. There are 3 rooms on the left when you go out. You can take any one. The noodles will be ready soon. Jiu suddenly asked, "Is there hot water for a bath?" Lu Jianwei paused for a moment before answering with a straight face. "There aren't any other staff here, and I'm not strong enough. If you want to bathe, I can heat a pot of water for you later. As for cold water, there's a well in the back. You'll have to draw it yourself." The 2 of them. They had never seen an inn like this. But when under someone else's roof, one had to lower their head. Besides, Manager Lu looked delicate and frail. She really didn't seem like someone who could carry water. Jiu, proud of her resilience, replied, "I can draw the water myself." Lu Jianwei's smile widened. "Good. Then I'll add an egg to each of your meals." "Thank you, Manager Lu," the old man said before leading the young girl to the dormitory. Lu Jianwei turned to the kitchen, deftly kneading dough while still keeping track of her accounts. "Tonight's room fee is 200 coins. I get 40%, which is 80 coins. The 2 bowls of noodles are my personal contribution, made by my own hands, so all 40 coins go to me. Did I calculate that right?" The system didn't want to argue, but seeing her penny-pinching attitude, it couldn't help but retort, "The bowls, utensils, stove, and firewood are all shared property of the inn. You owe a usage fee." Lu Jianwei, "Do we really have to be so meticulous?" "Oomph. All right. The more I earn, the faster I can exchange for skills, right? Once I'm stronger, I can better protect the inn's operations. Besides, when I buy things from the system store, the money still goes to you, doesn't it?" Her tone softened, and her reasoning was sound. The system, magnanimous as ever, said, "Fine, I'll let it slide this time." Lu Jianwei smiled, her eyes narrowing as she silently checked her personal information. Personal assets, 720 coins. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? She glanced at the system store. The cheapest skill, Ripple Palm, cost 1,000 coins. She held back, but in the end, she couldn't resist. "System, can you not display the content in parentheses?" The system replied, "No, host." Uncle Zhang led Jiu into the dormitory-style room. "The room is quite spacious and clean," Jiu sighed in relief. Usually, those who stayed in such rooms were hardworking, traveling merchants or laborers. 10 or more people would cram together, and over time, these rooms became the dirtiest and messiest in the inn. He glanced at the wide bed that could sleep 10 people and didn't feel shortchanged. At least tonight, he could get a good night's sleep. "We'll head into the city first thing tomorrow," Uncle Zhang said. "We'll gather information first, then decide what to do next." Jiu nodded. "I'll follow your lead." He paused, then asked curiously, "Is there really a master staying at this inn?" Uncle Zhang's expression turned serious. "I can't sense their aura, so I can't be sure." "You can't sense it?" Jiu exclaimed in surprise. "Then it must be a true master. Those who have studied martial arts can sense the aura of other practitioners, unless a higher-level practitioner deliberately conceals it. If the person who opened the door earlier was truly a 6th-level master, it would be perfectly normal for Uncle Zhang, a 4th-level practitioner, to fail to sense their presence if they were intentionally hiding it." Jiu asked again, "Can you tell if the innkeeper is a martial artist?" Uncle Zhang frowned even deeper and shook his head. "I can't tell." It was precisely because he couldn't tell that it was unsettling. If the innkeeper, Lu Jianwei, was so young yet had already surpassed his level of internal cultivation, what kind of prodigy would she be? If she wasn't a martial artist, then what kind of confidence did the true owner of the inn have to let a seemingly weak woman manage a place in such a remote area? Either way, this inn was not to be trifled with. A moment later, a soft voice sounded from outside the door. Gentlemen, your noodles have been served in the dining hall, and the hot water is ready. I'll be retiring for the night, so please make yourselves at home. With that, the sound of footsteps faded away. The two men. Jiu couldn't help but remark, I've never seen an in-run like this before. Jianwei checked the map. There were no green dots within a 10-mile radius, so it was unlikely they'd have more guests tonight. She decided to return to the third floor. Hey, with a cute little Ko, can that Zhang guy see through my level? She asked intently. The system, little Ko. Aren't you called the in-management system? I can't keep calling you system every day. It's too impersonal. Whatever, the system replied, indifferent to the name. The cultivation technique you practice is unique. Others can't gauge your true strength. Jianwei raised an eyebrow. So, you really like me, huh? The system? You just casually gave me a cultivation technique, and it turns out to be something this extraordinary. The system replied coldly, it's just suited to your innate talent. But wasn't my innate talent also modified by you? The system continued to argue, you're the host. Our fates are intertwined. Jianwei sighed softly. The system was stubborn, but she didn't press further. Instead, she asked, no one can see through it, no matter how high their cultivation? Correct. Even a grandmaster? The system patiently explained, a 6th-level martial king is already considered a top-tier expert in the martial world. 7th and 8th-level martial kings are even more transcendent, while 9th-level martial kings are as rare as phoenix feathers. As for grandmasters, they're usually the stuff of legends. Even if they exist, they rarely appear in the world. It didn't even mention 1st to 3rd-level martial apprentices. Jianwei felt slightly reassured. In that case, the two of us can bluff even more effectively. But you can't make a move. If you do, you'll be exposed, the system reminded her. As soon as she used her internal energy, others would immediately see through her. Jianwei agreed wholeheartedly. True, so we need some backup. What about offensive tools? The system really wanted to scoff. You don't have enough money in the account. We'll get there eventually. Jianwei opened the inn's financial information. The inn's current funds were 80 copper coins. The basic offensive tool cost 100 copper coins, so she was still 20 copper coins short. Little Ko, how much does it cost to upgrade the tools? The system replied, from level 1 to level 2, it costs 1,000 copper coins. From level 2 to level 3, it's 10,000 copper coins, and so on. Jianwei did the math. At a tenfold increase each time, reaching level 9 would require 10 billion copper coins, which equated to 10 million taels of silver. Moreover, the tools had to be upgraded step by step, requiring even more money. It was a money-devouring beast. Relying on others was unreliable. Improving her own strength was the true path. External aids were just that, external. She resigned herself to climbing into bed, sitting upright with her back straight, and began practicing her cultivation technique. The night passed peacefully. When Jianwei opened her eyes the next morning, she checked her progress bar, level 1 824/1000. With a bit more effort, she could break through to level 2. Until she reached level 9, her life would always be in danger. It's still too slow, she muttered. The system. If other martial artists heard this woman's complaints, they'd probably all spit blood in frustration. After washing up, Jianwei went downstairs and happened to run into the grandfather and grandson duo, who were carrying their bags and preparing to leave. She asked, aren't you staying for breakfast? Jiu quickly shook his head. No. They couldn't afford the inn's meals. Jianwei smiled and waved. Then take care. I hope to see you again. Jiu, no, there won't be a next time. After they left, the inn returned to its usual quiet. Jianwei resumed her monotonous routine of cultivation, meals, and more cultivation. After a day, she finally reached level 2. But there was still no income, so she couldn't afford any skills. Even so, she couldn't resist browsing the system's store. The system mocked her, you don't have any money. What's the point of looking? Preparing for the future, don't you understand? Jianwei carefully examined the details of each item. What if I suddenly strike it rich tomorrow and can afford something, but I don't know what to buy? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? The system retorted, in your dreams, maybe. Jianwei suddenly frowned, her voice tinged with hurt. Little Ko, how could you say that to me? I'm only thinking about the inn. The system felt a pang of guilt. Had it been too harsh? Little Ko, in this world, I only have you, Lu Jianwei sniffled, her voice hoarse. It's dangerous everywhere, and I'm always on edge. You're my greatest support, but you're making me really sad. The system suddenly stammered, I am sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I won't do it again. Please don't be upset. Really? Really? Lu Jianwei smiled. Then do you think I can strike it rich? The system replied, you can. You're so good to me, little Ko. You're good too, host. We're the best partners. Can you stop calling me host? It's too formal. Then what should I call you? Wei Wei. That's what my friends call me. Okay, Wei Wei. Lu Jianwei chuckled. The system was soft-hearted after all. She pressed her advantage. If I do strike it rich, which skills do you think would suit me? The system analyzed seriously. If we ignore the price, you could learn Timeless Steps, Starlight Sword Art, Frostwind Blade Technique, and Spring-Autumn Medical Classic. The others are worth trying too, but they're less essential. Among them, Timeless Steps was a movement technique. Lu Jianwei was taken aback. That many? Can I really learn them all? From what she knew, martial artists usually specialized in one skill. She was worried about spreading herself too thin. Your innate talent suits these skills, and the cultivation technique you're practicing will help you grasp them more deeply, the system explained patiently. Lu Jianwei pretended to be moved. Little Ko, you've been quietly supporting me all this time without me even knowing. You're really too good to me. The system praised her. Actually, you're naturally talented. Your compatibility with the cultivation technique is exceptionally high. Innate talent was important, but comprehension was key. Lu Jianwei said, I see. Does the cultivation technique have any other benefits? The system apologized. That's something you'll have to discover on your own. Lu Jianwei raised an eyebrow. So, there were other advantages. She wasn't at a loss, after all. The system was easily swayed by emotional appeals. She could exploit this to get more out of it in the future. Based on the system's analysis, she glanced at the prices and let out a long sigh. Timeless Steps cost 1,000 silver, Starlight Sword Art was 1,500 silver, Frostwind Blade Technique was also 1,500 silver, and the Spring-Autumn Medical Classic cost a whopping 5,000 silver. She asked, Little Ko, the first three aren't the most expensive in their categories. Why recommend them? And why is the Spring-Autumn Medical Classic so pricey? The prices aren't the highest because very few people are compatible with them. Even though they're top-tier skills, if no one can master them, they're just left gathering dust. So these three were top-tier skills, but because no one could learn them, they had to be sold at a discount. What about the medicine scripture? Lu Jianwei asked. It's nearly 1,000 taels more expensive than the highest price skill, because of its potential contribution value. What do you mean? The system replied, that's something you'll have to discover for yourself. Lu Jianwei, having read many novels and being quick-witted, said, is it because it can save more lives? The system remained silent. Little Ko, you better pray that I strike it rich soon. Otherwise, who knows how long it'll take me to save up enough to buy skills. I wish you great fortune soon. Lu Jianwei felt as though she was hearing heavenly music. This was the most delightful blessing. As dusk approached, the sound of rain pattered softly. Lu Jianwei roused herself from her cultivation and got up to close the window. Through the fine curtain of rain, she spotted someone running toward the inn. After practicing inner energy cultivation, her senses had sharpened, and she immediately recognized the pair as the grandfather and granddaughter who had been heading to Moonview City to seek refuge with relatives. Both were drenched to the bone. Ji was knocking on the courtyard gate, pleading for help. Little Ko, open the gate, Lu Jianwei instructed. The system, no longer annoyed at being ordered around, dutifully opened the gate. Lu Jianwei leisurely descended the stairs and met the two under the eaves. With a gentle smile, she asked, are you two looking to stay the night? I, Jiu, soaked to the skin and pale from the rain, stammered, Sister Innkeeper, could we possibly stay here for the night? We don't have any money, but I promise to pay you back double once I earn some. What about your relatives in Moonview City? Jiu's eyes reddened. They've moved away. We couldn't find them. Between buying food and asking around for information, the last 60 coins they had were nearly gone. In that case, why didn't you try to find an inn in the city to ask for credit? My place is expensive. Wouldn't that be a loss for you? Lu Jianwei's smile remained unchanged. Uncle Zhang suddenly spoke up. Might your inn be in need of helpers? Lu Jianwei's heart leapt with joy. A fourth-level martial artist as a helper would undoubtedly add to the inn's prestige. However, she kept her expression neutral and replied coolly, the inn doesn't get many guests, so we don't need many helpers. Besides, we don't hire people of unclear backgrounds. This old man has overstepped, Uncle Zhang said, cupping his hands in apology. He dropped the old woman's voice he had been using and returned to his deep, natural tone. I suppose the senior at the inn has already seen through my disguise. My grandson and I have resorted to this disguise out of necessity. Lu Jianwei narrowed her eyes. Necessity implies potential trouble, and I don't like trouble. We won't ask for wages. We only seek a place to hide. If anyone below the level of a martial master causes trouble at the inn, this old man is willing to handle it without the senior needing to lift a finger. We'll take care of any other chores as well. Lu Jianwei remained silent for a while, then finally nodded under Zhu Yu's anxious gaze. The inn will provide food and lodging, but you must work diligently for the inn. Zhu Yu's eyes lit up. Thank you, Sister Innkeeper. Uncle Zhang also bowed in gratitude. Lu Jianwei said, You're now part of the inn's staff. You'll stay in the helpers' quarters on the first floor. Go draw some hot water, bathe, and change into dry clothes. The two hurriedly complied. Lu Jianwei returned behind the counter, propping her chin on her hand with a worried expression. Feeding two more mouths. I'm afraid our personal supplies won't last long. They're clearly seeking the inn's protection, the system said. Why did you agree to take them in? Lu Jianwei replied, Free labor delivered to my doorstep. Why not take it? Besides, a fourth-level martial master could easily steal money from wealthy households in the city, but he didn't. That speaks well of his character. But you said you don't like trouble. Lu Jianwei said, I may dislike trouble, but trouble doesn't necessarily avoid me. At least until trouble comes knocking, the inn will have a fourth-level martial master guarding it. They each had their own needs, both relying on the other's strength to intimidate. The only difference was that the inn was a paper tiger. Uncle Zhang and Zhu Yu finished washing up and returned to the brightly lit hall, where 2 bowls of steaming hot noodle soup were laid out on the table. Dinner is served. You don't need to pay today, Lu Jianwei's gentle voice came from behind the counter. Zhu Yu, still dressed in her youthful attire, replied with a bright voice, Thank you, Sister Manager. Thank you, Manager, Uncle Zhang, dressed in coarse gray linen, bowed solemnly. Lu Jianwei chuckled lightly. The inn's business has been slow lately. Usually, there's not much to do except cleaning and fetching water. Can either of you cook? Both shook their heads. From now on, you'll assist me with preparing the 3 daily meals, Lu Jianwei said, not one to tolerate idleness. And Uncle Zhang, you'll be in charge of procurement. Ji wolfed down most of her noodles, feeling the warmth spread through her stomach, bringing her back to life. She looked up and responded eagerly. Don't worry, Sister Manager. I'll work hard. Uncle Zhang quickly adapted to his new role as an employee and asked, Manager, are you planning to go into the city for supplies? Could you write a list of what we need? Just the usual ingredients. After a moment of thought, Uncle Zhang suggested, if it's just food, there are a few villages outside Moonview City where the locals grow fruits, vegetables, and grains. The prices there would be cheaper than in the city, and the produce would be fresher. The farmers occasionally brought their goods into the city to sell, but entering the city required a fee and took time. If the inn could collaborate with the villagers, it would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Lu Jianwei's map only showed a radius of 10 miles, so she hadn't known about the villages outside the city. Hearing this, she was pleasantly surprised. Let's do as you suggest. After finishing their meal, the two went to the kitchen to wash the dishes and clean the pots. Jiu suddenly popped her head out and asked, Sister Manager, are you going to take a bath tonight? Should I heat some water for you? She was eager to prove her usefulness. No need. Come here, Lu Jianwei beckoned her. Jiu trotted over, leaning on the counter with wide eyes, hoping for a task. Lu Jianwei asked, Can you write? I can. Lu Jianwei's gaze fell on Zhu Yu's fingers. The calluses on her right hand, near the thumb and fingertips, suggested long hours of wielding swords or knives, but there were a few calluses she couldn't identify. How many years of schooling have you had? Jiu, thinking this was merely a test of her knowledge, answered without hesitation, I didn't attend a private school. I learned everything at home. Lu Jianwei smiled even more. It seemed she came from a well-off family. Have you trained in martial arts? Yes, Jiu admitted without hesitation, as there was nothing to hide. But I'm not very talented. After all these years, I'm only at the second level. Alpha OES. Jianwei was taken aback. All these years. Yes, I started learning martial arts when I was 5, Jiu said somewhat self-consciously. I'm just too slow to improve. Jianwei reached out and patted her hair. Everyone has their strengths. Martial arts isn't the only measure of intelligence or ability. Really? Jiu's eyes sparkled. Do you really think so, sister? Jianwei nodded sincerely. Of course. There are things I enjoy doing, but... Uncle Zhang emerged from the kitchen. It's getting late. Don't disturb the manager's peace. The light in Jiu's eyes dimmed. Oh, she said, and turned to leave. Where are you going? Jianwei smiled. I told you to stay in the employee quarters. Did you think you'd be sleeping in the common room? Jiu scratched her head sheepishly. I forgot. The sound of rain grew heavier. In the vast curtain of rain, the inn in the wilderness stood like a lone island outside Moonview City, its candlelight resembling a lighthouse, offering comfort in the pitch-black night. Just as Jianwei was about to head upstairs, the system alerted her, someone is approaching. The map showed 32 green dots to the southeast. So many people? She called out to Uncle Zhang, who was heading back to his room. We have guests. The night was dark, the city gates long closed, and the storm outside raged on. There was no way this group would pass by the inn without stopping. Uncle Zhang was startled. As a fourth-level martial artist, he hadn't heard a thing. The storm outside had masked their footsteps, so it was understandable that he hadn't noticed, but how had Jianwei heard them? Could her internal energy truly surpass his? How many are there? He asked cautiously. Jianwei remained calm. Around 30. As soon as she finished speaking, Uncle Zhang detected the footsteps. They were about 30 zhang away from the inn. Based on their pace, Jianwei must have heard them when they were over 60 zhang away. The 8 directions inn truly housed hidden talents. His expression grew serious. Manager, 30 people could be a trading caravan. If they need food, do we have enough supplies in the kitchen? Jianwei had stored most of the supplies in her personal inventory, leaving only a small amount in the kitchen. Uncle Zhang had seen this firsthand, hence his concern. Don't worry. There's more in the storeroom. She consulted the system. Can you move the supplies to the warehouse for me? The inn had a warehouse, located underground. The system agreed. Uncle Zhang didn't press further. He didn't have time to, as the distant guests had already knocked on the courtyard gate. I'll open the door, Jiu volunteered. No need. It's raining outside. You'll get soaked. Jianwei stopped her and asked the system, little guest, are there any experts among them? The system replied, 1 4th-level martial artist, 23 below the 4th level, and the rest are ordinary people. Jianwei's tension eased. Open the gate. The system, ever dutiful, acted like an invisible hand, parting the rain and opening the tightly shut courtyard gate. Uncle Zhang, standing inside the inn, witnessed this firsthand and had no more doubts. He said with deep respect, such a trivial matter, yet it required the intervention of a senior like you. Jianwei smiled without responding. Outside, the caravan was in a sorry state. Seeing the gate open, they didn't even check if anyone was behind it and rushed straight into the inn. The wheels of their cargo carts left deep ruts in the courtyard. The cargo boxes were wrapped in oilcloth, keeping them dry, but the members of the caravan, wearing straw raincoats, were soaked from the waist down, their waterlogged shoes squelching with every step. It was an unpleasant, sticky mess. The group abandoned their carts and horses and hurried into the hall. All of them were tall, burly men, and the once spacious inn was now packed to the brim. I didn't expect an inn to be open outside Moonview City. One man stepped forward, addressing Uncle Zhang as if he were the manager. Manager, we'd like to rent a few rooms. Uncle Zhang glanced at Jianwei behind the counter, and after receiving her nod, he replied, a bed in the common room costs 100 copper coins per night, a secondary room costs 500, and a superior room costs 5 taels of silver. The caravan erupted in chatter. This was highway robbery. The leader, a man in his 30s with a thin frame, a small mustache, and sharp eyes, frowned slightly. Manager, isn't that a bit steep? I'm Manager Zhao from the Golden Blade Trading Company. We're all travelers here. Could you cut us some slack? Despite his imposing demeanor, he didn't exude the aura of a martial artist. Manager Zhao from the Golden Blade Trading Company. My apologies, Uncle Zhang clasped his hands respectfully. I'd love to accommodate you, but the rates are set by the owner. I can't change them. Please understand. Manager Zhao. Was the Golden Blade Trading Company's reputation no longer respected? It's getting late. If you're staying, stay. If not, please leave the inn, Lu Jianwei said lazily. The Golden Blade Trading Company sounded like a wealthy enterprise, yet they were being so stingy. This is outrageous. A voice thundered, sharp as a lightning strike, making everyone's ears ring. A tall, burly man drew his sword. I'll cut down this greedy manager today. He was the only fourth-level martial artist in the group. Uncle Zhang hadn't expected his earlier words to come true so quickly. He stepped forward, unleashing the aura of a fourth-level martial artist, instantly overpowering the man with the drawn sword. The hall fell silent. The sword-wielding man froze in place. Though both were fourth-level martial artists, there were differences in strength. Uncle Zhang, having trained for most of his life, had reached the peak of the fourth level, 2 minor realms above this reckless fourth-level novice. His aura alone was enough to dominate. Lu Jianwei quickly reminded the system, little guest, take action. Fighting was prohibited within the inn. Violators would face fines or, in severe cases, pay with their lives. Fines could be deducted remotely and added to the inn's account, but they had to be reasonable. The system said, he has 12 taels of broken silver and 53 copper coins on him. He just threatened to kill someone. Attempted murder. Confiscating all of it is fine, right? Yes. Good. As the two sides stood in a tense standoff, a light chuckle suddenly broke the silence. Behind the counter stood a woman of extraordinary beauty, clearly not a martial artist, yet her expression remained calm and unaffected. What are you laughing at? The burly man roared, his eyes blazing with anger. Lu Jianwei extended her right hand. It was slender and pale, like fine mutton fat jade, soft and boneless, utterly devoid of any intimidating aura. Fighting is prohibited within the inn. This is the rule of this establishment. Anyone who steps into the 8 directions inn must abide by this rule. Those who break it must be punished. 12 taels of silver amounted to 12,000 coins, plus 53 copper coins and the 80 coins recorded in the inn's ledger, totaling 12,133 coins. The cost of purchasing a basic attack item was 100 copper coins, leaving 12,033 coins. 1,000 coins were spent to upgrade to level 2, and 10,000 coins to reach level 3. Lu Jianwei made a gentle sweeping motion with her hand. You intended to kill one of my inn staff. Though no blood was shed, taking a few coins from you is hardly excessive. The burly man suddenly clenched his money pouch, only to find it had vanished into thin air. Before she had even reached out, the pouch had clearly still been there. What kind of bizarre martial skill was this? Little guest, exchange for an attack item and upgrade to level 3. Attack item generated. Attack item upgraded. Activate the item. Understood. In the next instant, every member of the merchant caravan below level 4 was swept out of the inn's courtyard by an invisible yet overwhelming gust of wind. Except for the burly man holding the blade. Standing outside the courtyard gate, drenched in the rain, Manager Zhao was utterly stunned. The cold rain slapped against his face as he stared in wide-eyed disbelief, muttering, A master? Though not a martial artist himself, he had traveled extensively for trade and had a deep understanding of martial practitioners. There were 31 people in total. To simultaneously send 31 people flying out of the building with nothing but externalized inner force, how terrifyingly powerful must one be? No wonder the inn charged such high prices. No wonder the innkeeper was so fearless. It was all because such a master was stationed within the inn. Manager Zhao wiped his face fiercely. He could no longer afford to save face tonight. Antagonizing such a master was far from wise. He called out loudly, earlier, I accidentally offended you, senior. I, Zhao, sincerely apologize. We've been traveling for a long time, and the gloomy weather has left us feeling irritable. Our temper got the better of us and we offended the innkeeper. I am deeply ashamed. Since I was at fault, I am willing to offer 1,000 taels of silver as compensation. I humbly beg for your forgiveness, senior, and the innkeepers as well. The level 4 martial artist in the hall was overcome with shame, his dark face visibly flushed. I acted rashly. Please forgive me, innkeeper. Uncle Zhang was far from calm. Lu Jianwei's earlier display of telekinetic retrieval had already shocked him, and now the master's intervention to disperse the crowd left him utterly dumbfounded. Telekinetic retrieval wasn't something no one could do. The technique required using invisible inner force to retrieve an object from a distance, similar to opening a door from afar. He simply hadn't expected that someone as young as Innkeeper Lu had already reached such a terrifying level of mastery. What kind of place was the 8 directions in? Uncle Zhang, in business, harmony is key. Since Manager Zhao has sincerely apologized, let them in. However, the room rates will be 10 times the usual amount. As for this martial artist, I'm sorry, but RN will not accommodate him. Uncle Zhang replied respectfully, understood, innkeeper. The martial artist looked up in surprise. So she was the true innkeeper. Without hesitation, he turned and dashed into the rain, leaving the inn behind. Manager Zhao led his group inside, and this time, no one dared to complain. Even though the room rates were 10 times higher, they accepted it without protest. Lu Jianwei instructed Jiu to handle the registrations while she sat down to collect the payment. Manager Zhao booked 3 dormitory rooms and took a secondary room for himself. Including the 1,000 taels of compensation, he paid a total of 1,035 taels. Since carrying that much silver was inconvenient, he used silver notes instead. Fortunately, as traveling merchants, they often engaged in large transactions and carried silver notes with them. Lu Jianwei generously waived their deposit. Once everything was settled, she leisurely made her way up to the 3rd floor. As soon as the door closed behind her, her composed demeanor vanished. Open personal information. Name, Lu Jianwei. Level, 214/10,000. Running for your life is the only option. Personal assets, 414 silver, 720 copper, can't even afford a decent skill. Now, let's look at the inn's information. Name, 8 directions inn. Staff, 2 people, Uncle Zhang Jiu. Liquid funds, 622 silver, 653 copper. Defense power, 1003. Attack power, 9888. The attack power was originally 10,000 but decreased after 1 use. If it falls below 10,000, it can no longer target martial artists above level 3, so it must be replenished in time. Lu Jianwei looked at the account balance and couldn't help but smile. She wished more fat sheep would come knocking with money. Little Co, upgrade both the defense and attack tools to level 4. Upgrading the defense tool to level 4 requires 110,000 copper, and upgrading the attack tool to level 4 requires 100,000 copper, totaling 210,000 copper. Shall I deduct it? Lu Jianwei sighed. Do I have to upgrade 1 level at a time? Can I skip the first 10,000 and just deduct 100,000? Can I save that 10,000? She really knew how to pinch pennies. The system replied no. Fine, deduct it. Lu Jianwei gave up bargaining and accepted the cost. It was just like leveling up in a game. Each level required a fixed amount of experience points, and even if you jumped 2 levels, the experience points for each level still had to be deducted. After deducting 210,000, the inn's account balance was 412 silver and 653 copper. The impoverished household was finally improving. She needed to make friends with the Golden Blade Trading Company. By the way, the system suddenly said hesitantly, since the inn has already hired staff, and you no longer have to take on their duties, should we stop splitting the profits? As the innkeeper, your monthly salary will be drawn from the inn's account, with diuresis New Thailand bot. Lu Jianwei lamented, Little Co, do we really need to be so strict about this? The system explained, now that the inn is on track, no one would give its employees such a large share of the profits. But the inn's information shows that I am the owner. Correct, but this is a system rule, the system said firmly. It's to prevent the host from abusing their authority, spending recklessly, and leaving the inn without funds to continue operating. Lu Jianwei thought about it and realized it made sense. This was, after all, an inn management system. If personal and business accounts weren't separated, the inn's host might spend all the funds on skills to boost their own strength, leaving the inn without money to sustain normal operations. But the system couldn't just close the shop. Relying solely on defense and attack tools to protect the inn wasn't a long-term solution. The inn's host also needed to have some personal strength. Jianwei couldn't hide in the inn forever. She accepted the system's rule. I agree, but I have a question. Go ahead. That 1,000 tael compensation was for me. Can it be deducted from the inn's account? The expert was just a prop. Fine, Jianwei didn't push further. Then, let's make it clear. From now on, if anyone gives me gifts or compensation, all the valuables go into my personal account. No, the system had to remind her. Upgrading tools requires a lot of funds. Relying solely on room fees might make it impossible to upgrade again. Upgrading to level 5 required 1 million copper, which was 1,000 silver, and it could only come from the inn's account. Jianwei smiled. If the tools are used to intimidate martial artists, the fines go to the business account. Everything else goes to me. The system, fine. Now that I have money, can I upgrade the map? The system, yes. How much do you want to upgrade? Jianwei declared boldly, the entire Qi dynasty territory. Done. 5,200 copper deducted. Personal account balance, 409 silver, 520 copper. If the territory were seen as a circle, 5,200 would be its radius. Deducting 5,200 copper meant the Qi dynasty's territory spanned approximately 5,200 kilometers from east to west or north to south. She dragged the cursor and clicked on Moonview City, 20 li away. Sure enough, she saw several villages within 5 li of the city. Strangely, the area within 10 li of the inn was barren, while the land a few li outside the city was lush and dotted with small hills. Why was this particular area so desolate? Jianwei closed the map and glanced at Buin Liunian. She was still 1,000 taels short. It was extremely challenging. She had long yearned for the lightness skill and couldn't wait to experience the elegance of flying over rooftops. Second floor guest room. Zhao Jiang suppressed his pounding heart and gulped down a large mouthful of cold water. He had been fortunate enough to meet a martial artist friend of the young master. That martial artist was already at level 6, renowned as the top swordsman in the martial world, but the internal energy he exuded seemed far inferior to the mysterious expert who had just intervened. Could it be that the inn was guarded by someone above level 6? He looked up, imagining the mysterious expert must be staying on the 3rd floor. If he had booked a room on the upper floor, would he have had the chance to be neighbors with a top-tier master? Of course, Zhao Jiang only entertained the thought. He didn't have the courage to act on it. Drenched from the rain and having skipped dinner, he was now cold and hungry. Yet, he didn't dare ask the inn's old staff if there was hot water or food available. That was a level 4 martial artist. Asking a level 4 martial artist to serve him tea and food? Was he tired of living? Zhao Jiang endured a miserable night and hurriedly left the next morning, leading a group of exhausted men toward Moonview City. They were miserable, but someone else was even worse off. The level 4 martial artist from the caravan had waited in the rain all night. Fortunately, the rain stopped at dawn, and the sky cleared, allowing them to dry off during the day. Martial artist Zhao Jiang said earnestly, we can't be so impulsive in the future. Even if it's a shady inn, we can't just start fighting and killing. We need to reason with them. Zhou Dongong hugged his beloved sword, his wet hair plastered to his scalp, and muttered gloomily, shady inns are too unreasonable. It's not that bad. Zhou Dongong? Zhao Jiang sighed. Our trading company is in the business of commerce, and scarcity always drives value. You've traveled far and wide with the company. You know how pearls and corals from the East Sea can fetch sky-high prices, and the silk from Jiangnan, the jade from Yunnan, aren't they all priceless treasures? How is that the same? How is it not? Zhao Jiang said. Think about it. After traveling so far, this is the only inn for dozens of li. For weary travelers, isn't it especially valuable? Yes. Now think, doesn't the inn have at least a level 6 martial artist guarding it? Aren't the guests under their protection? We've been around the martial world for years. We've seen it all. With so many murderous martial artists out there, staying at the inn means we don't have to worry about safety. That's something money can't buy. Zhou Dongyang pondered for a moment. You're right. Seeing that he finally understood, Zhao Jiang breathed a sigh of relief and mused, I wonder what kind of power backs the 8 directions inn. Even a staff member is a level 4 martial artist, and the female innkeeper is even more impressive. They are very strong, Zhou Dongyang said gravely. A level 4 martial artist was strong enough to roam the martial world. He had thought his talent was decent, but after seeing the young innkeeper, who was younger than him, effortlessly manipulate internal energy, he was deeply shaken. We must report this to the master, Zhao Jiang said. If any of our brother caravans pass through here in the future, they must not offend the experts. 8 directions in. Lu Jianwei changed into a lavender Ruchuan and leisurely descended the stairs. In the hall, Ji was diligently scrubbing the floor on her hands and knees. The caravan's muddy footprints from the night before had dirted the entire inn. Innkeeper sister, you're awake. Ji stood up and said cheerfully. Uncle Zhang and I boiled some water. If you want to wash up, I'll fetch it for you. Lu Jianwei waved her hand. No need, I'll do it myself. Have you had breakfast? Not yet, we were waiting for you, Ji said, blushing with embarrassment. Uncle Zhang and I don't know how to cook. Lu Jianwei smiled. You can learn. Can boys learn to cook too? Ziyu asked, puzzled. Why not? Lu Jianwei asked with a smile. Aren't most chefs in restaurants men? Ji paused, realizing she had a point. Then I want to learn from you, sister. Lu Jianwei said with satisfaction. I'll call you after I finish washing up. Okay. Ji quickly finished mopping the floor just as Lu Jianwei finished freshening up and called her to the kitchen. To welcome you and Uncle Zhang to the inn, we won't be having plain vegetable noodles today. Ji's eyes lit up. What are we having then? Jiajiang noodles with minced meat. Thank you, sister. The boy was a meat lover and, during their journey, they mostly ate dry rations, so it had been a long time since he had anything with flavor. Lu Jianwei smiled and said, once you learn how, you can make it yourself. She patiently taught him how to mix, knead, and roll the dough. Ji wasn't talented in martial arts, but he wasn't clumsy in the kitchen either. His hands were dexterous, and after just one demonstration from Lu Jianwei, he could perfectly replicate each step. He was truly a rare talent. She didn't hold back her praise. See, you have such a natural talent for cooking. It shows you're not slow at all, you're quick to understand, and can even apply what you've learned in new ways. You're really amazing. Ji was so flattered that he worked even harder. Soon, 3 bowls of fragrant noodle sauce were placed on the table. Lu Jianwei praised Jiyu again in front of Uncle Zhang, and Jiyu blushed, lowering his head as he ate heartily. Uncle Zhang chuckled and said, it's good to take on more responsibilities, but don't neglect your martial arts training. Jiyu. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, Sister Innkeeper, doesn't the senior master eat? Lu Jianwei's expression remained unchanged. There's no senior master in the inn. Jiyu was full of doubt. How could that be? But he didn't press further. Lu Jianwei thought to herself, little Ko, you see, even when I tell the truth, no one believes me. The system wished it could roll its eyes. After breakfast, the two naturally took care of the dishes. Lu Jianwei strolled around the courtyard, looking at the spacious front yard and musing. Little Ko, imagine how relaxing it would be to have a rocking chair and a tea table here, basking in the sun. You could buy one, the system replied. Lu Jianwei had some money now, and buying a rocking chair wouldn't be a problem. She called Uncle Zhang over and instructed, we'll need a donkey cart to transport groceries. Go to the city and buy one, and while you're there, order a rocking chair from the carpenter's shop for me. Uncle Zhang was about to agree when Ji suddenly approached, excitedly saying, Sister, you want a rocking chair? I can make one. Buying from the carpenter's shop would be expensive. You can make one? Lu Jianwei raised an eyebrow. All right, let's give it a try. No wonder the boy had strange calluses on his hands. Uncle Zhang quickly interjected, Innkeeper, don't listen to him. Kids like to play around. He doesn't know anything about carpentry. Besides, we don't have the wood or tools here. Ziyu wanted to argue further, but when he met Uncle Zhang's gaze, he swallowed his words. Lu Jianwei smiled and said, since we have nothing else to do, I'd like to try it too. Here's what we'll do. Uncle Zhang, go to the city and buy some wood and tools, and bring them back with the donkey cart. Besides the rocking chair, I'd like to make a few other things as well. Her tone was gentle, but her words left no room for argument. Uncle Zhang accepted the task, swallowing his advice for Ziyu as he looked at the boy's excited and hopeful face. Fine, let him have his fun this once. Uncle Zhang left the inn, clutching the shopping funds. Ji wasn't idle either. After cleaning the entire inn, He went to the front courtyard to practice martial arts diligently. He had learned swordsmanship since childhood, but without a sword at hand, he could only grab a piece of firewood from the kitchen to use as a makeshift sword, practicing each move with precision. Meanwhile, Jianwei moved a stool to the third-floor corridor, basking in the sunlight while cultivating her inner energy. Having grasped the essence of the cultivation method, she progressed effortlessly, simply guiding her internal energy to circulate within her body to advance her progress bar. Practice makes perfect, and now she could multitask with ease. As her internal energy flowed, her gaze inadvertently fell on the young man practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard, and she raised an eyebrow. "Little guest, am I seeing this right?" The system replied, "What?" Jianwei said, Jiyu's family background was quite respectable, so the swordsmanship he learned shouldn't be bad. Yet, as someone who's never studied swordsmanship, I can spot flaws in his moves. "Oh, is this related to the cultivation method?" Jianwei smiled. "You're so good to me." The system retorted, "It's your own talent for swordsmanship. His internal energy is weak, and he's only learned the basics of swordsmanship. It's normal for you to spot weaknesses." "Really?" Jianwei said, "Open the system shop." A blue screen appeared before her eyes. She scrolled through the list of items and asked, "If I learn other skills first, will I still be able to learn the ones you recommended later?" "They don't conflict." In the martial world, there were many jacks of all trades who dabbled in various martial arts. Skills were merely mediums for channeling internal energy, allowing it to be expressed in different forms. Of course, exceptional skills were like wings to a tiger for martial artists. At the pinnacle of martial arts, one could even discard skills entirely, killing with a mere flick of a flower or a leaf. But in the early stages, skills were still crucial. Whether it was swordplay or saber techniques reliant on weapons, or palm and fist techniques reliant on the body, they all played a key role in combat. Jianwei's newfound ability was particularly extraordinary at this stage. If she continued to grow, she would easily discern her opponent's weak points and defeat them in a single strike. "Little guest, do you think I should exchange for a few low-cost skills first to experience the elegance and freedom of being a master?" The system asked, "Aren't you saving up for the top-tier lightness skill? Look, Wave Palm is only 1,000 copper, Heart-Returning Sword Art is 2,000 copper, and Trace of the Wild Goose is 2,000 copper. I can afford these." "Oh yes. You can, but it's unnecessary," the system reminded her. "You can pretend to be a master without using internal energy, but once you use martial skills, your disguise will fail." Jianwei sighed, "All right then. By the way, can you tell me which is more advanced, the heart-returning sword art or the swordsmanship Jiu is practicing?" "Everything in the system shop is extraordinary," the system said with a hint of pride. "I naturally wouldn't provide skills below the average level of this world." Jianwei smiled, "Thank you." "You're welcome. Little guest, I have a bit of a teaching inclination. Now that I've spotted flaws in Jiyu's swordsmanship, I can't help but itch to correct him. Can I teach him?" "Of course you can." Jianwei asked calmly, "But I'm cultivating a method from the system. Can I use your cultivation method to teach someone else's martial skills?" "Of course you can." "Then, if I learn martial skills in the future, can I teach them to others too?" The system hesitated for a few seconds before asking, "Aren't you afraid they might surpass you?" "Not at all. What's there to fear? If martial artists hoarded their knowledge, the martial world wouldn't exist," Jianwei declared righteously. "The various sects in the martial world are all places where cultivation methods and martial skills are taught, aren't they?" The system felt a pang of guilt. "I had some prejudice against you before." It had assumed that someone as frugal as Jianwei wouldn't possess such a broad-minded spirit. Jianwei smiled faintly, "It's fine. I've just been hiding it well." "Exchange, Wave Palm, Heart-Returning Sword Art, and Trace of the Wild Goose for me." The system exclaimed, "Huh. And I need to buy a weapon." She scrolled through the weapons section, comparing the details of each item. After a moment, she made up her mind and bought the cheapest sword, priced at 5 taels of silver. The system asked, "What are you planning to do?" Jianwei countered, "Don't you think the inn needs comprehensive, multi-layered development?" "So, I'm only one person. When the inn gets more guests, I won't be able to handle everything alone. It's better to train a few more fighters to share the burden." The system was astonished, "You mean?" "Exactly. You're willing to spend money on them? Lu Jianwei stated solemnly, this is for the overall development of the inn. Aren't you afraid of exposing your weak internal energy? Little guest, using techniques doesn't necessarily require internal energy, does it? That's true. Seeing that she had successfully convinced the system, Lu Jianwei smiled. In the future, to enhance the inn's overall combat strength and ensure its safety, I might exchange for more martial skills. Don't be stingy, okay? I won't. It couldn't possibly be more frugal than its host. Lu Jianwei's eyes curved into a smile. Good. She stood up and leaned against the railing, looking down at the young man sweating profusely in the courtyard. From her personal inventory, she took out a sword with a plain scabbard. Juyu. The young man stopped his sword practice and looked up at the third floor. The woman stood by the railing, bathed in sunlight, as radiant as a beauty from a painting. Sister manager, do you need me to do something? Lu Jianwei held the sword and tossed it down. Catch. The sword fell from the third floor, and Jiu instinctively caught it. The substantial weight in his hand made his face light up with joy. Practicing with firewood was like writing with a straw, it just didn't compare. He eagerly drew the sword, and a flash of cold light dazzled his eyes. This sword was no ordinary weapon. Though he wasn't fond of practicing swordsmanship, he couldn't help but feel a deep affection for this exquisite blade. His family once had an armory filled with various weapons. Swords, being the gentlemen of weapons, were well represented, and each one was worth a fortune, some even costing tens of thousands of taels. Yet, this cold, sharp sword in his hand was no less impressive than those in his family's collection. Jiyu's eyes trembled slightly as he asked, Sister, why are you giving me this sword? How can you practice swordsmanship without a sword? Lu Jianwei observed his expression and knew that this sword must be extraordinary in his eyes. Use it for practice. Jiu was stunned. Gratitude and respect welled up in his chest, but his throat felt clogged, as if stuffed with cotton, leaving him unable to express his thoughts. By the time the lump in his throat subsided and he could speak, Lu Jianwei had already returned to her room. Little guest, I'll start learning Trace of the Wild Goose. A thin booklet fell into her hands, and Lu Jianwei opened the first page. This was the lightness skill she had longed for. Though it was far inferior to Timeless Flow, it was still a lightness skill. Every martial skill had a varying number of techniques, each building upon the previous one. Only by mastering the earlier techniques could one progress to the later ones. Trace of the Wild Goose had 9 techniques, as most martial skills did, likely because 9 was considered the ultimate number. The first technique was called Flying Goose, as even geese had to learn to fly first. With the help of her cultivation method, Lu Jianwei quickly grasped the essence of Flying Goose. Standing on the floor, she channeled her internal energy to her feet, relying on its support to float shakily toward the ceiling. Thud. She failed to transition midair and fell back to the floor. Thanks to her internal energy, the fall didn't hurt. She got up and continued practicing. No matter how talented Lu Jianwei was, martial skills required practice to master. She repeated the process over and over, falling countless times before finally managing to float from the floor to the ceiling, as graceful as a goose gliding through the sky. A sense of immense accomplishment filled her heart. Lu Jianwei's enthusiasm for learning grew even stronger. Once she overcame the initial clumsiness, the rest came naturally. By the time Uncle Zhang returned with the carriage, she had already mastered the third technique. Her personal information updated in real time. Skill: Trace of the Wild Goose, 3/9. Such a clumsy goose is rare indeed. Lu Jianwei. She ignored the comment in parentheses and walked downstairs, filled with joy. Uncle Zhang parked the carriage outside and heard the sound of a sword being wielded in the courtyard, leaving him puzzled. Was someone practicing swordsmanship? He pushed the door open. Jiu saw him and hurried over, her face beaming with excitement. The innkeeper lent me a precious sword, she exclaimed. He proudly held up the sword in his hand, as if presenting a treasure. Uncle Zhang's pupils contracted slightly, his gaze fixed on the sword, unable to look away for a long time. With his decades of experience, he could tell that the value of this sword was immeasurable. The 8 Directions Inn was indeed no ordinary place if it could casually lend out such a rare treasure. His reverence for the inn deepened even further. Uncle Zhang looked up and spoke earnestly. From now on, dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to serving the inn. Of course. Jiu agreed without hesitation, then craned her neck to look at the goods on the donkey cart. Uncle Zhang, how did you manage to transport so much stuff? The unruly martial artists of the Jianghu had become increasingly brazen, and the authorities couldn't just stand by and do nothing. As a result, the rules for entering and exiting the city had become much stricter. Not only was there a thorough inspection upon entering the city, but leaving the city also required a check. If a martial artist stole a large amount of treasure within the city, their only option was to transport it out of the city. Lightweight techniques weren't foolproof, and beyond a certain weight, even the most skilled martial artists couldn't carry the loot with them. Transporting goods out of the city required a travel permit and proof of purchase, which helped prevent theft and smuggling. Of course, such regulations only deterred low-level, unimaginative martial artists. There were plenty of ways to move goods out of the city without being inspected. Uncle Zhang explained, I made up an excuse and hired a villager to transport the goods out of the city. Then I met up with them outside the city gates. I see, Ji replied. I'll go unload the goods. You keep practicing your sword skills, Uncle Zhang said as he led the donkey into the stable. He took some hay from the cart and poured it into the trough for the donkey to munch on. After handling all the goods, he dusted off his clothes and respectfully entered the main hall. Seeing Lu Jianwei behind the counter, he bowed deeply. Innkeeper, I've brought back the lumber and tools. There's also something I need to discuss with you. Lu Jianwei smiled warmly. You've worked hard. Go ahead. The villagers outside the city are interested in selling ingredients to the inn on a long-term basis. They're also willing to supply lumber. Would you be open to that? Entering the city required paying fees, so the villagers preferred to walk an extra 10 miles to sell directly to the inn rather than go into the city. The inn doesn't have many guests right now. Buying so many ingredients would just go to waste. Uncle Zhang had mentioned this before, but Lu Jianwei had thought it was a one-time deal and hadn't paid much attention, so she had agreed. Uncle Zhang suggested the villagers make their own pickled vegetables, cured meats, and salted fish. Preserved ingredients last longer, so the inn could stock up on some. Lu Jianwei's eyes lit up. That made sense. Even if the villagers didn't have fresh produce or meat, they could be hired to go into the city to buy and preserve ingredients. They'd likely be happy to do so for a small fee. Other miscellaneous tasks could also be delegated to the villagers, so Uncle Zhang wouldn't have to personally go into the city for supplies. After all, Uncle Zhang was the inn's strongest fighter, and it was best if he didn't leave unless absolutely necessary. That works, Lu Jianwei agreed. You can handle the negotiations and draft a contract with the villagers. Understood, Uncle Zhang replied, preparing to leave. Lu Jianwei stopped him, casually asking, what kind of martial arts are you skilled in? I'm ashamed to admit it, but I only know some basic palm techniques. Lu Jianwei chuckled. Don't sell yourself short. She had guessed correctly. Uncle Zhang's palms didn't have the thick calluses left by weapons, so he likely specialized in fist or palm techniques. Her decision to purchase the ripple palm technique had been a good bet after all. After the caravan of the Golden Blade Trading Company left, the inn remained deserted for half a month. With no guests, the three of them had nothing to do but practice martial arts day and night. In the middle of this period, a villager came by once. The person who had signed the contract with Uncle Zhang was a young man from Linwei village named Niu Chang. He was of average appearance, but had a cheerful and generous personality. He had no idea that an inn had been established here. When he had previously discussed business with Uncle Zhang, he had been skeptical. But when he stood in front of the inn, his jaw dropped in astonishment. Compared to the 8 Directions Inn, the most luxurious restaurant in the city was nothing. He entered with a sense of reverence and left with the joy of having stumbled upon a treasure. The purchase price offered by the inn was no lower than that in the city. This was undoubtedly good news for the villagers. A journey of over 10 miles was nothing to them. They agreed that every half-month, Niu Chang would transport ingredients provided by the villagers to the inn. If the inn needed anything purchased from the city, he would charge a small fee to run the errand. After Niu Chang left, Lu Jianwei asked, delivering every half-month, can the inn handle that much? Uncle Zhang smiled. Manager, do you remember the Golden Blade Trading Company? Of course. Manager Zhao will surely inform the owner of the trading company. Perhaps the inn will become livelier in the future. The sudden appearance of a mysterious inn in the martial world would inevitably attract attention. He believed that the Golden Blade Trading Company would send someone to investigate. No matter how they probed, as long as the inn maintained its air of mystery, it would attract more and more guests. Jianwei understood. She gave an approving look and said, "You've been diligent in your duties for the inn. Why don't you demonstrate your palm techniques for me?" Uncle Zhang? What was the connection between the two? But he didn't ask or refuse. Demonstrating his palm techniques was no big deal. Perhaps Manager Lu just wanted to test his skills. He went to the front courtyard, cupped his hands in respect, and said, "This old man will make a fool of himself." With that, he formed his hands into palms, channeling his inner energy into a roaring torrent that surged into his palms. As his palm techniques shifted, the air around him seemed to distort. With circumflex. He demonstrated 8 moves in total. After finishing, he said with some embarrassment, "I still haven't mastered the final move." Jianwei remained calm. "What is this palm technique called?" "Gale palm." Jianwei nodded and asked, "I'm not well versed in palm techniques, but if you don't mind, I could share my thoughts." "Please enlighten me," Uncle Zhang said humbly, cupping his hands. Jianwei's expression turned serious. During the second move, although the force was impressive, there was a fatal flaw. Uncle Zhang? He had been practicing this technique for most of his life and had gained some renown in the martial world with it. He had never heard of any fatal flaw. Was Manager Lu just making this up? Though he was skeptical, he didn't show it and simply said, "I'd like to hear more." Jianwei turned to Zhu Yu and extended her hand. "Give me the scabbard." Zhu quickly handed it over. He wasn't stupid. He knew Manager Lu was giving Uncle Zhang pointers. Jianwei held the scabbard and said, "Let's not use inner energy. Try the second move again." Uncle Zhang complied, launching his attack. Though there was no inner energy in his palm strike, the force was still formidable and fast. But Jianwei remained unflustered. With a casual motion, the scabbard struck his left leg at the photo acupoint. The palm strike dissipated instantly, and Uncle Zhang stumbled back a few steps. After studying himself, he looked at Jianwei in shock. It was true. The moment the scabbard touched his foot acupoint, his palm technique had been completely neutralized. Although he hadn't used inner energy, the technique required the coordination of his entire body. With just a light touch, he had been defeated. If someone had discovered this flaw over the years and exploited it, he would have been dead long ago. Uncle Zhang was deeply shaken and momentarily speechless. "The fifth move also has a flaw, at the Chiman acupoint," Jianwei said, withdrawing the scabbard. "If you don't believe me, you can try it again. No martial technique is without flaws. The number and severity of these flaws often determine the outcome of a fight." Uncle Zhang's palm technique was powerful, but it had several flaws. Fortunately, they were well hidden, and ordinary martial artists couldn't spot them. Those who could see them were usually masters who wouldn't bother pointing them out. "Thank you, Manager, for your guidance," Uncle Zhang said, filled with gratitude. Jianwei smiled. "You're part of the inn. This is just a small matter. Don't dwell on it." Now, isn't that a great employee benefit? Uncle Zhang thought to himself, this was no small matter. Knowing his flaws would help him defend against them in battle, potentially saving his life. In a way, Manager Lu had become his lifesaver. She had taken him in, guided his martial arts. Such kindness was beyond repayment. Ji was also happy for Uncle Zhang. Gathering his courage, he asked, "Sister Manager, could you also take a look at my sword techniques and see if there are any mistakes?" Uncle Zhang cautioned. Manager Lu's willingness to guide them was a kindness. They couldn't take it for granted. "It's fine," Jianwei said gently. "When you were practicing in the courtyard the other day, I noticed a few issues." Juyu's eyes lit up. "Please, sister, don't hold back. I'll teach you once the rocking chair is finished," Jianwei said without immediately agreeing. Her requirement for the staff was clear. They had to create enough value for the inn. Only then would they earn such benefits. Without hesitation, Ziyu rushed to the backyard to continue his woodworking project. Being able to do what he loved while receiving guidance from a master, what more could he ask for? Jianwei returned to the 3rd floor to continue practicing her inner energy techniques. Her inner energy progress bar was just a bit away from breaking through to 10,000, reaching the 3rd level. She had already learned the fourth move of swan passing without a trace, but practicing it indoors every day had started to bore her. "You're not planning to teach Uncle Jiang horizontal wave palm?" the system asked, unable to understand Lu Jianwei's intentions. Lu Jianwei was surprised. "When did I say I would teach him that?" The system replied, "Didn't you ask him about his martial techniques earlier? So, wasn't the palm technique meant for him?" Lu Jianwei shook her head. "Am I such a cheap manager? Pointing out flaws in their techniques is already generous. Do I also have to teach them new techniques? I paid for this. Then why did you buy the palm technique?" Lu Jianwei thought for a moment. "I'm not against teaching it, but when and how I teach it needs careful consideration." She could be a kind manager, but she wouldn't be a pushover. The system was curious. "What are you really planning?" "Nothing much. Just waiting for the right opportunity." The days passed quickly in idleness. A few days later, Lu Jianwei finally reached the 3rd level. Looking at the 5 zeros after her level, she suddenly felt exhausted. The higher the level, the harder it was to improve. From level 3 to 4, she needed 100,000, and from 4 to 5, 1,000,000. It was hard to say how long it would take. "System, is there any way to speed up my training? Most people train for years, while you're counting in days. Aren't you satisfied? Are there no genius martial artists?" "There are, but they start training from a young age. The most talented martial artist in the world started at 3 and trained for 10 years to reach level 5. How many days have you trained, and what level are you now?" Lu Jianwei, all right. She was being greedy. Fortunately, her inner energy techniques were becoming more refined. She could now practice her inner energy around the clock, even while sleeping, as her energy circulated naturally. Each cycle further tempered and improved her inner energy. Looking out over the wilderness, she sighed. "Where's the next big client?" The system replied, "In your dreams." Moonview City. Niu Chang had caught a few bamboo rats in the mountains and brought them to Jianwei restaurant in the city to sell. This was the largest restaurant in Moonview City, managed by shopkeeper Zhou and owned by young Master Shui, the city's wealthiest man. Shopkeeper Zhou was a friendly man who knew Niu Chang well. He took the bamboo rats from the basket and smiled. "The meat is tender. You should bring more next time." Niu Chang hesitated. "The harvest is coming up soon, so I might not have time." "That's fine. Bring them after the harvest," shopkeeper Zhou said without pressing. "But you've been coming to the city less often lately. Is everything all right at home?" Niu Chang often came to the city during the farming off-season to do odd jobs. Sometimes, if he finished early, he would stop by Jianwei restaurant to say hello to shopkeeper Zhou. "Nothing's wrong. I've just been busy helping the villagers deliver goods." Shopkeeper Zhou asked casually, "What kind of goods?" "I've been delivering ingredients to the 8 Directions Inn." "What is this 8 Directions Inn?" Shopkeeper Zhou asked, puzzled. "Is there a new one in the city?" Niu Chang shook his head and explained, "No, it's not in the city. It's built on the wasteland outside the city walls, and it's massive." "How does it compare to our Jianwei restaurant?" Shopkeeper Zhou's competitive spirit was piqued. Niu Chang answered honestly, "It's much bigger than Jianwei restaurant." Shopkeeper Zhou. He paused for a moment, then asked, "How long has it been open?" "A little over a month." "How come I haven't heard anything about it?" Niu Chang scratched his head. "Probably because they don't have many guests, so no one's talking about it." He genuinely felt sorry for the 8 Directions Inn. Built in such a remote place, it was no wonder they had no customers. Moonview City already had inns, and most of their guests were merchants from the northwest who came to the city to do business and stayed at the inns for rest. These merchants never ventured out of the southern gate, as they knew there was nothing but wilderness beyond it. Moonview City was located in a remote area, and most merchant caravans from prosperous regions avoided it unless they had a specific mission. Shopkeeper Zhou was well aware of this inside. "I wonder who the owner of that inn is." They didn't even do their research beforehand. What good was it to build such a grand inn in the middle of nowhere? The matter didn't leave a deep impression on him, but when he went to Shui Mansion to report on the restaurant's operations, he mentioned it briefly as a joke. Coincidentally, young Master Shui was nearby and overheard. He immediately became intrigued. "Someone really built an inn outside the southern gate, bigger and taller than our restaurant?" Shopkeeper Zhou hesitated. "It's just hearsay. I haven't seen it myself." "Well, I've got nothing better to do. I'll go check it out." Young Master Shui, around 16 or 17 years old, was at the age where he was easily excited by new things. Bored of staying in the city, he was immediately drawn to the novelty of something happening outside the walls. Ignoring his father's objections, he took a servant, mounted his horse, and galloped out of the southern gate. Isn't that young Master Shui? Why is he rushing out of the city? Who knows? Maybe he heard about something interesting. What's interesting outside the southern gate? It's just wasteland. If he wanted fun, he should have gone west of the city. Who cares? Young Master Shui rode at full speed, covering 20 miles in no time. In the middle of the vast wilderness, an inn suddenly came into view, tall, majestic, and imposing. The 3-story main building rose from the ground, its presence reaching toward the clouds. Excited, young Master Shui dismounted and, without bothering to call his servant, rushed to knock on the gate himself. Jianwei, someone's coming. Xiaoke's voice broke the silence, prompting Lu Jianwei to withdraw from her deep meditation and open her eyes. The deeper she immersed herself in her cultivation, the faster her internal energy grew. On the map, 2 green dots were rapidly approaching from the direction of Moonview City, likely on horseback. In these times, those who could afford to ride horses were certainly not short on money, and those who could afford 2 horses were even wealthier. Finally, another big customer, she said, stretching lazily. Xiaoke poured cold water on her optimism. Maybe they're just passing by the inn. Lu Jianwei smiled, her eyes curving into crescents. I have a feeling. A moment later, the 2 green dots stopped outside the inn's courtyard. Lu Jianwei heard the knock on the door. Without needing to consult the system, she could sense that the visitors were not martial artists. Jiu, who had been practicing her sword skills in the courtyard, was the first to rush to the door. Standing at the entrance were 2 teenagers, around 16 or 17 years old, each holding the reins of a horse. Jiu, still dressed as a young girl, was quite convincing. Are you here to stay at the inn? She asked. Shui Guanhe was momentarily stunned, not expecting a young girl to answer the door. But when he noticed the sword in her hand, he forgot all about her age, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. Are you a martial artist? Jiu's guard went up, her expression turning serious. If you're not here to stay, I'll close the door. Wait. Shui Guanhe quickly stepped into the courtyard. I am here to stay. All right, Jiu replied, sheathing her sword. She moved to take the horses to the stable, but the animals refused to budge, no matter how hard she tugged. With a cute and omicron yes. Ague, go tie up the horses, Shui Guanhe instructed. The servant quickly took the reins and led the horses to the stable. Jiu breathed a sigh of relief and softened her tone. Please follow me. The main building had 6 doors, all wide open. To the right of the entrance stood a wooden sign that read, "No fighting allowed in the inn." Shui Guanhe found this intriguing and asked, "What happens if someone starts a fight?" "I'm not sure. The shopkeeper will handle it," Jiu replied as she stepped into the main hall, where Lu Jianwei was already seated behind the counter. With a bright smile, she announced, "Shopkeeper, we have guests." Earlier, after purchasing some lumber, they had used it to make a rocking chair, as well as a price list and menu, which were now neatly displayed on the counter. Shui Guanhe barely glanced at the wooden signs, his attention instead drawn to Lu Jianwei. The shopkeeper of this remote inn was a young and beautiful woman. Shui Guanhe, being well-mannered, quickly averted his gaze, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush. I am Shui Guanhe from Moonview City. I apologize for the intrusion. Guests are always welcome. Are you here to stay? Lu Jianwei asked, her eyes discreetly assessing him. He was dressed in fine silk, his collar embroidered with gold thread, a jade pendant hanging from his waist, and leather boots on his feet. Every piece of his attire screamed wealth. This was a young master from a well-to-do family. After his initial shyness, Shui Guanhe regained his usual boldness and turned his attention back to Zhu Yu's sword. Shopkeeper, is she your sister? Why do you ask? Lu Jianwei avoided giving a direct answer. Shui Guanhe's eyes sparkled with hope. Is she a martial artist? Lu Jianwei raised an eyebrow, understanding his intentions. In this world, only a select few had the opportunity to learn martial arts, and most people, like Shui Guanhe, never got the chance. It was natural for ordinary folks to yearn for the world of martial heroes. Zhu Yu's expression turned wary. What does it matter if I am or not? Are you here to stay or not? Shui Guanhe chuckled nervously, stammering, Aya. He hesitated, unable to voice his thoughts. Jianwei remained patient, but Jiyu, eager to return to her training, had no time to waste. Are you staying or not? I am, he blurted out. He could figure things out after settling in. Jiyu pointed to the price list. What kind of room do you want? How many? Shui Guanhe finally noticed the price list and his eyes widened in shock. This is way too expensive. Although he was a wealthy young master, he wasn't completely out of touch with reality. He had some exposure to his family's businesses and knew the usual rates for inns. This must be a scam. They were martial artists, and he was just an ordinary person. There was no way he could fight them off. He might even end up as filling for human meat buns. That's how it always went in those martial arts novels. Shui Guanhe took a step back. Ague, his servant, was equally frightened. The two of them shared the same train of thought. Young master, the master told us not to wander for too long. If we don't return soon, he'll send people to look for us. The guards are all skilled martial artists, and we always get caught. Shui Guanhe snapped out of his daze, subtly praising his servant's quick thinking. You're right. We should head back before father decides to punish us. Jiyu. Jianwei watched their little performance with an amused smile, saying nothing. My apologies for disturbing you. We'll be on our way, Shui Guanhe said, forcing himself to remain calm. He turned to his servant. Ague, bring the horses. We're going home. Right away. Ague took a tentative step forward. No one stopped him. He took another step, and still, no one called out to him. Feeling more confident, the two of them hurried out of the main hall, rushed to the stable, grabbed their horses, and galloped away. Xiaoke remarked, the little lamb has run away. Your intuition was off this time. Jianwei replied confidently, he'll be back. Shui Guanhe raced back to Moonview City and went straight to his father's study. Father. Master Shui looked up from his book, surprised. You're back so soon? Thankfully, Ague and I escaped in time, or we would have been turned into human meat buns by that scam-in. Shui Guanhe said, still shaken. Master Shui jumped to his feet, demanding an explanation. Shui Guanhe recounted the story in vivid detail, painting himself as a brave and clever young man who narrowly escaped danger. Master Shui stroked his beard, deep in thought. If it really were a scam-in, and they had martial artists guarding it, how could you and Ague have escaped so easily? The prices were outrageous. It has to be a scam. Master Shui countered, our family's restaurant has a signature dish that costs 10 taels of silver. Does that make us a scam too? That's different. That dish uses expensive ingredients, and the cost is justified. Charging 10 taels is actually quite reasonable. Shui Guanhe argued. Master Shui lowered his voice. Think about it. Hiring martial artists as staff and shopkeepers, isn't this unique in our area? Training a martial artist costs far more than making that signature dish. Now imagine being served by martial artists. How would that feel? Shui Guanhe blinked, then blinked again. It would feel absolutely amazing. Having those revered and powerful martial artists serving him, a mere commoner, even if it cost a bit more, so what? Shui Guanhe suddenly felt like a complete fool. Should I go back and check it out? Master Shui stopped him. Wait a moment. I'll send someone to the county office to inquire. If it were a scam and run by martial artists, they likely wouldn't have registered with the authorities. A short while later, the servant returned with news. Master, the county registry does list an 8 directions inn. The owner is a woman named Lu. Both father and son breathed a sigh of relief. It probably wasn't a scam after all. Shui Guanhe, however, felt a pang of regret. I said I was staying, then changed my mind. What if shopkeeper Lu thinks I was just messing with her? Martial artists were not to be trifled with. Master Shui furrowed his brows and said, you really did not handle this matter properly. Here's what we'll do, prepare some lavish gifts immediately, and I'll have a few guards escort you to the inn to apologize. Shui Guanhe replied with a bitter smile, but it's already late. By the time I return, the city gates will be closed. Then go tomorrow morning, Master Shui said after some thought, still reluctant to let his son take the risk. On second thought, don't go tomorrow. I'll go myself. If there was any danger, he would face it first. No, I must take responsibility for my own actions. Shui Guanhe insisted firmly. I'll go myself, father. The family business can't do without you. Master Shui sighed. Very well. I'll have someone gather more information about the inn. Shopkeeper Zhou knows someone from Linwei village, right? That person has dealt with the inn before. Let's invite him over and ask. Niu Chang was about to leave the city and return to his village when he was intercepted at the city gates by shopkeeper Zhou, who dragged him hastily to the Shui residence. As a small-time villager, Niu Chang was overwhelmed with nervousness upon meeting Master Shui and could barely speak coherently. Don't be nervous, Master Shui said with a warm and friendly smile. I just want to ask about the 8 Directions Inn. I heard you help the villagers transport goods to the inn, is that right? Seeing his kind demeanor, Niu Chang relaxed a little and replied, the inn buys food supplies from the villagers, and I'm responsible for delivering them. I earn a little money from the errand. I see. What's the inn's purchase price? Niu Chang answered, the same as in the city, and it saves the villagers the city entry fees. Not bad, Master Shui nodded with a smile. He was now fairly certain that the 8 Directions Inn was not some murderous den of thieves. He rewarded Niu Chang with some copper coins and called for the steward, instructing him to select some valuable gifts from the storeroom. They would prepare them tonight and deliver them to the inn the next day to apologize. The night was cool as water. Ziyu sat cross-legged on the bed, her face filled with worry as she asked Uncle Zhang, are the room rates at the inn set too high? Today, 2 guests were scared off, thinking we're some kind of shady establishment. Uncle Zhang remained unperturbed. The innkeeper has her reasons. Perhaps tomorrow, we'll receive some lavish gifts. Having lived a long life, he understood the common folks' awe and fear of martial artists. They dared not offend them, fearing they might be silently killed by a martial artist's blade. Young Master Shui was the son of the wealthiest family in the city. If Master Shui wasn't a fool, he certainly wouldn't pass up this opportunity to interact with martial artists. Apologizing with gifts was just the first step. If they could establish a good relationship with the martial artists through this incident, it would be a great boon for the Shui family. Lavish gifts? Ji was puzzled. Who would send gifts? Uncle Zhang chuckled, I can't say for sure. Either young Master Shui himself or Master Shui would come on his behalf. At dawn the next day, a carriage wobbled out of the southern city gate and headed into the wilderness. After finishing her breakfast, Lu Jianwei instructed Jiyu to bring the newly made rocking chair to the front courtyard. A tea table was placed to the right of the chair, and she leaned back in the chair, leisurely sipping tea. To her left, Uncle Zhang practiced his palm techniques, while to her right, Jiyu studied her sword techniques. After observing for a while, Lu Jianwei suddenly remarked, Ayu, your sword movements are too scattered. Jiyu understood immediately and turned around with a look of pleasant surprise. Please, Sister Innkeeper, enlighten me. Lu Jianwei rested her chin on her hand, her smiling eyes filled with the gentle light of the morning. Her voice was soft, carrying the delicate lilt of the southern regions. For the first move, lower the tip of your sword by 3 more degrees when striking. For the second move, extend your upper arm perpendicular to your shoulder. For the third move, when thrusting at your opponent, your left leg should. Outside the courtyard gate, the Shui father and son had already stepped down from their carriage. They gazed up at the plaque of the 8 Directions Inn, their faces filled with excitement. They really were martial artists. The Shui father and son entered the front courtyard. The two stood before Lu Jianwei, bowing nervously. Shui Pingshan personally presented a wooden box, his demeanor earnest and sincere. My surname is Shui Pingshan, the owner of Welai Restaurant in Moonview City. Yesterday, my son recklessly barged into your esteemed establishment and spoke out of turn. He is young and ignorant, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness for his rudeness. This is a small token of my sincerity, please accept it. After speaking, he shot a stern glance at Shui Guanhe. Shui Guanhe bowed deeply, his voice tense and dry. Yesterday, I offended you, Manager Liu. You are magnanimous, and I beg for your forgiveness. Even though the Shui family was the wealthiest in Moonview City, in the presence of a skilled martial artist, they had no choice but to humble themselves. Martial artists in the jianghu were unrestrained and often disregarded human life, instilling fear in ordinary people. Now, all this deference was directed toward Lu Jianwei. She remained silent, instead extending her right hand. Jiyu, ever perceptive, quickly brought over a teacup and presented it respectfully. The expressions of the father and son shifted slightly, but they dared not say a word. Shui Pingshan managed to conceal his emotions, but Shui Guanhe's lips were nearly bitten through. Xiaoko, scan the box and see what's inside, Lu Jianwei instructed. The system replied, a few banknotes and several pearls. Though it seemed modest, even a single pearl could fetch a high price. What a pity. Gifts from others don't count as in revenue and can't be added to the inn's account. I'll just have to accept it graciously. The system ignored her. Lu Jianwei took a sip of tea, set the cup down, and looked at the Shui father and son. It's a trivial matter, don't dwell on it. However, young people should be mindful of their conduct when venturing out. Not everyone has my patience. Of course, of course. Manager Lu, your magnanimity is truly admirable. Shui is deeply grateful, Shui Pingshan said, secretly relieved. He then added, I am but a humble man, running a restaurant in the city. Our patrons favor our signature dish, drunken immortal offering jade. As an apology for my son's behavior, I would like to personally host a banquet in your honor. Would Manager Lu be willing to grace us with your presence? Lu Jianwei smiled. I prefer not to venture out. She was curious about the drunken immortal offering jade, but her cultivation was only at the 3rd level, and the jianghu was fraught with danger. It was safer to stay in the inn and maintain her mystique. Omicron BS. Whether in dramas or novels, whenever the protagonist ventured out, trouble inevitably followed. She didn't know if she was the protagonist, but being bound to the system meant her path was anything but ordinary. She dreaded trouble. Hearing this, Shui Pingshan immediately offered, if you don't mind, may I borrow your esteemed establishment to personally prepare a meal as an apology? The Shui family's success in Moonview City and other northern towns with their Jianwei restaurant was due to their secret recipes. Shui Pingshan himself was quite skilled in the culinary arts, though he hadn't cooked in a long time since becoming the owner. Lu Jianwei appreciated his adaptability and allowed a faint smile to appear. Since you've offered so sincerely, it would be a shame not to taste your cooking. Haha, thank you, Manager Lu, for giving me this opportunity, Shui Pingshan said, clasping his hands in gratitude. I'll have my servants fetch the ingredients from the city. Please bear with the wait. No problem, Lu Jianwei replied. The weather is lovely today. Why don't you and your son join me for some tea? Jiyu, bring 2 chairs. Jiyu acknowledged the order. Shui Pingshan subtly signaled to Shui Guanhe, who quickly understood and said, I'll help with the chairs. Jiyu added, let's go together. Once the chairs were brought out, the Shui father and son sat to the side, watching Uncle Zhang and Jiyu practice martial arts. Jiyu's swordplay was still rough and unpolished, while Uncle Zhang's palm techniques were fluid and powerful, exuding a mesmerizing rhythm that captivated Shui Guanhe. Shui Guanhe had always preferred swords and sabers, but after watching Jiyu, he realized that swordplay wasn't as elegant as he had imagined. Instead, palm techniques seemed more profound and formidable. He couldn't take his eyes off Uncle Zhang. Shui Pingshan sighed inwardly. His son had always wanted to learn martial arts, but no master was willing to take him on, no matter how much money they offered. To ensure his son wouldn't be bullied in the future and to secure the Shui family's protection, he was determined to plead with Manager Lu today, even at the cost of his pride. Before long, the servants arrived with the ingredients, and Shui Pingshan headed to the kitchen, with Shui Guanhe assisting him. The aroma of the dishes wafted out before they were even served, making everyone's mouths water. Lu Jianwei had been in this world for nearly 2 months. Though she could cook, she found it bothersome and mostly ate noodles, which had long since grown tiresome. The tantalizing smell of the food immediately awakened her appetite. Even Jiyu couldn't focus on her sword practice anymore. No wonder the Shui family was the wealthiest in Moonview City. With culinary skills like this, they could attract countless gourmands. Their Jianwei restaurant wasn't limited to Moonview City. They had branches in other northern towns, earning a fortune daily. Soon, the Shui father and son brought the dishes to the table. Manager Lu, I hope this humble offering is to your liking, Shui Pingshan said modestly. Please try it and see if it suits your taste. He picked up serving chopsticks, intending to personally serve Lu Jianwei. Lu Jianwei quickly stopped him. No need, I'll serve myself. Her act of superiority was just to intimidate them, not to actually make them serve her hand and foot. Please sit, she said. She took the seat of honor, with Uncle Zhang and Jiyu to her left, while the Shui father and son sat at the lower end of the table, showing no signs of reluctance. Lu Jianwei. Once again, she was reminded of how ordinary people tread carefully around martial artists. Manager Liu, this is our restaurant's signature dish, Shui Pingshan said, pointing to the centerpiece of the table. He explained in a low voice, the main ingredient is a specially raised pigeon, complemented by several mild and nourishing herbs. Inside the pigeon's cavity is cabbage, which is sweet and refreshing, balancing the richness. Lu Jianwei asked curiously, what's the meaning behind drunken immortal? People dream of ascending to the heavens and becoming immortals. Birds are the closest to the divine, and pigeons, as messengers, might one day carry our prayers to the gods. That's why I used immortal in the name. Lu Jianwei picked up a piece of pigeon leg with her chopsticks and brought it to her nose. Sure enough, there was a faint aroma of wine, like a sweet fruit liquor, intoxicating and alluring. So this is the drunken part, she said, placing the meat in her mouth. She couldn't help but praise, this truly lives up to its reputation as a signature dish. The flavor is exceptional. Shui Pingshan beamed. Such a small detail couldn't escape your keen eye, Manager Liu. I'm glad you enjoy it. Lu Jianwei. This was getting a bit too much. If he kept flattering her, she might start to believe her own hype. It's an honor to taste your culinary skills, Manager Shui, she said leisurely. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to visit the inn. Shui Pingshan's heart raced. All his apologies and efforts in the kitchen had been for this very moment. To be honest, Manager Liu, I do have a favor to ask, he said, pouring her a cup of wine. It was a rare vintage, something he usually kept hidden away. Lu Jianwei didn't drink, but she didn't stop him either. Go on, she said. Shui Pingshan glanced at his son, who was visibly excited, and said, my son has wanted to practice martial arts since he was young. However, our Shui family has no connections, so he has never had the opportunity to learn genuine martial skills. I don't expect him to bring glory to our family through martial arts. I just hope he can protect himself in the future. How old is young Master Shui? Shui Guanhe answered honestly, 16. At that age, learning martial arts won't be easy. His bones are nearly fully formed, and starting from scratch would require immense effort, with no guarantee of success. Shui Guanhe's face flushed red. I don't expect to master some legendary skill. I just want to be like those wandering heroes, leaping over rooftops and upholding justice. Most importantly, he didn't want to be easily killed. But in front of Lu Jianwei and the others, he didn't dare to voice his thoughts about martial artists killing innocents. Lu Jianwei asked, which sect or martial arts family do you want to join? Shui Guanhe glanced at Uncle Zhang and stammered, see, can I become this senior's disciple? Uncle Zhang? Why not the innkeeper but me? He shook his head and said, I don't take disciples. After saying this, he observed Lu Jianwei's expression. Seeing that she wasn't displeased, he felt relieved. Shui Guanhe was rejected again, and his heart filled with despair. Innkeeper Liu, Shui Pingshan quickly interjected, if my son can become a disciple and learn martial arts, we will certainly not skimp on the tuition. As long as you don't find it beneath you, I, Shui Pingshan, will be at your service whenever you need. Lu Jianwei pretended to ponder, and the Shui father and son didn't dare to disturb her. In her mind, she asked the system, Little Ku, can you check Xiao Shui's martial aptitude? It will cost you. Why are you, a system, so obsessed with money? The system needs energy to maintain operations. Really? Take it or leave it. How much does it cost? That depends on the package you choose. Lu Jianwei sensed that the system's stinginess had leveled up. Could it be that it was jealous of all the gifts she had received and was trying to squeeze every penny out of her? Given that the system was still useful, she was willing to compromise a little. What packages are there? Testing aptitude only, 100 copper coins. Testing aptitude plus recommending a cultivation method, 1,000 copper coins. Testing aptitude, recommending a cultivation method, and recommending martial techniques, 5,000 copper coins. Lu Jianwei, did you build your business on being a scammer? System, takes one to know one. Lu Jianwei thought for a moment and said, test his aptitude and recommend a cultivation method. System, aptitude, 75%, above average. Recommended cultivation method, floating return scripture. 1,000 copper coins have been deducted from your personal account. Lu Jianwei's heart bled, but considering how much the Shui family had given her, she let it go. She looked up and casually asked, your family is wealthy. If you truly offered a large sum of money to pursue martial arts, surely someone would agree. Shui Guanhe hung his head in shame, his fists clenched tightly under the table. To be honest, Guanhe has indeed attempted to become a disciple before, Shui Pingshan sighed. We didn't spare any expense, but he didn't learn even a single move. The masters who taught him all said he was a blockhead with no talent for martial arts. Fearing that Lu Jianwei might look down on them, he added, "We only hope he can learn a move or two. Even the dullest person can't possibly learn nothing, right? Even if he truly couldn't learn, having a master-disciple relationship would still be valuable. If his son ever encountered trouble in the future, he wouldn't be without support." Lu Jianwei chuckled. "Aren't you afraid I'll just take your money and not teach him anything? Innkeeper Lu, you are upright and honest. If you can do it, you can. If you can't, you can't. The fact that you've opened this in here is a blessing for the people of Linwei Village and Moonview City alike." Shui Pingshan didn't hold back on the flattery. Lu Jianwei pondered for a moment and suddenly asked Shui Guanhe, "Can you cook?" "Yes, I can." Lu Jianwei nodded. "I don't take disciples. However." The Shui father and son widened their eyes, their breaths quickening. "If young Master Shui doesn't mind, he can stay at the inn. I will teach him martial arts. How much he learns will depend on his own efforts." Shui Guanhe's face turned bright red with excitement. He shot up from his seat, the stool scraping against the floor with a grating sound. He hurried over to Lu Jianwei and knelt down with a loud thud, performing a deep bow. Tears welled up in his eyes as he solemnly said, "Master." Lu Jianwei sighed softly. "I said I don't take disciples." In this world, the bond between master and disciple was sacred and carried heavy responsibilities. Lu Jianwei didn't want to become a surrogate parent and take on the burden of someone else's life. Shui Guanhe pursed his lips and said, "Master, I will honor and serve you in the future. If you don't like me calling you master, I won't say it aloud. But in my heart, you will always be my master." Lu Jianwei. "Fine, let him have his way. Get up first." Once Shui Guanhe returned to his seat, she continued, "What kind of martial technique do you like? Swordplay, saber techniques, and so on. You can choose one. Of course, if you learn quickly, you can choose several." Her words left the four of them speechless. Lu Jianwei raised an eyebrow. "Is there a problem?" Jiu was the first to break the silence. "Sister Innkeeper, can we really choose freely? Do you have every kind of martial technique?" Lu Jianwei. "Why wouldn't I?" The four of them. Even the major sects in the martial world couldn't casually produce such a wide variety of martial techniques. What kind of place was the 8 directions in? The Shui father and son felt even more like they had struck gold. This master-disciple relationship was too good to be true. Shui Guanhe was so excited he felt dizzy and uttered the most reckless words of his life. "Innkeeper, I don't know which one suits me. Can I try them all?" Uncle Zhang. Juyu. Was this a marketplace? Did he think he was picking vegetables? Even if there were many martial techniques, they couldn't be wasted like this. Surely, Innkeeper Lu wouldn't agree. But then they heard Lu Jianwei say, "Of course. However, at the moment, I only have sword play, saber techniques, and palm techniques. Other martial techniques will take some time to acquire." Shui Pingshan immediately said, "If there's anything you need, just let me know. I, Shui Pingshan, will do my best to fulfill your requests." "Collecting different martial techniques can be a bit troublesome," she hinted. Shui Pingshan understood. "Guanhe is fortunate to stay at the inn and learn from you. Tomorrow, I will bring the tuition. Please don't refuse, Innkeeper Lu." Lu Jianwei smiled. "You're too kind, Boss Shui." With that, the atmosphere became warm and cheerful. After the meal, Shui Pingshan left by carriage, leaving Shui Guanhe behind. The young man was quick-witted and rushed to clean up the dishes. Xiao Shui. Lu Jianwei went up to the 3rd floor and soon returned with 2 books. She called him over and said, "One is a cultivation method suited to your aptitude. You must study it diligently. The other is a palm technique. Try practicing it first. If you have any questions, you can ask Uncle Zhang. He's an expert in palm techniques." Uncle Zhang couldn't help but feel curious upon hearing this. How would it compare to his gale palm? "Thank you, Innkeeper." Shui Guanhe beamed with joy. He clutched the books and was about to return to his room to study them when he suddenly turned back and asked, "Innkeeper, where should I stay?" Lu Jianwei was already heading upstairs and didn't look back. "The staff room on the 1st floor. Juyu, arrange it for him." She needed to hurry upstairs and check out the generous gifts the Shui family had brought. Inside the wooden box were 3 banknotes, each worth 1,000 taels, totaling 3,000 taels. There were also 8 pearls, each of superior quality. Based on market prices, each pearl was worth at least 300 taels. Adding the balance in her personal account, Jianwei now had over 5,800 taels of silver. She opened the system's marketplace. The combined cost of Unheated Years, Sparse Star Sword Technique, and Frost Coiling Blade Technique was 4,000 taels, while Spring and Autumn Medical Classic alone cost 5,000 taels. After some thought, she decided to purchase the first 3 books. In this dangerous world, having formidable combat skills was essential for survival. After clicking buy, her account balance dropped to just over 1,800 taels. She browsed the weapons section, and her gaze suddenly fixed on one item. Little Ko, wasn't the first item in the weapons section something else before? The system replied, after you selected Sparse Star Sword Technique and Frost Coiling Blade Technique, the marketplace automatically recommended the most suitable weapons for you. Only compatible weapons can unleash their full potential. Jianwei. This feels like they're trying to bleed me dry. So, you don't care whether others give gifts or how much money the inn has. In the end, all the money I earn will just be spent in the marketplace. The system responded, but you gain knowledge, and knowledge is priceless. Jianwei retorted, but the tools that carry that knowledge are way too expensive. In the weapons section, the first item was the Sparse Star Sword, priced at 1,500 taels, the same as the sword technique. The second item was the Frost Coiling Blade, priced similarly. Jianwei couldn't help but suspect, Little Ko, are you recommending these to me because they're unsold items, repackaged as hidden gems that no one can master, just to scam me? With Hildas. We're in this together. I wouldn't do anything to harm the inn, Little Ko explained earnestly. Fine, but if you sold them cheaper, wouldn't my strength improve faster? That would encourage a culture of entitlement and greed. As they say, the greedy snake tries to swallow an elephant. Jianwei. Whatever, let's just get this over with. She gritted her teeth and bought the Sparse Star Sword. With only 300 taels left in her account, she switched to the daily necessities section and bought a few sets of clothes. It had to be said, the clothes in the marketplace were not only stylish, but also of excellent quality, with each set costing only a few hundred coins. In addition to a beautiful fairy-like dress, she also picked out a few practical outfits suitable for traveling the martial world, storing them in her personal backpack for future use. She also bought several sets of hair accessories, rouge, earrings, perfumed powder, and bathing supplies. After all, who wouldn't want to look and smell their best? These items only cost a few taels in total. The thrill of shopping was simply exhilarating. After finishing with the daily necessities, she clicked on the medicine section, which displayed a wide array of medicinal powders, pills, and the like, capable of treating external and internal injuries, as well as defensive and offensive poisons. Medicine wasn't cheap, so Jianwei carefully selected treatments for external injuries and internal ailments, along with a few bottles of poison powders with varying effects, all stored in her personal backpack. The medicine alone cost her over 100 taels. She decided to save the remaining 200 taels for emergencies. With her shopping desires satisfied, Jianwei calmed her mind and took out Unheated Years from her backpack to begin studying. Little Ko, why does this manual only have 7 moves? Most other martial techniques usually have 9. The system replied, 7 moves are more than enough. Don't tell me the other 2 manuals also only have 7 moves? That's correct. Jianwei didn't argue and focused on comprehending the first move. The first level of Unheated Years was called the Passage of Time. If she hadn't previously studied light-footed techniques, she wouldn't have realized how vast the differences between them could be. She had already mastered the 4th move of Traces of the Wild Goose, but the power of the first move of Unheated Years was comparable to the 3rd move of the former. This truly lived up to its reputation as a system-recommended masterpiece. Compared to Traces of the Wild Goose, Unheated Years was far more intricate and profound. Jianwei even had a faint premonition that if she could fully master this technique, she would become unrivaled in the martial world when it came to escape skills. In the staff quarters on the first floor. Jiu helped Shui Guanhe tidy up his room and explained the inn's rules before turning to leave. Wait, Shui Guanhe called out. What exactly does "no fighting allowed" mean? Jiu replied, it means exactly that. Once anyone steps into the inn, fighting or brawling is strictly prohibited. Shui Guanhe asked curiously, why is that? I'm not sure, Jiu shook his head. But I think it might be because the landlady doesn't like violence. Look at how beautifully she dresses, she probably doesn't want anything bloody or messy to ruin her skirts. That makes sense, Shui Guanhe said happily. At least within the inn, my safety is guaranteed. After Jiu left, Shui Guanhe eagerly opened the Floating Heart Sutra. This was an internal martial arts manual. He had spent a fortune and begged so many people before, but never managed to obtain one. Yet the landlady had been so generous. Shui Guanhe's eyes reddened, his heart filled with gratitude. He gently caressed the pages and began to comprehend the first level of the manual. I expected to encounter obstacles, but surprisingly, things went quite smoothly. It seemed that the innkeeper, recognizing his potential, had deliberately chosen a cultivation technique suited to his constitution. From now on, I must show proper respect and gratitude to the innkeeper. Early the next morning, Shui Pingshan returned to the inn, bringing with him gifts for the master and the tuition fee. The gifts included 8 treasures: porcelain, pearls, jade, silk, and other items, each of considerable value. The tuition fee alone amounted to 3,000 taels of silver. This 3,000 taels covers a year's tuition. If more is needed, please feel free to notify me in the city, Shui Pingshan said with a respectful bow. I entrust my son to your care, Innkeeper Lu. Lu Jianwei accepted the gifts. You're too kind, Master Shui. Innkeeper Lu, may I have a private word with my son? Of course. The father and son stepped outside the inn. Father, what did you want to say? Shui Pingshan studied his son for a long moment. Though only a night had passed, his son's demeanor had changed dramatically. Guanhe, has Innkeeper Lu mentioned when she will start teaching you martial arts? Shui Guanhe's face lit up with excitement. She already taught me yesterday. She gave me a cultivation manual and a set of palm techniques to practice. Really? Shui Pingshan could hardly believe it. She really gave you a cultivation manual? It was well known that cultivation techniques were the foundation of martial arts. Without a proper technique, one could never develop internal energy, rendering even the most exquisite martial skills useless. Yes, Shui Guanhe leaned in closer. Father, I practiced all night and feel like I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. It won't be long before I develop my internal energy. So quickly. I think Innkeeper Lu specifically chose a manual that suits my constitution, which is why I'm progressing so fast. Shui Pingshan was overjoyed. Guanhe, our Shui family has truly struck gold this time. Innkeeper Lu is the most generous and kind-hearted martial artist I've ever met. You must devote yourself wholeheartedly to her teachings. Don't worry, Father, I will. After a few more words of conversation, Shui Pingshan left, thoroughly satisfied. In the days that followed, the inn returned to its usual tranquility. With one more person around, the division of labor among the staff became more defined. Uncle Zheng was responsible for purchasing supplies and handling miscellaneous tasks. Jiu took care of cleaning the inn, and Shui Guanhe took on the responsibility of preparing 3 meals a day. Brother Shui, what's for breakfast today? Jiu asked as she poured a bucket of water into the storage jar. Shui Guanhe replied cheerfully, pork congee, scallion pancakes, and some pickled vegetables. How does that sound? Sounds great. Jiu had tried the scallion pancakes a few days ago and had been craving them ever since. Noticing Shui Guanhe's unusual cheerfulness, she couldn't help but ask, did you manage to develop your internal energy last night? At the mention of this, Shui Guanhe's face lit up with joy. He nodded with a proud smile. Yes, I've mastered the first level of the cultivation technique and officially become a martial disciple. If I keep practicing, I'll become a great hero someday. How's the palm technique coming along? Shui Guanhe chuckled awkwardly. Still working on it. I feel like palm techniques might not be my strong suit. Jiu. Sometimes she couldn't help but envy Brother Shui for having so many options. If palm techniques didn't suit him, he could always switch to another martial skill. In a room on the 3rd floor, Lu Jianwei sat in front of a mirror, fixing her hair while bargaining with the system. Xiaoke, can you lower the price of the medicinal ingredients? The system replied no. Lu Jianwei sighed. At this rate, I'll be broke again soon. The gifts and tuition fee from the Shui family, when converted into her personal wealth, amounted to about 10,000 taels of silver. Without hesitation, Lu Jianwei spent 5,000 taels on the Spring and Autumn Medical Classic and another 1,500 taels on the Frost Coiling Blade. After these purchases, she had a little over 3,000 taels left, and she thought she would be comfortably wealthy for a long time. Little did she know, the Spring and Autumn Medical Classic was a money pit. Despite its name, the book covered not only medicine but also pharmacology and toxicology. To study medicine, one first had to master the human body's meridians and acupoints, which required purchasing a human anatomy model, complete with exams and grading, for 1,000 taels. She reluctantly accepted this cost. As for pharmacology and toxicology, mastering the thousands of medicinal herbs and poisons required purchasing the complete compendium of medicinal herbs and the complete compendium of poisons, which cost another 1,000 taels combined. The Spring and Autumn Medical Classic was an extremely advanced medical text. It only recorded treatments for symptoms and taught how to prepare medicines and poisons without a single wasted word. Whether the learner could understand it or recognize the herbs and poisons was not its concern. It was like buying a calculus textbook without knowing what 1 + 1 equals. What a scam. 2,000 taels gone, just like that. After falling into this trap, Lu Jianwei, foreseeing her future financial woes, quickly checked the prices of medicinal ingredients in the system. Unsurprisingly, they were exorbitant. To make matters worse, the system claimed that the quality of ingredients outside the system was inferior. For the same amount of money, one could only obtain lower quality ingredients compared to the system's offerings. Lu Jianwei sighed inwardly. Fortunately, Shui Guanhe's cooking skills lifted her spirits. After breakfast, Shui Guanhe excitedly ran up to her. "Boss, I successfully cultivated internal energy last night." Lu Jianwei had noticed it the moment she saw him. She smiled and nodded. "Well done, keep it up. How's your palm technique coming along?" Shui Guanhe lowered his head in frustration. "I still can't grasp it properly. You can consult Uncle Zhang for guidance." "But..." Shui Guanhe hesitated. "Isn't this martial skill too precious to just let anyone see?" He had initially thought that Uncle Zhang, Jiu, and the boss were all part of the same sect. However, after spending some time with them, he realized that wasn't the case. Uncle Zhang and Jiu had ended up working at the inn because they had nowhere else to go. The boss had been teaching them martial skills simply out of kindness and generosity. Deep down, Shui Guanhe felt that as the boss's disciple, he naturally stood on the same side and had a duty to protect the sect's martial techniques from being leaked to outsiders. Lu Jianwei didn't expose his thoughts and simply smiled. "It's fine, it's just a palm technique. If you're really worried, you can start by only asking about the first move." "I understand." Shui Guanhe thought this approach was reasonable, especially since he had only learned the first move so far. He copied the first move onto a piece of paper, then took some silver coins and hurried off to find Uncle Zhang. "Senior Uncle Zhang, may I ask for your guidance on this palm technique?" He handed over the paper and a small pouch of silver coins without hesitation. Uncle Zhang didn't say a word, ignoring the silver coins, and quickly took the paper instead. The black ink on white paper depicted a single, seemingly simple move, yet it immediately captivated him. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. He had always been curious about the palm technique Lu Jianwei had shared, and now that he had a glimpse of it, he was so excited he couldn't contain himself. He instantly made up his mind and rushed to Lu Jianwei. "Boss, this palm technique is truly extraordinary. In all my years, I've never seen anything like it. I wonder..." "Wait." Lu Jianwei interrupted him, her gaze shifting to the courtyard gate. "Someone's coming." She had heard the system's alert. There were 5 people approaching, 3 at the 4th level, 1 at the 5th level, and 1 who had even reached the 6th level. The group of 5 walked in 3 separate clusters, clearly keeping their distance from one another. At the forefront was a tall, robust figure with an unkempt appearance, his hair wild and untamed, gripping a tang sword in his hand. 20 paces behind him, 2 people walked side by side, seemingly unarmed. Further back, a man and a woman followed, each holding a long sword. Senior brother Tao Yang, do you think they're all heading to Moonview City? Wei Lu whispered, her voice low. Tao Yang furrowed his brows slightly. I don't know. Do you think they're also here for that matter? Wei Lu asked nervously. Their martial skills are far superior to ours. If it comes to that. What are you two whispering about, young ones? The man at the front suddenly turned around, revealing a face powdered and rouged like a delicate lotus flower. His tone was playful as he said, why not share it with the rest of us for some fun? His features were delicate, his figure slender and graceful, dressed in a vibrant robe embroidered with butterflies, resembling a fluttering flower butterfly. Despite his exquisite makeup, his voice was unmistakably male, high-pitched and affected. Wei Lu felt a pang of discomfort, but quickly masked it with an apologetic smile. She clasped her hands and bowed slightly. We didn't mean to disturb you, Senior. Please forgive us. I asked what you were talking about. The man, LV Hudy, tilted his head and smirked at her. I don't like it when people avoid answering my questions. Tao Yang stepped forward, his tone sincere. Senior, we meant no offense. My junior sister and I were merely discussing how rare it is to see such desolate wilderness. We were simply curious. Oh, so protective are we? LV Hudy giggled, covering his mouth with a silk handkerchief. His eyes flicked between the two of them. Could it be that you two are a pair of runaway lovers? Tao Yang and Wei Lu's faces flushed crimson at his words, each instinctively taking half a step back. Tisk, TSK, TSK. So shy, LV Hudy said, as if he'd stumbled upon something amusing. Well, how about this lady here helps you two along? As he spoke, he raised the silk handkerchief in his hand. Old LV, the black-clad man beside him, Chowhousie called out. Don't waste time. We have business to attend to. Ugh, why do you have to call me old LV? LV Hudy shot him a reproachful glance. Before turning away, his lingering gaze swept over Tao Yang and Wei Lu once more before he followed his companion. Wei Lu and Tao Yang exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts still racing. Once the two were out of earshot, Tao Yang said with concern, I think they must be the notorious LV Hudy and Chowhousie from the martial world. You mean, that LV Hudy who likes to call himself this lady? Wei Lu's eyes widened in shock. Exactly, Tao Yang sighed. They say his temperament is as unpredictable as the weather, and he acts entirely on whim. Let's hope we don't cross paths with them again. Wei Lu nodded and changed the subject. Moonview City is so remote and barren. Not even a tree in sight. I wonder how much farther we have to go. My water pouch is empty. It shouldn't be much longer, Tao Yang said, his eyes lighting up as he pointed ahead. Look, junior sister, isn't that an inn over there? Let's stop by, rest for a bit, and get some water. It really is an inn. Wei Lu's face brightened, but then she hesitated. But it looks like they're heading there too. Tao Yang licked his parched lips. Moonview City is still at least 20 li away. Let's just go in and buy some water. All right. In the middle of the vast wilderness stood a grand inn, so imposing that even LV Hudy and Chowhousie, seasoned travelers of the martial world, were momentarily stunned. A beta. Having roamed the martial world for years, they could sense something peculiar about this inn. Could this be a black market inn? LV Hudy asked. Chowhousie's expression remained cold. What if it is? LV Hudy giggled. Nothing much. It's just that my new robe might get a bit bloody. He's gone inside, Chowhousie said, referring to the lone swordsman. LV Hudy's eyes gleamed. That sword of his is extraordinary. It reminds me of someone. The two exchanged a glance and said in unison, Yan Feizong, the Blade Master. Yan Feizong, a 6th-level martial artist, was renowned for his unparalleled sword skills and hailed as the #1 blade master in the martial world. I heard he's been close with the Golden Blade Trading Company. What's he doing here? LV Hudy wondered aloud. Chowhousie said, let's go in and see. Wait, LV Hudy's expression shifted slightly. After a moment of concentration, a strange smile spread across his face. My little darling is stirring. Chowhousie caught on immediately. You mean, the target is nearby? Huh, LV Hudy waved his handkerchief. To be precise, they're inside the inn. This was getting interesting. Inside the inn, as soon as Lu Jianwei finished speaking, an overwhelming aura approached from afar and stopped just outside the inn's courtyard. It was the 6th-level martial artist. Uncle Zhang felt the oppressive pressure and broke into a cold sweat. Martial artists usually didn't release their aura casually while traveling. When they did, it was a sign of provocation. 6th level. This was a 6th-level expert. He couldn't help but glance at Lu Jianwei, who remained unfazed, showing no signs of being affected by the pressure. This reassured him somewhat. But Lu Jianwei wasn't as calm as she appeared. She had cultivated an unnamed internal technique, which made her cultivation level undetectable to others and immune to such pressure. However, facing a 6th-level martial artist's provocation, she wasn't entirely confident. As for Zuyu and Shui Guanhe, they were already too stunned to speak. Little guest, open the door. Lu Jianwei decided not to avoid the confrontation. And scan how much money he's carrying. The system, using an invisible force, opened the courtyard gate. Only 5 qian of silver. Lu Jianwei. If they were to fight, she wouldn't even bother finding him. What could 5 qian even do? Outside the courtyard, Yan Feizong was momentarily taken aback. The Golden Blade Trading Company's information was correct. There was indeed a martial artist of at least 6th level inside the inn. He hadn't been able to detect even a trace of their aura. Yan Feizong's fighting spirit surged, and he stepped into the inn, declaring loudly, I am Yan Feizong, here to seek a challenge. Yan Feizong! Uncle Zhang exclaimed in shock. Lu Jianwei hadn't heard of the name, but she knew that a 6th-level martial artist was undoubtedly a top-tier expert in the martial world, someone who couldn't be unknown. The man before her was handsome and rugged, holding a tang sword, exuding the aura of a seasoned martial artist. Lu Jianwei stood calmly under the eaves and asked, How do you wish to challenge me? By now, the other 4 had also entered the inn and, hearing their conversation, grew intrigued. Yan Feizong was actively seeking a spar with someone in the inn. It was well known that the #1 blade master was a martial fanatic who loved challenging others. If he won, it ended there, but if he lost, he would keep challenging until he emerged victorious. My, who would have thought such a charming lady could be found in this remote wilderness inn? LV Hudie's powdered face broke into a smile as his gaze lingered on Lu Jianwei. Chow Haozi said, keep your antics in check. If Yan Feizong is seeking a challenge, the opponent must not be someone to trifle with. He's not challenging a delicate beauty, LV Hudie dabbed at the corner of his mouth with his handkerchief. This lady is a 5th-level martial artist. I hardly need to fear a fragile little miss. He couldn't sense any martial energy from Lu Jianwei. Chow Haozi didn't bother responding. Meanwhile, Wei Lu leaned closer to Tao Yang, her eyes sparkling. That lady is so beautiful, no less than the martial world's #1 beauty. Her clothes are stunning, her hair accessories are exquisite, and her makeup is flawless. Sure, Tao Yang raised a finger to his lips. Let's keep our distance. Whether they got water or not no longer mattered. What was important was the upcoming spar. The chance to witness a top-tier martial artist in action was a rare opportunity. Yan Feizong drew his blade from its sheath, the cold light reflecting off its surface, exuding an extraordinary aura. Let's fight. He said it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Lu Jianwei inwardly scoffed, but her tone remained gentle. Is this how you always challenge people to spar? Why not? You think you can just demand a fight whenever you want? Doesn't that make our establishment look weak? Yan Feizong frowned. What do you want? The rules of this establishment prohibit all forms of combat, including sparring. Yan Feizong grew impatient. Hiding behind rules is the behavior of cowards. Lu Jianwei's smile vanished in an instant, and she spoke with deliberate clarity. Who do you think you are? Do you think the entire martial world revolves around you? Are we all your parents? This kind of person really needed to be put in their place. The onlookers were speechless. Ji was stunned. He had always thought of the shopkeeper as an incredibly gentle and kind person. He never expected her to deliver such sharp words. Shui Guanhe didn't overthink it. Seeing his master scold Yan Feizong, he joined in. Exactly. You come barging into our shop, demanding a fight. How are we supposed to run our business? You're so rude. Uncle Zhang opened his mouth, but then closed it again. Never mind, the expert in the inn wouldn't just stand by and watch. Yan Feizong was silent. In all his years wandering the martial world, no one had ever spoken to him like this. There was an unspoken rule in the martial world. If someone challenged you to a spar, you were expected to accept, or else you'd be labeled a coward. In all his years of challenging others, no one had ever refused. He was genuinely perplexed. Why won't you spar with me? Shouldn't martial artists grow through combat? Lu Jianwei stood with her hands behind her back. You're not worth my time. The onlookers were speechless once more. I never spar with women, Yan Feizeng said, frowning. I wasn't challenging you. Lu Jianwei was at a loss for words. So he was also a sexist. Her words grew even sharper. This establishment is for business, not brawling. Besides, your swordsmanship is so mediocre that I wouldn't bother sparring with you. She was making it crystal clear, you're not worthy. LV Hudy couldn't help but gasp, then covered her mouth and laughed. Oh my, I've never seen such a bold young lady before. Wei Lu couldn't help but worry. If she keeps talking like this, what if she offends Yan Feizeng? Just moments ago, outside the courtyard, she had been thrilled to hear Yan Feizeng's name. But now, seeing him pressure a seemingly delicate young woman, she felt a subtle sense of displeasure. He was just taking advantage of his status as a martial arts elder, knowing others wouldn't dare offend him. Mediocre. Yan Feizeng had never been insulted like this before. He angrily retorted, "You're just a young girl with no martial foundation. How dare you spout such nonsense?" His swordsmanship was his greatest pride, and he couldn't stand anyone belittling it. Lu Jianwei showed no fear. You're too arrogant. Your arrogance is the reason your swordsmanship has stagnated. How many years has it been since you made any progress? No matter how many people you challenge, it won't help. She delivered a brutal truth. You've hit your limit. Yan Feizeng suddenly raised his blade. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to break through your bottleneck? Lu Jianwei's words stopped him cold. What did you say? I know you don't believe me. How about we make a bet? What kind of bet? Lu Jianwei's smile returned, her tone softening once more. Demonstrate all your sword techniques in front of me. Let's bet on whether I, a young girl with no martial foundation, can find your flaws. Yan Feizeng fell silent. The shopkeeper doesn't like violence, Shui Guanhe interjected, sensing the tension. She can't break the rules of the establishment for you. This is already a big concession. Are you afraid? Afraid? I, Yan Feizeng, have never been afraid of anyone. Yan Feizeng's brows furrowed, and he raised his blade with pride. Lu Jianwei smiled. Master Yan, please proceed. Yan Feizeng stood in the courtyard, assuming a starting stance. The others quickly stepped back, fearing they might be caught in the aftermath of his blade's power. Lu Jianwei instructed Shui Guanhe to bring over a rocking chair and sat down leisurely under the corridor, sipping tea. If your blade's wine damages any item in this inn, I will announce your flaws to the entire martial world. Yan Feizeng. There were outsiders in the inn. Even if she didn't announce it, others would spread the word. Moreover, he didn't believe his swordsmanship had any flaws, and even if it did, she wouldn't be able to spot them. You're thinking that no one here can see through your flaws, so it doesn't matter if you damage anything. After all, no one can defeat you, and if someone could, it would be even better fulfilling your daydream of a good sparring match, right? Yan Feizeng. He felt as though his dignity had been trampled underfoot and ground into the dirt. So what if I am? Lu Jianwei chuckled lightly. So, Hero Yan, when you spar, you don't care about others' lives or deaths. Truly, you're someone who kills indiscriminately. I never kill indiscriminately. Yan Feizeng took a deep breath. Don't worry, I won't damage any of your inn's property. He suppressed his cultivation level. This is the first dance of Raging Waves, the sudden storm. A sharp blade light flashed toward everyone's eyes, like a sudden, violent storm, its power awe-inspiring. Lu Jianwei narrowed her eyes. This Raging Waves blade technique was indeed impressive, but if a hidden weapon were to strike your Tianzong acupoint, this stance would fail. As soon as she finished speaking, a thin silver light pierced through the air, aiming for Yan Feizeng's back. His ears twitched and he sidestepped, deflecting the needle with his blade. He turned and glared angrily to the side. What are you doing? Chow Haozi, sorry, I'm skilled with hidden weapons. Hearing this lady's words, my hand slipped. Yan Feizeng ignored him and turned back to Lu Jianwei. I can block it. If someone were fighting you head-on, could you still dodge and deflect a hidden weapon? Yan Feizeng fell silent. Seeing his expression, Lu Jianwei already understood. It was a miracle this man had never been ambushed or surrounded before. Or perhaps he had a powerful background and connections, so no one dared to provoke him. He really needed to be taught a lesson. Shall we continue? Yan Feitzang, unwilling to admit defeat, launched into the second stance. Just because it's hidden doesn't mean it's invisible. Would any friend like to test his Xianzhu acupoint? Lu Jianwei teased casually. LV Hudy giggled, and her handkerchief transformed into a thin thread, striking toward Yan Feitzang. A sense of danger surged in Yan Feitzang's heart, and he fumbled to evade the attack. "You're quite the clever one, Miss," LV Hudy said, retracting her handkerchief and winking at Lu Jianwei. Lu Jianwei raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. "Do you also want your flaws exposed?" LV Hudy. Wei Lu, who had been watching the show, covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Tao Yang sighed and stepped forward to shield her with his body. Whether LV Hudy wanted to continue or not, Yan Feitzang had no intention of going on. Having two of his flaws pointed out so easily, continuing would only bring him further humiliation. After a moment of thought, he sheathed his blade with a flourish and clasped his hands in a respectful bow. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. May I ask your esteemed name?" He could bend and stretch when needed. Lu Jianwei flashed a professional smile. "My surname is Lu. I'm the proprietor of this inn, a nobody not worth mentioning. Guests, are you here for a meal or lodging?" Yan Feitzang had originally come for a sparring match, but now he had forgotten about that. All he wanted was guidance. "I'll stay the night." LV Hudy and Xiao Haozi exchanged glances. "We'll stay too." As for Tao Yang and Wei Lu, they had originally planned to quench their thirst and then head to Moonview City, but Wei Lu didn't dare say much, only tugging at Tao Yang's sleeve. Understanding her, Tao Yang spoke up. "We'll stay as well, Proprietor Lu. Could you provide some tea?" "Guanhe, take care of the guests," Lu Jianwei said, turning to Uncle Zhang and Zhu Yu. "You too, come with me." Shui Guanhe acknowledged the order and headed to the counter. "Here's the price list. Pay for one night up front, plus a deposit. Which type of room would you like?" The guests were stunned when they saw the prices. "This is too expensive." Tao Yang voiced what everyone was thinking. Shui Guanhe smiled. "You don't have to stay. No pressure." The group looked troubled, especially Yan Feitzang. He didn't like carrying too much money when traveling, relying on banks in each town. Now he only had 5 taels of silver left in his pocket, enough for one night in the cheapest room. Wait, staying required paying up front plus a deposit. He couldn't afford it. "Can I owe you?" he asked. Shui Guanhe, no. Yan Feitzang had no choice but to pull out 200 coins. "I'll take the shared dormitory." "Got it." LV Hudy and Xiao Haozi also winced at the cost. They decided to share a cheaper room, paying 500 coins up front and another 500 as a deposit. 1 tael of silver left their purses just like that. Tao Yang and Wei Lu, being of different genders, each took a room, handing over 2 taels in total. The second floor had 8 rooms in total. LV Hudy and Xiao Haozi chose the easternmost room, while Tao Yang and Wei Lu took the 2 westernmost rooms, far apart from each other. After settling in, both groups began whispering among themselves. "Senior brother, the person standing next to Proprietor Lu earlier, isn't that the person we're looking for? Earlier clues pointed to Moonview City, so it's very likely. But he's disguised as a woman, so I didn't recognize him at first. What should we do? Proprietor Lu is clearly not ordinary. Trying to take them by force is impossible, especially since we're only at the 4th level, and Uncle Zhang is at the peak of the 4th level. Should we send a message back? The Manor Lord has been worried about them." "That's a good idea." In the eastern room. "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Xiao Haozi asked. LV Hudy rolled her eyes. "You should trust my little darling. It was so excited earlier in the courtyard. This inn isn't simple. Kidnapping someone outright might not be wise," Xiao Haozi said. "We shouldn't act recklessly until we understand the inn's background." LV Hudy snorted. "Those 2 fools from Leisurely Cloud Manor have also noticed. They'll probably send a message back." "What's so hard about that?" Xiao Haozi sneered. "They'll probably use carrier pigeons. I'll kill everyone they send." LV Hudy suddenly said, "I can't see through Proprietor Lu's cultivation level." He was already a 5th-level martial artist and could clearly sense Yan Feitzang's 6th-level cultivation, but Lu Jianwei remained an enigma. Xiao Haozi frowned. "She looks no older than 20. Could there really be such a young top-tier master in the world?" On the 3rd floor, Lu Jianwei led the 2 into a neighboring room. The room had been unoccupied for a while, but Jiu cleaned it daily, so it was spotless. Jianwei picked a chair she liked and sat down. Earlier in the courtyard, they were looking at you two strangely. Uncle Zhang hesitated before speaking. That pair of senior brother and junior sister are disciples of Leisurely Cloud Manor. They should recognize me and Wei. The one in the flowery clothes is nicknamed LV Hutie. He likes playing with bugs, and his butterfly can track people. The other is called Chao Haozi. He's skilled with hidden weapons and likes to ambush people from the shadows. They're probably after us too. Who are you? Jianwei asked calmly. And why are they chasing you here? Jiu lowered her head in shame. I'm sorry, Proprietor Lu. I thought no one could find us anymore. An apology isn't what matters most. What truly matters is whether you are willing to be honest with each other, Jianwei said with a calm expression. This will determine whether the two of you stay or leave. Jiu's eyes reddened slightly as she tugged at Uncle Zhang's sleeve. The latter saw both expectation and determination in her eyes and sighed inwardly. Finally, he made up his mind and asked, Innkeeper Lu, have you heard of White Crane Manor? No, I haven't, Jianwei replied honestly. Uncle Zhang. For some reason, the melancholy atmosphere suddenly dissipated. Someone massacred everyone in White Crane Manor. The young master and I narrowly escaped, but everyone else was slaughtered. I had no choice but to disguise the young master and flee with him, moving from Jianghu to Fengzhou, he explained, carefully observing Jianwei's expression. After spending some time together, he was confident that Innkeeper Lu was highly skilled. Though she had a penchant for wealth, she had clear principles and would never resort to murder for profit. Still, revealing the truth made him uneasy. Fortunately, Innkeeper Lu remained as composed as ever. Who is the murderer? Jianwei narrowed her eyes. Were those 4 people who came today trying to silence you? Uncle Zhang looked ashamed. The murderer has yet to be identified. As for the 4 people, I don't know their intentions. What is your relationship with Leisurely Cloud Manor? The master of Leisurely Cloud Manor was close friends with the late master of White Crane Manor. Perhaps they came to find the young master and offer him protection. Jianwei smiled faintly, only half believing him. The massacre of White Crane Manor must have been due to some hidden secret. Following the usual tropes of martial arts stories, it was either about a treasure or a martial arts manual. Whatever it was, it wouldn't be easily revealed. So, wasn't it possible that the closest friend might know the secret? Jianwei asked. You don't want to go to Leisurely Cloud Manor? No, Ji shook her head decisively. Why not? I just don't want to. Jianwei didn't press further and instead asked, do you not plan to find the murderer? After all these days, she hadn't seen them take any action. Uncle Zhang replied respectfully, during our escape, I learned that the Mystic Mirror Bureau has taken over the investigation of the massacre. In our current state, the young master and I have no way to intervene. The Mystic Mirror Bureau? Jianwei was curious. Uncle Zhang was surprised. It seemed Innkeeper Lu knew very little about the affairs of the martial world. It's a special institution established by the imperial court to handle disputes in the martial world. Once, there was a flower thief who targeted the daughters of high-ranking officials. His lightness skills were exceptional, and the authorities couldn't catch him. The incident caused an uproar in the court, forcing the imperial court to establish the Mystic Mirror Bureau. And then, the commander of the Mystic Mirror Bureau took office and personally captured the flower thief. Uncle Zhang continued with admiration. It's said that he was only 13 at the time, yet his martial arts were already remarkable. How many years ago was that? About 15 years ago. So, he's only 28 now, Jianwei murmured, impressed by his early achievements. She then asked, if the Mystic Mirror Bureau exists, why is the martial world still so chaotic? If it were peaceful, she wouldn't have been kidnapped and brought here. Uncle Zhang explained, the Mystic Mirror Bureau was only established 15 years ago. They are short on manpower, and few among them have reached the 6th level of cultivation. The martial world is vast, and countless disputes arise every day. They can't possibly handle everything, so they focus only on major cases. Jianwei understood. The massacre of White Crane Manor undoubtedly fell under the category of a major case. But the Mystic Mirror Bureau isn't omnipotent, she said, her gaze deepening. Without the most crucial piece of the puzzle, it will be difficult for them to uncover the murderer. Uncle Zhang was taken aback. Under Lu Jianwei's penetrating gaze, his earlier ulterior motives were laid bare. Guilt washed over him. He suddenly knelt on both knees. Innkeeper Lu, I admit that I initially planned to take advantage of the inn. Please forgive my recklessness. But Jiyu is innocent. Could you please shelter him out of consideration for his pure heart? In the future, I will dedicate myself to serving the inn with all my strength, even at the cost of my life. He knew this was asking too much, but he had no one else he could trust or rely on. At the very least, 8 directions in was not to be underestimated. Lu Jianwei couldn't help but chuckle softly. I'm a businesswoman. I prefer clear and upfront transactions. Uncle Zhang's heart was pounding. He vaguely understood what Lu Jianwei meant, but he wasn't sure how she intended to lay things out plainly. Manager Lu, what do you mean? Lu Jianwei glanced down at him, her expression neutral. You haven't told the truth. The massacre at the manor was either the work of enemies or motivated by treasure. You've spent most of your life at the manor, yet you don't know who the killer is, not even a guess. That makes it unlikely to be personal enemies, which leaves only the latter. Uncle Zhang's gaze shifted to one of admiration, followed by a bitter smile. An old man and a young boy aren't worth such a fuss. If they've already found what they wanted, they wouldn't need to chase you two so relentlessly. So, you must be carrying a big problem with you. Ji was stunned and quickly said, Manager sister, you've misunderstood. I've never heard my father mention any treasure, and neither has Uncle Zhang. Lu Jianwei didn't respond, nor did she look at him. The warm smile she had worn earlier was gone. He felt an inexplicable shiver. From Jianghu to Fengzhou, he had endured countless hardships and faced overwhelming malice along the way until they arrived at the 8 Directions Inn. Though the inn charged a high price, Manager Lu was both beautiful and kind-hearted. Not only had she taken them in, but she had also generously taught them martial skills. He wished he could work at the inn for the rest of his life. He was deeply grateful. But now, the gentle and elegant woman before him had suddenly shed her kind exterior, revealing a cold and stern demeanor that left him bewildered. Uncle Zhang. He called softly, as if seeking warmth from the old man. Uncle Zhang understood his confusion and sighed. Manager Lu, the young master truly doesn't know the reason. Even I only know part of it, not the whole story. Then tell me what you do know. I only vaguely heard the leader mention something about a mechanism diagram. I don't know the specifics. The manor lord never spoke of it. Lu Jianwei looked up. Are they chasing you because they haven't found it, or to eliminate any loose ends? I don't know, Uncle Zhang shook his head. Why not seek protection from the Mystic Mirror Bureau directly? Uncle Zhang replied, in matters of the martial world, seeking help from the Mystic Mirror Bureau is considered beneath us. Lu Jianwei couldn't understand. If the Mystic Mirror Bureau specialized in handling such cases, why would it be beneath them? Manager Lu, you may not know this, Uncle Zhang explained, seeing her confusion. The martial world and the imperial court have always kept their distance. No matter the issue, martial artists prefer to resolve things themselves. When the Mystic Mirror Bureau was first established, everyone thought it was just to catch flower thieves. But later, the court used it to meddle in martial affairs, causing widespread discontent. RNO Thailand bought yes. Thus, there's an unwritten rule in the martial world. If you seek the Bureau's protection, you can no longer walk the martial path. The Martial Alliance will remove White Crane Manor from its ranks, and even if the culprit is found, the martial world won't lift a finger to help. Lu Jianwei frowned. Isn't it better to have the Bureau arrest the culprit? The Manor Lord was a 6th-level martial master, yet he was easily killed. The culprit's skill must be formidable. The Bureau likely doesn't have the capability. Didn't they say that the Bureau's commander was incredibly skilled even at 13? He hasn't personally intervened in years. Rumor has it he suffered a chi deviation and is nearing death. The rest of the Bureau can't stand against the forces of the martial world. Lu Jianwei fell silent for a moment, then asked, Are you seeking the inn's protection? If Manager Lu doesn't mind, this old man's life is now the inn's. Lu Jianwei teased, I still don't know the young master's real name. Juyu's face flushed slightly, and he said softly, I'm no longer the young master. My real name is Yushu, taken from the words for Mount Tai and special. Zhu is my mother's surname. Uncle Zhang has already pledged his life to the inn. What about you, young master you? Lu Jianwei asked with a smile. Yushu didn't hesitate. I'll follow you. I'll serve you for the rest of my life. He knew his limits. With his current strength, he couldn't even protect himself, let alone rebuild the manor or avenge the innocent lives lost. Lu Jianwei reminded him, if you choose to stay at the inn, there will no longer be a young master only you, the innkeeper. You'll no longer enjoy delicacies or fine clothes. Instead, you'll be serving guests. I'm willing. Yushu knelt without hesitation. Manager Lu, please take me and Uncle Zhang. I'll obey, serve the guests well, train diligently, and if you need any tools, I'll craft them for you. Lu Jianwei said, once you've made this vow, there's no turning back. If you betray me, if I betray you, may I become a cripple. Uncle Zhang swore. Yushu declared solemnly, if I betray manager's sister, may I not only become a cripple, but also never work with wood again. Lu Jianwei couldn't help but laugh. Do you really love woodworking that much? Yes. Yushu's eyes shone with anticipation. Manager's sister, can I still do it in my spare time? Such a hobby, which could benefit the inn, was something Lu Jianwei naturally wouldn't refuse. There's one more thing. Why did you two head to Moonview City only to return? The young master's uncle was the garrison commander of Moonview City. We planned to seek refuge with him, but he was recently transferred to the border, and we've had no news since. Lu Jianwei didn't press further and changed the subject. What did you come to me for earlier? She was referring to before Yan Feizong and the others arrived. Uncle Zhang said sheepishly, young Master Shui asked me about palm techniques. I saw the palm technique you taught him, and it was so profound that I shamelessly came to ask if you could. After what had just happened, the courage he'd mustered earlier had faded, and he couldn't bring himself to finish. Lu Jianwei understood. She had already considered this, partly to entice Uncle Zhang to serve the inn with more advanced martial skills, and partly to raise the inn's combat level. Currently, Uncle Zhang was the inn's strongest fighter. If he could master a more sophisticated palm technique, the inn would no longer be at a disadvantage against martial artists below the 5th level. During the encounter with the Golden Blade Trading Company's caravan, Lu Jianwei hadn't let Uncle Zhang fight the swordsman because she wasn't sure he could win easily, given the advantage of blades in close combat. But she couldn't give it away for free or offer it outright. Uncle Zhang's initiative aligned perfectly with her intentions. Lu Jianwei didn't make it difficult for him. She simply asked, do you think Shui Guanhe has the talent for palm techniques? Would you like the truth? Uncle Zhang asked cautiously. Of course. I believe young Master Shui is not suited for palm techniques. Very well, Lu Jianwei said without hesitation. Since you admire the ripple palm, I'll give it to you. I hope you'll serve the inn with all your heart in the future. Uncle Zhang was overjoyed, his eyes shining like stars in the night. Thank you, manager, for your guidance. I will dedicate myself to the inn. Yushu was also happy for him and quickly added, Manager's sister, I'll train hard and serve the inn for the rest of my life. I don't like violence, but there are always people who disturb my peace, Lu Jianwei said with a cryptic tone. Uncle Zhang immediately understood her implication. Madam, if we could hire a skilled martial artist as a staff member, it might help prevent troublemakers from causing disturbances. Madam, isn't there a senior expert guarding the inn? Yushu couldn't help but interject. There are only 3 of us here. What senior expert are you talking about? Lu Jianwei raised an eyebrow. Where did you hear that? Yushu's mind was in disarray. But, Madam, Yan Feizong is the top swordsman in the martial world, and his skills are unquestionable. Uncle Zhang cut him off. He lost to you today, and given his temperament, he won't give up easily. Lu Jianwei smiled without saying a word. As expected of someone who had once been a steward, Uncle Zhang was indeed perceptive. Yan Feizong has 2 main interests, sparring and swordsmanship, Uncle Zhang continued, projecting his own thoughts. If you could give him pointers on his sword techniques or present him with even more refined methods, perhaps we could recruit him. Lu Jianwei lazily propped her chin on her hand. Not difficult. Uncle Zhang was filled with respect. Rest assured, I will handle this matter properly. He believed no martial artist could resist such a temptation, especially Yan Feizong. Just subtly hint at the benefits of staying at the inn, and he would surely offer his services willingly. The 2 left the room. As they descended the stairs, Yushu whispered, Did I say something wrong earlier? Senior experts prefer to keep a low profile and dislike being discussed. Moreover, masters of that caliber are often pursuing higher realms and spend much of their time in seclusion for cultivation, Uncle Zhang explained earnestly. Yushu nodded in understanding. That makes sense. When they reached the second floor, they ran into Shui Guanhe carrying a tray of tea to deliver to the siblings. Uncle Zhang, Jiyu, Shui Guanhe greeted them with a smile. I didn't know what I should focus on learning before, but today I finally figured it out. What is it? Yushu asked curiously. Earlier, when I saw Grandmaster Yan wield his sword, it felt like a fire ignited in my heart, Shui Guanhe said, his eyes shining. I want to learn swordsmanship. Yushu nodded seriously. I think swordsmanship suits you well. Really? Shui Guanhe asked excitedly. How can you tell? Your knife skills when cooking are truly impressive. It shows you have a natural talent for handling blades. Shui Guanhe. He chuckled awkwardly. I should go deliver the tea now. Inside the room, the siblings were discussing sending a letter, but fell silent upon hearing footsteps. When Shui Guanhe brought in the tea, Tao Yang asked, Could we borrow your inn's donkey cart? Shui Guanhe was taken aback. What for? We need to go to Moonview City, and the donkey cart would be faster. You two don't seem short on money. Why didn't you buy horses for travel? The guests today were all quite peculiar. They didn't seem to lack money, yet none of them arrived on horseback. Wei Lu sighed. Our horse died along the way. This area is remote and unfamiliar, and we couldn't find a horse market, so we had to walk here. There's no precedent for lending out the donkey cart. I'll have to ask the madam. Please wait a moment, Shui Guanhe replied politely. The two naturally understood. Wei Lu then asked, Young man, can I ask you something? Of course, madam. Are the clothes and jewelry your Madame Lu wears bought in Moonview City? She looked envious. They're so unique. I've never seen anything like them elsewhere. How much do they cost? Shui Guanhe. What did he know about clothes and jewelry? I'm not sure about that. Wei Lu said, Then could you ask Madame Lu for me? Shui Guanhe nodded and left, first heading to the third floor to knock on Lu Jianwei's door. When there was no response, he returned to the first floor hall. Lu Jianwei was sitting behind the counter, holding an account book. The inn's revenue was still too slow. In a short time, the inn couldn't upgrade its attack or defense tools. They needed to find a way to make more money. Madam, Shui Guanhe approached the counter. Tao Yang and Wei Lu just asked if they could borrow the inn's donkey cart. Lu Jianwei's hearing was extraordinary now, and with the system monitoring the inn, she had overheard the entire conversation on the second floor. The donkey cart can be rented for 10 taels of silver per use, with a 1-tael deposit. She had already checked with the system. Renting out the inn's tools also counted as revenue. Shui Guanhe understood. Wei Lu also asked if your clothes and jewelry were bought in Moonview City and how much they cost. These were custom-made by the seamstresses and jewelers in my household. They're generally not for sale, Lu Jianwei replied casually, without a trace of deceit. Shui Guanhe was startled. His master's family background was so impressive that they could afford dedicated seamstresses and jewelers. Were the apology and apprenticeship gifts he had given too meager in comparison? He grew even more respectful. I understand. I'll go inform Wei Lu now. After he left, the system asked in surprise, Weren't you just browsing the shop for clothes and jewelry to sell to her at a high price? Lu Jianwei raised an eyebrow. Little guest, what are you thinking? Only a fool would pass up an opportunity to make money. Then why? Desperation doesn't make for good business. Ever heard of scarcity marketing? Upstairs, Wei Lu promptly asked, Custom-made? I can pay. Could you arrange for me to have some made too? Lu Jianwei smiled leisurely. See? It's coming together. You're just an innkeeper, not a reseller. Think bigger. Modern hotels have hidden expenses like bottled water, instant noodles, and personal care items. Our ancient martial world inn should cater to local tastes. We don't just provide lodging and meals, we also meet other consumer needs. That's how we achieve sustainable development. Little guest. Nonsense. All nonsense. Shui Guanhe couldn't make the decision, so he went downstairs to consult Lu Jianwei. Her home is too far, so it's inconvenient to accept custom orders. Lu Jianwei subtly shifted the topic. It's almost noon. Shui Guanhe immediately replied, I'll inform Miss Wei first, then prepare lunch. After saying that, he turned and went upstairs. Lu Jianwei took out a small bronze mirror and, shielded by the counter, admired her exquisite makeup. As expected of her, her ability to promote products was top-notch. You directly refused her. Aren't you afraid she might really not buy anything? Xiaoke, her system, was puzzled. Lu Jianwei was confident. She won't. Why not? There's no desire to shop in her eyes, but she won't easily give up. Your words seem contradictory. I don't understand. You're not a carbon-based life form, so it's normal for you not to understand. Lu Jianwei put away the mirror and leaned back in her chair. She isn't truly infatuated, yet she acts obsessed. It's contradictory. Xiaoke felt like it was short-circuiting. It really couldn't see what she meant. Lu Jianwei ignored it and called for Yushu. Go ask the guests if they need lunch. Yushu obeyed and first went to the dormitory, knocking on the door. What is it? Yan Feizong was in his room, pondering over his sword techniques. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. His proud sword techniques had been pointed out with so many flaws by an unknown innkeeper. He couldn't help but doubt himself. Was he really that bad? Master Yan, would you like to have lunch? Yushu asked from outside the door. Yan Feizong rubbed his stomach. He was indeed a bit hungry. He had brought dry rations with him, but since he was staying at the inn, there was no need to deprive himself of a hot meal. Yes, there's a price list on the wall. You can choose what you'd like, and we'll bring it to you once it's ready. After saying this, Yushu's expression turned slightly peculiar. He wisely took a few steps back. A bowl of vegetable noodles costs 20 coins? The exclamation pierced through the door, booming like thunder in his ears. Yushu silently rubbed his ears. As expected, Yan Feizong continued to glare at the wall. A wooden board was nailed to the wall, with several lines of neat and elegant handwriting on it, pleasing to the eye. But the prices made him want to slash it with his sword. A bowl of plain rice cost 10 coins, a plate of ordinary stir-fried cabbage 20 coins, not to mention other dishes seasoned with oil, salt, and spices. He often traveled the martial world, and even if he didn't care much about money, he knew these prices were significantly higher than elsewhere. This was daylight robbery. Yan Feizong was a martial arts fanatic with a strong sense of justice. He often fought against evil during his travels, earning him the title of a hero. The targets of his justice included, but were not limited to, shady establishments like this. He immediately opened the door, his face filled with anger, and shouted, "In this remote area, you're the only inn around. It's one thing to charge high room rates, but how can you charge so much for food? Is this inn backed by bandits who rob and plunder?" Yushu was momentarily at a loss, but fortunately, Uncle Zhang arrived in time to handle the situation. Master Yan, you may not know this, but while our inn's food is expensive, there's a reason for it. Then tell me, what kind of nonsense reason is this? Yan Feizong pressed his thumb against the hilt of his sword, as if ready to draw it and slash the inn if Uncle Zhang said one wrong word. Uncle Zhang wasn't intimidated at all. He dusted off his sleeves and spoke leisurely. Earlier in your room, did you manage to find a way to fix the flaws in your techniques? Yan Feizong's eyes narrowed dangerously. Don't try to change the subject. The commotion in the courtyard caught the attention of the guests on the second floor. Wei Lu, who had been rejected earlier, still felt somewhat unwilling and wanted to go downstairs to plead with Lu Jianwei to sell her the beautiful clothes and jewelry. She happened to overhear Yan Feizong's words and cleverly sided with the inn. Senior Yan, the inn isn't forcing anyone to buy. If you think it's too expensive, you don't have to buy anything. Besides, Manager Lu pointed out the flaws in your sword techniques, and you lost the bet with her. You can't go around threatening people now, can you? Junior sister. Tao Yang warned her. Yan Feizong wasn't someone to be trifled with. Wei Lu wasn't being reckless. She had heard of Yan Feizong's reputation. He was a man of integrity, and aside from his love for sparring, there was nothing to criticize about him. He wouldn't hold a grudge over something so trivial. Moreover, their leisurely cloud manner wasn't to be underestimated. Yan Feizong, provoked by her words, declared loudly, "I, Yan Feizong, am a man of my word. Manager Lu, if you have any tasks for me, I won't refuse. But that's a separate matter. Your prices are too high, and I cannot agree with them." "They're indeed a bit high," Chow Haozi chimed in from the second floor railing. LV Hudy covered her mouth and laughed. "This is the only inn for miles around. It's normal for the prices to be higher. You men are so petty, bullying a woman. What kind of heroes are you?" "Chow Haozi. Whose side are you on?" Manager Liu, I demand an explanation. Yan Feitzing stood in the courtyard, refusing to back down. Lu Jianwei, sitting behind the counter, sighed inwardly and suddenly asked her system, how much could his sword sell for in the system shop? Xiaoku was about to answer when it suddenly realized, pay the appraisal fee first. Don't think you can get a single coin out of me. Lu Jianwei. The system was getting smarter. She didn't ask further and walked out from behind the counter, standing under the eaves in front of the hall. Tiny golden rays of sunlight silently fell, illuminating her hair. The jade hairpin in her hair was clear and radiant, glowing with a stunning brilliance. Her lips curved into a smile, her gaze gentle yet penetrating. Master Yen, if you were truly concerned about the prices, you would have voiced your dissatisfaction when booking the room. You're making a scene now because you want something. Why don't you just say it? Yan Feitzing was momentarily speechless. His suntanned skin hid any blush, but his embarrassment was obvious. He truly didn't care about the prices. Manager Lu's guidance on the flaws in his sword techniques was worth far more than the room and meal fees. Manager Lu, I don't have enough money on me, and your inn doesn't allow credit. I'll stay and work as a servant to pay off my debt. Lu Jianwei? Everyone else. The surprise came too quickly, leaving Lu Jianwei momentarily stunned. Xiaoke, I was planning to use his precious sword or sword techniques to lure him into staying. I didn't expect him to offer to work here just because of a few flaws. I feel like I'm at a loss here. Xiaoke didn't understand. Isn't this good? The inn needs a high-level martial artist as a guard. He's quite powerful and has a formidable reputation in the martial world. Most people wouldn't dare to provoke him. But this way, I can't really do business with him, Lu Jianwei lamented slightly. His sword and techniques could fetch a good price. Now that he's openly admitted he has no money, how can she sell them? Xiaoke. She really knows how to play hard to get. Lu Jianwei tried to salvage the situation. You've already paid for today's room. You don't owe anything, so there's no need to work off a debt. But Yan Feitzing had made up his mind. I'll continue staying at the inn. For future room and meal fees, I'll work to pay them off. He had a keen intuition that the 8 Directions Inn would be a turning point in his martial arts journey. As Manager Lu had said, he had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time, and this place might just be the key to breaking through. If you don't agree, feel free to throw me out. Lu Jianwei was speechless. She had never encountered someone so eager to owe a debt. Xiaoke, remember this. Some people may look honest and straightforward, but in reality, they are full of schemes. What do you mean? If I refuse, he will achieve his goal of sparring with me. If I agree, he can stay at the inn and always find opportunities to spar. Xiaoke suddenly understood. How cunning. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. He then grew a bit worried. Should we still let him stay at the inn? Don't worry. His gaze is steady. He's not a wicked person. Lu Jianwei's intuition about people was always accurate. At most, he's just a bit scheming, and having some wits is better than having none. Anyone who could cultivate their skills to the 6th level was certainly no fool. That's a relief. It is, but we still need to temper his temperament a bit. Lu Jianwei looked at Yan Feitzing, her smile fading. The inn happens to be short on firewood choppers. If you insist on staying, you'll be responsible for all the firewood from now on. Fine by me. Yan Feitzing agreed without hesitation. Where's the firewood? I'll start right away. Lu Jianwei's expression remained calm. No rush. Besides chopping firewood, there's an important task I need you to handle. Please go ahead, Manager Lu. Fighting is strictly prohibited within the inn. Now that you're an employee, your duty is to maintain the inn's order. Do you understand? Not entirely. Yan Feitzing looked puzzled. What exactly is in order? Lu Jianwei used him as an example. Your earlier demand to spar was disruptive to the inn's order and interfered with my business. Understand now. Yan Feitzing understood. Inside the inn wasn't allowed, but outside was still an option. Understood? Then why aren't you off to chop firewood? Oh. He took a few steps, then turned back. Where's the firewood? Shui Guanhe quickly snapped out of his daze. I'll show you. Who would believe that a 6th-level martial artist was chopping firewood at the inn? The manager was truly something else. Upstairs, LV Hudy and Xiao Haozi exchanged a glance, their expressions growing more cautious. Wei Lu, however, frowned slightly. Won't this encourage others to take advantage? If they claim they have no money and offer to work at the inn to pay off their debts, they could stay here indefinitely. Uncle Zhang and Yushu stiffened, feeling indirectly called out. Do you think everyone is like Senior Yen? Tao Yang shook his head. If it were you or me, we'd probably have been kicked out of the inn long ago. Wei Lu. Fair enough. The world of martial arts is indeed complicated and hard to fathom. The midday sun unleashed its fervor without restraint, and the sky above the courtyard wall was a pristine azure. Lu Jianwei dismissed Yen Feizang and turned to stride into the hall, her exquisite skirt sweeping past the corridor. The threads of her dress shimmered with delicate light. Manager Lu. Wei Lu hurriedly called out to her. Miss Wei, what can I do for you? Lu Jianwei always greeted potential customers with a smile. Wei Lu eyed her attire with admiration. I just asked Shui's assistant, and he said your outfit was specially crafted by the seamstresses and jewelers in your household. It's truly extraordinary. Would you be willing to introduce me to them? I can wait, and the price isn't an issue. But, Manager Lu, the price really isn't a problem. Lu Jianwei smiled. It's not about the price. It's just that for custom orders, they need to meet the person in question to understand their preferences. They're too far away, so it's inconvenient. I see. Wei Lu pondered for a moment, then boldly added, even if it's not custom-made, I really love your clothes and accessories. Would you be willing to part with a set or two? Everyone. Just how determined is this girl? Wei Lu knew her request was improper, and her cheeks flushed, but she persisted. Manager Lu, if I don't make this purchase today, I'll surely lose sleep tonight. I've traveled through so many towns and never seen such beautiful clothes and accessories. I really don't want to miss out. Her almond-shaped eyes glistened as she pleaded pitifully. Lu Jianwei suddenly laughed and took her hand. Miss Wei, you're so sincere and charming. Forget parting with a set or two. If you like them, I'll give them all to you. Really? Wei Lu was overjoyed but quickly waved her hands. No, you don't have to give me everything. Just a set or two will do. Manager Lu, thank you so much, AOS. Lu Jianwei said generously, out here in the wilderness, it's rare to meet someone with such similar tastes, especially a beautiful and forthright heroine like you. I'm delighted. Wait for me in your room. All right. Wei Lu eagerly headed upstairs, leaving Tao Yang alone in the hall, exchanging bewildered glances with the others. Who would have thought the inn also dealt in clothes and accessories? Truly, the minds of women are unfathomable. Lu Jianwei pretended to go to the third floor to fetch the clothes and accessories, but in reality, she selected 5 sets of clothes and accessories from the system store, spending 50 taels of silver, most of which went toward the accessories. The ones she wore herself were more modest, but the items she used for business were of the highest quality. Compared to the prices of accessories in the Qi dynasty, they weren't exorbitant. The system didn't shortchange her in this regard. Considering Wei Lu often traveled, Lu Jianwei chose 2 sets of ruchuan, traditional Chinese dresses, and 3 sets of practical attire, with accessories that leaned towards simplicity and elegance. She carried the clothes and accessories into Wei Lu's room. These clothes haven't been worn and the accessories are also new. We're about the same size, so the clothes should fit. Take a look and see if there's anything you like. Wei Lu was thoroughly impressed, marveling at each set. She immediately asked, Manager Lu, how much for all of these? I told you, they're a gift. No, I insist on paying. Both women stood their ground, one determined to give, the other to buy. The system was baffled. Aren't you supposed to sell them? Why are you giving them away? Since when are you so generous? Lu Jianwei didn't have time to deal with it and smiled at Wei Lu. I genuinely want to be friends with you. Since you won't let me give them to you, just pay what you think is fair. Manager Lu, I'm definitely your friend now. Wei Lu promptly pulled out 2 banknotes and pressed them into Lu Jianwei's hand, beaming. Even brothers must settle accounts clearly. I can't take advantage of you right from the start. Each note was worth 100 taels, totaling 200 taels. Lu Jianwei had made a net profit of 150 taels. The system. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Lu Jianwei accepted the banknotes and then said kindly, I heard you and young Master Tao need to borrow a donkey cart. In my opinion, since it's just a trip to Moonview City, there's no need for rental fees. I trust you. Manager Lu, you're too kind. It's only right to pay for borrowing a cart. Lu Jianwei smiled. Little guessed, if this girl didn't have ulterior motives, I'd really like her. Little guessed. Oh. You like anyone who's a big spender. Shui Guanhe had prepared the meal, and Lu Jianwei invited Wei Lu to join them. Wei Lu declined politely. My senior brother and I have business in Moonview City. If we leave too late, we might not make it back before the city gates close. Lu Jianwei didn't press further. The siblings paid 10 taels for the rental and 1 tael as a deposit, then drove the donkey cart away from the inn. In the east room on the second floor, Lu Huidi and Chao Haozi exchanged glances. Chao Haozi leaped down from the second floor, vaulted over the courtyard wall, and stealthily followed the siblings, leaving Lu Huidi to continue monitoring Uncle Zhang and Yushu. Lu Jianwei pretended not to notice and sat down leisurely. The other staff members took their seats at the dining table. Uncle Zhang and the others were already familiar with the routine and brought their own bowls and chopsticks. Only Yan Feizeng stared blankly at the empty table. Do new employees not get to eat? Shui Guanhe, instinctively awed by a 6th-level martial artist and wanting to treat the newcomer well, quickly said, I'll get another set of bowls and chopsticks. Lu Jianwei stopped him. Let him get it himself. Now that he was an employee, no one was going to coddle him. Yan Feizeng had just been momentarily stunned. Once he regained his senses, he went to the kitchen to fetch his own bowls and chopsticks, then unceremoniously served himself a large portion of rice, devouring it like a starved beast. In mere moments, he finished 1 bowl and served himself another. While the others were still halfway through their first bowls, he had already polished off 3 and was on his 4th. Lu Jianwei. This isn't an employee, this is a bottomless pit. The aroma of the food wafted up to the second floor, where Lu Huidi, who had been meditating, clutched her stomach and couldn't resist coming downstairs. Manager Lu, I'm hungry. Could you set another place for me? As she spoke, she cast a coquettish glance at Lu Jianwei. Lu Jianwei remained unmoved. Pay up. It's not ladylike to always talk about money, Lu Huidi teased, flicking her fingers elegantly. Lu Jianwei, who despised people who used gender as a joke, retorted sharply, the powder on your face is thick enough to build a wall, and your words are so greasy they could fry a whole wok of food. Instead of wasting time lecturing others, why don't you become a bricklayer or a chef to earn some money? Or better yet, buy some soap to wash off the grease, so you don't go around telling people what to do. Lu Huidi. The others. Even Yan Feizeng looked up from his bowl, staring at her in disbelief. They knew Manager Lu loved money and was sharp-tongued, but they were still shocked by her scathing remarks. To be honest, when Manager Lu wasn't berating someone, she was always gentle and soft-spoken, her delicate appearance often misleading. But when she unleashed her tongue, it felt like something shattered. Strangely enough, they found it incredibly satisfying to listen to. Lu Huidi's powdered face turned ashen, her expression twisting momentarily before she composed herself. With a cold snort, she turned and left. He had many ways to make those present feel small, but considering Yan Feizeng was a 6th-level martial artist, the inn was mysterious and unpredictable, and their mission wasn't yet complete. He swallowed his anger and returned upstairs to wait for Chao Haozi's return. On the road to Moonview City, Tao Yang was driving the carriage, patiently saying, Junior sister, we're here for serious business. Those clothes and accessories can be bought anytime. Wei Lu carefully examined the golden hairpin in her hand. I'm not delaying our mission, am I? You don't understand. The craftsmanship and designs of these clothes and accessories are unique to this place. If I miss this chance, I won't be able to get them again. Tao Yang sighed. Senior brother, we've already found young Master Yu and Steward Zhang. All we need to do now is send a message back. Wei Lu changed the subject. You also think the 8 Directions Inn is mysterious, don't you? I bet you'll report this matter to the master as well. Tao Yang asked, what does this have to do with you buying things? Their clothes and accessories are different from anywhere else. Maybe we can find some clues from them. If we can trace the origin of these items, we might uncover the secrets behind the inn. Wei Lu looked annoyed, feeling as though she wasn't being taken seriously. Did you even consider this lead, or do you just think I'm fooling around? Tao Yang. He had to admit, it made sense. Holding on to his pride as a senior brother and a man, he cleared his throat and said, the inn is indeed suspicious. We should be cautious. Wei Lu let out a displeased "oh," leaning back against the carriage. Her irritation faded from her eyes as she thoughtfully twirled the hairpin in her hand. Senior brother, do you think Senior LV and Senior Chow might also be here for them? At her words, Tao Yang's heart sank and his brows furrowed. It's hard to say. A sharp intuition told him that this matter might not be as simple as it seemed. After lunch, the 8 directions inn regained its tranquility. The sunlight, no longer blazing, gently spilled into the courtyard. When there were no new guests, Lu Jianwei's favorite thing to do was to set up a rocking chair, arrange a tea table, and, amidst the faint aroma of tea, close her eyes slightly and gaze at the sky. Xiao Ke, don't you think the inn is missing something? What? Both inside and outside the courtyard, it's all bare and not very pleasing to the eye. Xiao Ke, as long as it's livable. Lu Jianwei had always pursued a high quality of life. Now that she had money, leisure, and free labor, it would be a waste not to make use of it. She called for Uncle Zhang. I want to plant some flowers and plants inside and outside the inn. I'll leave this task to you. Uncle Zhang replied, Manager, I'm not skilled in tending to flowers and plants. I'm afraid I won't do a good job. We'll need to find a gardener who specializes in this. The area within 10 miles was sparse with vegetation, so it likely wasn't suitable for planting flowers and plants. The manager might be disappointed. If flowers and plants are difficult to grow, we can plant some vegetables instead. The lush green will lift the spirits just by looking at them. Uncle Zhang respectfully agreed. I'll go to Linwei village tomorrow and ask around. If there's anyone skilled in growing vegetables or flowers, I'll bring them here. Good. Lu Jianwei closed her eyes to rest, her nameless cultivation technique continuously circulating within her body. Her entire being felt enveloped in a warm current, and the lingering effects of staying up late due to exhausting work had completely disappeared. During this period of relentless practice, her cultivation had made significant progress, but she was still far from reaching the 4th level. 100,000 was no small amount. Xiao Ke, are there really no miraculous elixirs that can drastically increase my internal energy level? No, Xiao Ke replied coldly. Lu Jianwei recalled scenes from novels and TV dramas. If there are no elixirs, what about skills like the absorbing stars technique? Dealing with those wicked martial artists by just finding them isn't enough. They need to lose their internal energy and become powerless to truly solve the problem. With Diaris's new Thailand body, yes. If she could absorb 60 or even 100 years worth of cultivation, she might instantly become a top-tier expert. Xiao Ke, dreaming is faster. Wait, Lu Jianwei said sharply, noticing something. You hesitated. You didn't immediately reject me. Does that mean such a martial skill really exists? Xiao Ke decided not to hide it anymore. The specific effects of the technique are for the host to explore on her own. So it was possible. Lu Jianwei smiled, and the sky above seemed even bluer. This method is not orthodox. The host should proceed with caution, Xiao Ke dutifully reminded. A single misstep could lead to backlash. Lu Jianwei nodded. Don't worry. She wasn't some demon who would absorb anyone she met. Moreover, the more powerful the technique, the greater its limitations. She was still a beginner and knew little about the nameless technique, let alone something like the absorbing stars technique. She would naturally be cautious. Xiao Ke, aside from practicing step by step, there's another way to quickly improve your strength. What is it? Sudden enlightenment. Lu Jianwei sighed. That kind of thing is not something you can seek. It comes by chance. Let it be. She opened her personal panel. Level 3, 1054/100000. Can't even dodge a needle from Chowhousie. Skills: Flowing Years 2/7, Scattered Stars Sword Technique 2/7, Frostfall Blade Technique 1/7, Spring and Autumn Medical Classic, Rudimentary, Traces of the Wild Goose, April 9th. The first 3 martial techniques each had 7 forms. The Spring and Autumn Medical Classic covered too broad a range, and Lu Jianwei was still learning basic pharmacological knowledge. The book was too advanced for her to fully understand, so having a rudimentary grasp was already quite good. There was so much to learn that she wished she could split one day into 2. Manager. Shui Guanhe, having finished cleaning the kitchen, ran over excitedly. I've decided. I want to learn the blade technique. He had wanted to say this during the meal but held back until now. Lu Jianwei looked at him. Are you sure? Yes. Shui Guanhe's eyes sparkled. Today, when I saw Master Yan's blade technique, I felt my blood boil. Just now, while cooking, I tried a few moves with the kitchen knife, and it felt incredibly profound, completely different from when I was learning palm techniques. He had found the martial path he wanted to pursue. Lu Jianwei lowered her gaze and asked Xiaoko, can he learn the frostfall blade technique? He can, but the cultivation technique he practices won't fully unleash the power of the blade technique. Is there a blade technique that perfectly suits him? Xiaoko chuckled. Weren't you reluctant to spend on the skill detection fee before? Lu Jianwei's cheeks flushed. At that time, she had no money and her stingy nature had taken over. Besides, she hadn't even exchanged for the frostfall blade technique herself, so she hadn't considered letting Shui Guanhe learn it. Shui Guanhe had a righteous character, excellent culinary skills, and, more importantly, came from a well-off family. Given these advantages, she didn't want to lead him astray. Though they weren't formally master and disciple, once Shui Guanhe ventured into the martial world, he would surely mention the training he received at the 8 Directions Inn. She couldn't let him disgrace the inn. If he was going to learn, he should learn the best. Go ahead and deduct it, she said generously. The system happily deducted 4,000 copper coins and then said, recommended martial technique, blade technique. Long rainbow blade technique, compatibility, 86%. With his talent, he can master up to the 7th form. To learn the 8th form, he'll need a stroke of luck or sudden enlightenment. The 9th form is practically impossible. Lu Jianwei wasn't disappointed. In the martial world, few could master a technique to its highest level. The further one progressed, the harder it became. She asked, what if he practices the frostfall blade technique? Xiaoko, compatibility, 73%. If self-taught, he might reach the 4th form. With guidance from a master, the 5th form is possible. Between the 7th form of Long Rainbow and the 5th form of Frostfall, which is better? Judging the quality of a blade technique involves several aspects. The system, having swallowed 4,000 copper coins, was very cooperative. You need to consider attack power, defense power, the number of flaws, and effectiveness in one-on-one and group combat. Lu Jianwei listened attentively. Explain in detail. The Frostfall blade technique is among the most top-tier blade techniques. It has almost no flaws, and only a grandmaster-level martial artist could spot them. Lu Jianwei was pleased. From this perspective, it truly deserves to be called top-tier. The attack power of the 5th form of Frostfall is similar to the 7th form of Long Rainbow, but Frostfall has higher defensive capabilities. Frostfall is suited for group combat, while Long Rainbow excels in one-on-one fights. Lu Jianwei had already made up her mind. Manager? Shui Guanhe, seeing her remain silent for a while, grew anxious. Lu Jianwei raised her gaze, her long lashes fluttering, her amber eyes gentle and serene. There are 2 paths. You choose. She explained the pros and cons of both Long Rainbow and Frostfall in detail, leaving the decision to him. Shui Guanhe didn't think for long, his expression resolute. I want to learn the Frostfall blade technique. Lu Jianwei didn't ask why, simply saying, from now on, I'll teach you blade techniques at the beginning of Qin hour and Lightfoot techniques at the beginning of Wei hour, each for half an hour. The rest of the time is yours to manage. Qin hour was after breakfast, and Wei hour was after lunch. This conveniently avoided the cook's working hours. Shui Guanhe naturally had no objections and agreed eagerly. Perhaps before long, he too could wield a long blade like Master Yan and roam the martial world with ease. Xiaoko couldn't resist trying to milk more coins. Do you want to detect which Lightfoot technique suits him? Lu Jianwei raised an eyebrow. Can he learn the one I'm learning? Regardless of the passage of time or the level of status, he might not understand. I didn't say to disregard the passage of time. A fleeting moment without a trace isn't so bad. Xiaoko. It almost forgot. The sun cast long shadows as it dipped westward, the empty stables stretching its silhouette across the courtyard. The martial siblings had yet to return. Chow Haozi had sneaked out, and now only LV Hudy remained in the 8 Directions Inn. Since noon, he had been silent and motionless. With the system constantly monitoring him, Lu Jianwei wasn't worried about him causing trouble. She practiced her internal martial arts for a while and was about to return to her room to meditate on her combat techniques when the system suddenly alerted her. There's a bug by the well in the backyard. A bug is just a bug. Lu Jianwei replied instinctively, then suddenly realized something was amiss. She quickly opened the inn's control panel. The defensive artifact's energy level had plummeted by 500 points. Fortunately, the inn's accounts had a surplus, allowing her to replenish the energy in time. Any unlawful intrusion or attack on the inn would cause its defensive energy to drop. The inn's defensive artifact was currently at level 4, capable of neutralizing attacks up to level 4 but powerless against anything stronger. The stronger the attacker, the more the defensive energy would drop, and vice versa. 500 points was no small amount. The bug was poisonous, and highly toxic at that. The well was the sole water source for the 8 Directions Inn. If it were contaminated by the venom of insects and used for daily needs, the consequences would be unthinkable. If this scheme succeeded, the inn would suffer significant losses, hence its defensive value immediately dropped by 500 points. Heartbreaking. Among the inn's guests, the one most fond of playing with insects was none other than LV Hudy. According to the rules of the martial world, severing the limbs of someone who used poisonous insects to release venom would be considered merciful. Lu Jianwei disliked bloodshed. She was only interested in making money. But making money required her to fully control a 5th-rank martial artist. LV Hudy possessed profound inner energy and carried countless venomous insects that were impossible to guard against. If it came down to pure inner strength, the only person in the inn who could suppress him was Yan Feizeng. But what if he attacked with his insects? The venom had already seeped into the well water, leaving Lu Jianwei no time to deliberate. Yan Feizeng. She acted decisively, her voice resonating from her core. Yan Feizeng had been contemplating the flaws in his blade technique when the sudden call startled him. Instinctively, he pushed the door open and stepped out. Here, seize him. Before anyone could react, a colorful figure leaped from the 2nd floor, attempting to flee over the backyard wall. Yan Feizeng pinpointed the sound, drew his blade, and whoosh! A flash of icy steel swept forth. The swordplay of a 6th-rank martial artist was like an unbreakable iron cage, trapping LV Hudy beneath the wall. The latter had no choice but to halt and turn, his powdered face still smiling, as Lu Jianwei strode forward. Innkeeper Lu, what is the meaning of this? Yan Feizeng pressed his blade against LV Hudy's neck, equally puzzled as he glanced at Lu Jianwei. His strike had been purely reflexive. He had no idea why she had given the order. Uncle Zhang and the others rushed over at the commotion. Lu Jianwei commanded, "There's an insect by the well. Kill it." Everyone turned to look. A black beetle crouched at the edge of the well, its antennae twitching as its wings fluttered slightly, as if preparing to take flight. It was trying to escape. The gale palm strike came roaring in, its force ruthless and unyielding, shattering the beetle into pieces. Its broken remains fluttered to the ground, utterly lifeless. Nigeria Naira Omicron. Yushu and Shui Guanhe shivered at the sight. Who in the martial world doesn't know of LV Hudy's penchant for venomous insects? Uncle Zhang's gaze sharpened like an arrow, piercing LV Hudy. You let that thing near our water? Were you trying to poison us? Hearing this, Yan Feizeng's expression froze over, and he pressed the blade deeper. A man of honor, he despised underhanded tricks like this. Why would you try to harm us? LV Hudy clutched his chest, feigning distress. How would I dare harm Senior Yan? That insect must have wandered in on its own. It has nothing to do with this humble lady. Then why did you run? Lu Jianwei chuckled. Don't tell me you were just practicing your lightness skills. LV Hudy. With his excuse blocked, he scrambled for another. I was just feeling stifled in my room and wanted some fresh air. Lu Jianwei pressed further, and where is your companion? Did he not join you? LV Hudy was cornered. Chao Haozi had already left the inn. There was no way he could suddenly appear now. Lying was pointless. Yet he couldn't fathom it. His little darlings were inconspicuous, often killing without a sound. Even Yan Feizeng, a 6th-rank martial artist, hadn't sensed them. How had Innkeeper Lu detected them so swiftly? He had underestimated the 8 Directions Inn. Innkeeper Lu, this humble lady truly meant no harm. Won't you release me? Warrior Yan's blade is far too sharp, I'm frightened. LV Hudy's face was deathly pale, as if genuinely terrified. Still denying it? Lu Jianwei raised a brow. Yan Feizeng, strip him. Let's see how many more venomous insects he's hiding. Yan Feizeng hesitated. Innkeeper, isn't that a bit improper? Shui Guanhe whispered a reminder. Don't forget you're a lady yourself. Exactly. This humble lady's appearance is far too unsightly. I wouldn't want to offend Innkeeper Lu's refined eyes, LV Hudi quickly agreed. Lu Jianwei remained unmoved. Do it. And crush any insects you find. Yan Feizang, ever true to his word, had sworn to obey her commands. Without further hesitation, he reached for LV Hudi's collar. Wait. I'll talk. LV Hudi surrendered in a panic, even forgetting his usual humble lady affectation. I just saw Innkeeper Lu had so many exquisite jewelry pieces and thought to steal some for a bit of silver. Lu Jianwei's expression said, You think I'm an idiot? The venom on that insect only temporarily paralyzes. It isn't fatal, LV Hudi whimpered. I planned to wait until after dinner when you were all immobilized before taking the jewelry and leaving. Yan Feizong, unaware of the White Crane Manor's schemes, actually believed him. You vile wretch. He slammed the flat of his blade against LV Hudi's chest. LV Hudi couldn't withstand the force. He coughed up blood with a wretched gasp. Pitifully, he lifted his head. Innkeeper Lu, if you don't believe me, test the well water on some livestock. Lu Jianwei didn't need tests. She mentally commanded her system, scan the well water, and check how much money he's carrying. The venom does indeed only cause temporary paralysis, the system reported dutifully. Diluted in the well water, its effects would be even weaker. As for his funds, he has only 100 tael silver note, 5 taels of loose silver, and a dozen copper coins. In short, LV Hudi hadn't intended murder. His real goal had likely been to abduct Uncle Zhang and Yushu. Uncle Zhang asked, Innkeeper, shall I go to Linwei village for livestock to test the water? No need. The venom is indeed only paralytic, Lu Jianwei replied. LV Hudi's eyes brightened. Innkeeper Lu understands poisons? Enough chatter. Whatever your goal, you've endangered the inn. You won't walk away unpunished. She turned to Yan Feizang. What do you suggest? Yan Feizang, by martial law, thieves lose their hands and their wealth. Poisoners are repaid in kind. An excellent idea, Lu Jianwei agreed. No, please. LV Hudi panicked, eyeing Yan Feizang's blade fearfully. My hands are worthless, taking them won't benefit you. I'll pay the fine, take all my money. Innkeeper Lu, show mercy. Lu Jianwei ordered Uncle Zhang, confiscate all his valuables. Uncle Zhang moved to strip him of his money pouch. That's everything. Will you let me go now? LV Hudi offered an ingratiating smile. Lu Jianwei reached into her sleeve. From her system inventory, she retrieved a porcelain vial and tossed it to Shui Guanhe. Make him swallow this. Inside was a paralytic toxin she'd purchased earlier. One pill could immobilize a 5th-rank warrior for 3 days, leaving them completely rigid. An eye for an eye. LV Hudi paled, his face powder flaking off in his terror. Yet with Yan Feizong's blade at his throat, escape was impossible. His voice trembled. What is that? A toxin that paralyzes the body, Lu Jianwei said lightly. Consider it a taste of your own craft. LV Hudi exhaled in quiet relief. He carried antidotes for such toxins. Just as the pill neared his lips, a thought struck him. Wait. What now? Innkeeper Lu. He glanced at Yan Feizang. This humble lady prides herself on the subtlety of her insects. How did you detect them? Surely even Senior Yan hadn't noticed? Yan Feizang. He, too, wondered the same. Could it be that Innkeeper Lu's skills far surpassed his own? Lu Jianwei's eyes curved into crescents. Want to know? Of course, LV Hudi replied. Failure wasn't terrifying. What was terrifying was not knowing the reason for failure. Apologies, but that's confidential. Lu Jianwei's smile faded. Shui Guanhe, what are you waiting for? Right? Shui Guanhe promptly shoved the poison pill into LV Hudi's mouth. In mere moments, LV Hudi's entire body stiffened, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, his head hitting the floor so hard a lump formed. His eyes quivered in pain, but not a sound escaped his lips. Boss, what about the well water? Uncle Zhang asked. Yan Feizong sheathed his blade. Since he uses poison insects, he should have an antidote on him. Let me search. No need. It's just a minor toxin. Lu Jianwei produced another porcelain vial. He's still hiding poison insects on him. Be careful not to get stung. LV Hudi's eyes widened in shock. The insects he bred were no ordinary poison carriers. Their venom wasn't easily neutralized. He'd planned to leverage the antidote for some advantage, but now it seemed his knowledge was lacking. There were always greater masters beyond his ken. Just what was the origin of the 8 directions in? Yan Feizong, seasoned from years of wandering the martial world, instinctively read deeper into the situation. Obtaining an antidote wasn't difficult, but effortlessly identifying the poison's nature and producing a countermeasure on the spot? That was no ordinary feat. Had Lu Jianwei prepared an antidote specifically for these poison insects the moment LV Hudi checked in? Otherwise, there was no explaining what had just happened. If his suspicions were true, didn't that mean Lu Jianwei, or rather, the 8 Directions Inn, had an encyclopedic grasp of martial artists and their affairs? He'd barely stepped into the inn when Lu Jianwei critiqued his blade techniques, even pinpointing his flaws with ease. He hadn't understood it then, but now an explanation presented itself. The 8 Directions Inn must possess vast intelligence networks. The weaknesses in his swordsmanship were likely already documented in their records. Lu Jianwei might be formidable, but even more awe-inspiring and unnerving was whoever or whatever stood behind the inn. LV Hudi's thoughts aligned with his in that moment, his mind reeling like storm-tossed waves. Had he just crossed some terrifying organization? Meanwhile, Yan Feizong felt a thrill of anticipation. This meant he'd have the chance to encounter even more masters. Whatever lay behind the inn, judging by its current rules, it didn't seem malevolent, just a little greedy for money. As for Uncle Zhang and Yushu, they were inwardly delighted. The stronger the inn, the more security they enjoyed. Shui Guanhe, still inexperienced in the ways of the martial world, didn't grasp the implications and simply followed orders. Together with Uncle Zhang, he hauled the corpse to the front courtyard and tied it to a post in the stables. "Boss, that guy Chow really isn't here," Yushu reported after specially checking the second floor. Lu Jianwei replied, "He's back." On the system's map, a green dot raced toward them from the direction of Moonview City. Chow Haozi, adept with hidden weapons, wasn't just unmatched in stealth, his lightness skill was equally exceptional. He'd pursued the martial siblings to Moonview City, intercepted their messenger pigeon with a well-aimed projectile, then dashed back to the inn to rendezvous with LV Hudi. Their plan, to abduct the targets after dinner, was flawless. As Chow Haozi reached the rear wall of the inn, he kicked off lightly, vaulting over without a sound. Heart brimming with anticipation, he landed only to find Yan Feizong waiting on the other side, arms crossed, blade in hand. His foot slipped, and he face-planted onto the ground with a splat. No matter how skilled Chow Haozi was with hidden weapons, he stood no chance against a 6th-rank martial artist like Yan Feizong. Knowing his plan had been exposed, he simply raised his hands in surrender, forcing an awkward smile. "What instructions does Hero Yan have for me?" Yan Feizong, annoyed at the interruption to his training, replied coldly and tersely. "To the front courtyard." Chow Haozi's beady eyes darted around, but he obediently walked ahead, circling around the main building of the inn until his gaze landed on LV Hudi, who was fused with a stable post. Under the eaves of the corridor, the elegant innkeeper, Lu Jianwei, reclined in a rocking chair, leisurely sipping tea. The rest of the staff stood guard around her. "What's going on here?" Chow Haozi feigned surprise. "Innkeeper Lu, did old LV offend you? Let me apologize on his behalf. He's a bit of a smooth talker, but he means no harm." Lu Jianwei lifted her eyes and smiled at him. You show him." "Right away." Yushu stepped forward with a simple wooden box and opened it before Chow Haozi. Inside lay the mangled remains of a black beetle, torn to pieces beyond recognition. Chow Haozi. There was no denying it now. Still, from Lu Jianwei's demeanor, there might still be room for negotiation. Without hesitation, he spoke earnestly. "So old LV's pet accidentally escaped and disturbed you, Innkeeper Lu. It's only right to apologize. If there's anything you need, just say the word." LV Hudi's poisonous insects had never failed before. Today's failure wasn't due to carelessness, they had simply underestimated the inn's prowess. A mysterious inn in the middle of nowhere truly was unfathomable. Lu Jianwei wasted no time. She set down her teacup. 2,000 taels of silver to redeem him. Chow Haozi's face twisted in distress. "Innkeeper Lu, how could I possibly afford that? Selling me wouldn't even cover the cost." Yan Feizong. Lu Jianwei had no patience for his excuses. Yan Feizong unsheathed his blade, its cold gleam flashing toward the stable post where LV Hudi was pinned. The man's face turned ashen, his makeup flaking off in terror, but with his body immobilized, he had no way to dodge. Nigerian Iro. Stop! Chowhousie shrieked in horror. Yan Feizong arched a brow, effortlessly halting the blade mid-swing before sheathing it with a crisp ring. The display left everyone's jaws on the floor. They had now witnessed the true prowess of a sixth-rank blade master. His control was impeccable, worthy of his title as the finest swordsman in the martial world. Shui Guanhe's blood burned with excitement. If he could one day wield a blade with such effortless grace, he'd die without regrets. The crowd gazed at Yan Feizong with awe. He was used to such reactions and rarely cared for others' opinions, yet he couldn't resist stealing a glance at Lu Jianwei. Her expression remained unchanged, as if she'd just watched an utterly unremarkable performance. A twinge of disappointment pricked his heart. So she truly didn't think much of his swordsmanship. Money or his life? Lu Jianwei propped her chin lazily on her hand. Martial artist Chao Chu's. Chowhousie sighed in resignation. We don't carry that much on us. Allow me to make a trip to Moonview City to withdraw the silver notes from the bank. Granted. Lu Jianwei's lips curved slightly. Chowhousie could only see a dagger hidden behind her smile. His heart quivered, and he immediately dashed toward Moonview City at full speed using his lightness skill. So straightforward. Lu Jianwei frowned. Did I ask for too little? Everyone. After Chowhousie left, Lu Jianwei returned to her room. The others resumed their duties, leaving LV Hudi alone with the stables. Before long, Tao Yang and Wei Lu returned with their donkey cart. Seeing LV Hudi in such a pitiful state, they froze on the spot. What's this? Wei Lu started to speak, but Tao Yang tugged her sleeve. Junior sister, tie up the donkey. Let's go rest. Ah, all right. The two pretended not to notice, sparing LV Hudi's dignity. LV Hudi. This humiliation was beyond redemption. At the front desk, Wei Lu and Tao Yang retrieved their deposit and quietly asked Yushu, who was handling the refund. What happened to Senior LV? Yushu saw no reason to cover for him. He tried to steal the innkeeper's jewelry and poisoned the well water. Thankfully, the innkeeper discovered it in time and prevented disaster. This is his punishment. The two exchanged glances. Back in their room, after a long silence, Wei Lu spoke first. Did they already make their move? Seems so. Tao Yang's brow furrowed. This sin really isn't simple. We must tread carefully. LV Hudi was a seasoned veteran in the martial world. If even he failed, their chances of pulling off any covert operations were slim. What's there to fear? We're just here to gather information. The letter's already been sent. Once it's done, we're out of it. True. Senior brother, I'm exhausted from the journey. I'll rest first. Go ahead. Tao Yang called after her. We'll stay here and wait for further orders. No more running around for now. Perfect. Once in her room, Wei Lu summoned Yushu. Attendant, draw me a bath. Yushu responded brightly. Wait. Wei Lu hesitated. Earlier, you mentioned the well was poisoned. Is the water safe now? Yushu beamed proudly. Yes. The innkeeper already neutralized the poison. No need to worry, Miss Wei. Neutralized? Did Senior LV provide the antidote? No, the innkeeper handled it herself. Oh, good. Chowhousie pushed his lightness skill to the limit, barely making it to Moonview City before the gates closed. He retrieved the 2,000 taels in silver notes and rushed back to the inn under the cover of night. Innkeeper Lu, here's the silver. Please verify it. Lu Jianwei accepted the notes, her expression serene. Excellent. Now that the ransom's paid, could you release old LV? By all means. Chowhousie started toward the stables, but turned back. It's late. Would it be possible for us to stay the night? The last thing he wanted was to camp outside with a corpse. This inn is open for business. As long as guests are willing, they may stay as long as they like. Lu Jianwei smiled. But for an extension, you'll need to pay another 500 coppers. Naturally. Chowhousie fished out 5 mace of silver. He headed to the courtyard, freed LV Hudi from his equine company, and hauled him upstairs. Behind them, Lu Jianwei's gentle voice carried. Guanhe, go ask Miss Wei and the others if they'd like supper. His stomach growled pitifully, and bitterness welled in his heart. The fines went into the inn's treasury. The hundred-some tales from LV Hudie's person and the 2,000 tales of ransom swelled the inn's coffers to over 2,500 tales. Upgrading fifth-rank equipment required 100,000 coppers, 1,000 tales. With 2,500 tales on hand, she could boost both offensive and defensive gear to the fifth rank. Without hesitation, Lu Jianwei invested 2,000 tales, elevating both sets of equipment to fifth rank. The remaining 500 would serve as backup funds, enough for now. A long-lost sense of security wrapped around her. In the martial world, fifth-rank fighters were already considered experts. Someone like Yan Feizong, a sixth-rank martial artist, stood at the pinnacle of the younger generation. Those above the sixth rank were either sect leaders who rarely engaged in combat or recluses who seldom appeared in public, unless treasures or spiritual artifacts surfaced. Now that the inn was secured with fifth-tier protective artifacts and guarded by a sixth-tier martial artist like Yan Feizong, Lu Jianwei faced no safety concerns as long as she stayed within its walls. The only hitch was that advancing to the sixth tier required 10,000 taels of silver. Who knew how many years it would take to earn that much? Even so, her spirits remained high, and she specially instructed Shui Guanhe to prepare extra dishes for dinner. The food was served, but not everyone had arrived yet. "Where's Yan Feizong?" she asked. Yushu promptly replied, "I'll go call him." Just then, Tao Yang came downstairs and inquired, "Innkeeper Lu, are you about to dine?" "Yes." "Were you looking to order something?" Lu Jianwei said. "We just sent someone to check, but Miss Wei is bathing and couldn't respond." Tao Yang nodded. "If we order now, would it delay your meal? Would it be possible for my junior sister and me to join you? We're happy to pay." The dishes on the menu paled in comparison to the feast laid out on the table. After days of exhausting travel, he craved something delicious. His junior sister shared the sentiment, which was why she'd sent him to ask. Lu Jianwei blurted out without thinking, "You can join, but these dishes will cost extra." Shaka. Everyone else. The desire to make money was truly ingrained in Innkeeper Lu's bones. Tao Yang hesitated, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Such an elegant woman, yet tainted by worldly greed. "That's fair," he conceded. "Then invite Miss Wei down to eat," Lu Jianwei said, taking her seat at the head of the table. "The food will get cold if we wait any longer." Tao Yang looked uneasy. "My junior sister seems to be. What's wrong with her?" "I'm not sure. She might be having some trouble, but it's inappropriate for me to enter her room. Would you mind checking on her, Innkeeper Lu?" Lu Jianwei was genuinely hungry and didn't want to deal with any complications. But since Wei Lu was a valuable customer, she reluctantly went upstairs and knocked on her door. "Miss Wei, it's time for dinner." Wei Lu exclaimed cheerfully, "Innkeeper Lu. Come in, please, I can't get my eyebrows right. Could you help me?" Lu Jianwei. So it was just makeup. She pushed the door open and was greeted by the graceful silhouette of the young woman. Wei Lu wore a newly bought ruchuan, similar in style and color to Lu Jianwei's own, with only subtle differences. At a glance, it was hard to recognize her as the same swordswoman from earlier that day. Wei Lu turned around, her lively almond-shaped eyes sparkling. Dressed in the flowing robes, she looked nothing short of stunning. "Innkeeper Lu, could you fix my eyebrows? I just can't get them even." Lu Jianwei sighed inwardly but stepped closer, taking the eyebrow pencil. Gently tilting Wei Lu's chin up, she bent down to refine the arches. Wei Lu's brows were naturally well-shaped, with no stray hairs needing correction. Their faces were so close that Lu Jianwei could count her lashes. Suddenly, Wei Lu spoke up. "Innkeeper Lu, you're really beautiful." Lu Jianwei, being human, naturally enjoyed praise. Smiling, she replied, "So are you." "It's not the same." "How so?" Lu Jianwei finished the last stroke. Wei Lu propped her chin on her hand, studying Lu Jianwei's reflection in the mirror. "It's a feeling. You have this extraordinary aura, warm and kind, yet also like a detached observer of the mortal world." Lu Jianwei paused, meeting her gaze. Those eyes were clear and innocent, like those of a girl untouched by worldly troubles. She suddenly laughed. "I'm just an ordinary innkeeper." Wei Lu smiled too. "I know, Innkeeper Lu." She stood and headed for the door, turning back to add, "Your chef's skills are incredible. The smell alone makes me hungry." Then, lifting the hem of her new dress, she skipped downstairs. Just as she reached the dining hall, Yan Feizong walked in. He gave a casual greeting, "Innkeeper Lu." Wei Lu froze. Lu Jianwei, who had followed behind, also stopped in her tracks. The others stared in shock. Had he mistaken her? Impossible. A six-tier martial artist, the top blade master in the martial world, surely his perception wasn't that poor. Yan Feizong sensed the awkward silence and looked up, startled. Without thinking, he blurted, "Why are there two innkeeper Lus?" "Everyone?" Lu Jianwei arched a brow, teasing, "Master Yan, no matter how funny your joke is, we won't pay to applaud it." "Ha ha ha." Shui Guanhe burst out laughing. So even Master Yan cracks jokes. Yan Feizong recognized the voices and realized his blunder, his expression turning slightly stiff. "You're dressed identically, just adjust." "My apologies, Innkeeper Lu, Miss Wei." "No harm done. Beautiful people share similarities. What does that tell you?" Lu Jianwei smiled. "It means both Miss Wei and I are quite lovely." "Absolutely. The innkeeper is stunning, and so is Miss Wei," Yushu chimed in. Being the youngest, his praise sounded innocent. From anyone else, it might have come off as presumptuous. The topic was smoothly brushed aside, and the meal proceeded with warmth and laughter. Meanwhile, in the eastern room on the second floor, Chow Haozi retrieved the last antidote from L.V. Hudi's belongings, his voice strained. "If this one doesn't work, your poison may truly be incurable." L.V. Hudi lay rigid on the bed, tears of despair slipping down his cheeks. He had prided himself as the top insect master in the martial world. What venomous creature had he not encountered? What toxin had he failed to neutralize? Yet here he was, in this remote wilderness suffering the backlash of his own arrogance. That innkeeper Lu, she'd effortlessly countered the poison in the well, and then administered an untraceable toxin of her own. How could someone like her remain unknown in the martial world? Just who is she? The poison administered by Lu Jianwei took 3 days to wear off. Chow Haozi understood that this was meant to punish L.V. Hudi, so he dared not ask for an antidote. He could only watch as L.V. Hudi lay immobilized for 3 full days. On the 3rd day, as soon as the effects dissipated, the two slunk out of the inn without even reclaiming their deposit. Business was slow, so Lu Jianwei spent her time cultivating and teaching her apprentice. She wasn't worried about others stealing her techniques. If mastery could be achieved so easily, everyone would be a martial arts expert. Uncle Zhang treasured the cross-wave palm manual like a priceless treasure. After finding skilled gardeners in Linwei village, he devoted himself entirely to mastering the technique. The inn was gradually furnished with wooden tables, chairs, and a few amusing little toys. The kitchen's firewood was stacked high. Everyone had their roles, and the days passed leisurely. After sharing meals with the others, Wei Lu and Tao Yang decided to stop ordering separate dishes. With only 2 guests staying at the inn, fewer than the number of staff, preparing individual meals was too troublesome. It was easier to just eat together. They enjoyed the food, and it saved Shui Guanhe a lot of effort. 5 days passed, and still no new guests arrived. After lunch, Yushu and Shui Guanhe were clearing the table as usual when Yushu glanced behind Wei Lu and gasped in surprise. "Sister Wei, you're injured?" Wei Lu blinked. "Huh." Everyone turned to look. There was indeed a faint smear of blood on the back of her clothes. "You're really bleeding," Shui Guanhe said urgently. "You should go to a doctor in the city right away." The 2 younger ones had little experience with such matters and had no idea what was happening. Meanwhile, Tao Yang, Uncle Zhang, and Yan Feizong, all grown men, tactfully turned their backs. Lu Jianwei unhooked her apron from the kitchen and tied it around Wei Lu's waist, covering the bloodstain. She explained matter-of-factly, "She's not injured. It's just her monthly cycle, something all women experience. No need for alarm." Yushu looked utterly bewildered. Shui Guanhe, being slightly older and more worldly, flushed red with embarrassment, grabbed the dishes, and bolted for the kitchen. You, go boil some water," Lu Jianwei instructed before turning to Wei Lu, who was hanging her head in silence. "Let's head upstairs first." Wei Lu nodded. Once in the room, she murmured, "I didn't expect it to come early this time. Manager Lu, I've embarrassed myself in front of you." "There's nothing embarrassing about it," Lu Jianwei said calmly. "It's a natural bodily function, something both you and I share." But earlier, Wei Lu's eyes flickered with shame. "There were so many men around, even my senior brother. Matters like this are indelicate." Though normally bold and confident, Wei Lu still felt deeply self-conscious about such private matters. The societal conditioning of women was subtle yet deeply ingrained, even she couldn't escape it. Jianwei didn't press further. Once the hot water is ready, wash up and change your clothes. Avoid cold water these next few days, soak your feet before bed, and stay warm. No spicy or raw foods either, ABs. Her tone was even, but Wei Lu could sense genuine, unfeigned concern in her words. Thank you, Manager Lu. Some of her tension eased, and she offered a sincere smile. No one's ever explained these things to me before. And rest well. Wait, Wei Lu hesitated, then asked shyly, I don't have any sanitary cloths. Could you lend me some? I have a few unused ones. I'll fetch them for you. Jianwei left and headed upstairs. Xiaoko, she suddenly said, I just realized something. I was just thinking the same thing, Xiaoko replied, sounding a little guilty. Jianwei snorted. If Wei Lu hadn't brought it up, I might have forgotten entirely. It's been nearly 2 months since I arrived in the Qi dynasty. Why hasn't my period come yet? This monthly visitor was a nuisance when it arrived, but its absence was strangely unsettling. Xiaoku explained, menstrual cycles can shift due to environmental factors. Your body hasn't fully adjusted to the Qi dynasty yet. It'll normalize with time. Fine. I'll take your word for it. Jianwei entered her room and browsed the system's marketplace, selecting breathable, comfortable sanitary pads. She bought several dozen in one go. She certainly didn't have any traditional cloths on hand, but thankfully, the system's store carried products far superior to anything in the Qi dynasty, cleaner and more comfortable. From what she knew, most women here used makeshift pads stitched from cloth strips and stuffed with rags or ash. The ones sold in the system's shop were lined with cotton, soft, dry, and infinitely more comfortable. Still, no matter how good they were, they couldn't compare to the convenience of modern industrial products. Jianwei scrolled through the marketplace. The special items section at the very bottom remained grayed out, still locked. To unlock it, she needed to earn the friendship of at least one 5th-level martial artist. Xiaoko, where am I supposed to find a qualified martial artist to befriend? There's actually one right here in the inn. You can't mean Yan Feizang? Jianwei shook her head. Men like him seem simple, but earning their genuine respect is difficult. Besides, he's face-blind. Face-blind. Xiaoku was surprised. It hadn't noticed. Wei Lu and I dress similarly, but our faces are completely different, yet he couldn't tell us apart. Isn't that face-blindness? Not to mention, I doubt he'd ever consider befriending a woman in the first place. The system sighed on her behalf. Looks like your wish won't be easily granted. No worries, I'd rather not be friends with a natural-born schemer either. She wrapped a few menstrual cloths in fabric and carried them upstairs to the 2nd floor. Wei Lu was burning clothes in a copper basin. You're burning your sex robes, just like that? Jianwei raised an eyebrow in surprise. They're too filthy. Jianwei's expression turned intrigued. That was an oddly ambiguous remark. Wei Lu seemed to realize her words were improper and looked up with a faint smile. I prefer the robes you gave me, Jia. They smell nice and are clean. Good thing I wasn't wearing them today. Jianwei thought of the golden coptis flowers described in the medical texts, bright and delicate, yet bitter to the taste. She handed the menstrual cloths to Wei Lu. The moment Wei Lu touched them, she could tell they were unusual. These are remarkable. Your things are always so extraordinary, Jia. I've always lived by my own rules. Comfort comes first. These must be expensive. Jia, I'll pay for all of them. Before Jianwei could respond, Wei Lu cut her off. You've already helped me so much. If you refuse, I'll feel guilty. Fine. Jianwei didn't argue further. She had bought each strip from the system's store for 30 coins and told Wei Lu the exact price. Wei Lu knew they couldn't possibly be that cheap, but she didn't press further, paying the full amount and silently tucking away her gratitude. Jia, how old are you? 25. Wei Lu's almond-shaped eyes curved into crescents. I'm 18. Jia, if you don't mind, you can call me Xiaolu. That's what my martial sisters call me. And may I call you Jia, if you like. Jianwei gave a slight nod before retreating to the 3rd floor to practice her cultivation techniques. Yushu carried a bucket of hot water upstairs, calling out a quick greeting through the door before hurrying back to the kitchen. Shui Guanhe was washing dishes. Shuaji, Yushu frowned. It's really pitiful how women have to bleed every month. No wonder most of them seem so delicate. Shui Guanhe. He forcefully changed the subject. How's your martial training coming along? Yushu immediately scratched his head in frustration. I feel like such an idiot. No matter how hard I practice, I make no progress. I can't even grasp basic swordplay. Shui Guanhe understood all too well. He used to believe he had no talent for martial arts either. But after becoming the innkeeper's disciple and learning cultivation methods tailored to him, he could clearly feel his improvement. Have you considered that maybe swordsmanship just isn't where your talent lies? Yushu reflexively replied, of course I've thought about it, but it's not like we can just pick and choose. Wait. There was someone right in front of him who could. He shot Shui Guanhe an envious look. I wish I could try different paths too, to find what suits me. Shui Guanhe patted his shoulder reassuringly. You'll get your chance. Upstairs, after washing up and changing into clean robes, Wei Lu heard Tao Yang knock on her door. Shimmy, are you all right? Wei Lu opened the door. Come in. Tao Yang turned his head away, refusing to enter. Glad you're fine. Just checking, I won't come in. She's young, wait. What is it? Get inside first. All right. Tao Yang hesitated before stepping in, too awkward to sit. What did you want to say? It's been 5 days. Wei Lu's delicate brows furrowed. We haven't received any reply. 5 days ago, they had sent a carrier pigeon. By now, they should have received a response, yet there was nothing. Tao Yang's expression darkened. I've been thinking about that too. Maybe the pigeon was delayed. Let's wait a bit longer. But Wei Lu pressed on. Remember how LV Hudy and Chao Haozi left? They were kicked out for stealing. But they were clearly wealthy. Tao Yang shrugged. Some people just crave money no matter how rich they are. True, but LV Hudy and Chao Haozi have been infamous in the jianghu for years. I've never heard of them stealing before. And I doubt they'd be foolish enough to provoke a mysterious inn like this. You're right, Tao Yang's eyes widened in realization. They barely did anything after arriving. Could they really have been after Wagongzi? It's possible. Tao Yang frowned. After White Crane Manor was wiped out, it did send shockwaves through the martial world. But aside from Shifu, who else would care about Yue Zhuangju's heir? Shifu only sent us to track them down so we could offer protection. What would LV Hudy and the others want? It's more complicated than we thought. Wei Lu paused, weighing her words. If our goal is to protect them, why don't we just reveal the truth now and bring them back with us? Absolutely not. Tao Yang paled. Shifu said the ones who destroyed White Crane Manor are still at large. With just the two of us, we'd never keep them safe. We must wait for Shifu to come himself, only he can protect them properly. Wei Lu lowered her gaze, hiding the coldness in her eyes. But if they stay here, the inn could be in danger too. Shifu warned us not to act rashly. Once he arrives, Lu Jie won't be in danger either. Besides, there's also Yan Feizeng. Do you really believe that? Shifu knows best. Wei Lu fell silent for a moment before sipping her tea, an implicit agreement. Oh, one more thing. Tao Yang asked casually, did you figure out anything from those clothes and jewelry? Wei Lu replied firmly no. Thus, 3 more days passed, yet the carrier pigeon still did not arrive. Tao Yang could no longer restrain himself. Junior sister, I'll make another trip to Moonview City tomorrow. He hurried out of the room, brushing past the railing when his gaze flickered toward the inn's exterior. The night was deep, the outside world shrouded in darkness and silence, save for the 2 lanterns illuminating a small patch of ground by the inn's entrance. 3 figures approached swiftly, gradually nearing the courtyard gate. The courtyard gate was knocked just as Lu Jianwei was about to retire for the night. She didn't bother consulting her system, sensing the visitors' auras herself, 1 at the 4th level, 2 at the 3rd. No need for her to personally intervene. Shui Guanhe eagerly hurried to open the door. By the dim glow of the lantern, he made out the attire of the 3 visitors, similar in style, all clad in fitted martial robes, though one wore blue while the other 2 were in gray. Each carried a curved saber at their waist, the scabbards weathered and imposing, with a bronze plaque dangling beneath, inscribed with characters. His heart skipped a beat. Though he had never ventured into the martial world, he knew a thing or two about its affairs. The mystic mirror envoys were frequent subjects in martial arts tales, often painted in an unflattering light by storytellers. The visitors were from the Mystic Mirror Bureau. In its early days, the bureau had been understaffed, its hierarchy loose. But after more than a decade of development, it now boasted one chief envoy, two deputy chief envoys, and beneath them, ranks of envoys in violet, red, blue, and gray robes. By the martial world standards, those at the third level and below were gray envoys, fourth level practitioners were blue envoys, fifth level were red envoys, and sixth level were violet envoys. Beyond that were the deputy chief and chief envoys. The guests outside were precisely one blue envoy and two gray envoys. While the Mystic Mirror Bureau wasn't well liked in the martial world, its reputation among common folk was decent. Shui Guanhe put on a welcoming smile. "Esteemed guests, please come in." The blue envoy stepped forward first, his sharp gaze sweeping over the inn. Inside, there were three other fourth-level martial artists and one second-level. The young man who had opened the door was merely first-level. Lu Jianwei's cultivation technique was unique, and Yan Feizong's level was too high for him to perceive. Shui Guanhe secured the gate again and led the trio into the main hall. "Will you be staying the night?" One of the gray envoys, short and wiry with a piercing voice, spoke up. "One superior room, two standard rooms." Shui Guanhe maintained his professional smile. "Superior rooms are 5 taels of silver per night, standard rooms 500 coins. He braced himself for the inevitable accusation of running a scam. By now, he was used to it. Sure enough, the taller gray envoy scowled. "These prices are outrageous. Is this some kind of robbery?" Shui Guanhe patiently explained. "Our inn is situated in the wilderness for the convenience of travelers who can't make it to the city in time. The land here is barren, and all our supplies have to be hauled from 20 miles away. Operating costs are steep, and profits are slim. We appreciate your understanding," A Withering above knew. He conveniently forgot the time he himself had been so shocked by the prices that he'd fled back to the city in a panic. Enough." The blue envoy cut off his subordinate, fixing Shui Guanhe with a stern look. "One standard room will suffice." Shui Guanhe inwardly sighed in relief. "That'll be 500 coins for the room, plus another 500 as a deposit." The blue envoy gave the shorter gray envoy a meaningful glance. Grudgingly, the man fished out a tael of broken silver. Shui Guanhe handed over the key. "Second floor, first room on the east side. Please make yourselves comfortable." Once the three were settled, Shui Guanhe brought up a pot of tea. "If you need anything, just call for me downstairs. We won't be needing you tonight." "Leave us," the burly gray envoy grunted. Shui Guanhe bowed and withdrew. Behind closed doors, the blue envoy sat at the table while his subordinates stood before him. "Sir, this is definitely a scam. We should be careful," the shorter gray envoy whispered. The blue envoy poured a cup of tea and nodded. "This inn is indeed unusual. Aside from me, there are 3 other fourth-level martial artists here. We have our mission, let's not stir up trouble. Check for poison." The tea was clear and untainted. A silver needle dipped into it showed no discoloration. The shorter gray envoy sniffed carefully. "Sir, no poison or sedatives detected." The blue envoy still didn't drink. Suddenly, he asked, "Do you remember the rumors we heard at the tea house in town this afternoon?" "Yes," the taller gray envoy replied. "Many were talking about the young master of White Crane Manor and his old servant taking shelter at an inn outside Moonview City. They supposedly carry the manor's treasure map. Find the map, and you'll find the treasure. Not just gold and jewels," the shorter one added, "but rare medicinal herbs, said to revive the dead and cure even the most potent poisons." The blue envoy mused, "We're still 20 miles from Moonview City. How many inns are there outside its walls?" The 2 gray envoys shook their heads. They'd never been here before. "We'll ask the attendant when we leave tomorrow. For now, rest." The 3 slept in their clothes. In the central room on the 3rd floor, Lu Jianwei and her system heard everything clearly. "Her system," Xiaoke gasped. "Uncle Zhang said it was a mechanism diagram. How did it turn into a treasure map?" Lu Jianwei's eyes darkened. "Someone's spreading rumors to muddy the waters." "Who?" "Likely Lu and Chao." Xiaoke asked. "You knew they'd do this?" "I had my suspicions." "Then why let them go?" Lu Jianwei smiled. "This works out just fine." With this development, the conspiracy had been dragged into the open. Countless people would come seeking the treasure, even if it might be a fiction. There was no harm in trying, if only for the spectacle. But for those trying to hide the truth, this was far from ideal. The inn was about to get very lively. Xiaoke, ready to make some money? Xiaoke perked up. Absolutely. The next morning, the Mystic Mirror Bureau trio prepared to leave, with Shui Guanhe seeing them off. One gray envoy casually asked, "Is this place close to Moonview City?" Shui Guanhe nodded. "Yes, about 20 miles. Last night, we only saw your inn along the way. Are there no other places to rest?" "South of the city, this is the only one." "So there are others to the north and east?" Shui Guanhe waved a hand. "Not really. This area's remote and barren. Who'd open in and out here?" The shorter gray envoy pointed at the counter. "You did." Shui Guanhe chuckled, but didn't reply. The three asked no further questions and left. Once outside, the taller gray envoy muttered, "Sir, if this is the only inn around, those two might be hiding here." The blue envoy said, "There are experts in there. We must proceed carefully. First, send word to Moonview City." "Yes." The shorter gray envoy added, "Originally, we were supposed to go to Liangzhou to find Zhu Ji and use his connection to track down Yu Shu and the old servant. Who'd have thought they'd be hiding in an inn? Saves us the trip." Zhu Ji was recently reassigned to Liangzhou. Few know of the court's transfer orders. It's no surprise they couldn't find out. The blue envoy instructed, "We'll deliver the message in Moonview City first, then return to the inn to await further orders." At the 8 Directions Inn, Uncle Zhang, already aware of the Mystic Mirror Bureau's visit, sought out Lu Jianwei after breakfast. "Manager, the Bureau must have uncovered Lady Zhu's identity. They're here to trace us through her cousin." Lu Jianwei frowned. Was Lady Zhu's relationship with her cousin that hard to uncover? "Master Lu, you may not be aware," Uncle Zhang explained. "Lady Zhu was born into a military family, where all the men serve the imperial court. The court and the martial world have always been like oil and water. The incident with the flower-stealing bandit 15 years ago only deepened the rift between them. The Zhu family dislikes martial artists, so naturally, they were unwilling to marry their daughter to the White Crane Manor. But Lady Zhu and Master Yu were deeply in love, so she cut ties with her family, and the Zhu clan publicly declared that she had died young from illness." Uncle Zhang was stunned. "How did you know that?" Lu Jianwei thought to herself, wasn't this just the classic cliché of star-crossed lovers? Easy enough to guess. Well, perhaps not quite a blood feud, but close enough. The inn will soon be flooded with guests. Uncle Zhang's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" Lu Jianwei relayed what she had heard the previous night, leaving Uncle Zhang in a daze. Treasure? Miracle medicine? What nonsense was this? Someone deliberately spread these rumors to stir up a frenzy and take advantage of the chaos, Lu Jianwei said. But for you and A Wei, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. After a brief moment of thought, Uncle Zhang understood, his expression growing even more respectful. Aishu and I will rely on Master Lu from now on. He no longer referred to him as young Master Yu. The young master of White Crane Manor no longer existed in this world. Of course. Lu Jianwei paused, then asked curiously, "You really don't have any secret blueprints or treasure maps on you?" Uncle Zhang shook his head. "Truly, we don't. Though it's possible I'm just blind to it. If you don't mind, Master Lu, would you take a look at our belongings?" "Very well." Lu Jianwei appreciated his straightforwardness. Having read so many novels and watched so many dramas, she might recognize the usual tropes of hidden treasure maps. Soon after, Uncle Zhang and Yu Shu returned, carrying the few items they had taken when fleeing the manor. A few threadbare old clothes, a fire starter, and a worn-out book titled Annotations on Construction. "You brought a book while running for your life?" Lu Jianwei flipped through it. It was indeed a treatise on craftsmanship. Yu Shu's eyes dimmed with sorrow. "When the attackers came, I was hiding in my room reading this. I just stuffed it into my robes as I fled." "Hiding? My father forbade me from studying these things. I was afraid he'd find out." "Then where did this book come from?" "I found it tucked away in a corner of the family library." "If your father didn't want you learning this, why was it even in the library?" "I don't know. By the time I found it, it was already very old." Lu Jianwei examined the cover. It was ordinary, with no hidden compartment like in those dramas. Neither smoke nor water revealed any hidden markings, and the entire book showed no trace of a concealed map. Perhaps the text itself held a coded message, but without understanding it, the effort would be wasted. "Keep this book hidden. Don't show it to anyone." Yu Shu nodded obediently. I'll listen to Sister Lu. By late morning, Niu Cheng arrived at the inn, sweating profusely. He was a farmer Uncle Zhang had hired to tend the gardens. Though there were other skilled villagers in Linyu, none were willing to work near a place frequented by martial artists. Uncle Zhang, I asked the elders. The land around the inn isn't suitable for crops. Vegetables might barely grow, and as for flowers, I consulted an old gardener in town. Those won't thrive either. Uncle Zhang was pleased with his diligence and asked kindly, is there no other way? There is, but the effort wouldn't be worth it. You'd be better off finding fertile land elsewhere to grow grain. Niu Cheng chuckled sheepishly. What's the method? Fertilizing the soil. But this plot is too big, and with no grass or trees nearby, even rotting leaves can't be used as compost. It's just not worth the labor. Uncle Zhang nodded in understanding and reported back to Lu Jianwei. Quite the undertaking, no wonder the villagers gave up. Instead of being deterred, Lu Jianwei's eyes gleamed with anticipation. If we can't find fertilizer nearby, we'll buy it. Where there's coin, there's a way. Even if we hire laborers, most farmers wouldn't have the stamina for it. Just tilling the soil alone would exhaust them. Lu Jianwei smirked. The inn is about to welcome a new wave of guests. I'm sure they'll be strong and full of energy. Uncle Zhang. Well, he certainly hadn't thought of that. Since their identities had been exposed, Uncle Zhang and Yushu no longer concealed themselves. At noon, Wei Lu went downstairs alone for lunch. She had heard about the 3 Mystic Mirror envoys arriving the previous night, but paid them little mind. Jianghu factions had never been fond of associating with the Mystic Mirror Bureau, though they sometimes had no choice but to yield to the commander's martial prowess. When she noticed Niu Cheng at the dining table, she didn't ask questions. Midway through the meal, Uncle Zhang suddenly inquired, Miss Wei, when will the master of your manor arrive? Wei Lu's heart skipped a beat. Was this a confession in the making? She instinctively glanced at Lu Jianwei, who remained engrossed in her meal, feigning deafness. Yan Feizong, however, chimed in, what manor master? He had been too busy training with his blade to grasp the situation. Wei Lu sighed inwardly. How enviable it was to be as carefree as the great swordsman Yan. I am a disciple of leisurely Cloud Manor. My master is its lord. Oh. Yan Feizong buried himself back in his meal. Miss Wei, Uncle Zhang urged, the culprit behind White Crane Manor's massacre remains at large. To avoid endangering Master Song, Yushu and I would rather you write back, saying we appreciate the gesture but must decline. My master and the late lord of White Crane Manor were close friends. He cannot bear to see you two wandering adrift, especially when the murderer is still unknown. The manor should offer you shelter precisely for that reason, Wei Lu replied helplessly. This is my master's command. White Crane Manor. Yan Feizong looked up again. You're from White Crane Manor? Yushu nodded. My father was its lord. Oh. Yan Feizong swallowed another mouthful. Then you two are lucky to be alive. Niu Cheng didn't even dare lift his chopsticks anymore. He was just a simple villager. He had no interest in these jianghu secrets. Miss Wei, you may not know this, but rumors are spreading across the martial world, Uncle Zhang said gravely. They claim White Crane Manor was destroyed because of a treasure map. Whoever finds it will obtain not only gold and jewels, but also a miraculous cure-all, Reinoi. Wei Lu was stunned. How could that be? Preposterous, Yan Feizong scoffed. If such a treasure existed, White Crane Manor would have found it long ago. Why would it linger until now and let outsiders catch wind of it? But the Jianghu crowd believes it, Uncle Zhang sighed. Lu Jianwei set down her bowl and chopsticks, smiling faintly. In a few days, this inn might welcome guests from all corners of the land. Let's all stay sharp and strive to uphold its fine reputation. Everyone. That afternoon, Tao Yang and the Mystic Mirror envoys returned to the inn after delivering their letters, only to freeze in shock upon learning that Uncle Zhang and Yushu had revealed their identities. It was all so sudden. But they soon understood why. The White Crane Manor massacre had initially drawn little attention, and few had actively sought news of Yushu. To prevent leaks and protect them from the culprit's pursuit, Master Song had secretly dispatched people to track the duo. Even after the Mystic Mirror Bureau took over the case, they refrained from publicizing updates to jianghu circles. The case might have faded quietly into obscurity until Lu Chao's pair somehow caught wind of it and attempted to abduct Yushu and Uncle Zhang. Having suffered a humiliating defeat at the inn, they decided to stir chaos by spreading false rumors, reveling in the turmoil. Of course, whether Lu Chao's duo were truly behind the rumors remained unconfirmed. For now, it was merely Lu Jianwei's speculation. Both the leisurely Cloud Manor disciples and the three Mystic Mirror envoys wanted to take Uncle Zhang and Yushu away. Had the rumors not surfaced, the two sides would have settled things through combat, letting the outcome decide the duo's fate. But now, the situation had spiraled out of control. With news of the treasure map spreading, factions were already mobilizing. Neither group could guarantee the duo's safety under such relentless pursuit. If the culprit seized this chance to eliminate them, the consequences would be catastrophic. All they could do was wait in tense stalemate. Whenever Tao Yang and the azure-clothed envoy crossed paths, the air between them grew taut as if on the verge of tearing, battle-ready tensions simmering beneath. Meanwhile, Lu Jianwei had cleared a small plot of land outside the inn's walls for Niu Chang to grow vegetables and flowers, promising generous rewards if he succeeded, regardless of the results. Having visited the inn multiple times, Niu Chang had grown familiar with its residents and no longer found these jianghu figures intimidating. To him, Manager Lu was a gentlewoman who loved dressing up and basking in the sun. Young Master Shui was a skilled cook, Uncle Zheng was kindly and warm, Yushu was innocent and guileless, and Swordsman Yan had an odd passion for chopping firewood. The other 5 guests seemed somewhat aloof, but that was understandable. They were, after all, temporary lodgers. 3 days later, Niu Chang arrived with a donkey cart carrying a large barrel of fertilizer. Manager Lu, this is compost made by the villagers. It smells foul. I'm afraid it might offend your senses. Lu Jianwei asked, is this fertilizer hard to come by? Not exactly, but it takes time and effort, Niu Chang answered honestly. This barrel is just leftover stock from the villagers. Fresh compost needs months to mature. After a brief pause, Lu Jianwei said, I'd like to purchase some from your village. Oh no, no need. This stuff isn't worth much, Niu Chang hastily waved his hands. Ask them first. Realizing he shouldn't deny his fellow villagers potential earnings, Niu Chang agreed. Transforming barren land into fertile soil required not just the right fertilizer, but also expertise in cultivation. With the autumn harvest over and villagers idle, many offered suggestions under Niu Chang's lead, eager to earn extra coin. Several seasoned farmers shared invaluable advice, all of which Lu Jianwei rewarded generously. That evening, after finishing his work, Niu Chang bid farewell to Lu Jianwei and the others. Lu Jianwei cautioned him, don't come back for a while. The inn will be crowded soon, and I don't want you caught in the crossfire. Understanding the gravity, Niu Chang nodded fervently, touched by her concern. Manager Lu wasn't like other jianghu folk at all. As dusk settled, Lu Jianwei leaned against the third-floor railing, gazing into the distance. Wei Lu approached quietly. Elder Sister Lu, why are you so fixated on farming? The inn isn't short on supplies. Why bother with this? The land outside looks barren and lifeless. Imagine opening the window to endless greenery or a sea of blossoms. Wouldn't that be beautiful? You're right. Wei Lu pondered, already envisioning the scene. If it comes true, I'll stay here often. You'd better not grow tired of me. Lu Jianwei smiled softly. I'd be delighted. Elder Sister Lu, Wei Lu suddenly gripped her wrist tightly. What if everyone comes for the treasure map? What will happen to you? To Uncle Zhang and Yushu. Lu Jianwei turned to her. The young woman's almond eyes shimmered with worry. Nothing will happen, she replied. Don't forget, Swordsman Yan is here. With a top-tier martial artist guarding the premises, who would dare cause trouble? But Wei Lu countered, even the mightiest elephant falls to an army of ants. No matter how strong jianghu experts were, none dared defy imperial troops. The principle of many ants can devour an elephant was universally understood. Yan Feizong was just one man, and his loyalty to the inn wasn't absolute. He had no obligation to die for it. He could leave any time. And if he did, the inn would be defenseless. Wei Lu shuddered at the thought of what might befall Lu Jianwei then. Lu Jianwei patted her hand, calm as ever. Don't worry. Get some rest tonight. The system map encompassed the entire territory of the Qi dynasty, with countless green dots densely scattered across the landscape, spanning dozens of miles in every direction. From all sides, they swarmed forth like a relentless tide, The moon hung bright and the stars sparse, stretching over an endless wilderness. An inn rose abruptly from the ground, standing solitary and imposing in the vast expanse like an island adrift at sea. Beneath its eaves swayed two lanterns, drifting with the wind like the glowing pupils of a great beast in the dark, watching the uninvited guests with silent vigilance. The newcomers understood perfectly. Everyone coveted the treasure map, yet none dared storm the inn in broad daylight. The cover of night concealed the truth. Clad in dark attire and veiled in black scarves, they gathered outside the inn's walls. All was silent, so quiet that the only sound was the pounding of their own hearts. There was an unspoken understanding among them. No one wanted to be the first to act, nor the first to breach the inn's defenses. Yet waiting indefinitely was no solution. On the third floor, Jianwei had not lit a single lamp. Seated by the window, her senses stretched to their limits, she could discern the strength of these intruders even without the aid of her system. They were mere scouts, low-level minions, the strongest among them barely reaching the fourth rank, while most lingered at the third, with a handful of second ranks padding their numbers. They lurked outside, motionless for what felt like an eternity. On the second floor, Tao Yang had long abandoned propriety, sharing a room with Wei Lu, his fists clenched and palms slick with sweat. Shimmy, there are so many of them out there. If they all rushed in at once, even with Yen Feitsong's help, they wouldn't be able to stop them all. Some would inevitably slip through the chaos and seize Yushu and the others. Though these martial artists weren't particularly skilled, they had their tricks, poisons, hidden weapons, and other underhanded methods that made them unpredictable. Wei Lu's heart also wavered with unease, but the thought of Lu Jianwei's calm demeanor sparked a flicker of anticipation. She wanted to see just how Lu Jia would fend off these jackals. Why hasn't Shifu come himself? Tao Yang muttered in frustration. With his ties to Yuzhuangju, we wouldn't be in such a desperate position. If leisurely Cloud Manor had no intention of protecting them, they wouldn't have secretly tracked them down. But if they were willing, why not step forward openly? Wei Lu sighed. If Yushu and the others truly wanted to go to leisurely Cloud Manor, they wouldn't have traveled all this way. Shixiang, have you not heard the rumors? You mean the treasure map? Tao Yang scoffed. If such a thing really existed, why would it surface only now? Wei Lu shook her head. Too many would rather believe it's real. Look, they've surrounded the inn completely. You're right. With so many vying for it, Shifu's appearance would only complicate things. Tao Yang finally understood. Wei Lu sighed again. Did it never occur to you that Shifu sent us to find them quietly precisely for this reason? Impossible. Tao Yang snapped. Wei Lu didn't press further. In the easternmost room, the azure-clothed envoy sat motionless at the table, while the tall and stout gray-clothed envoy and the short gray-clothed envoy each pressed against a window, peering through the slits at the scene outside. With grave Nigerian irony. Envoy, they're not moving, the tall one murmured. If they stormed the inn, what should we do? Against such numbers, they stood no chance. The azure-clothed envoy lowered his gaze in thought. What about those two? They're on the first floor. No lights, no movement, the short one replied. Strange. The azure-clothed envoy frowned. The intelligence said that old servant Zhang is a peak fourth rank. He should have heard the noise outside by now. In all his years of handling cases, he'd never encountered an inn as eerie as this. In the first-floor servants' quarters, Uncle Zhang gripped Yushu's hand tightly. Uncle Zhang, the innkeeper told us not to worry. She'll handle it, you don't need to be afraid, Yushu whispered. Uncle Zhang exhaled. I'm not afraid. He just wondered if that expert was even here tonight, and if she could truly stop so many. Outside the inn, the invaders held their breath, waiting. After what felt like an eternity, one finally lost patience. Relying on his superior lightness skill, he vaulted over the wall in an instant. His movement was a signal, though none wanted to be the first, none wanted to be left behind. Dozens of figures surged toward the main building at once. On the system's map, a swarm of green dots converged on the inn. Lu Jianwei's lips curled slightly. Xiaoku ready? Xiaoku cracked its knuckles in excitement. Ready. Lu Jianwei smirked. Activate the attack item. She gave no warning, no intimidating display of force, just unleashed the item without hesitation. A fifth-rank attack item was more than enough to handle a crowd of third- and fourth-rank martial artists. The cost? A trivial amount of silver. And that silver could easily be recouped from the intruders themselves. Among those rushing forward, some had stayed behind, watching cautiously from the sidelines. Every eye was fixed on the scene unfolding in midair. Inside and outside the inn, whether invader or guest, hearts pounded in anticipation. A single lantern flickered to life. In that instant, time itself seemed to freeze. The airborne invaders crashed into an invisible wall. Then, an unseen hand struck their chests, so effortlessly it might have been a mere brush of the moonlight. Bang! Pft! Simultaneously, they were flung back beyond the inn's walls, blood spraying from their mouths, their organs searing with pain. Not a single cry escaped them. Even the injured dared not groan, biting back their agony in terrified silence. Only the lantern in the center of the third floor burned brighter. By the heavens! The two gray-clothed envoys, peering through the window, gaped in shock. Even without looking, the azure-clothed envoy could sense the dozens of auras expelled from the inn in an instant, all grievously wounded. His eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of godly power was this? These intruders might have been low-ranked, but there were dozens of them, not just a handful. Who had struck them down? The question echoed in every mind present, shock, disbelief, and a creeping horror settling into stunned silence. Even Yan Feitzang, who had been deep in meditation, jolted to his feet, a shiver racing down his spine. Goosebumps erupted across his skin like tidal waves. An expert. A peerless master. A senior whose inner power was as vast and boundless as the sea, one he had never encountered before. His long blade hummed faintly, its edge trembling with awakened intent. So strong, impossibly strong, Tao Yang muttered, shutting the window with numb hands. His mind had short-circuited, leaving him capable only of repeating those words. Wei Lu's expression mirrored his awe. Among the invaders, reverence, terror, and dread churned like a storm. None dared take another step, some even froze mid-scratch, hands hovering in the air. No one moved to help the wounded. From her perch, Lu Jianwei rested her chin on her hand, feigning puzzlement. Why has everyone stopped? Xiao mused, perhaps they're still preparing. Should we wait a little longer? Then we'll wait. She paused. How much did we fine them earlier? Anyone who entered the inn without using the front door was considered an intruder, and intruders were subject to fines. When the attack item had been activated, Xiaoke had already deducted every last coin from their pockets. Total. 35 coppers, Xiaoke admitted awkwardly. Lu Jianwei? Maybe those coppers were just meant to be used as hidden weapons. In other words, if no one had used projectiles, she wouldn't have earned a single penny. A loss. A terrible loss. Lu Jianwei clutched her chest, her heart aching. All that silver wasted, and only 35 coppers to show for it. Are they all this broke? The system consoled her. They were here to ambush you. It makes sense they wouldn't carry much money. I never suffer losses, no matter what. Lu Jianwei's expression was cold and stern as she observed the green dots on the map. They've only sent out less than a third of their people. The remaining two-thirds will surely produce a few who aren't afraid of death. Besides, those who trespassed into the inn hadn't died, they'd merely suffered minor injuries. Wealth stirs greed, and for the sake of a treasure map, some would even throw their lives away. A layer of clouds drifted with the wind, veiling the moon like a sheer gauze, dimming its glow and deepening the silence of the night. Aside from the lights on the third floor of the inn and the lanterns by the entrance, there was no other illumination. Finally, a voice sounded from beyond the courtyard wall. Do we still attack? That single quiet remark shattered the invaders' hesitation. They couldn't retreat without a fight. There was no way to explain such cowardice to their superiors. Yet the scene they had just witnessed was too overwhelming, like an insurmountable chasm that left them frozen in fear. Just what kind of monster is that? Someone muttered. To effortlessly repel dozens of people, even a 6th-rank martial artist couldn't do that, could they? Not just 6th rank, even 7th rank wouldn't stand a chance. Damn. Then why even try? No matter how powerful, there's always a limit. If he can repel dozens, what about 100? Should we join forces? The night was pitch black, and none could recognize one another. If they all attacked at once, sheer numbers might overwhelm him. There were bound to be a few who slipped through. At that point, it would come down to luck. If strength wasn't enough, they'd rely on fortune. Once they seized their target, they could settle things among themselves. After some deliberation, the leaders among the invaders settled on a plan. Their remaining 160 men would storm the inn from all sides simultaneously. As long as they weren't all repelled, there was still a chance. Rumors said the old servant surnamed Zhang was merely at the peak of 4th rank, while that kid surnamed Yu was just a martial apprentice, hardly worth fearing. A group of 4th and 3rd rank fighters together should have no trouble overpowering one old man and a boy. Whoever managed to snatch the prize would be up to fate. I heard Yan Feizang is also at the inn. He's a 6th rank martial artist. Why worry? Yan Feizang is a martial fanatic who never bothers with others' affairs. Haven't you noticed he hasn't shown himself even after all this time? He doesn't meddle? I thought he was fond of helping the weak. The matter of White Crane Manor is beyond even his ability to influence alone. Fair point. The signal to attack was given, and like dumplings tossed into a pot, the 160 men vaulted over the courtyard walls. The injured lay on the ground, watching helplessly. They wanted to stop their companions, but couldn't bring themselves to dampen their spirits. Only those who had personally experienced that unfathomable, ocean-like power would truly understand the terror hidden within this inn. Lu Jianwei's eyes curved in amusement. Xiaoke, go easy this time. Don't send them flying. Xiaoke scoffed. Who do you take me for? The attack mechanism activated. Every invader suspended midair by their lightness skill suddenly felt an immense, crushing force pressing down on them, as if they'd been plunged into a terrifying quagmire, unable to move an inch. Countless invisible hands struck their chests. Pain exploded within them, blood gushed from their mouths, and like kites with severed strings, they plummeted to the ground with dull thuds. What was even more horrifying was that they weren't flung beyond the walls, they remained inside the courtyard. This was different from before. Lu Jianwei had amplified the attack this time. The invaders' injuries were far worse than those outside the walls, leaving them incapable of rising anytime soon. She spent 20 taels to purchase a potent muscle-relaxing powder from the system shop. A mere trace of it would render any martial artist below 4th rank completely limp and helpless. The clouds dispersed and the bright moonlight bathed the wilderness once more. No one spoke. No one cried out in pain. The only sound was the distant caw of a crow from a treetop. Both inside and outside the walls, all fighting spirit had been extinguished. Those outside could only watch as the 160 men, under the might of an invisible force, fell like broken-winged birds, crashing simultaneously within the courtyard walls. Separated by the thick wall, they couldn't see their companions. With over 100 men now trapped inside the inn, what were they to do? A few quick-witted and bold souls struggled to their feet despite their injuries and fled desperately toward Moonview City. Wei, some escaped, the system notified. Lu Jianwei raised an eyebrow. Good. Let them run. With so many hostages in her grasp, each one was worth a tidy sum in ransom. She wasn't afraid of them reporting back, she was counting on it. The lights in the main building of the inn suddenly blazed to life. Uncle Zhang, Yu Shu, Shui Guanhe, and Yan Feizang emerged from the servants' quarters, lighting the lanterns in the hall. Shui Guanhe, being of lower rank and with no one to explain the situation, had sensed something unusual tonight but had no idea what had actually happened. He lit the last candle, blew out the tinder, and turned to ask, "Did we have guests arrive?" The other three. Sometimes ignorance truly was bliss. Uncle Zhang stepped forward and opened the main doors. Moonlight spilled in like water, casting a frost-like glow over the ground. In the spacious courtyard, rows of black-clad figures lay sprawled, blood trickling from their lips, arranged in neat concentric circles. The sight was so spectacular it was unlike anything they'd ever witnessed. Shui Guanhe peeked over Uncle Zhang's shoulder, his eyes widening in shock. Even a fool could tell these black-clad figures were villains who had attempted a night raid on the inn. Yet he had heard nothing in his room. To defeat so many people without a sound, it was beyond belief. Yan Feizang followed closely behind, sweeping his gaze over the fallen invaders. His heart surged with emotion he could no longer suppress, and he raised his head, declaring loudly, "To witness such a divine feat tonight, I am humbled beyond words." He could no longer bring himself to speak of sparring. He wasn't worthy. Yu Shu dashed out after them, joining Shui Guanhe in odd exclamations, his eyes shining as he stared at the black-clad men. The invaders lay there like circus monkeys, forced to endure being gawked at and mocked. These were men who were once respected as heroes. Lights also flickered on the second floor. The 5 guests there remained silent, pushing open their windows to gaze down at the neatly arranged intruders below. A long, quiet sigh escaped them. "Envoy, this is too terrifying," the short, gray-clothed envoy stammered, wide-eyed. "I wonder if even our commander could." "Hold your tongue," the azure-clothed envoy snapped. "Do not speak recklessly of the commander." "Understood." "Junior sister, just what faction does this belong to?" Tao Yang murmured, still stunned and puzzled. "I've never heard of such an overwhelming display of power." Wei Lu, however, was unfazed. "What does it matter? This is no bad thing for us. The stronger the yin, the better it could protect you, Shu and Uncle Zhang." In the front courtyard, Uncle Zhang turned toward the main building and bowed deeply, his voice hoarse as he asked, "What are your orders, innkeeper?" A bundle dropped from the 3rd floor, followed by a woman's gentle, unhurried voice. "This is a muscle-relaxing powder. Diluted in water and force them to drink it." Uncle Zhang caught the bundle, which contained over a dozen bottles of the powdered drug. He bowed again. "As you command." "I'll fetch some water." Shui Guanhe exclaimed excitedly, darting toward the kitchen. Yushu hurried after him to help. "Innkeeper, there are still men outside the walls. How should we deal with them?" Uncle Zhang asked. Lu Jianwei replied, "Handle them the same way." A few of those outside had fled, but the rest either couldn't or didn't want to. Having witnessed the supreme power of the master here, their will to fight had long since crumbled. Besides, returning now to report failure would only invite punishment. All 200 men were force-fed the muscle-relaxing drug, then carelessly dumped by the walls like discarded trash, stripped of all dignity. These people were merely scouts, while the true power players remained hidden in the shadows, awaiting news. None of them could have anticipated that within mere moments, their entire force of over 200 would be utterly defeated. What? All of them captured? A peerless master? Huh, what a pathetic excuse for incompetence. 200 people all injured? Are you joking with me? Impossible. Even a 7th-rank martial king couldn't achieve that. Just what kind of place is the 8 directions in? Upon receiving the reports, the various factions were stunned, yet the facts left them no room for disbelief. Though the dispatched warriors were only 3rd or 4th rank, they were still the solid backbone of their sections. To avoid tarnishing their reputations, they had deliberately disguised themselves, masks concealing their faces as they infiltrated under cover of night. If all of them were captured and their disguises revealed, what would become of their sect's dignity? Yet with so many disciples trapped, they couldn't simply abandon them. But to rescue them would be an open admission of guilt, a self-inflicted blow to their honor. They would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire martial world. This was too difficult. Truly too difficult. What are the other factions doing? No movement yet. Let's wait and see how they act first. Understood. Similar discussions unfolded among the various sects, all choosing to hold their positions, unwilling to be the first to stick their necks out. Inside the inn, Lu Jianwei finished settling matters and snuggled under the covers to sleep. Aside from her, everyone involved, whether intruders or bystanders, spent the night sleepless. The next morning, after freshening up, Lu Jianwei descended the stairs to find Shui Guanhe and the others gathered at the landing, their eyes bright with anticipation. "Why are you all standing here? Is breakfast ready? The hall cleaned? The water vats filled? The firewood chopped?" Shui Guanhe was the first to reply, "All done." Yushu, brimming with energy, added, "Everything's been swept and tidied." Uncle Zhang chuckled. "Rest assured, manager, all the chores are complete." Yan Feizang, arms crossed over his sheathed blade, said simply, "A few sticks of firewood are nothing." "Good. You're all diligent and dependable staff." Lu Jianwei praised them lightly. "Now let's eat. After breakfast, we open for business." Shui Guanhe blinked. Open for business? In this situation, were they really going to welcome guests? Lu Jianwei raised a brow. Problem? And no problem at all. Breakfast was served, and Wei Lu and Tao Yang conveniently descended the stairs to join them. "Sister Lu, last night was truly thrilling," Wei Lu said with genuine admiration. "How do you plan to deal with them?" Lu Jianwei smiled lazily. "That depends on their choices." Manager Liu, would you be willing to enlighten us? Tao Yang's eyes shone with curiosity, though, upon closer inspection, there was also a newfound trace of reverence. Lu Jianwei replied bluntly, after breakfast, you're free to check if any of your sex disciples are among them. If you find one, I'll explain. Tao Yang. Should he go, or not? Though he didn't want to believe the leisurely Cloud Manor would stoop to such underhanded tactics, he couldn't shake his unease. After all, the incapacitated martial artists in the courtyard couldn't all be mere wandering rogues. If there really were members of the leisurely Cloud Manor among them, what should he do? Wei Lu, however, was decisive. I'll go check. Upstairs, the three Mystic Mirror envoys sat around a table, washing down dry, coarse grain cakes with cold tea from the pot. The short gray-clothed envoy sniffed the air longingly. Envoy, their breakfast smells amazing. That pair from the leisurely Cloud Manor eats with them every day. Shouldn't we order something too? It was pricey, yes, but it smelled heavenly. The tall and stout gray-clothed envoy grumbled, this inn is anything but ordinary. Do you really dare to order and make demands? An inn exists to do business, doesn't it? What kind of establishment turns customers away? The short gray-clothed envoy retorted. We haven't offended them, so why be afraid? Those martial artists have always looked down on us. Who knows if the inn's manager shares their prejudice? Ignoring him, the shorter envoy turned to their superior. Envoy, given the situation, those sects will surely send envoys soon, making everything more complicated. Shouldn't we eat well and stay rested to deal with whatever comes? After a moment's thought, the azure-clothed envoy nodded. Order the meal. Envoy, the taller envoy protested. The azure-clothed envoy raised a hand to silence him. There's a sign by the entrance forbidding fights within the inn. It seems the owner dislikes conflict and won't blame us without cause. This is also a chance to test the inn's stance toward us. Your insight is impeccable, envoy. After a pause, the azure-clothed envoy added solemnly, wait until they've finished breakfast before placing your order. The two subordinates understood. Once breakfast was done, Shui Guanhe was clearing the dishes when the Mystic Mirror envoys requested a meal. He froze. Weren't they content with their dry rations? Why the sudden change? Putting on a professional smile, he headed behind the counter. Honored guests, a bowl of vegetable noodles costs 20 coins. Adding an egg brings it to 25. Would you like the egg? The gray-clothed envoy gritted his teeth. Add it. The Bureau's mission funds were running low, but the way the waiter emphasized the egg, how could he refuse? Excellent. 3 bowls, that'll be 75 coins total. The envoy handed over a small silver fragment and received 25 coins in change. Your noodles will be brought up shortly. Many thanks. As Shui Guanhe busied himself in the kitchen, Uncle Zhang and Yushu trailed behind Wei Lu and Tao Yang, pulling off the black masks of the captured intruders one by one to search for members of the leisurely Cloud Manor. The scene was nothing short of mortifying. The leisurely Cloud Manor had ties with many sects, and the siblings had crossed paths with disciples from most major factions. With each mask removed, the captives and the siblings locked eyes, the former burning with humiliation, the latter murmuring hasty apologies. Tao Yang suddenly tugged Wei Lu's sleeve and whispered, "This isn't the way, Shimmy. We're offending everyone. How were they supposed to navigate the martial world after this?" Wei Lu sighed. Should we just shout, "Members of the leisurely Cloud Manor, step forward"? Tao Yang smiled bitterly. There's no better option. Maybe the manor didn't send anyone at all. Before they could debate further, Uncle Zhang suggested, why not pretend to rescue them? Let them voluntarily identify themselves. Could they be any more embarrassed than they already were? Besides, they were still masked. If they merely grunted, who could recognize them? Wei Lu and Tao Yang agreed. Stepping forward, Tao Yang announced, "We've come to rescue our comrades. If any disciples of the leisurely Cloud Manor are present, please make yourselves known. Once verified, we'll take you with us." A few of the black-clad figures exchanged glances. They desperately wanted to leave, and they recognized Tao Yang and Wei Lu, but was this rescue truly authorized by their superiors? No one spoke up. Tao Yang exhaled in relief. See? No one's here. Uncle Zhang suddenly interjected, "You've committed this cowardly act, and this establishment will not let you off lightly. You've already experienced last night's consequences firsthand. Even if those who sent you come to retrieve you, they'll be powerless against the inn's methods. So don't delude yourselves. His words struck a chord. The master from the previous night loomed over them like an insurmountable peak. Even if their superiors came in person, they'd stand no chance. The only difference was when they'd lose face, not whether they would. MMPH. MMPH. A few began to grunt urgently. Wei Lu stepped forward and yanked off their masks, revealing familiar faces from their sect. Her eyes turned frosty. Tao Yang could no longer defend his sect after witnessing this. Had it not been for their master's orders, they wouldn't have appeared here in the first place. If their intention was truly just to offer shelter, why resort to such sneaky, underhanded tactics? Uncle Zhang and Yushu, seeing this, completely lost their trust in leisurely Cloud Manor. Thankfully, they hadn't sought help from the manor earlier out of fear of implicating them. I'm going to find Sister Lu Jianwei, Wei Lu declared before turning and entering the main building. Lu Jianwei sat behind the counter, flipping through the account books. Truthfully, there wasn't much to see in the inn's ledgers since opening. They'd had only a handful of guests. The revenue alone couldn't possibly sustain the inn. From the looks of it, fines were still the quicker way to make money. Unfortunately, the people who had shown up last night didn't bring a single coin with them. Well, delayed fines weren't entirely out of the question. Sister Lu, my senior brother, and I found our fellow disciples. I'm sorry, Wei Lu murmured, her lashes lowered to conceal the cold glint in her eyes. She was ashamed of the manor's greed and hypocrisy, ashamed of her own identity. Lu Jianwei smiled gently. It wasn't your doing. Why apologize? Tao Yang followed closely behind and stepped in. Innkeeper Lu, what would it take for you to release them? She had mentioned earlier that terms could be negotiated. Leisurely Cloud Manor had already lost face. They couldn't afford to lose any more here. Lu Jianwei closed the ledger. She had changed into new robes today, maple red as the base, layered with a white outer coat, harmonizing with the autumn scenery, elegant and dignified. She tilted her chin slightly, the coral beads dangling from her golden hairpins swaying lightly, adding a touch of liveliness and charm. If you want to redeem them, 1,000 taels per person. If fines couldn't bankrupt them, then she'd fine them to death. Tao Yang. Wei Lu thought for a moment. 1,000 taels isn't a small sum. We don't have that much on hand right now. Sister Lu, if they can't pay, how will you deal with them? Leisurely Cloud Manor wasn't poor, but 1,000 taels for one person was simply too much. She doubted the manor would be willing to pay. Lu Jianwei replied, if they can't pay, they'll stay and labor for the inn for the rest of their lives. She was short on manpower anyway. 1,000 taels was indeed excessive, but it didn't quite cross the bottom line of these sections. Few would be willing or able to pay such a sum, but even so, she stood to make a hefty profit. As for those without money, well, they could always farm the land. Tao Yang couldn't produce the funds, so he sent word back, hoping the manor would respond promptly. The other black-clad intruders also waited for their sects to rescue them. Yet, a full day passed, and nothing happened. No new guests arrived at the inn, and no sect came for the captives. Lu Jianwei and the inn staff feasted heartily, the aroma wafting outside. The prisoners hadn't eaten all day, tormented by the scent of food while their injuries throbbed painfully. It was pure agony. To add insult to injury, a young attendant deliberately circled the courtyard with a bowl of steaming braised pork, savoring it right in front of them while taunting them mercilessly. Look at you all, disciples of prestigious, righteous sects, yet you stoop to actions that shame the entire martial world. How pitiful. How laughable. You call yourselves heroes and young masters of the martial arts? From what I see now, you're nothing but a bunch of wretched cowards. TSK, TSK, TSK. If the martial world relies on people like you, it's doomed. You're all here for the treasure map, aren't you? When White Crane Manor was massacred, none of you lifted a finger. But the moment treasure was involved, you swarmed in like vultures. And you still dare call yourselves righteous sects? Hypocrites, the lot of you. Finally, one of them couldn't take it anymore and begged, young master, could you please undo this weakness-inducing powder? I was just here to spectate, it was an accident. Could you put in a good word for me? Shui Guanhe eyed him and said, you'd better wait for your sect to come save you. What sect do I even have? The man wailed. I'm just a wandering martial artist, no one's coming for me. Shui Guanhe stroked his chin. Is that so? Then you really are pitiful. Without a sect backing you, you're probably TSK TSK. Young master. Young master. I truly regret it. Can't I get another chance? I may not have a sect, but I still have myself. The inn's rule is this: all who trespass must be punished. Given that you lot are too weak to have caused irreversible damage, and out of the innkeeper's mercy, you are allowed to redeem yourselves. Redeem ourselves? Could you elaborate? 1,000 taels per person, and you may leave the inn, free once more. If you don't have the money, you must sign a contract to serve the inn until you can pay your way out. Everyone? This was called mercy? Aye. The wanderer hesitantly asked, what kind of work does the inn require? I won't do anything like murder or arson. Shui Guanhe scoffed. Isn't that exactly what you were doing last night? The wanderer. He shut his eyes in silent regret for his impulsive decisions. If only he'd known the inn housed such terrifying experts, he never would have gotten involved. Another wanderer asked, young master, may I ask what tasks the inn would assign us? Shui Guanhe, just manual labor. Though your morals are lacking, you're still capable enough. No one wanted to lie paralyzed in the courtyard, humiliated. Some of the wanderers, unbound by sect ties, began considering the offer. One asked, young master, I don't have money on me. Could you let me leave first to fetch the payment and return to redeem myself? Shui Guanhe's eyes gleamed. Of course. I'll go get the money. Let me out too. Me. Nearly everyone shouted, seeing this as an escape route. Once they left the inn, the world would be their oyster. How could the inn possibly track them down? Shui Guanhe smirked slyly. No rush. One at a time. For those who claimed they'd return with payment, he fed them an antidote for the weakness powder, dissolved in water. This included both wanderers and sect disciples. After taking the medicine, their bodies finally regained strength. They stood eagerly, ready to channel their inner energy and flee, only to find their martial power completely gone. What was going on? Shui Guanhe finally explained. The water contained an energy-suppressing drug. A unique formula of 8 directions in no antidote exists outside. Everyone, impossible. A martial artist skilled in pharmacology desperately tried antidotes on himself, but his inner energy remained sealed. Stop struggling. Had you kept your word, I might have respected you. But alas, Shui Guanhe was thoroughly disillusioned. He had once believed the martial world was full of chivalry, only to find it overrun with greedy hypocrites. He used to dream of roaming the jianghu, but now his heart had cooled. Better to stay quietly at the inn, learning martial arts from his master and cooking for her. Find the Divine Physician Valley. They'll surely have an antidote, someone insisted stubbornly. Their medicines are just as expensive. Those Divine Physician Valley folks are too arrogant to help you so easily. Fine, I'll just go get the money. The group scattered, some to retrieve funds, others to seek antidotes, and the rest to report to their sects. The courtyard emptied in moments. Innkeeper, what if they break their word after leaving? Shui Guanhe had little faith in their integrity. Lu Jianwei, didn't you drug them? This medicine was something she had splurged a fortune to purchase from the system's store, a drug capable of suppressing a martial artist's internal energy. There was no antidote in the martial world, only the store carried it. Unless some genius physician concocted an antidote, those fleeing intruders would have no choice but to crawl back and beg for the cure. By then, it wouldn't be as simple as 1,000 taels of silver. The fines collected by the inn could only go into its public ledger. So far, she had only been losing money, not earning a single coin. At the very least, she needed to recoup the cost of the medicine. Of course, there were also pragmatic freelancers who arrived early the next morning, offering 1,000 taels to redeem themselves, then spending another 5 taels for an antidote. Lu Jianwei gave them the wholesale price. Others, who prided themselves on having connections, sought out familiar physicians in hopes of curing the drug's effects, only to be told there was no antidote. Now they were truly doomed. The back and forth wasted precious time. By the time they obediently returned to the inn, clutching their 1,000-tael banknotes, the price of the antidote had already skyrocketed to 100 taels per pill. As for disciples of major sects with powerful backing, they returned to their factions, where their elders offered exorbitant sums to beg the physicians of Divine Physician Valley for treatment. Upon learning there was no cure, they were utterly horrified. Peerless martial prowess, bizarre poison, just what kind of force was this 8 directions in? They couldn't afford to lose face, yet they couldn't abandon their disciples either. Caught in this dilemma, The factions hesitated, and 5 days slipped away in the blink of an eye. The mid-tier sects were the first to crack. Unlike the major sects, they weren't as obsessed with saving face, and unlike the minor sects, they still had the funds to spare. So they decided to pay their way out of the disaster, redeeming their disciples, buying the antidotes, then fleeing back to their strongholds in disgrace, vowing never to meddle in this affair again. The minor sects, too afraid to offend 8 directions and yet unable to scrape together the funds, had no choice but to sign contracts in bitter resignation, leaving their pitiable disciples behind to perform hard labor for the inn. Leisurely Cloud Manor, Black Wind Fort, and Thousand Miles Tower still holding out, aren't they? There were no secrets in the martial world. Jianwei didn't recognize the identities of those who had dared to storm the inn, but others did. Clad in black robes and veiled in masks, they might have been hard to identify under the cover of night. But come daylight, most of them could be recognized by their brows, their voices, their mannerisms. Some, eager to curry favor with the inn, willingly provided intelligence. 10 days had passed since the night of the invasion. Only 19 individuals had paid the full 1,000 taels for redemption, netting the inn 19,000 taels, while Jianwei pocketed over 1,000 taels from selling the antidotes. Over 100 chose to stay at the inn. Jianwei didn't go easy on them. She marked out a plot of land and put them to work, tilling soil and fertilizing the fields. As for the 3 factions that still hadn't responded, Leisurely Cloud Manor was barely worth mentioning, just 8 people. Black Wind Fort and Thousand Miles Tower, however, had been the main forces behind the ambush, sending over 100 fighters. Truly, the arrogance of a major sect strengthened numbers. These 2 factions were neither renowned for righteousness nor notorious for villainy, maintaining a neutral stance in the martial world. They had assumed this operation would be as easy as picking fruit from a tree. Who knew they'd stumble into such a pitfall, humiliating themselves on a grand scale? Shui Guanhe, however, felt a flicker of relief upon learning this. Though these 2 were prominent martial factions, they weren't part of the orthodox, noble sections. The truly prestigious clans hadn't participated in the night raid. His faith in the martial world was rekindled. Since they refused to respond, Jianwei acted as if they didn't exist. She spent her days training, sipping tea, teaching her disciples, studying medicine, and occasionally supervising the martial artists turned farmers. Life couldn't be more leisurely. The inn's ledger now boasted over 19,000 taels. Upgrading a system tool from level 5 to 6 cost 10,000 taels. If she wanted to upgrade both the offensive and defensive tools simultaneously, it would cost 20,000. The offensive tool had been used to injure over 200 people, draining its energy reserves significantly. Restoring it would require additional funds. In other words, she could only afford to upgrade one tool for now. Offense or defense? That was the question. The offensive tool was undeniably effective, but Jianwei disliked unnecessary violence. She much preferred resolving conflicts through civilized negotiation. The defensive tool, on the other hand, had seen little use so far. Aside from the incident with the poison well, which had reduced its defense value by a few hundred points, it had remained untouched. Perhaps it was time to test its capabilities? System. How does the defensive tool actually work? The system diligently explained. The defensive tool passively negates damage, no activation required. Within the boundaries of the inn, any resource belonging to the establishment is immune to unlawful harm, provided the threat doesn't exceed its level. Then why didn't it stop the poisoning? To be precise, immunity applies to living entities. Even if you or the inn staff drank from the well, you wouldn't be affected, assuming the toxin's level doesn't surpass the tool's. Guests, however, aren't covered by passive protection. In that case, why did the poisoning still deduct defense points? Jianwei pressed. To alert you. If the defense value hadn't dropped, neither she nor the system would have noticed in time. So if someone inside the inn attacks me, it'll be nullified, correct? Exactly. Nullification meant that as long as she upgraded the defensive tool to level 6, any attack from a martial artist of that level or below would be rendered harmless, provided she had enough funds to replenish the deducted defense points. Shui Guanhe and the others would enjoy the same protection. System. Upgrade the defensive tool, Jianwei decided. She ran an inn after all. She couldn't just bar people from entering, she needed to give them the chance to come in and negotiate. And so, 3 more peaceful days drifted by. The afternoon sun was warm and comforting, lulling the mind into drowsiness. Internal energy cycled smoothly through her meridians, the progress bar inching forward at a leisurely pace. Lujia. Wei Lu approached, dressed in a fitted martial outfit, her hair tied high, a picture of spirited elegance. Lu Jianwei cracked an eye open. Lujia. Wei Lu crouched beside the rocking chair, resting her chin on the armrest, her voice soft. The martial world has never been about justice. The strong never admit fault, they only enforce their will through power. Lu Jianwei raised a brow. Are you warning me that someone's coming for revenge? Or rather, to reclaim their pride? My master is a 6th-rank martial artist, skilled with the sword. Black Wind Fort specializes in heavy weapons. Their disciples are all brute force and no finesse. 1,000 Miles Tower is more enigmatic, dealing in information and wealth. Why tell me this? Wei Lu met her gaze steadily, then smiled. I've been staying here for so long, and you've always looked out for me. You even helped me out of an awkward situation before. In all my years, no one's ever cared enough to remind me of such things. Lu Jianwei fell silent. Back then, she'd only said it offhandedly, without much thought. This girl must have grown up starved for kindness. What kind of life had she led? Before she could respond, the system suddenly buzzed with excitement. Lujia. Someone's coming. Lu Jianwei. How many? What level? System. 3. 1 5th rank, 1 4th rank, and the last. Huh. What? Something's off. Wei Lu sensed it too. She straightened, her eyes sharpening as they fixed on the courtyard gate. Someone's here. The courtyard gate of the inn stood wide open. Lu Jianwei returned to the counter, where the scene outside was clearly visible. A horse and a carriage had just halted beyond the courtyard. The horse was remarkably majestic, and its rider wore sleek black attire, his tall and straight figure exuding an air of elegance. His strikingly handsome face was impossible to ignore. Tossing the reins aside, he dismounted with practiced ease. A delicate golden dagger, no longer than an inch and unsharpened, swayed at his waist, its polished surface glinting brilliantly in the light. Just as Shui Guanhe stepped forward to greet him, the man strode confidently into the courtyard, calling out in a hearty voice, Yan Feizeng. Brother Yan, come out and meet me. The moment the words left his lips, a towering figure emerged, gripping a sword with clear annoyance. His tone was barely polite. What brings you here? The unspoken implication, you've interrupted my sword practice. The man laughed heartily. Not just me, Brother Wen is here too. The carriage outside was a sight to behold. Even the horses pulling it were rare, purebred Heka steeds, sturdy, calm, and renowned for their endurance, perfectly suited for heavy loads. The carriage itself was spacious, easily accommodating 4 or 5 people. Crafted from precious red sandalwood, its roof was adorned with intricate carvings, exuding refined elegance. The curtains were made of the finest silk, embroidered with elaborate patterns that shimmered under the sunlight, threaded with gold and silver. A young attendant in simple clothing nimbly hopped down from the driver's seat and pressed a hidden mechanism on the side of the carriage. To the astonishment of onlookers, the carriage wall split into 3 sections, the central one sliding open to reveal a lavishly decorated interior. Yushu, who had rushed over to gawk, gaped like a country bumpkin. A carriage can be built like this? Yan Feizeng snorted, arms crossed over his sword. Still as flashy as ever. Brother Yan, you exaggerate, the man said with a booming laugh. Brother Wen has difficulty moving, so this is necessary. As the door opened, the attendant pulled out a smooth ramp from beneath the carriage, its surface gilded with intricate patterns, so opulent it was almost blinding. One end of the ramp fixed to the carriage floor while the other touched the ground, forming a gentle slope. Young master, you may disembark now, the attendant said respectfully, turning toward the interior. The inn's occupants watched with undisguised curiosity. Lu Jianwei was no exception. The moment she laid eyes on the extravagant carriage and its ostentatious display, she saw nothing but piles of gold ingots. Her mind raced with countless plans to conduct business. Uncle Zhang, older and more composed, didn't join the younger crowd in the courtyard. Instead, he stood quietly beside the counter and whispered to Lu Jianwei. The one with the golden dagger at his waist, in his early 20s, is Jianwei, the young master of the Golden Blade Trading Company. Rumor has it he is a close friend, the wealthiest man in Jiangnan, with a penchant for extravagance. Lu Jianwei's eyes gleamed. This inn needs precisely such lavish guests. And then, the wealthy guest finally moved. A wheelchair slowly rolled toward the carriage door. The crowd? No matter how exquisitely crafted the wheelchair was, adorned with gold and jade, its design ingenious, nor how dignified its occupant appeared, it couldn't dispel their collective disappointment. What a pity. A man of immense fortune, yet confined to a wheelchair. Lu Jianwei, however, harbored no such thoughts. In her mind, money trumped all. A person this wealthy might rely on a wheelchair, but he undoubtedly lived a far more comfortable life than most in this era. With riches like his, sympathy was unnecessary. If she pitied someone like him, wouldn't she have to pity the entire world? Xiaoke, is this the strange person you mentioned? Xiaoke, earlier, when assessing his level, the readings kept fluctuating. And now. Confirmed level 3. Lu Jianwei raised an eyebrow, her gaze settling on the wheelchair-bound magnate. His moon-white robes were woven from the finest cloud-patterned brocade, the cuffs and collar trimmed with gold thread. A jade pendant hung from his waist, its lustrous sheen marked it as top-grade Qinghua jade, worth 1,000 taels of silver. His entire outfit was the equivalent of a luxurious 3-courtyard estate. Seated in the wheelchair, he held a jade flute horizontally across his lap as he descended the ramp. Once settled, he lifted his head and regarded the crowd. Though not breathtakingly handsome, his features were refined, his skin smooth but pale, his lips faintly colored, a clear indication of frailty. "Brother Yan, it's been a while." He addressed Yan Feizang with a warm smile, his voice gentle and cultured. Yan Feizang frowned. "Weren't you seeking medicine at Ghost Mist Ridge? Did you not find it? Why must you bring up such a sore subject?" The young attendant, Nai, huffed. "We did obtain the medicine, but it was useless for the young master. Must you rub salt in the wound?" Nai, the man chided lightly. "Brother Yan is merely concerned for me. More like he enjoys twisting the knife. He's just awkward in expressing himself. Be patient with him." "Fine. I'll reluctantly forgive him." Yan Feizang. Did they think he couldn't tell they were mocking him in tandem? I won't waste words arguing with a brat. And I bristled, ready to retort. Jianwei laughed heartily. "Enough bickering. It's been too long since we last met. Let's secure rooms first, then catch up. Brother Yan, has your swordsmanship improved?" Yan Feizang patted his scabbard. "Test me and see." He led the trio toward the main hall. What does the sign mean?" Anai asked, pointing at the vertical placard beside the entrance as he pushed the wheelchair. Jianwei read aloud, "No brawling within the inn." "A rule set by the proprietor? How amusing. What happens if someone brawls anyway?" Anai inquired. Yan Feizang replied dryly, "You needn't worry. With your pitiful skills, you'd never be in a fight." Anai shot back, "And your swordsmanship isn't so impressive either. We heard all about it on the road, how you were exposed for your flawed technique the moment you arrived. Some #1 bladesman you are. Embarrassing." Yan Feizang didn't respond. They had reached the counter, where Lu Jianwei, the very innkeeper who had pointed out his weaknesses, stood waiting. Today, the innkeeper had changed into a new outfit, a vibrant orange-yellow dress, her makeup bright and charming, even adorned with a delicate floral huadian on her forehead. Her warm smile and gentle voice completed the picture of refined beauty. She greeted them warmly. "Honored guests, will you be staying with us?" "I am Jianwei of the Golden Blade Trading Company," the man announced without preamble. "Manager Lu, it's a pleasure. My company's caravan previously offended you, and I must thank you for your magnanimity." "So, it's young Master Jean. Your reputation precedes you." "You're too kind." Jianwei laughed. "Manager Lu, you truly are direct. Truth be told, it was only after my caravan reported back that I learned of such a hidden gem in the martial world." Even Brother Yen rushed here upon hearing the news, eager to test his skills. "Manager Lu, I apologize if he's been a nuisance." "What nonsense. This place was remote, devoid of scenic beauty, hardly a hidden gem." Truly, the heir of a major trading company knew how to spin tales. Lu Jianwei's smile remained unshaken. Yan Feizong, since these are your friends, you may attend to them. Yan Feizong. Asterisk right. He was an employee now, asterisk. If you want rooms, just say so. Upper rooms are 5 taels a night, standard rooms 501, and shared bunks 101. Take your pick. Jean Pichot's eyes widened in shock. Asterisk what in the? Asterisk. And I blurted out, Blade Master Yen, you're really working here as a servant? Ha ha ha. Is it true? Jean Pichot asked, not about the employment, but the rumors of Yan Feizong's flawed technique. Yan Feizong was a proud man by nature. Unless he genuinely admired someone, he would never show such deference. The fact that he obeyed Lu Jianwei proved that the rumors might not just be rumors after all. Yan Feizong gave a slight nod. There was nothing to deny. In martial arts, those with superior skill deserved respect, and he held no reluctance in acknowledging that. Jean Pichot glanced at Lu Jianwei, unable to suppress his admiration. She appeared to be nothing more than a beautiful, delicate woman, yet she had effortlessly exposed Yan Feizong's weakness. The 8 Directions Inn truly lived up to its extraordinary reputation. No wonder it had repelled an assault by 100 men without breaking a sweat. I still have to practice my blade techniques. Hurry up and decide, Yan Feizong said impatiently. Jean Pichot turned his head and asked, Brother One, what's your choice? I am Wenjuji. May I ask, Innkeeper Lu, where are your premium rooms located? Faced with the wealthy wheelchair-bound man's inquiry, Lu Jianwei responded with patience. We have only 2 premium rooms, on the east and west sides of the 3rd floor. The standard rooms are on the 2nd floor, with 5 currently available. As for the common bunks, there are 3 rooms to the left outside, all unoccupied. The 3rd floor? That's hardly convenient, Anai muttered under his breath. Young master, perhaps we should find an inn in the city instead. When Juji rubbed his jade flute gently. I'm tired. Anai's face immediately softened with concern. Then we'll stay here and rest. We can head to Moonview City once you've recovered. Innkeeper Lu, I'd like to reserve all 3 common bunk rooms. Would that be possible? When Juji asked. Anai objected at once. Common bunks? Those are for laborers and travelers. They must be filthy. They're clean, Yan Feizong interjected. All this dithering is a waste of time. Jean Pichot chuckled. Then let's take the bunks. The rooms are spacious, and the beds are wide. Perfect. Brother One, if you're reserving 3, spare me 1. Agreed. When Juji's tone was effortlessly generous. Book them for a month. And I pay up. Grumbling, and I pulled out a money pouch. How much? Lu Jianwei smiled warmly. Common bunks cost 100 coins per person per night. Each room can accommodate 10 people. Renting 1 room costs 1,000 coins per day, 3 rooms 3,000 coins. For a month, 90 taels of silver. Truly, the wealthy were in a league of their own when it came to spending. Anai's eyes widened. For common bunks? How can they be this expensive? Anai. When Juji's voice carried a hint of weariness. Yes, young master. I'll handle it. Anai produced 100 tael silver note without hesitation. Keep the change. Consider the extra 10 taels a deposit. With that, he pushed the wheelchair out the door, effortlessly lifting it over the threshold. His strength was clearly nothing to scoff at. To the left stood 3 adjoining rooms. The inn was newly built, and these quarters had seen little use, so the furnishings, tables, chairs, and beds were practically brand new. The bedding was soft and warm. Anai chose the middle room and wheeled Wenjuji inside. After surveying the space, his initial reluctance eased slightly. Not bad. Looks clean enough. He guided the wheelchair to the window and opened it. Young master, you can read here for a while. I'll tidy up. The carriage had already been led into the courtyard. Anai hurried outside, lugging 2 heavy trunks from the carriage. From one, he retrieved a book and handed it to Wenjuji. The latter accepted it with a faint smile, leaning against the window as he leisurely flipped through the pages. Young master, Wen, I've brought tea. Yushu stood at the doorway, holding a tray. Wenjuji, please come in. Wait. Anai stopped Yushu, lifting the teapot lid and waving a hand over the steam. He frowned. What kind of tea is this? Yushu blinked. Just regular tea? Does the inn not have fine tea? My young master drinks only the highest quality. Bring us something better. Yushu. He had once lived comfortably, but even he had never been this particular. His gaze drifted to the table, where a delicately carved crane-patterned incense burner, a set of celadone teacups, and a gold-trimmed black lacquer box were neatly arranged, all brought by the visitors. Even while traveling, their standards remained impeccable. Yushu suddenly felt woefully inexperienced. Without thinking, he asked, "Why didn't you bring your own fine tea?" "And I? What kind of inn was this? Overpriced, and now the staff had the audacity to be rude? We left in haste and didn't prepare thoroughly." A gentle voice smoothed over the tension. "My attendant is overly protective. Please forgive him, young man." Yushu's irritation melted away. "Young Master Wen, please wait. I'll ask the innkeeper." He carried the tea back to the main hall. "Yushu, why'd you bring the tea back?" Shui Guanhe asked curiously. "Young Master Wen doesn't care for this blend. And I demanded the finest tea, so I'm checking with the innkeeper." "That's what you'd expect from a tycoon, nothing but the best." Shui Guanhe sighed. "Though that Anai fellow seems rather ill-tempered." Yushu nodded emphatically. "True, but young Master Wen is quite amiable. Soft-spoken, no arrogance at all." "That's good. The innkeeper's in her room, you can ask her upstairs." Third floor. Lu Jianwei opened the system marketplace. She had heard every word from Anai. The wheelchair-bound magnate had style, and even his attendant was finding ways to pour money into her hands. Qingta, Bai Chuxiang, and Xiamei were among the finest teas in the Qi dynasty, second only to imperial tributes. In the marketplace, they sold for 5,000 coins per tael. But in this world, tea of such caliber was exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced, typically reserved for nobility. Even wealthy merchants seldom had the connections to procure it. Yushu arrived outside her door. "Innkeeper, young Master Wen is accustomed to premium tea. He's asking if the inn can provide some." "Go ask what kind he wants," Lu Jianwei replied. Yushu hurried back down. The common bunk rooms, though meant for 10, were spacious, just furnished with plain, utilitarian items. Anai had replaced them with exquisite personal belongings, transforming the space entirely. A gilded bronze incense burner now emitted a delicate, soothing fragrance. Yushu lingered at the door, breathing in the scent. "Young Master Wen, the innkeeper sent me to ask, what tea do you prefer?" "Prefer?" Anai yanked the door open, scowling. "Just bring the best tea you have. Do you really think a backwater place like this stocks anything worthy of my young master's palate?" Yushu bristled. First, they demanded premium tea, and now they look down on the inn? Make up your mind. How do you know we don't have it? If the innkeeper could casually produce treasured swords and martial techniques, what was tea compared to that? And I scoffed. "My young master favors Bai Chuxiang. Do you even know how much an ounce costs? Do you know how rare it is?" Yushu had to admit he didn't. Though he had grown up in White Crane Manor, a place of some wealth, it paled next to the fortunes of true elites. His knowledge had its limits. "Bai Chuxiang, is it? Just wait." He turned on his heel and dashed off. And I leaned against the doorframe, watching him disappear into the hall. He turned back. "Young master, do you really think this inn has top-tier tea?" When Zhuji hummed. "No harm in asking. If they don't, it's expected. If they do, a pleasant surprise." "Fair enough." Anai busied himself unpacking. "Young master, this place is so remote, and the journey was so long. You've endured too much." When Zhuji replied softly, "It's fine. Let's hope this trip isn't for nothing." Anai continued muttering until another knock came. Yushu stood at the door, holding a white porcelain jar, chin lifted proudly. "The innkeeper says, Bai Chuxiang, 1 jar. 100 taels. Just this? This can't even weigh a caddy, can it? 100 taels, you're practically robbing me." And I scoffed in disbelief. "This tea isn't easy to come by. You're not trying to pass off a fake, are you?" Yushu retorted angrily, "If you don't believe me, see for yourself." "And why are you arguing with the staff?" Jean Pixiao emerged from the neighboring room. "Did I just hear white silk fragrant screen? Or was I mistaken?" And I crossed his arms. "My young master can't stomach any other tea. I thought we'd have to make do in this backwater, but this little clerk here claims to have a jar of white silk fragrant screen. You're being unreasonable. You were the one who complained about the tea and demanded the finest. I brought it out, and now you accuse me of selling fakes? That's going too far. Easy there, young man." Jean Pixiao stepped in as the peacemaker. "Don't blame an eye for being suspicious. He's gone to great lengths to ensure his young master's comfort on this journey and has been swindled more than once. And you too. Does shopkeeper Lu strike you as the kind to peddle counterfeits? You ought to rein in that temper of yours. Then he called toward the doorway, Brother Wen, your boy's picking fights again. Aren't you going to intervene? When Juji wheeled himself over in his chair, his eyes brimming with resignation. His temper has always been like this. No matter how many times I've tried to correct him, it never sticks. I named him Ni in hopes he'd learn patience. Huh. So much for the power of a name. Nis as loud and brash as ever. Jean Pixiao gestured to the white porcelain jar. Whether it's genuine or not, one whiff will tell. When Juji raised a hand. Young man, Ni has a fiery disposition. Allow me to apologize on his behalf. May I inspect the tea first? Yushu handed it over, chagrined. I lost my temper too. Go ahead. The tea jar felt smooth as satin to the touch, far from ordinary. As when Juji cracked the lid open, an ethereal fragrance unfurled, crisp and clarifying to the senses. Snapping the lid shut, when Juji smiled, his eyes warm. It is indeed white silk fragrant screen, and of exceptional quality at that. 100 taels is a bargain. I'm the one gaining here. Yushu shot Ni a pointed glance. Ni, you misjudged the young man. What do you say? When Juji prompted. Polite, measured, and fair, Yushu's regard for him grew even stronger. A simple misunderstanding, nothing serious. Ni bowed his head in contrition. I was wrong to doubt you. My apologies. Here's the 100 taels for the tea, take it. He pressed the silver into Yushu's hand. With payment accepted, Yushu's earlier irritation melted away. Young Master Wen, Young Master Jean, I'll take my leave now. He hurried off to log the transaction at the counter, where he ran into Uncle Zhang and recounted the incident. After a moment's thought, Uncle Zhang headed upstairs to the 3rd floor. Shopkeeper, I have something to report. Come in. Lu Jianwei was wallowing in regret. Overhearing the exchange between Wen Juji and his servant, she realized she'd undersold the tea. Such a rare commodity could have fetched a far higher price. Her lack of vision shamed her. What is it? She asked, listless. Uncle Zhang lowered his voice. Shopkeeper, though the new guests weren't involved in last night's attack, their purpose here may not be so simple. Within the inn, Lu Jianwei reigned supreme. No conversation escaped her ears, yet she could veil her own words at will. She replied, given the timing, booking a month's stay, they're undoubtedly here for the so-called treasure. Still, their conduct is forthright, no underhandedness. Treat them as ordinary guests. But shopkeeper, they might also be probing the inn's backers. Lu Jianwei waved it off. It's just a jar of tea. Purchased from the system's marketplace, no less. Tracing her hidden influence through tea leaves? Impossible. Reassured, Uncle Zhang conceded, your foresight is unmatched. I worried needlessly. Lu Jianwei deflected the praise. What do you know of this young Master One? Only rumors, and few at that. Share them. Uncle Zhang obliged. They say he was poisoned as a child and spent years seeking a cure, remaining out of sight until his father's passing forced him to take the helm of their vast estate. Generous and principled, he's befriended many despite his ailment, young Master Jean and the great Xia Yan among them. His martial prowess? The venom clogged his meridians, stunting his inner energy for years. Wherever word of an antidote surfaces, he pursues it personally, squandering fortunes in the process. Antidotes? Lu Jianwei arched a brow. So he's here because the treasure supposedly holds a cure? Uncle Zhang nodded. Most likely. Something nagged at her. Isn't that too convenient? How so? If Lu and Xiao truly spread those rumors, why embellish beyond the treasure map? Why add tales of miracle cures? Uncle Zhang pondered. In the martial world, men chase 3 things: mastery, riches, and salvation. Perhaps they thought it'd draw more prey. Lu Jianwei mused, possibly. She shifted topics. How fares your palm technique? A smile broke through. This humble one has grasped the 3rd form. The rippling palm is profound indeed. Decades of discipline had honed his insight, else he'd never have progressed so swiftly. Lu Jianwei grinned. Good. You may go. Once alone, she addressed her system. Xiaoko, when you scanned Wen Jiaji earlier, his fluctuating levels, was that the poison? Xiaoko confirmed, likely. Can you identify the toxin? Don't try dodging the scan fee with reverse psychology. Lu Jianwei sighed. Fine. How much? 800 taels. Highway robbery. Xiao Ke dangled a carrot. You know how deep Wenjuji's coffers run. A single jade ornament of his outweighs your entire net worth. Cure him, and his gratitude will dwarf petty sums like this. Nice try. She wasn't born yesterday. If it were that easy, he'd have been healed centuries ago. Xiao Ke pressed. The system marketplace sells antidotes. Really? Scan him and find out. Pfft. Lu Jianwei stood firm. This was a ploy to drain her funds. Things couldn't be so straightforward. If every remedy were purchasable, why had the system pushed her to study the spring and autumn pharmacopoeia? Just to fleece her? Earlier, while buying tea, she'd noticed luxury items in the marketplace came with purchase limits, white silk fragrance screen capped at 5 jars a year. Likely a balancing mechanism. Everyday goods like clothing and jewelry, though stylish, faced no such restrictions, as their craftsmanship didn't exceed the era's technology. The system had boundaries. Over-reliance was folly. True strength came from within. Well? Scanning or not? Xiao Ke badgered. Lu Jianwei replied with an icy expression, no need to test it anymore. I've suddenly lost interest. Xiao Ke, the arrival of new guests drew keen attention from the second-floor occupants. It's the young master of the Golden Blade Trading Company, accompanied by someone in a wheelchair and a small servant. A short, gray-clothed attendant whispered while peering through the window. Huh, the wealthy sure know how to indulge. Look at that wheelchair, it's even adorned with gold. A green-robed attendant sat quietly at the table before speaking after a moment of silence. In a wheelchair and traveling with Jean Pixiao, that must be Wenjuji, the wealthiest man south of the Yangtze. Why would they come all the way here? A tall, burly gray-clothed attendant asked. Could they also be after the treasure map? The green-robed attendant speculated. The Golden Blade Trading Company's caravans traverse the world, and Wenjuji's fortune is beyond measure. Neither are the type to chase mere wealth. Rumor has it Wenjuji has spent years searching for a rare medicine. Perhaps he seeks the legendary elixir within the treasure. That makes sense, the short attendant mused. But sir, Yu Shu and the old servant are victims of the White Crane Manor case, key witnesses in solving it. Now they're being targeted from all sides. What should we do? The green-robed attendant frowned. We wait. For what? The message has already been sent back to the bureau. They'll surely dispatch reinforcements. The tall attendant hesitated. The 8 Directions Inn is determined to protect them. If they refuse to let the bureau intervene, even if a purple-robed envoy were to come in person, it might still be. He trailed off, unwilling to disrespect his superiors. Just what kind of place is this 8 Directions Inn? The short attendant muttered in confusion. And who is that peerless master from the other night? From downstairs, the sound of a young man arguing reached their ears. Wow! This inn even sells white silk fragrant screen tea, and by the jar, the short attendant gasped in astonishment. But after witnessing the horrors of that night, his threshold for surprise had risen considerably. His reaction was now merely mild shock. White silk fragrant screen wasn't a tribute tea, but not because its quality was inferior, it simply didn't suit the current emperor's taste. Among nobles and officials in the capital, it was highly prized, with even a single tael fetching exorbitant prices. For such a remote and desolate inn to offer it so lavishly. The newcomers' actions didn't escape the notice of Wei Lu, Tao Yang, and their companions. Junior sister, the longer we stay here, the more I realize this inn isn't ordinary, Tao Yang said with a bitter expression. The manor participated in the theft of the treasure map, yet they haven't come to apologize. Are they truly foolish enough to make an enemy of the inn? Alpha Thailand body. The manor's strongest fighter was its master, but even he was only a 6th-rank martial artist, a first-rate expert in the jianghu, yet utterly insignificant compared to the inn's hidden masters. Wei Lu remained calm. They won't. Won't what? It's not yet time to sever ties, she explained. For the manor master, there's still room to maneuver. Tao Yang. Was his junior sister being naive? As noon approached, Shui Guanhe finished his training and headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Suddenly, someone strode in, frowning at the ingredients on the counter. This is what you serve for lunch. Shui Guanhe didn't look up. What's wrong with it? And I scoffed. My master's meals must be refined. The food you make is unsuited to his tastes. Doesn't this inn have anything better? Asterisk refined asterisk? Shui Guanhe bristled. I've made it as refined as it gets. What more do you want? His culinary skills had been personally taught by his father, earning praise from the innkeeper, Uncle Zhang, and even Yen Feizan, who devoured his dishes without hesitation. How dare the stranger belittle him? Anai looked horrified. Asterisk this asterisk is what you call refined? Have you lost your mind? You're the one who's lost his mind. Where are you from? Local. No wonder. What's that supposed to mean? Anai lifted his chin. I bet you've never been south, have you? Your refined cooking wouldn't even make it to the table in Nan Prefecture. Even your innkeeper must have low standards if he finds this slop palatable. Clearly, he's never tasted real food. That was the last straw. Insult him all you like, but insult his teacher? Unforgivable. Bullshit. Shui Guanhe snapped, too furious to watch his words. The innkeeper has seen things you couldn't even dream of. What does a southerner like you know about northern cuisine? You're not even fit to lick his boots. Oh? What has Lu Jianwei seen then? The innkeeper can produce countless advanced martial techniques. Shui Guanhe caught himself just in time and sneered. Nothing a frog in a well like you would understand. If my cooking isn't good enough for you, don't order anything. Starve for all I care. Anai rolled his eyes. Fine, I won't. Like I'd beg for your scraps. He stormed back to his room, complaining to his master. Young master, this inn is utterly shameless. I merely made a reasonable request, and that cook started shouting at me. When Zhuji sighed. You argued with someone again? His cooking was downright crude, how could I let you eat that? And I fretted. Young master, let me ask Manager Lu if we can borrow their kitchen. After offending them, do you really think they'd agree? When Zhuji chided gently. You really must learn to temper that tongue of yours. Nis' face fell. I've caused trouble for you again. What should we do? Maybe if I beg Manager Lu properly, she seems kind and approachable. If I offer to pay, she might relent. Unnecessary. When traveling, one can't afford to be overly particular. A simple meal will suffice. Anai stubbornly shook his head. Your health comes first. I'll ask, and this time, I won't offend anyone. As Lu Jianwei descended from the third floor, she nearly collided with the hurrying Anai. She smiled. Can I help you? Yes. Anai nodded eagerly. His large, round eyes, brimming with sincerity, could soften even the hardest heart. Manager Lu, my master's health is delicate. His meals require special preparation. May we borrow your kitchen? Lu Jianwei strolled to the front desk and took a seat. If that's the case, how has he survived during your travels? I understand demanding premium tea. I understand insisting on refined cuisine. But you've now angered 2 of my staff. If their resentment affects their work and mistakes are made, how shall I explain that to the other guests? Manager Lu, we carried a portable stove on the road, but it broke yesterday. Lu Jianwei chuckled. A decent excuse. She could play dumb and keep milking the wealthy wheelchair-bound guest for money, but not at the cost of her employees' morale. A man who safeguarded vast fortunes couldn't be simple. Neither could a servant of such a man afford to recklessly antagonize others. From the moment they arrived, master and servant had been probing the inn's depths. After a pause, the anxiety melted from Anai's face. Manager Lu, would you be open to discussing a business proposition? Lu Jianwei's smile warmed a fraction. I am in the business of doing business. Anai clasped his hands. My master has limited mobility. Might you be willing to come to him? Lu Jianwei nodded. Naturally. The game of veiled hints was amusing once, but twice? Dull. She preferred straightforward negotiations. At least the pair had some sense. Anai led her outside, but before she could speak, the door swung open. A faint, refreshing fragrance wafted toward them, reminiscent of bamboo groves and pine forests, imparting an air of noble purity. Lu Jianwei lifted her gaze. Seated in a wheelchair, the wealthy Wenjuji leaned back leisurely, still holding a jade flute in his left hand. His pale face bore a hint of a smile, and his voice was as crisp and clear as the chime of ice against jade. Manager Lu, I must apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please forgive me. He turned his wheelchair slightly, gesturing for her to enter. Inside, another man stood waiting, Jean Pixiao, who strode forward with a cupped fist salute. Manager Lu, your skill in repelling hundreds with a single move is truly astonishing and admirable. Brother Wen and I were concerned that a master of your caliber might disdain our company, hence our earlier test. We hope you won't hold our presumption against us. Lu Jianwei replied frankly, I'm just an ordinary innkeeper. You flatter me too much, young Master Jin. Jin Pixiao clearly didn't believe her but didn't press the matter. Instead, he poured a cup of tea and bowed deeply. Allow me to offer this tea as an apology. The teacup was part of a set brought by Wenjuji, exquisite celadone, priceless in value, its elegant form perfectly complementing the hue of the tea. A glance around the room revealed other treasures, a gilded incense burner, a lacquered box adorned with gold tracery, a sandalwood chest, each piece a masterpiece of luxury. Lu Jianwei took a sip and set the cup down. I assume you're both here because of the rumors about the treasure map. I seek a miraculous cure, when Zhuji replied, fingers tracing the jade flute. His lips seemed paler than before. I've heard the treasure holds an antidote capable of neutralizing any poison. If it truly exists, I'm willing to pay any price. Lu Jianwei's gaze flickered to his legs, but his robes concealed any clues. When Zhuji allowed her scrutiny, unbothered and at ease, without a trace of discomfort or shame. I don't have the treasure map, she said. You're wasting your time with me. Jin Pixiao laughed heartily. Manager Lu, don't be so modest. The clues to the treasure map lie with Yushu, and Yushu is your employee. How could this be a waste of time? Manager Lu, when Zhuji interjected, his voice calm but firm, you must already know that Leisurely Cloud Manor, Black Wind Fort, and 1,000 Miles Pavilion won't let this go. 1,000 Miles Pavilion's intelligence is unparalleled. They wouldn't act without solid proof of the map's existence. So? Lu Jianwei arched a brow. When Zhuji continued, so, the inn that shelters Yushu will become the focal point of this struggle. After your earlier display of strength, they won't dare attack recklessly. Their only option is to negotiate. Lu Jianwei shook her head. To be honest, even Yushu and Uncle Zhang don't know where the map is. Your efforts are likely futile. Then let's each rely on our own skills, Jin Pixiao said, eyes gleaming. All we ask is that you provide us with a safe haven. When Zhuji smiled. This inn forbids violence, and I imagine you, Manager Lu, have no love for bloodshed. If this were happening outside, the streets would already be painted red. Lu Jianwei considered for a moment. Fine. You can search for the map yourselves. I'll only guarantee this. Unless a 6th-rank martial artist or higher attacks, your lives won't be in danger. But the lodging fee won't be cheap. And I, listening nearby, nearly choked. Asterisk not cheap. It's already outrageously expensive. Asterisk. 6th rank. Jin Pixiao laughed. Manager Lu, you're as decisive as ever. 6th rank is more than enough. When Zhuji said, name your price. Lu Jianwei teased, that depends on how much you value your lives. Jin Pixiao. When Zhuji, ever the magnate, didn't hesitate. 10,000 taels per person, for 1 month. Even the most renowned escort agencies in the martial world wouldn't dare charge such rates. Lu Jianwei's heart soared. This wheelchair-bound tycoon was truly exceptional. She'd decided she had to befriend him. Others could fend for themselves, but she wouldn't let anything happen to him. Now she understood why he had so many friends. Deal. Jin Pixiao hurriedly interjected, wait. Brother Wen, you can't pay for me. If we fail to find the map, you may still need to buy the antidote from someone else. And I added, young master, I don't need protection. I'm already 4th rank, don't waste money on me. When Zhuji's voice was gentle but unyielding. Brother Jin, you've protected me all this way and now risk your life for my sake. I won't abandon you. And I behave. Brother Wen, I'm here to try my luck too, Jin Pixiao sighed. If I do get the treasure map, I'll strike it rich, won't I? But he couldn't sway when Zhuji. And I fell silent at the word behave. The highest denomination banknotes in the Qi dynasty were 1,000 taels. 30,000 taels amounted to 30 notes, neatly packed into a wooden box and handed to Lu Jianwei. It was the first time she'd held so much money. The weight of the box filled her with a profound sense of accomplishment. The thrill of making a fortune is intoxicating. More patrons like this wheelchair tycoon, please. She carried the box back to her room. The 30,000 taels, payment for protection, went straight into the inn's public ledger. Ensuring guests' safety relied on the inn's defensive mechanisms, which fell under its operational expenses. Little guest, she mused, you once said the defensive measures are passive and don't actively shield guests, right? Correct. You can activate them manually and designate specific guests for protection. Any expended defensive resources will be deducted from the public ledger. Lu Jianwei nodded. Then I designate Wenjuji, Jean Pixiao, and Anai as protected guests. Little guest, settings confirmed. Envoy, Manager Lu entered Wenjuji's room and left carrying a wooden box. Could they have struck a deal? Would she hand Yushu and Uncle Zhang over to them? If they take them away, how do we explain this to our superiors? Envoy, we can't afford to be passive any longer. The green-robed envoy rubbed his temples, overwhelmed. What had seemed like a simple task, locating a survivor from a massacre, had spiraled into chaos. With only 4th-rank cultivation, he was the weakest in the inn. What could he do? Envoy, a short, gray-robed subordinate suggested, Manager Lu seems reasonable. Why not ask her directly? After a long pause, the envoy agreed. Fine. Let's sound her out. The three descended the stairs, nearly colliding with a pair of martial siblings. Both parties ignored each other, sidestepping with practiced indifference. Wei Lu and Tao Yang had come down for dinner. They'd grown accustomed to dining at the inconvenient, if a tad costly. Wei Lu, I was just about to call you. Sit, Lu Jianwei said, her mood buoyant from her windfall. Wei Lu obeyed, her eyes lighting up. Wow, white-cut chicken. My favorite. Thank you, Sister Lu, and thank you, Brother Xue. Don't mention it, Xue Guanhe replied bashfully. I'm just glad you like my cooking. Tao Yang. Something felt off. Why was his sister chatting so easily with Manager Lu and the others? Given that leisurely Cloud Manor had joined the night assault, shouldn't Manager Lu resent them? He'd been too ashamed to join the meals lately. As the group settled around the table, the three from the Mystic Mirror Bureau lingered awkwardly. Lu Jianwei glanced at them. Would you like to order? But be warned, new rules require advance notice for meals. If you order now, the chef will finish eating first. The three, asterisk, what kind of an operates like this? Asterisk. The blue-robed envoy blurted out impulsively, Innkeeper Lu, might the three of us join you for the meal? Lu Jianwei, Her mouth moved faster than her brain. It'll cost extra. No problem. The envoy swept aside his robes and promptly sat beside Xue Guanhe. The dining table was a square 8 immortals table. Lu Jianwei took the seat of honor, with Uncle Zhang and Yan Feizong to her left, the martial siblings to her right, while Xue Guanhe and Yushu occupied the lower seats. Being young and not yet fully grown, there was still some space left on their bench, just enough to squeeze in one more person. Everyone. Lu Jianwei rubbed her temples. She hadn't thought it through earlier, only focused on making some extra money without considering seating arrangements. Now that things had come to this, she decided to lay her cards on the table. Guanhe, go make a few more dishes. Ayu, ask young Master Jean and his group if they'd like to join. Yan Feizong, bring another table. The three promptly obeyed. The 2 tables were combined into one long table, now seating over a dozen people. Xue Guanhe worked swiftly. The dishes were already prepared, and he soon carried plates to the table. Yushu also returned with Jean Pixiao and his companions. Jean Pixiao made himself right at home, plopping down beside Yan Feizong without ceremony. I was just salivating over the smell earlier. Didn't expect Innkeeper Lu to invite us, thanks. That's not what you said a moment ago, Anai remarked as he wheeled his master to the table. Xue Guanhe's ears perked up. What did young Master Jean say earlier? I was planning to borrow your kitchen to cook something, but he insisted on mooching off us. You know how to cook? Xue Guanhe asked, surprised. Anai puffed up proudly. Is cooking such a big deal? My young master loves my cooking. Xue Guanhe scoffed. I don't believe you. Believe what you want, Anai retorted, rolling his eyes. Young master, these dishes are too heavily seasoned. Let's go back. When Zhuji sighed. Enough, Anai. Sit down. Yes. With everyone seated, they waited for Lu Jianwei to speak. She picked up her chopsticks. The food's getting cold. Eat first, talk later. Once she started, the others followed. When Zhuji picked up a leafy vegetable. Young master. Anai looked alarmed. He wasn't being fussy, his master's health required light, bland food. Though the dish looked plain, the oil and salt were still too much for him. When Zhuji smiled. It's fine. The moment the vegetable touched his tongue, His taste buds exploded with the long-forgotten richness of savory flavors. "It's delicious," he said. Only when his expression remained unchanged did Anai relax, darting out to fetch a cup of mild tea. When Juji set down his chopsticks, quietly sipping his drink. As martial artists, the group had no qualms about eating quickly. Within moments, the plates were empty. Jianwei, satisfied at 7/10 full, set down her chopsticks. Wei Lu, Tao Yang, the three from the Mystic Mirror Bureau, and Jean Pixiao all sat stiffly upright. Everyone knew the meal was incidental. The real discussion was about to begin. "Innkeeper Lu, did you have something to say?" Jean Pixiao broke the silence. Jianwei nodded, turning to the blue-robed envoy. "Introduce yourself." The envoy stiffened as if facing his superior, his expression tense. "I am Feng Yan, a blue envoy of the Mystic Mirror Bureau." "I am Wang Xiaoshan, a gray envoy." "I am Zheng Dalu, also a gray envoy." Jianwei, you're here about the White Crane Manor massacre?" "Yes," Feng Yan replied, his fists clenched under the table. "Innkeeper Lu, we've been sent by the Mystic Mirror Bureau to track down the surviving descendants of White Crane Manor. Our only goal is to find the culprit, nothing else." Jianwei pressed further. "You plan to take Yushu and Uncle Zhang away?" "That was the initial idea. But now, even if we took them, we couldn't guarantee their safety." Feng Yan was self-aware. Jianwei smiled. "With the treasure map rumors spreading, my staff have become hot commodities, causing me quite a headache. To avoid disrupting the inn's operations, how about this? Everyone takes a step back." "Please elaborate." "Those seeking Yushu and Uncle Zhang only want details about the night of the attack. You may question them anytime. I won't interfere, nor will I let others interfere. As for you, Miss Wei and Master Tao, given Leisurely Cloud Manor's prime suspicion, the two of you must stay out of this. No conspiring to take them away. Young Master One and Young Master Jean are after the treasure map. Whether you find it depends on your skills, but no harmful methods are allowed. Does this sound fair?" Feng Yan cupped his hands. Feng Yan thanks Innkeeper Lu. The martial factions in the inn far outstripped their own. They had wanted to approach Yushu and Uncle Zhang earlier but found no opportunity. With Jianwei's assurance, they felt much more at ease. Wei Lu remained calm, while Tao Yang awkwardly agreed. "Innkeeper Lu," when Zhuji suddenly asked, "Are you truly not interested in the treasure map at all?" Jianwei chuckled. "Yushu and Uncle Zhang's belongings have already been checked. No treasure map was found. That means it's not meant for us, and we shouldn't force it. Of course, if someone does acquire the map, it would only be fair to compensate the descendants of White Crane Manor for the tragedy they suffered. She loved money, yes, but the map simply wasn't there." When Zhuji, Innkeeper Lu is remarkably open-minded. "You flatter me, young Master Wen." Jianwei's eyes curved. "As long as everyone follows the inn's rules, all will be well." Suddenly, a booming voice erupted from outside the courtyard. Such arrogance! A torrent of inner force, like a raging river, surged toward Jianwei. A rank 6 martial artist, launching a killing strike from the outset. The crushing pressure pinned weaker martial artists in place, the attack aimed precisely at Jianwei's face. Yan Feizang, also rank 6, instinctively moved to block, but a chill ran down his spine. Another surge of inner force, cold as a snake's tongue, locked onto him and struck without warning. A second rank 6 martial artist, arriving silently and catching them off guard. Pincered between two attacks, how could they withstand it? "Innkeeper, Sister Lu, Shui Guanhe and Yushu, too weak to resist, were forced to the ground. Only rank 4 martial artists could barely move." Uncle Zhang's protective stance was understandable, but even Wei Lu struggled against the rank 6 pressure, trying desperately to reach Jianwei. The overwhelming force was unstoppable, already at her brow. Yet Jianwei only laughed softly. "What impudent fools." With those words, the inner force abruptly dissolved, as if brushed aside by an invisible hand, vanishing into nothingness. The rank 6 pressure was utterly erased. Where did it go? Yan Feizang had braced for battle, only to find his opponent's energy completely gone. "Everyone, what exactly were you expecting? Shifu, are you all right?" Shui Guanhe scrambled up, so startled he'd blurted out, "Shifu." Jianwei smiled and patted his shoulder. "Good boy, go clean up the dishes. But don't worry, I'm here." Her composure was absolute. Shui Guanhe's anxiety faded, and without another word, he obediently started clearing the table. The act was a blatant dismissal of the ambushers outside. They struck again, two formidable bursts of inner force converging on Lu Jianwei. She didn't even flinch, leisurely pouring herself a cup of tea. Once more, the attacks dissipated into nothing. Xiaoke, how much defense value was used? 4,328 points total for both strikes. Lu Jianwei tightened her grip on the teacup. Perfect. Every penny she'd lost would be clawed back from those vermin. Jean Pixiao stared in astonishment, asking at the most inappropriate moment, "Manager Lu, may I ask how old you are this year?" He had a reasonable suspicion she was some ageless senior master. Lu Jianwei shot him a glance. "Is that any way to speak?" Jean Pixiao. Manager Lu's talent at such a young age is truly admirable. "I'm in awe," said Wen Juji, turning his wheelchair. "As for the vermin outside, how do you plan to deal with them?" Now that was the kind of talk befitting a wealthy man. Smooth as silk. Lu Jianwei leisurely sipped her tea. "Just a couple of insects who only know how to ambush. Dealing with them would dirty my hands." The two men outside the courtyard. First vermin, now insects, did they not exist to these people? Fine. If the innkeeper was a tough nut to crack, they'd just killed a cripple for fun. What right did a third-rate invalid have to insult them or covet the treasure map? A faint smile crossed Wen Juji's face. "Manager Lu, I leave it to you." Lu Jianwei suddenly realized this bastard had provoked them just to test her protection guarantee. How ruthless. The numerical values of the defensive artifacts plummeted, and the inn's funds drained rapidly, making Lu Jianwei's heart ache with every loss. Unfortunately, the artifacts only worked within the confines of the inn, and the two assailants lurked just outside. Even if she upgraded the offensive artifacts now, she couldn't harm them in the slightest. Truthfully, Xiaoke had detected their movements long before they struck. Lu Jianwei had assumed they would enter the inn to negotiate, never expecting them to resort to lethal force immediately. Why? After a moment's thought, she understood. The reputation of the Eight Directions Inn wasn't formidable enough, its deterrence insufficient to make renowned martial artists of the jianghu bow their heads. Those who could cultivate to the level of a sixth-rank martial master were rare, requiring both exceptional talent and fortune. The gifted were often prideful, and the fortunate tended to gamble recklessly. Before making their move, they must have thoroughly investigated the Eight Directions Inn. An inn that appeared out of nowhere, repelling over 200 attackers overnight. It sounded terrifying. But to sixth-rank experts and well-defended sects, such feats weren't enough to make them retreat. The inn's strongest fighter was Yan Feizang. Lu Jianwei's rank was unknown, but given her youth, the likelihood of her being a top-tier master was minuscule. That left one conclusion: there must be a hidden expert within the inn. A sixth-rank master might not be capable of such techniques, but with two of them employing esoteric formations and deceitful strategies, replicating the feat wasn't impossible. As for seventh or eighth-rank masters, they had considered that possibility too. But in the jianghu, all martial artists above the sixth rank were well-known figures, each guarding major factions or sects. A seventh or eighth rank master wouldn't remain obscure, certainly not running an inn. After careful investigation, they found no such expert associated with the Eight Directions Inn. Thus, they concluded, the inn harbored no terrifying martial king-level figure. It was all smoke and mirrors. The two outside never ceased their assault. In their eyes, Wen Juji, who had nothing but money, was expendable. Yet, every attack aimed at him dissolved before impact, swallowed by a force far more profound. The inn's occupants. Though they'd long known of the inn's mysteries, witnessing such divine intervention firsthand still left them awestruck. Lu Jianwei remained motionless, exuding the calm and composed demeanor of a true master. "Many thanks, Innkeeper Lu," Wen Juji said leisurely, as if he hadn't just been the target of an assassination attempt. Lu Jianwei inwardly scoffed. This man is insane. Had she been a deceitful fraud with no protective artifacts, he'd be dead by now. No wonder he's filthy rich. These people are anything but simple. With a casual wave, she replied, "You paid 10,000 taels for protection. It's only right I keep you safe." The three Mystic Mirror envoys. Asterisk 10,000 taels. Asterisk. The wealth of Jiangnan's richest man was truly staggering, though considering the Eight Directions Inn's capabilities, it was money well spent. Outside, The two attackers, seeing their efforts futile, grew agitated. One roared in a rough voice, "Hey-ho of the Black Wind Fortress has come to challenge. Where's this so-called master? Too cowardly to face us." Jean Pichot muttered, "So it's Hey-ho." The eldest son of the Black Wind Fortress's lord, 35 years old, a 6th-rank master specializing in the Pudeo. R.A. And the other must be his twin brother, He Zhang, Uncle Zhang speculated. Both are renowned for their brute strength. One wields a blade, the other a hammer. Lu Jianwei understood. Against them, brute force wouldn't work. Only agility could prevail. What has the inn no men? Only turtles hiding in their shells. Ha ha, no wonder they let a woman run the place. The brothers taunted mercilessly. Innkeeper Shui Guanhe, having just finished washing dishes, stormed out from the kitchen, livid. They're going too far. Yushu clenched his fists, guilt written across his face. This mess was his fault. If only he'd found that treasure map and handed it over. Lu Jianwei chuckled. Patience. Vermin like them only dare bark from outside, see if they'll step a single foot inside. When it came to verbal sparring, she never lost. These two were clearly afraid the inn was booby-trapped, too cowardly to risk entering. Spineless fools. Shui Guanhe nodded. Right? All talk, no action. Come and learn from us, my foot. Fitting names thick as city walls. The others, no wonder their master and disciple, same sharp tongue. The two outside seated. 8 directions in? More like smoke and mirrors in. You can fool idiots, but not the Black Wind Fortress. Brother, let's burn it down. Let's see them hide then. Brilliant. Lu Jianwei's smile vanished, her eyes turning icy. Yan Feizang. Don't you want to test your blade? Yan Feizang, ever the battle-hungry warrior, had been itching for a fight. At her words, his saber flashed from its sheath as he vaulted over the wall. A seasoned fighter, his blade tore through the air like a roaring dragon, striking towards the brothers in the northwest. Outnumbered 2-1, his momentum didn't wane, if anything, it surged. The saber clashed against Heiho's Pudeo, the impact resonating like a war horn. The shockwaves of 6th-rank power sent sand swirling, yet when they hit the inn, they dissipated harmlessly. Third form of surging tides, cloud-splitting strike *. Yan Feizang's aura intensified. His ancient Tang saber descended like thunder, its light blinding as the sun, slashing relentlessly at the He brothers. He-ho raised his blade, bellowing, well struck. As expected of the jianghu's top blade man. He Zhang laughed wildly, twin hammers charging toward Yan Feizang's back. Caught between them, Yan Feizang was in dire straits. Jean Pichot panicked. I'll assist him. Brother Jean, when Zhuji stopped him. A battle between 6th-rank masters is no place for you. Jean Pichot was only 5th rank, the residual force alone could cripple him. But Yan Feizang, as strong as he is, can't hold forever against 2. When Zhuji shook his head. He's been seeking a breakthrough. This is his chance. Jean Pichot clenched his fists, but held back. Fine. I'll wait. Innkeeper Lu, huh? Where is she? Wei Lu spoke up. Sister Lu went to the 3rd floor. Better vantage point. Jean Pichot waved. Let's head up too. My young master. Before an eye could finish, Jean Pichot hoisted the wheelchair, carrying Wenjuji to the 2nd floor corridor. Wenjuji. There we go. Much clearer view. Jean Pichot peered outside, relieved to see Yan Feizang still holding his ground. The group gathered on the 2nd floor, eyes fixed on the battle. A duel between 6th-rank masters was rare, let alone one against 2. On the 3rd floor, Lu Jianwei leaned against the railing. The longer she practiced the nameless technique, the more she grasped its profundities. The deeper her understanding, the sharper her insight into martial arts became. She could spot flaws effortlessly and instinctively knew how to maximize the lethality of any technique. The He brothers relied on brute force and heavy weapons, powerful but riddled with openings. The duel had lasted for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Yan Feizang, fighting 1 against 2, was gradually exhausting his inner energy. Trapped between the relentless attacks of the He brothers, his situation grew increasingly dire. This won't do. If this continues, Brother Yan will be seriously injured. Jean Pichot paced anxiously. I have to help him. And I also frowned. Young master, perhaps I should go instead. Though he enjoyed bickering with Yan Feizang, he couldn't bear to see him cornered. You little brat, stay out of this. Jean Pichot drew his broadsword. I'm going. Brother Jean. Don't stop me. He Zhong is slightly weaker than He Ho. He wields twin hammers, his arms are thick, and his back is as hard as armor. His weak point is an inch below the ear. At the same time, a voice called down from the upper floor, Yan Feizong, is your scabbard truly just a deadweight? Tilt your blade 3 inches upward, then rotate the scabbard 4 points down to the right behind your back. Yan Feizong, caught in the heat of battle, instinctively obeyed. His right hand thrust the blade forward, striking He Ho squarely on the bridge of the nose midair, while his left hand twisted the scabbard backward, jabbing it precisely below He Zhong's ear. To avoid losing his nose, He Ho immediately retreated. He Zhong, struck below the ear, felt a wave of numbness engulf his body and collapsed stiffly to the ground, his twin hammers smashing 2 deep craters into the earth. Brother! He Ho roared in fury, his attacks growing even fiercer. His broadsword, longer and heavier than Yan Feizong's Tangdao, slashed with ruthless brutality. Lu Jianwei called out, Yan Feizong, 4th stance, press the blade down, then strike. Target the Yangqi point on his right arm. Whoosh, the Tangdao, held back momentarily, unleashed an unstoppable force, its tip piercing He Ho's Yangqi point. He Ho's right arm abruptly went limp, his grip loosening as the broadsword clattered to the ground. Shock and rage surged through his meridians, and he spat a mouthful of blood. Seizing the opportunity, Yan Feizong pressed forward, knocking him unconscious. In a single move, he had turned peril into triumph, defeating 2 6th-rank experts, a feat that sent thrills through everyone watching. He looked up at the high tower, his heart brimming with unspoken words. Lu Jianwei surveyed the battlefield from above, relieved to see the He brothers completely incapacitated. Why are you standing there? Tie them up. Yan Feizong grinned. Right away. Lu Jianwei's earlier instructions had been invaluable, especially the seemingly simple yet profoundly effective, press the blade down, then strike. Though he hadn't fully grasped its intricacies, he sensed a breakthrough on the horizon, excitement surging through him like a tidal wave. Sheathing his blade, he swiftly hauled the 2 men over his shoulders, tossed them into the courtyard, then dashed inside like a whirlwind. Hand them over to you all, I'm going into seclusion. Everyone. Jean Pixiao blinked in astonishment. Is Brother Yan about to break through? When Zhuji smiled. Seems so. Senior Yan is truly extraordinary, Tao Yang marveled. To defeat 2 masters single-handedly. The others? Wei Lu shot him a glare. Clearly, it was Sister Lu's brilliance that turned the tide. I didn't mean it like that, Tao Yang stammered, flushing red. I wouldn't dare judge Innkeeper Lu's prowess. The others, that's more like it. Lu Jianwei's flawless guidance from above had turned the battle with just a few words, allowing Yan Feizong to crush 2 formidable opponents, a feat worthy of awe. Such genius was beyond their comprehension. When Zhuji's lips curved slightly. To think Innkeeper Lu is also a master of the blade. I am impressed. Young master when pinpointed He Zhong's weakness with precision. I'm the one who's impressed, Lu Jianwei replied, having overheard from above. This far exceeded the capabilities of a 3rd-rank martial artist. When Zhuji merely smiled in response. Innkeeper Lu may not know this, but Brother Wen possesses extraordinary talent in martial arts, Jean Pixiao explained, his tone tinged with regret. If not for, he would already stand among the greatest masters of the jianghu. Lu Jianwei said flatly, what a pity. Her tone was so indifferent it carried no hint of actual pity. Jean Pixiao fell silent. Brother Jean, might I trouble you to assist me downstairs? When Zhuji interjected, diffusing the awkwardness. Jean Pixiao had no choice but to comply. Innkeeper, what should we do with these 2? Shui Guanhe called out loudly. A porcelain vial landed in his arms. Feed them the muscle-softening powder, then hang them from the 2nd-floor eaves as a warning. Yushu's eyes lit up. I'll fetch the rope. Uncle Zhang chuckled. I'll handle the hanging. He Zhong, still paralyzed but conscious, nearly fainted at the words. He Ho, just regaining consciousness, spat another mouthful of blood upon hearing the plan. This was outright humiliation. Shui Guanhe forced the medicine down their throats, then casually patted their waistbands. The He Fortress is supposed to be wealthy, right? Why don't they have a single coin on them? He had hoped to confiscate their money. Yushu returned with thick hemp rope and bound them like dumplings. Maybe they're so broke they can't even afford food. Why else would they come to steal the treasure map? True. Shui Guanhe grinned. Let's leave them hanging for 10 days or so, give those lurking in the shadows a good show. If they want money, they should earn it honestly. Uncle Zhang sighed. What a shame. What's the shame, Uncle Zhang? The innkeeper originally set their ransom at 1,000 taels, but they refused. Now they've kicked an iron plate. Shui Guanhe understood instantly. They're worth way more than 1,000. In her third-floor room, Lu Jianwei couldn't suppress her grin. Xiaoke, well done. The He brothers had been carrying over 1,000 taels between them, all of which Xiaoke had discreetly confiscated. Big factions truly lived up to their name, traveling with such wealth. Xiaoke, the public account currently holds over 30,000 taels. Should we upgrade the attack equipment? The attack equipment was 5th rank. Upgrading to 6th rank would cost 10,000 taels. Lu Jianwei pondered. Not for now. The defensive equipment had been crucial this time, but enduring attacks from 2 6th-rank warriors had drained it rapidly. A single strike consumed thousands of copper coins. Without the public funds, she wouldn't have had the luxury or confidence to play the role of an untouchable expert. The He brothers, arrogant as they were, had challenged the Yin first. Now, strung up on display, they would serve as a stark warning to those watching from the shadows. Those observers would likely hesitate before acting recklessly, choosing instead to enter the inn as ordinary guests to search for the treasure map. But seasoned warriors wouldn't resist testing the waters. To ensure the safety of everyone in the inn, the defensive equipment was indispensable. For now, the public funds would be reserved for replenishing defensive reserves. Xiaoke, assign Wei Lu to receive the protection of the defensive equipment. Huh? She didn't pay. Lu Jianwei waved a hand. Just do it. Xiaoke sounded amused. How rare. She shielded me before. It's only fair I shield her once. Understood. Settings updated. The sight of the He brothers dangling from the eaves struck like a thunderbolt, sending shockwaves through the hidden factions observing the scene. 2 6th-rank experts had failed? The He fortress was in upheaval. He Ho and He Zhong were forces to be reckoned with individually, let alone together. Yet they had fallen to a Miran? If that weren't bad enough, the inn had publicly humiliated them by hanging them up like trophies, a blatant slap to the He fortress's face. Fury swept through the fortress, but with their men still in enemy hands, they had no choice but to swallow their rage for now. Fortress Lord He Zhan destroyed the training grounds in his wrath before summoning the fortress's most even-tempered elder. Take the ransom money and go to the inn to retrieve our men, the fort master ordered. Third elder hesitated. Fort master, should we also redeem the other disciples who took the poison? The fort master winced in pain but declared, redeem them all. Third elder sighed. There are 60 disciples. If we redeem each for 1,100 taels, the total comes to 66,000 taels. The 2 young masters might cost even more. Wasn't it 1,000 taels each? Why the extra 100? The fort master frowned. Third elder explained, the 100 is for the antidote. The fort master. Noticing his silence, third elder added, I've heard the 1,000 Miles sect sent 70 men. Redeeming them would cost 77,000 taels. Misery loves company. The fort master's heartache eased slightly. With a wave of his hand, he said, go. The 8 directions in return to peace. Seeing that even the 2 formidable experts couldn't breach the inn, the 3 mystic mirror envoys' concerns faded. Seizing an opportunity, they sought out Yu Shu and Uncle Zhang to inquire about the details of that night. The gray-robed envoy, Wang Xiaoshan, was responsible for recording their account. After hearing how they escaped the manor and took refuge in the inn, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. You 2 have survived great peril. Good fortune must await you. The words pleased them. Yu Shu, filled with gratitude, said, meeting Innkeeper Lu was my luckiest moment. Uncle Zhang nodded. Innkeeper Lu is kind and compassionate. Not only did she shelter us, but she also protected us. Had they fallen into the hands of other factions, they would have been skinned alive. Despite the overwhelming siege, Innkeeper Lu had risked defending a powerful sect like the Black Wind Fort to keep them safe, a debt they could never repay. Did you come to Moonview City to seek refuge with Zhuji? Asked the green-robed envoy Feng Yan. Uncle Zhang affirmed yes. Why him? Envoy Feng must know that Zhuji is the elder cousin of Ashu's mother. With the manor destroyed and no leads on the killers, we had nowhere else to turn but to Ashu's uncle. Feng Yan nodded. The reason for seeking Juji wasn't important. What mattered was whether they had uncovered any clues. The killers wore masks and all wielded swords, but swordsmen are a dime a dozen in the martial world. We already knew these details. Think carefully. If you recall anything else from that night, inform me immediately. Envoy Feng, Yushu suddenly spoke up. The innkeeper allowed you to question us. I trust her judgment. Feng Yan's heart skipped a beat. Do you have a new lead? I saw one of them holding a candlestick. He almost found my hiding spot, but the light revealed his face. He had a black mole on the white of his right eye. Feng Yan's eyes lit up. That's a crucial lead. Such a distinctive feature was rare. He needed to relay this to the bureau at once. But then it struck him, with spies swarming outside the inn, would a messenger pigeon even make it out of Moonview City? What should he do? After concluding the interrogation, Feng Yan led the two away from the servants' quarters. Passing through the main hall, his gaze drifted to the courtyard, and his heart lurched. A wheelchair stood in the yard, its occupant facing away. The man's hair was tied back with a white jade crown, strands cascading down his back. His wide sleeves draped elegantly, and beside him rested a small red clay stove, a teapot atop it releasing delicate wisps of steam. The scene was serene, yet it unearthed a long-buried memory. That silhouette. Young master, look at those two, hanging on opposite sides, coarse-faced and wretched. Ugly beyond endurance. And I pointed at the Hay brothers by the main building, hurling insults without restraint. Earlier, the two had dared to provoke his master. He'd been itching to beat them to a pulp and scatter their ashes to the wind. Seeing them humiliated like this, and knowing their infamy would spread, eased his anger, though he couldn't resist verbally shredding them further. And lower your voice. Don't disturb the other guests, when Juji chided gently. Feng Yan shook his head. What was he thinking? When Juji was only a third-rank cultivator and a cripple. Stepping out, he asked casually, young Master Wen, enjoying the courtyard? Feng Yan cupped his hands. The sun is quite pleasant indeed. And I ignored him, continuing his tirade. Hanging them up there isn't enough. For cowards who only know how to ambush, they ought to wear signs, one saying vile, the other shameless. Let the world know the Black Wind Fort breeds nothing but scum. Oh, that's a fine idea, Lu Jianwei remarked, appearing at the third-floor railing. And I go ask Yushu to make 2 plaques. Just as you said, vile and shameless. And I beamed. At once. Wait. Lu Jianwei stopped him. First, weigh them. We'll sell them by the pound, 100 taels per pound. Whoever comes to redeem them pays accordingly. Make sure the plaques state that clearly. Ni's eyes sparkled. Innkeeper Lu, you're a genius. He sprinted off to find Yushu, who was equally awed by the idea. For the Hay brothers, this humiliation would be worse than death. The two quickly fashioned wooden plaques. Jean Pixiao, catching wind of it, eagerly joined in. He volunteered to weigh the brothers and hang the signs. Hey ho's plaque read. Vile. Weight, 210 pounds. Price, 100 taels/pound. Welcome, valued customers. Hey Zhong's declared. Shameless. Weight, 200 pounds. Terms as above. The brothers burned with shame, wishing they could dash their heads against the eaves and end it all. The rest of the inn's occupants stifled laughter. Innkeeper Lu had outdone herself. This left the Black Wind Fort with neither face nor recourse. Redeeming the brothers would be a disgrace. Leaving them would be worse. Jean Pixiao chuckled. Innkeeper Lu is truly one of a kind. Brother One, I'm tempted to stay here indefinitely. Mark my words, this place will never lack excitement. Could you bear to abandon your trade empire? When Juji teased. Jean Pixiao pondered. Point taken. Then why not linger after this affair concludes? You can relay any amusing incidents to me by letter. Splendid idea. Though the room rates are steep. That's no issue. Gurgle, and I clutched his stomach, embarrassed. I barely ate at noon, I'm starving. Young master, it's all those 2 wretches' fault, delaying our meal. I'll borrow the kitchen to make some snacks. When Juji nodded. Go ahead. After collaborating on the plaques, Nai and Yushu's tension had eased. They no longer bickered when crossing paths. Yushu said, I checked with the innkeeper. You can use the kitchen, but there's a rental fee. Your innkeeper really loves money, and I grumbled, then brightened. But selling them by weight? That was inspired. Fine, how much? Yushu rubbed his neck awkwardly. You've got a sharp tongue yourself, Ni. The innkeeper said 100 coppers per use, ingredients excluded. Ni. Highway robbery. When under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. Ni dared to argue with Yushu and Shui Guanhe, but he couldn't bring himself to confront Lu Jianwei with the same boldness. He resigned himself and paid the money. What are you going to do? Yushu asked curiously. Ni swiftly began preparing the ingredients, his movements practiced and fluid. A nourishing tonic, though it's a shame we're missing one key herb. He was making medicinal cuisine light and restorative, infused with herbs to both strengthen the body and slow the spread of the poison afflicting his master. Yushu despised those who had forcibly seized the treasure map, but he held no grudge against people like Jin Pixiao and Wenjuji, who dealt openly and fairly. The heroic Jin Pixiu was straightforward and magnanimous, while the refined Wenjuji was gentle and unassuming. Both were pleasant company. Wenjuji, unable to walk and suffering from a rare poison, evoked a quiet sympathy within Yushu. Will missing one herb cause any harm? Ni shook his head. Nothing major. It's just that the poison torments my master day and night, making it hard for him to rest. I wanted to add a calming herb to help him sleep better. Poor sleep is unbearable. Yushu recalled his own restless nights during their desperate escape, haunted by nightmares. Why don't you ask the innkeeper? She might have the herb. If not, when the inn sends someone to Moonview City for supplies, they could purchase some for you. Ni's eyes lit up. Really? But I'm a bit intimidated by Manager Liu. Could you ask for me? Price isn't an issue. Of course. Yushu nodded. What herb do you need? The heart of the Xiaobi grass. Yushu agreed and hurried off to find Lu Jianwei. Xiaobi grass. Lu Jianwei arched a brow. That's a rare and expensive herb, 30 taels per qian at the very least. Our 8 directions in is remote, and sourcing such things isn't easy. For him, we'll charge 50 taels per qian. Our empty said yes. Yushu. A single tonic required so much money? How much would 3 meals a day cost? His mind buzzing, he returned to the kitchen and relayed Lu Jianwei's answer. Though Ni frowned, he said, I'll take 6 qian. He pulled 300 tael banknotes from his sleeve. This is for the herb. Please fetch it for me. Yushu accepted the notes, but couldn't resist asking, if your master spends like this every day, what happens when his fortune runs out? Ni burst out laughing. What are you thinking? There's no way my master could ever exhaust his wealth. Why not? Ni puffed up proudly. Do you know how much the family's assets were when my master took over compared to now? No. Of course you don't. Let's just say the family's holdings have multiplied several times under his leadership. The daily profits from his businesses alone are beyond your imagination. Yushu. Clearly, his own understanding was too limited. If even Ni claimed it was unimaginable, then earning mountains of gold must be an understatement. No wonder Wenjuji was the wealthiest man in Jiangnan. Clutching the light yet weighty banknotes, he hurried upstairs to exchange them for the herb. Lu Jianwei had already purchased 6 qian of Xiaobi grass from the system's marketplace, stored in a wooden box. It had cost her 60 taels. Such herbs were exorbitantly priced, only a man like the wheelchair magnate could afford them. Yushu. Lu Jianwei called out to the boy as he turned to leave with the box. Yushu spun around, eyes bright. Yes, manager? Do you need something? You've been getting along with Wenjuji's attendant. Are you eyeing his wheelchair? Yushu's face flushed scarlet. I just thought the craftsmanship was exquisite. I wanted to take a closer look. He had always been fascinated by handiwork, and the wheelchair was clearly a masterwork, ingeniously designed. The moment when Juji stepped out of the carriage, Yushu had been captivated. Otherwise, knowing that when Juji and his men were also after the treasure map, he wouldn't have personally delivered tea. It's fine. If you want to study the wheelchair's construction, just ask openly. I'm sure when Juji won't mind, Lu Jianwei said with a gentle smile. Really? Yushu's eyes widened. It wouldn't be rude? Lu Jianwei was firm. He's not that petty. In her eyes, when Juji wasn't sensitive about his condition, nor did he care how others perceived him. Yushu nodded. I understand. Thank you, manager. Oh, and remember, nothing in this world is free. Huh? Yushu didn't quite follow. Lu Jianwei explained. Think carefully. Do you just want to examine the wheelchair, or do you want to use this as a path forward? I see. Lu Jianwei patted his head. Go on. Lost in thought, Yushu carried the xiaobi grass back to the kitchen, where the air was rich with delicate aromas. 6 qian of xiaobi grass, as requested. And I took the box and opened it. The herb inside was indeed genuine and of excellent quality. He marveled, Manager Lu is truly remarkable. She has everything. From the rare white silk incense screen to this xiaobi grass, she produced them effortlessly. It was strange. Xiaobi grass wasn't something ordinary people needed or stocked. How could she casually produce 6 qian? And I, who crafted Master Wen's wheelchair? Yushu's question pulled him from his musings. And I raised a brow. Why do you ask? I've always been fascinated by craftsmanship. That wheelchair is extraordinary. Its movement, turning, everything is smoother and faster than ordinary ones, with almost no stiffness or delay. And I grinned. That's because my master made it himself. No master craftsman was involved. Yushu gaped. He made it? Master Wen is skilled in this too. My master is naturally brilliant. Though the poison prevents his martial arts from advancing, he never gave up. He turned to studying the esoteric arts of Jianwei, which includes mechanical engineering. He incorporated intricate mechanisms into the wheelchair, making it unlike any other. At this, Yushu's pity and sympathy vanished, replaced by pure admiration and yearning. So the mechanics of Jianwei could be applied to craftsmanship too. He wanted to learn it. Master Wen is incredible, he murmured. And I loved hearing others praise his master and beamed. Finally, someone with taste. Yushu's heart itched with excitement. He had found his calling. He wanted to study Jianwei, to master mechanical engineering. Never before had he felt such a powerful urge. But Master Wen was a stranger. How could he possibly ask? And I was busy with the tonic, so Yushu excused himself and returned to his room to meditate and train. Yet his mind was restless, unable to settle. Thoughts swirled chaotically, leaving him in turmoil. Yushu! A voice like thunder jolted him awake. He shuddered violently. Uncle Zhang looked worried. If I hadn't snapped you out of it, you might have succumbed to qi deviation. What's wrong? After the destruction of their home, the two had relied on each other. In Yushu's eyes, Uncle Zhang was family. He should have confided in him without hesitation. But now, the words caught in his throat. Uncle Zhang pressed gently, Yushu, whatever it is, say it. We'll figure it out together. Uncle Zhang, Yushu finally whispered, unable to meet his gaze, I don't want to practice the sword anymore. No matter how hard I try, I'll never master it. Zhangbo spoke earnestly, then what do you want to do in the future? Become a carpenter? Shu, Innkeeper Lu is kind enough to take us in and offer us shelter. Don't you want to contribute to the inn after mastering martial arts? Of course, Innkeeper Lu wouldn't drive us away because of this. We could just remain ordinary and workers. But as more and more people flocked to her side, all vying to earn her trust and favor, will you be content then? If Uncle Zhang was Yushu's closest family, then Lu Jianwei was the person he revered most. The mere thought of such a scene filled Yushu's heart with intense unease and dejection. He didn't want to see the innkeeper's disappointed expression, nor was he willing to settle for being just an ordinary worker. Recalling Lu Jianwei's earlier advice, he suddenly felt enlightened. So that's what the innkeeper meant. Yushu abruptly raised his head and excitedly recounted the whole matter to Uncle Zhang before concluding, I understand now. The innkeeper had already noticed young Master Wen's expertise in esoteric arts. She was giving me a choice. What choice? Uncle Zhang asked with a smile. Yushu's eyes shone brightly. To choose between an unknown treasure map or the esoteric arts right before my eyes. Uncle Zhang nodded approvingly. So, what's your decision? I've made up my mind, Yushu said firmly. When my father was alive, he forced me to practice swordsmanship and forbade me from studying craftsmanship. Yet there was an old book, the annotated works of craftsmanship, in his study. I secretly read it, but he never once noticed. That doesn't make sense. Uncle Zhang stroked his beard and chuckled. That book must be extraordinary, Yushu continued. But no matter how special it was, it brought destruction to our manor. I can't unravel its secrets, nor can I protect it. So, Yushu clenched his fists. I choose the path I truly desire. In the common dormitory room. And I entered carrying a bowl of nourishing soup. As he lifted the lid, the rich aroma instantly filled the room, overpowering the faint scent of incense. Young master, you only ate a single leaf of vegetables at noon. I added some noodles to the soup, please try it. When Juji set aside his book, took the jade chopsticks, and took a small sip. Your cooking has improved. And I beamed with joy. I'm glad you like it. Did you buy the xiaobi grass from Innkeeper Lu? Yes, 6 qian's worth, for 300 taels. Innkeeper Lu really knows how to do business. When Juji chuckled. You must have many questions in your heart, don't you? Nothing escapes you, young master, and I admitted, puzzled. Whether it's the white silk fragrant screen or the xiaobi grass, why is Innkeeper Lu always able to produce them so easily? When Juji drank his soup leisurely. When Brother Yen suddenly came to challenge her, Innkeeper Lu effortlessly pointed out his flaws. LV Huti's poison insects were unstoppable, yet Innkeeper Lu detected them immediately. Her medicinal concoctions suppress internal energy, yet no one in the martial world can counter them. What does that tell you? It means, and I frowned in thought before suddenly realizing, it means Innkeeper Lu's martial arts are unfathomable, and she's also highly skilled in pharmacology. With such extraordinary abilities, she could easily amass wealth and connections with powerful figures. With money and influence, why worry about not obtaining the finest tea leaves? Her expertise in pharmacology meant she would always have medicinal herbs on hand, so having xiaobi grass was no surprise. When Juji nodded, that is indeed one possibility. What else could it be? And I pressed. The 8 Directions Inn's influence is far greater than it appears. They possess intelligence on many martial artists, Brother Yan's weaknesses, the flaws of the Black Wind Fort brothers, even my daily needs. They know everything and prepare accordingly. And I gasped. That's terrifying. Rumors outside speculate that the Inn repelled 100 attackers in one move using mysterious arts, when Juji mused, a rare hint of confusion crossing his face. Yet standing here, I've seen no trace of it. Your mastery of the esoteric arts is unmatched in the martial world. If not for that, all those rare treasures in our mansion would have been stolen long ago by shameless rogues. The residence of the wealthiest man in Jianghu had attracted countless greedy thieves. When Juji, a seemingly feeble cripple, was no threat in their eyes. Yet one after another, those who sought to claim his riches found themselves trapped in deadly formations and mechanisms, with countless casualties. Gradually, no one dared to provoke Wen Juji anymore. But now, even he couldn't detect any esoteric formations in the inn, making it all the more enigmatic. And I muttered, if someone truly this formidable exists, why would they open an inn in such a remote place? When Juji set down his bowl and chopsticks, dipped a handkerchief in water, and wiped his lips before uttering a chilling remark. The entire inn is under Innkeeper Lu's control. It's possible she already knows every word we've spoken. And I instantly felt a cold shiver down his spine. In a third-floor room, Lu Jianwei's hand, holding an acupuncture needle, paused mid-motion. She had been practicing on a human model, fully focused, yet she couldn't afford to ignore when Juji and Anai's conversations. This man demanded caution. Hearing his words, even she was startled. Is this the inside of the richest man in Jiangnan? Earlier, she had hinted to Yushu because she had seen the books when Juji brought, most of them related to esoteric arts. She had even spent a small fortune to have Xiaoke analyze his wheelchair, discovering intricate mechanisms hidden within. She had reason to suspect when Juji came prepared. While others were obsessed with stealing the treasure map, he had thoroughly analyzed White Crane Manor and deduced Yushu's passion for craftsmanship. His wheelchair and books were bait. And Yushu is the fish. Lu Jianwei didn't dislike this approach, at least when Juji had principles and sincerity, unlike those who resorted to outright theft. But she hadn't expected him to be so perceptive. Xiaoke, what's his actual level? Xiaoke replied, the system's assessment isn't wrong. Level 3 is indeed his current rank. Lu Jianwei fell into thought. Scan the poison in his body. That'll cost 100 taels. Without hesitation, she said, deduct it. After the deduction, Xiaoke took its time before slowly announcing, he doesn't have just one poison in his body, there are 5. These 5 poisons counteract each other, maintaining an eerie equilibrium, all suppressed below the inlinguin acupoint on his calves. That's why he can't walk. A pang of sympathy flickered in Lu Jianwei's heart. That's tragic. What kind of poisons are they? All 5 are rare, deadly poisons. Over time, they've fused into a new toxin. Honestly, I don't even know what to call it. Lu Jianwei. If she didn't even know what the poison was, how could she possibly find an antidote? So, he's just waiting to die? By all logic, he shouldn't live much longer. Lu Jianwei sighed again. Harsh. But that was all. She was just an ordinary innkeeper, after all. Time flew, and soon it was dinner time. Apart from Wenjuji and Enai, everyone else gathered around the long table. Feng Yan's wallet ached, but he dared not trouble Shui Guanhe again or stand out in the inn. If the disciples of Carefree Mountain Manor could eat together, why couldn't the Mystic Mirror Bureau? He paid for his meals, yet couldn't enjoy them to the fullest. The three of them spent the entire afternoon discussing, but failed to come up with a way to send out the message. Outside the inn, who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching? The moment they stepped out, they'd likely be ambushed by rogue martial artists. The crucial clue couldn't be delivered. It was utterly maddening. After dinner, Lu Jianwei strolled in the courtyard to aid digestion. Feng Yan paced under the corridor for a long while before finally mustering his resolve as she turned to return to her room. Innkeeper Lu, Feng has a request. If successful, the reward will not disappoint. Lu Jianwei loved nothing more than people handing her money, but this time, she couldn't guarantee she'd earn it. Pretending ignorance, she asked, "What is it? May we speak privately?" "No need. Speak freely." Feng Yan had no choice but to explain, "I need to send a letter, but with so many eyes watching outside the inn, it's unlikely to reach its destination. Might Innkeeper Lu be willing to assist?" For the sake of money, Lu Jianwei naturally didn't want to refuse, but she couldn't offer any guarantees either. Feng Yan, believing her to have extensive backing that would increase the chances of the letter's safe delivery, had come to strike a deal with her. She replied coolly, "I only handle matters pertaining to the inn." Feng Yan was disappointed but hid it well, merely clasping his hands. "My apologies for disturbing you." "Officer Feng," Lu Jianwei said casually, "surely the Mystic Mirror Bureau has coded language for communication? They couldn't possibly rely solely on carrier pigeons, could they?" Feng Yan smiled bitterly. "We do, but the coded messages still need to be seen by the right people." "Have you even tried?" "Even if there are bureau agents nearby, writing in code requires a special ink. The writing appears ordinary until treated with a unique powder only the bureau possesses." Feng Yan frowned. "I've nearly run out of the ink. Even if I could write the message, there's no guarantee my colleagues would receive it. So only Mystic Mirror agents can recognize this special ink?" "Not exactly," Feng Yan shook his head. "Martial artists despise the bureau and love causing trouble for us. They often intercept our letters, so some among them must recognize the ink. At the very least, the major sects were familiar with it." Lu Jianwei understood. "And the special powder?" "Only the bureau has it." Lu Jianwei nodded. "I have a solution, if you're willing." After all, making deals with people still fell under in matters. Feng Yan brightened. "I'm all ears." Lu Jianwei said, "There are about 70 or 80 spies lurking outside the inn, gathering intelligence and blocking other factions from entering." "That's your concern, isn't it?" "Exactly." Lu Jianwei smiled. "Then it's simple. Write 500 identical coded messages and scatter them outside. In the chaos of everyone scrambling for them, at least one will reach the Mystic Mirror Bureau." Feng Yan's eyes lit up. It was indeed a feasible plan. But he didn't have enough ink for 500 messages. "If you trust me, you can provide a sample of the ink." "I might be able to help," Lu Jianwei offered with a smile. "Of course, the price won't be cheap. When you write the messages, make sure your colleagues bring payment." Feng Yan. Truthfully, he was skeptical. The ink was a bureau specialty. Even the major sects could only identify it, not replicate it. The 8 directions in was indeed mysterious, but could it truly produce the ink? If so, wouldn't the bureau's communications lose all secrecy? Lu Jianwei didn't press him. "The solution is yours to take or leave." What ulterior motives could she possibly have? She just wanted to make a little profit. Feng Yan snapped out of his thoughts. "Innkeeper Lu, if I provide a sample, can you really procure the ink?" Lu Jianwei raised a brow. "I can try." Feng Yan, "Then we have a deal." He'd been overthinking it. The bureau's ink was no secret. The major sects had long sought to crack it. Providing a sample wouldn't harm the bureau. If Lu Jianwei failed to replicate it, the ink remained secure. If she succeeded but lacked the powder, the messages would still be unreadable, giving the bureau a new lead instead. Who, after all, could easily replicate such ink? He produced a small vial. Lu Jianwei took it and headed straight to the third floor. In this era, people typically used ink sticks, grinding them into liquid for writing. The Bureau, however, issued pre-made ink to its agents, clearly a security measure. Carrying ink was inconvenient, so agents only brought small amounts for urgent, brief messages. 500 messages would be a massive undertaking. The system's marketplace sold high-quality ink sticks, but this special ink wasn't in its database. It needed a sample to scan. Xiaoko, what exactly is this ink? Ordinary ink mixed with a special plant extract. It looks normal on paper, but changes color when exposed to another substance. Lu Jianwei asked, is it really that hard to crack? That I don't know. Xiaoko countered, why are you helping him? Lu Jianwei, for money, and to see the truth come out. Of all these factions, the Mystic Mirror Bureau is the only one dedicated to uncovering the truth. If she could earn money while doing a good deed, why not? Xiaoko, aren't you afraid of making enemies? Lu Jianwei chuckled. If I feared offending people, would I have hung those two from the eaves? Just tell me, can the marketplace sell this? See for yourself. Lu Jianwei browsed the listings and found confidential ink, priced at 10 taels per bottle. Highway robbery. Xiaoko sniffed. Takes one to know one. The plant extract is rare and costly. Lu Jianwei, I've always wondered, what exactly are you? How are the marketplace's products made? Don't be sad, Xiaoko sighed. It's normal for lower-dimensional beings to struggle with higher-dimensional concepts. Lu Jianwei nodded. I'm not sad. I just don't get why a higher-dimensional world lacking management talent would force a lower-dimensional being like me to run an inn. Xiaoko, you dragged me into this world without warning, and now you're draining my funds. Does your higher-dimensional world not have laws? Lu Jianwei spread her hands. So, lower the price. She still needed to save up for a way home. Xiaoko reluctantly conceded. 8 taels. Not a coin less. I need energy too, or I won't be able to send you back. Fine, Lu Jianwei relented. 8 it is. May we both prosper. Under the cover of night, Lu Jianwei prepared the special ink, regular ink, paper, and brushes, intending to deliver them to Feng Yan for an all-night writing session. A level 6 martial artist is approaching, Xiaoko warned. Lu Jianwei checked the map. 2 green dots had appeared just beyond the courtyard. The night was dark and silent, the wilderness hushed. A crisp, melodious bell sound pierced through the courtyard gate, echoing inside and outside the inn. Rooms that had already extinguished their lamps all lit up again. Lan Ling of the 1,000 Miles Tower pays her respects. A woman's voice, soft and sinuous as if boneless, rang out. Surely Manager Lu won't shut me out? This humble one would be heartbroken. Lu Jianwei. That was quite the accusation. Xiaoko opened the gate. Xiaoko, ever dutiful, unlatched the courtyard gate. In the stillness of the night, the gate swung open as if moved by unseen hands. The lantern beneath the eaves cast a faint glow, illuminating the face of the visitor. Her beauty was enchanting, her eyes glimmered with allure, her lips as red as blooming crabapple blossoms, her skin fair as snow. She wore a low-cut bodice, her voluptuous figure draped in sheer crimson gauze that revealed generous glimpses of her snowy skin. Bells adorned her wrists, tinkling with every swaying step. Her feet were clad in delicate woven sandals, their colorful vines intricately patterned, with more bells chiming at her ankles. Beneath the translucent skirt, her long, slender calves peeked through. Lu Jianwei stood on the 3rd floor, admiration flickering in her eyes. Who wouldn't appreciate a bold, fiery beauty? To think such an expert hides in such a remote inn, Lan Ling cooed, her delicate brows knitting together as she looked up at Lu Jianwei, her eyes brimming with pitiable grievance. Manager Lu, you've deceived me so cruelly. Had I known, my 1,000 Miles Tower would never have crossed you. Lu Jianwei smiled faintly. With sincerity, anything can be discussed. With a light tap of her toes, a cascade of bell chimes followed. Lan Ling fluttered gracefully up to the 3rd floor, stopping just beyond the railing, her gaze locking with Lu Jianwei's. They stood unbearably close. Lan Ling parted her red lips, a seductive gleam lingering at the corners of her eyes, and exhaled a breath of fragrant warmth. What kind of sincerity does Manager Lu desire? Lu Jianwei remained unmoved. This is a business. All I ask is peace within my establishment. Your 1,000 miles tower sent men to attack at night, violating my rules. Is it unreasonable to demand compensation? Not unreasonable, but far too costly. Lan Ling pouted, shooting her a coquettish glare. Manager Lu, with such refined elegance, how could you debase yourself with such vulgar matters? Lu Jianwei, ever unromantic, replied, one must survive. Without money, how can one live? If Miss Lan disdains such things, why fuss over them? I can't win against you, Lan Ling huffed in mock frustration. Then may I at least stay the night? Lu Jianwei, pay up. Fine, I'll pay. Lan Ling vaulted over the railing and called down sulkily, I'll take the superior room next to Manager Lu's. 5 taels a night, correct, Arno? Only then did the others notice the figure standing in the courtyard. A man clad in white, tall and slender, with delicate features, held a wooden case in his hands. Likely Lan Ling's attendant. Lu Jianwei raised a brow. Hold on. Lan Ling brightened. Has Manager Lu changed her mind? The matter of 1,000 Miles Tower's nighttime assault remains unresolved. For now, this inn does not welcome guests from your faction. My apologies, Miss Lan. In other words, until you make amends, you're still blacklisted. Lan Ling blinked her bewitching eyes, radiating sorrow. Manager Lu, you break my heart. Very well, it was indeed my tower's rudeness first. Ping Wu, present the 80,000 taels and beg Manager Lu to spare those poor souls. The extra 3,000 was an apology. Ping Wu handed the case to Uncle Zhang. After counting the banknotes, Uncle Zhang nodded to Lu Jianwei. Shui Guanhe, Yu Shu, fetch 70 antidotes from the warehouse, Lu Jianwei instructed before turning back to Lan Ling satisfied. She promptly purchased 70 doses from the system, depositing them in the underground storeroom. The two hurried off. Lan Ling giggled. I'd be even more satisfied if Manager Lu waived my lodging fee. That would break the rules, Lu Jianwei said. The night is late. Rest well, Miss Lan. She turned and retreated to her room. The door shut firmly. Lan Ling stared at it for a long moment before stepping into the adjacent superior chamber. Only a wall separated them. Shui Guanhe and Yu Shu retrieved the antidotes and handed them to Ping Wu, who carried the bundle to the gate, where it was swiftly received. He then turned and strode toward the hall. Will the young master also be staying? Shui Guanhe asked. Ping Wu nodded, his voice clear and pleasant. I'll share with Lanner. Here are 5 taels. Shui Guanhe's face lit up with scandalized delight. He nearly forgot the deposit. Yu Shu reminded him, 5 taels deposit. Ping Wu paused, then produced another 5 taels before ascending the stairs. Quite good looking, Yu Shu muttered, jotting it down in the ledger. Shui Guanhe, who? Both of them. Shui Guanhe pondered. Still, Manager Lu is more striking. And Ping Wu can't compare to Hero Yan or young Master Jin in looks. About the same, no? Yu Shu shook his head. Hero Yan and young Master Jin are tall and dashing, Ping Wu is refined and elegant, different styles. Shui Guanhe, for elegance, young Master Wen still reigns supreme. True, Yu Shu agreed wholeheartedly. When I first met young Master Wen, I only thought him decent looking, plus his carriage and wheelchair caught my eye. But the longer we interacted, the more handsome he seemed. Strange. Shui Guanhe nodded. That's called growing on you. Some people just become more appealing over time. Manager Lu is both stunning and grows on you. Exactly. Lu Jianwei tuned out their flattery and began meditating. Lan Ling's arrival disrupted her plans, but also served as a timely reminder. The special ink should wait until tomorrow to give to Feng Yan. Barely an hour had passed since his request. Handing it over now would make the inn seem too unnatural. A night's delay was perfect. Tomorrow, Feng Yan and his 2 companions could work all day, then scatter the 500 sheets under cover of darkness. She refused to believe the Mystic Mirror Bureau couldn't seize a single one. If they failed, they were too incompetent to continue the investigation. Her nameless cultivation method cycled faster, yet the progress bar inched forward at a snail's pace. Advancing from the 3rd to the 4th level required 100,000 experience points. She'd only amassed 3,000 so far. The road ahead was interminable. Higher levels meant greater self-preservation, which meant more money to buy the dimensional crossing artifact. The string of zeros attached to that item depressed her every time she glimpsed it. Who knew how many years it'd take to save up? Becoming a peerless master might be easier than affording that thing. Footsteps sounded outside her door. Ping Wu passed by, heading toward the eastern chamber. Lu Jianwei could clearly hear the opening and closing of the neighboring room. She'd priced the superior rooms too cheaply. Having grown accustomed to the third-floor solitude, the intrusion of two others left her uneasy, as if her territory had been violated. "I'm exhausted," Lan Ling's languid voice carried through, dripping with seduction. "Ping Wu, let me massage your shoulders." The shoulder rub was silent, easing Lu Jianwei's tension. She could block the sounds, but Lan Ling represented the Thousand Miles Tower. She needed to stay alert, ready to counter any schemes. A moan, velvet soft and intoxicating, pierced the air. "Don't misbehave. There are people in the inn." Ping Wu chuckled. "What's there to fear? Don't you like it?" "Hee, I do." Lu Jianwei's skin crawled. Who'd have guessed this clean-cut, mild-mannered youth was a closet flirt? Appearances truly were deceiving. Here is the English translation of the provided Chinese novel content, tailored for English-speaking readers while preserving the original style and meaning. Chapter excerpt. Next came some rather indescribable sounds, prompting Lu Jianwei to raise an eyebrow involuntarily. So impatient, are they? Even if they weren't bound by conventional propriety, did they really have to be so unrestrained? She listened with amused interest, treating it like an R-rated audio drama, perhaps even a learning opportunity. Back in the modern era, she'd had no shortage of suitors. Most appeared refined on the surface, but upon closer acquaintance, they either turned out to be unbearably pretentious or painfully dull, testing her patience to its limits. As a result, she remained a lifelong singleton. She'd seen plenty of educational films, but her practical experience was non-existent. This impromptu duet performance from the Thousand Miles Pavilion was, unexpectedly, quite the bonus. Late at night, one ought to enjoy something special. While she was thoroughly entertained, the rest of the inn's occupants were suffering. The Eight Directions Inn's wooden structure offered little soundproofing, and Lan Ling and Ping Wu made no effort to muffle themselves, their voices carrying through the entire building. Unlike Lu Jianwei, who could mentally block it out at will, the others had no choice but to cover their ears. But Lan Ling was a sixth-level martial artist, her voice infused with internal energy, making it piercingly penetrating. Mere ear covering was useless. In the servants' quarters, Uncle Zhang clamped his hands tightly over Yu Shu's ears, even channeling his own internal energy to help. But his cultivation was only at the fourth level. Lan Ling was a sixth-level master. Shui Guanhe, youthful and full of vigor, nearly had a nosebleed before forcing it back with a hasty circulation of the floating Return Heart Sutra. Up on the second floor, the 5 guests closest to the source had it even worse. Tao Yang's face burned scarlet, his focus shattered, his cultivation nearly spiraling into deviation. Wei Lu, an unmarried maiden, had already buried herself under her quilt in mortification. Feng Yan and his companions, though more worldly from their investigative work, were still too distracted to meditate. In the shared dormitory, Jin Pixiao opened his mouth to curse under his breath, only for a sudden, soothing silence to envelop him, as if he'd been spiritually cleansed. Realizing what had happened, he laughed heartily. "Many thanks, Brother Wen, for the barrier array." "No need for thanks." Anai grumbled, "Young master already struggles to rest well. That witch with her bells and moans is downright intolerable." Jean Pixiao teased, "Careful, she's the third-ranked expert under the Thousand Miles Pavilion's master. Wouldn't want her to hear you." When Zhuji added quietly, "Brother Yen is in secluded training. I wonder if he's affected." Typically, martial artists chose quiet places for meditation to avoid disruptions that could lead to qi deviation. After defeating the Black Brothers, Yan Feizeng had nowhere else to go and opted to cultivate inside the inn, trusting it to safeguard him. Who could have predicted Lan Ling's performances, leaving no polite way to intervene? "Right?" Jean Pixiao exclaimed. "I'll go check on him." He rushed out, one foot on the stairs. When Lu Jianwei's voice drifted from her room, serene and ethereal, washing away all earthly desires. When the mind is ever tranquil, heaven and earth return to their roots. Purify the heart, and the spirit clears naturally. Thus, the 6 desires fade, the 3 poisons vanish. Observe emptiness as emptiness, until emptiness itself is void. Everyone. Lan Ling and Ping Wu. Lu Jianwei had initially been engrossed in her eavesdropping until when Juji mentioned Yan Feizeng. Remembering her strongest guard, she abandoned her adult entertainment and recited a Taoist mantra for mental clarity. Truthfully, she'd quickly noticed something off about the couple's sounds, half genuine, half performative. No matter how uninhibited Lan Ling and Ping Wu were, they wouldn't actually put on a show for the entire inn. They were acting. Once she confirmed it was an act, Lu Jianwei had no qualms about chanting the mantra, unconcerned about ruining their moment. Sure enough, the noise ceased. Lan Ling sighed dramatically. Manager Lu, you're such a killjoy. Lu Jianwei smiled. The inn has young staff. Do exercise some restraint. This place has too many rules, Lan Ling pouted, her voice a sultry whine. Hardly seems like a proper business. It's late. Rest well. Ignoring the jab, Lu Jianwei resumed her meditation. In the dormitory, Jean Pixiao roared with laughter. Manager Lu is truly one of a kind. And I giggled. She's brilliant. Who wouldn't lose steam after a serenity chant? None of that vulgar talk from a youngster. I'm not that young, I'm 17. Jean Pixiao teased. Oh? Got your eye on some maiden then? And no. And I spluttered, face reddening. Asterisk, you're asterisk the older one, why aren't you married yet? Jean Pixiao. The conversation died there. The inn settled into silence, lanterns extinguishing one by one, everyone having forgotten the Black brothers still dangling from the eaves. Dosed with muscle relaxant powder, the duo hung limp and powerless. If not for their robust physiques and inner strength, they'd have passed out long ago. Frankly, they wished they could. Humiliated beyond measure, they had no desire to face their miserable reality. The next morning, at breakfast, Lan Ling sashayed downstairs, her slender waist swaying, a coy smile on her lips. Manager Lu, why wasn't I invited to dine? Her makeup was flawless, her brows delicately arched, every inch the seductress from folktales. Ping Wu followed silently, his demeanor calm and detached, as if last night's enthusiasms hadn't come from him. Yu Shu, who'd once praised Ping Wu's refinement, flushed scarlet and nearly hid his face in his bowl. Never judge by appearances. The jingling of bells approached, accompanied by a cloying floral perfume, the last decadent breath of wilting blossoms. Lu Jianwei replied, in rules, shared meals require prior notice. Otherwise, guests must wait until we finish before ordering. Shouldn't an inn cater to its guests' every whim? Lan Ling twirled a lock of hair around her finger, her tone petulant. First, you interrupted us last night. Now, you deny me a meal. Manager Lu, you wound me. Everyone. Asterisk, you're seriously bringing that up. Asterisk. Lu Jianwei blinked, then said earnestly, thank you for last night's performance, Miss Lan and Mr. Ping. Truly, impressive work. Lan Ling. After a long stare, she burst into laughter, eyes glinting like a fox's. Manager Lu, you're the most fascinating person I've met. I think I'm starting to like you. You flatter me, Lu Jianwei demurred. I'm just an ordinary innkeeper, hardly worthy of your affection. Humph. Unfazed, Lan Ling fluttered closer, her shoulder brushing Lu Jianwei's. I insist on joining you. Lu Jianwei. Lan Ling wasn't attacking, so the inn's defensive artifacts didn't activate. Its offensive tools, capped at 5th level, couldn't touch her anyway. Asterisk fine. Whatever her game is, she'll slip up eventually. Asterisk. Setting aside motives, being close to a beauty wasn't unpleasant. Lan Ling was stunning, her skin smooth as jade, her voice honeyed and teasing. It was impossible to shoo her away without seeming rude. Lu Jianwei relented. Fine. But you'll pay. You agree. Lan Ling beamed. Ping Wu the money. Ping Wu paid at the counter, then stood aside like a shadow. A 4th-level martial artist, young and poised, he had the makings of a rising star. Yet here he was, trailing after Lan Ling like a servant. Or perhaps, a bed warmer. End of excerpt. A 4th-rank martial artist could be considered a mid-tier expert in the jianghu. Why would they willingly lower themselves to serve under someone else? The question flashed through Lu Jianwei's mind, prompting her to pay closer attention to Ping Wu. Sometimes, those who seemed unremarkable turned out to be hidden key players. A 4th rank might not qualify as a major figure, but caution never hurt. The meal passed awkwardly. As usual, Shui Guanhe and Yushu cleared the table and headed to the kitchen, where they happened to find Anai preparing breakfast. Nig, you put so much care into making meals for young master Wen every day. What would happen if, one day, you couldn't cook for him? Yushu asked curiously. Anai replied firmly, I'll always be by the young master's side. I mean hypothetically. Well, as long as I'm here, I'll take good care of him. If I'm not, someone else will. Yushu blinked. Right. Young Master Wen is rich, after all. What kind of chef couldn't he hire? Being rich doesn't change anything, Anai muttered, his voice tinged with dejection. The young master has spent so much money searching for an antidote, yet he hasn't found even a single useful medicine. Yushu thought of Wenjuji's legs and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, his resolve growing stronger. Where did you hear about the treasure containing miraculous medicine? He asked. Just rumors in the jianghu. Yushu was surprised. And you believe them? No one's actually seen the treasure, and the map hasn't been found either. We had to believe, and I sighed. Even if there's just a sliver of hope, we had to come. To be honest, the young master and I have been tricked before. Scammers claim to have antidotes for rare poisons just to swindle us out of money. And then? What do you mean, and then? We couldn't fight back, so we just had to let it go. Yushu took a deep breath. Nig, could you ask young Master Wen for me later? I'd like to learn esoteric arts from him. Nis' eyes flickered with surprise. You really want to learn? Yushu nodded firmly. Yes, and I want to study mechanical traps too. The young master isn't in good health. Teaching these things would take a lot of energy. I can't let him exhaust himself for nothing, and I said seriously. I understand. Anai studied his earnest expression. Fine. After the young master finishes breakfast, I'll call you over. Thank you, Nig. Upstairs on the second floor, Feng Yan was growing restless. He wanted to ask during breakfast, but with so many outsiders at the table, he couldn't speak openly. Manager Lu hadn't given him any signals either, leaving him unsure whether the special ink would work. Fortunately, Jianwei didn't keep him waiting long. The special ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones are all in the west guest room on the third floor. The three of you can go write the coded messages there and release them after dark. Feng Yan's face lit up. Thank you, Manager Lu. Yet his wariness deepened. No strangers had entered the 8 directions in last night, so where had this ink come from? It was a proprietary formula of the Mystic Mirror Bureau. How had they obtained it? Suppressing his doubts, he focused on the task at hand. With all 3 of them working together, writing 500 identical coded messages in a day was manageable. After concluding the deal, Jianwei strolled toward the stairs. As she passed Wei Lu's room, the door suddenly opened, revealing a delicate face. Jia, I messed up my eyebrows again. Could you help me fix them? Jianwei chuckled and stepped inside. Compared to the sweaty, stuffy rooms of Feng Yan and the others, Wei Lu's quarters were tidy and carried a faint floral fragrance. Jianwei lifted her chin and leaned in slightly. I didn't mention it last time, but your natural brow shape is lovely. You don't need to redraw them. Really? Wei Lu's lips curved. No one's ever told me that before. Don't you have Marshall's sisters? They're all different. Some are busy training, others are out on assignments. We don't really chat much. Jianwei merely dusted the tail of her brow before letting go, her voice warm. Is this trip an assignment for you? Shifu sent me and Tao Shixiang to find someone. You found them, why haven't you gone back? Wei Lu suddenly fell silent, her fingers tightening around Jianwei's sleeve. Outside, footsteps sounded as Feng Yan and the others returned to their rooms after retrieving their supplies. Downstairs, an argument broke out. Shui Guanhe and Anai were fiercely debating whether savory or sweet soups were better. Up on the third floor, Lan Ling and Ping Wu's flirtatious banter never ceased, as though they had nothing better to do. Jianwei didn't press her, her gaze steady and patient. She was like a kind elder, exuding both gentle warmth and unshakable strength, someone who could offer solace and security in equal measure. Wei Lu finally looked up, mustering her courage. Jia, do you trust me? Jianwei replied, why wouldn't I? What if I told you? Her voice caught, throat dry. What if I told you Leisurely Cloud Manor is a den of thieves? Would you believe me? Her almond-shaped eyes shimmered with hope and vulnerability. Jianwei repeated, why wouldn't I? You really believe me? A tear slipped down Wei Lu's cheek. You really do? Her grip on Lu Jianwei's sleeve trembled. Lu Jianwei's tone remained calm. I've never met anyone from Leisurely Cloud Manor, nor have I seen its master. But I've spent time with you, so I choose to trust you. No flowery words, just simple logic. Yet it was enough to ease Wei Lu's heart. It's not just thieves. Another tear fell, her eyes brimming with anguish. It's filthy. That place is so filthy. What kind of filth? Wei Lu clung to her sleeve like a drowning woman clutching driftwood, her gaze burning with hatred. He raised me and my martial sisters just to satisfy his beastly desires. And it wasn't just him, there were others. But they altered their appearances so I couldn't recognize them. Lu Jianwei's chest tightened, fury roaring through her veins. If Wei Lu was telling the truth, then Leisurely Cloud Manor deserved nothing less than annihilation. Suppressing her rage, she asked evenly, Xiao Lu, while you were there, did you ever see someone with a mole on the white of their right eye? Such a distinctive feature would be hard to miss. Wei Lu frowned in confusion but answered yes. Why? Lu Jianwei's heart turned to ice. Of course. Leisurely Cloud Manor was rotten to the core, massacring entire families, exploiting innocent girls. They belonged in the deepest pits of hell. Her expression softened further. Who is he? The old servant who cleaned the manor master's study. He rarely showed himself. How do you know him, Lu Jia? Before she could respond, a voice rang out from the courtyard, deep, righteous, and unmistakably heroic. Song Xian of Leisurely Cloud Manor requests an audience with Manager Lu. Lu Jianwei's eyes turned glacial. Perfect timing. Leisurely Cloud Manor and White Crane Manor had always maintained a close friendship. After the massacre of White Crane Manor, Song Xian was once overwhelmed with grief and devoted himself to arranging funeral affairs for his dear friend. Such profound camaraderie quickly spread throughout the martial world, earning Leisurely Cloud Manor widespread praise and admiration. If not for 8 Directions Inn, Leisurely Cloud Manor would have long located Yu Shu and secretly brought him back. The disastrous nighttime raid on the inn, where they were instead overpowered and exposed, would never have happened. When it became known that Leisurely Cloud Manor had participated in the raid, their once sterling reputation shattered overnight, provoking fierce backlash. Thus, the infamous label of hypocrite was born for Song Xian. He was undoubtedly anxious, but anxiety was futile. Many factions paid hefty ransoms to retrieve their men. Those who couldn't afford it were left to toil in the fields. Only Black Wind Fort and Thousand Miles Tower remained silent. The two major powers bided their time, waiting for an opportunity to reclaim their dignity. Song Xian hesitated because he knew that paying the ransom would forever cement his tarnished reputation. He was waiting for Black Wind Fort and Thousand Miles Tower to make the first move. Alas, what he waited for was Black Wind Fort's crushing defeat and Thousand Miles Tower's humiliating apology. Left with no choice, he appeared at the inn. Standing outside the courtyard gate, forced to utter the words, "Pay respects," to an unknown woman in front of everyone, Song Xian felt an unending surge of bitter resentment. Yan Feizeng had already gone into seclusion. No matter how formidable that woman surnamed Lu might be, she couldn't withstand the combined assault of several masters. Even if she could, what about Yu Shu? The inn's lodgers and staff waited in silence, while spies outside stirred restlessly, their green dots flickering across the map. Lu Jianwei leaned against the railing, deliberately delaying her response to Song Xian. She was busy tallying her account balance. The wheelchair-bound magnate had contributed 30,000 taels, and Thousand Miles Tower had brought 80,000 the previous night, though 7,000 of that was for medicine, and the extra 3,000 was an apology. Both sums went into Lu Jianwei's private account, leaving 70,000. Smaller incomes were temporarily negligible. The public account now totaled 100,000 taels. 100,000 could upgrade the defensive mechanisms from level 6 to 7, but with little left afterward, it might not withstand frequent attacks from level 6 experts. Upgrading offensive mechanisms, however, was more than sufficient. Her personal account, accumulated from selling medicine and receiving gifts, had also grown to over 20,000 taels. Though still far from affording a dimensional crossing artifact, she was already quite satisfied. 20,000 taels, if equated to 1 copper coin being worth 1 modern yuan, meant she had savings equivalent to 20 million. Moreover, the purchasing power of a single copper coin in the Qi dynasty surpassed that of a modern yuan. She had officially entered the ranks of the wealthy. Lost in the joy of sudden riches, Lu Jianwei completely forgot about the visitor outside the gates. Since she didn't respond, no one else in the inn did either. Song Xian waited outside for a long while, but the gates remained shut and no reply came from within. His pride stung, yet he had no choice but to suppress his fury and speak again. "Hey, Song Xian of Leisurely Cloud Manor, here to pay my respects." Lu Jianwei's euphoria was interrupted, souring her mood. Leisurely Cloud Manor took part in last night's raid. This inn does not welcome you. Song Xian. Last night, Lan Ling of Thousand Miles Tower had entered with her male companion and promptly procured 70 antidotes. How is it that now he wasn't even allowed inside? Manager Lu, you claim not to welcome guests, yet 2 disciples of Leisurely Cloud Manor are staying here. This humble one is quite puzzled, Lan Ling cooed, stepping out of her room and leaning against the railing, her gauzy sleeves fluttering in the breeze. Lu Jianwei replied, they checked in before the raid. As long as they've paid, there's no reason for the inn to expel them. What if they collude with that old man Song to steal the treasure map? Lan Ling twirled a lock of hair around her finger, her voice sweet yet sly. This humble one also desires the treasure map, you know. Everyone knew the truth after the raid. Every newcomer to the inn was there for the treasure map. Most, however, maintained decorum and didn't voice it outright. None were as brazen as Lan Ling, declaring it to the world. Song Xian? Old man. Who is she calling old? Lu Jianwei chuckled lightly. I've said it before, those who want the treasure map must rely on their own skills, but they must abide by the inn's rules. Those who break them will be evicted. What rules might those be? Lan Ling feigned ignorance. Lu Jianwei. The notice outside the hall makes it clear no fighting within the inn. Fighting means any form of hostile action, including sparring. Lan Ling's eyes sparkled mischievously. And the standard for hostile action? Must physical harm be inflicted? Lu Jianwei met her gaze. Both physical and psychological harm fall under the definition. No word games would work on her. Lan Ling covered her mouth with a tinkling laugh, her bracelets chiming melodically. This humble one will behave and not disrupt the inn's rules. Manager Lu, don't be so stern. Their back and forth completely ignored the guest outside. Song Xian took a deep breath, his chest burning with suppressed rage, his voice hoarse from fury. Manager Lu, why won't you open the gate? Lu Jianwei arched an elegant brow. Do you not understand human speech? Exactly. Lan Ling chimed in. Coming to pay respects without even showing sincerity, why should Manager Lu open the gate? When this humble one arrived last night, I brought a lavish gift as apology. Song Xian. He had brought money, but how could he hand it over if they wouldn't let him in? Manager Lu, a few ignorant disciples offended you. I've already punished them. Won't you show magnanimity and allow them to return to the righteous path? Lu Jianwei's expression turned frosty. Righteous path? The path they took was crooked from the start. What righteousness is there? Manager Lu, let me ask you one question. Lu Jianwei cut him off. Are you here to ransom your men or to seek the treasure map? Silence fell over the inn. Everyone waited eagerly for Song Xian's answer. If he chose the former, he might leave his money and still be barred from entering. If he chose the latter, Leisurely Cloud Manor's reputation would be ruined beyond repair. Any faction could openly seek the treasure map, except Leisurely Cloud Manor. What would Song Xian choose? Upstairs in a guest room, Tao Yang clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the courtyard gate. He already suspected the truth, but clung to one last shred of hope. Wei Lu's eyes were cold, long having abandoned any faith in Song Xian's integrity. In the main hall, Yushu looked at Uncle Zhang, his eyes filled with disappointment. His father had only ever had this one friend, yet the man was a complete hypocrite. Both were relieved they hadn't sought help from Leisurely Cloud Manor after their tragedy, sparing themselves further betrayal. After a long pause, Song Xian's voice came, low and measured. Nephew Yushu, Uncle Zhang, after Brother Yu's passing, I searched tirelessly for you, hoping to offer shelter and avenge his death. The 2 disciples who arrived early at the inn are proof of my efforts. The crowd thought, here comes the emotional manipulation. Yushu opened his mouth to speak, but Uncle Zhang stopped him. Song Xian continued, Brother Yu died unjustly. I share your grief and anger. I came here to bring you back to the manor. Once vengeance is served, nephew, you will be the new master of White Crane Manor. Nephew, will you stand by and watch your family's legacy fade into oblivion? Enough nonsense, ransom, or treasure map? Lu Jianwei had no patience for his disgusting remarks. Song Xian hesitated. Manager Lu, you can't keep young Master Yu as an inn-servant forever, can you? He is the heir of White Crane Manor. I want to stay at the inn as a servant. Yushu couldn't help but shout. The manager took in me and Uncle Zhang and saved my life. I'll stay here for the rest of my days. He wouldn't let these villains slander his manager. The corner of Lu Jianwei's lips lifted slightly. At least she hadn't raised him for nothing. She drawled lazily, old man Song, if you didn't want to pay the ransom, you should have said so earlier. Dragging it out like this just shows how stingy you are. The 1,000 Miles Tower, on the other hand, didn't even blink at 80,000 taels. Oh, Manager Lu, you're making me blush with such praise, Lon Ling giggled sweetly. Old man Song, is it so hard to admit you don't care about your own disciples? Song Xian, he was only 50. For a 6th-rank martial artist, 50 was still in his prime, far from being called an old man. Are you paying or not? All this dawdling is irritating, Jean Pichot mocked. I wonder how you ever earned that reputation of virtue. The disciples of Leisurely Cloud Manor truly suffer. The crowd. Tao Yang dug his nails into his palms. Back at the manor, the master was like the heavens to them all, someone they revered, respected, even looked up to as a father. But today, in front of so many people, his mentor had been reduced to a pitiful joke, shattering the grand image he once held. It was as though a veil had been lifted from his eyes, revealing the truth in an instant. I, Song, Chai Kuan of Black Wind Fort, here to pay respects to Manager Lu. A rider arrived swiftly outside the courtyard, interrupting Song Xian. Our disciples have offended you. The fort master sent me with generous gifts, first, to ransom our men, and second, to offer our sincerest apologies. We beg Manager Lu's magnanimous forgiveness. The contrast was brutal. Even after the 2 young masters of Black Wind Fort had been humiliated by the inn, the fort master had swallowed his pride and come with full sincerity. And Song Xian? Hesitant, evasive, utterly lacking the dignity of a martial hero. Inside the hall, Uncle Zhang explained to Yushu and Shui Guanhe, Chai Kuan is the 3rd elder of Black Wind Fort, the mildest-tempered among them. That's why he's often sent to handle external affairs. Lu Jianwei understood immediately. Elder Chai, you're too kind. Guanhe, go tally the ransom. Black Wind Fort had sent 60 disciples for the night raid, 1,000 taels per person, plus 100 taels per antidote, totaling 66,000 taels. Heiho weighed 210 caddies at 100 taels per caddy, totaling 21,000 taels, and Heizhong's ransom was 20,000 taels, 41,000 taels in all. Shui Guanhe opened the gate and accepted the wooden case from Chai Kuan. Inside were stacks of silver notes, 110,000 taels in total, with an extra 4,000 as compensation. Manager, 110,000, Shui Guanhe announced. The crowd gasped. Black Wind Fort truly had deep pockets, throwing out 110,000 taels without hesitation. Chai Kuan's heart bled. If not for the reckless actions of the 2 young masters, they wouldn't have had to spend an extra 40,000 taels. Lu Jianwei nodded in satisfaction. Uncle Zhang, release the 2 He brothers. Uncle Zhang leaped up, untying Heiho and Heizhong before callously tossing them over the courtyard wall, where they landed with dull thuds. The sound made everyone's scalp tingle. Lu Jianwei kindly reminded, the 2 young masters have taken a special muscle-softening powder from our inn. Would you like the antidote? 100 taels per pill. Chai Kuan had initially planned to refuse. Muscle relaxants were nothing. The fort surely had antidotes. But recalling the other drug that suppressed internal energy, he cautiously said, we'll trouble Manager Lu for them. And handed over another 200 taels. Guanhe Ayu, fetch the medicine from the storehouse. She purchased 60 antidotes and 2 muscle relaxant antidotes from the system shop, depositing them in the underground storeroom. The money from Black Wind Fort was divided. The ransom of 101,000 taels went into the public account, while the antidote costs 6,200 taels and the compensation 4,000 taels totaled 10,200 taels, all deposited into her private account. As of now, the public account held 201,000 taels, her private account had over 30,000, and the rest were negligible sums. Without hesitation, she spent 10,000 to upgrade her offensive tools to the 6th rank and another 100,000 to raise her defensive tools to the 7th rank. 9,000 taels remained, not enough for another upgrade, but more than enough to sustain their use. The feeling of sudden wealth was intoxicating. Jianwei turned her gaze to Song Xian, wondering how much she could squeeze out of him. Compared to Black Wind Fort's extravagance, Song Xian looked ashen. If he didn't act now, he'd lose all face. Upon hearing that young master Yu was at the inn, I came in such haste that my words were discourteous. I beg manager Lu's forgiveness. He pulled a money pouch from his sleeve. 10,000 taels in silver notes. Please release my disciples. Leisurely Cloud Manor had sent 8 people, 8,800 taels in ransom, with an extra 1,200 as compensation. Compared to the Thousand Miles Tower and Black Wind Fort, it was embarrassingly frugal. Jianwei wasn't picky. She accepted with a smile. The public account now had over 90,000 taels, plus the 8,000 from the ransom, bringing it to 100,000, though still not enough for another upgrade. Her private account grew by another 2,000 taels. Delightful. Once the ransoms were paid and the antidotes administered, Chai Kuan and Song Xian returned, requesting rooms at the inn. Jianwei welcomed them warmly. More guests meant more profit. Each took a mid-tier room. Song Xian chose one next to Wei Lu, clearly to stay close to his disciples. Chai Kuan took the 6th room, leaving empty space between himself and the leisurely Cloud Manor and Mystic Mirror Bureau delegations, a clear statement that he wanted nothing to do with them. Though a top-tier room on the 3rd floor was available, since both Jianwei and Lan Ling resided there, he found it too awkward and declined. Thus, 8 directions inn now housed 12 guests, 4 servants, and 1 manager. Among the 12 were representatives from 5 major factions: Mystic Mirror Bureau, Golden Blade Trading Company, Leisurely Cloud Manor, Black Wind Fort, and the Thousand Miles Tower. The wheelchair-bound magnate Wen Zhuji barely counted as a minor player, lacking the strength to compete. At least, in others' eyes, he was just here to throw money around. Whoever obtained the treasure map and found the spoils, he'd simply buy the rare medicines at a high price. Mystic Mirror Bureau was only here to investigate a case and seemed uninterested in the treasure map, but one could never be too careful. 8 directions inn remained neutral, concerned only with profit. Everyone returned to their rooms without incident. Exploiting his authority as a mentor, Song Xian summoned Tao Yang and Wei Lu, stroking his beard as he admonished them. Why didn't you send word back when you found young Master Yu? This disciple sent a letter from Moonview City, but there was no reply. Tao Yang answered carefully, head bowed. Did Master truly not receive it? Song Xian sighed. Had I received it, I would have brought Yushu back to the manor long ago. Why would I let him labor here as a servant? At the time, elders Lu and Xiao were with us. Perhaps they intercepted the letter. Song Xian nodded. Let it be. Tell me about the inn. There wasn't much to say. Tao Yang gave a dry recitation of their daily routines until Song Xian grew impatient and cut in. Have you seen the hidden expert guarding this place? 8 directions inn was shrouded in mystery, its true depths unknown. Some speculated that the expert was Manager Lu, while others believed she merely served a mastermind behind the scenes. Song Xian firmly believed the latter. Jianwei was just a woman, and so young at that, there was no way she could be a peerless martial artist. Tao Yang and Wei Lu both shook their heads. What about Yushu and Uncle Zhang? Song Xian pressed. Are they truly willing to work as mirror in hands? Master, with innkeeper Lu around and the Mystic Mirror Bureau watching closely, neither my junior sister nor I dared get too close. Tao Yang wasn't lying. He had barely exchanged more than a few words with Yushu. Song Xian narrowed his eyes. The Mystic Mirror Bureau. Have they uncovered anything? Who is the real culprit? Tao Yang again claimed ignorance. Wei Lu lowered her head, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. Earlier, Sister Lu had asked her about someone with a mole in the whites of their eyes. Had she already discovered something? Though she had her suspicions, she too feigned ignorance. Song Xian wanted to ask about the treasure map, but seeing how little the two knew, he doubted they had any information on it. With a dismissive wave, he sent them away. With Song Xian and Chai Kuan arriving one after another, when Juji's meal had been interrupted and Anai had to rush back to the kitchen to reheat it. "You're seriously useless at cooking," Shui Guanhe muttered under his breath. "And with Great Master Yan still in seclusion, who's going to chop the firewood?" Anai, with his sharp hearing, gasped. "Chopping firewood? Great Master Yan. What about him? He's working as a woodcutter at the inn?" Shui Guanhe nodded. "Yeah, Great Master Yan's firewood is chopped so neatly. The ones you're burning now were all split by him." Anai burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. The greatest blade master in the martial world, reduced to chopping firewood at an inn. This is too hilarious." "Stop laughing," Shui Guanhe said, not understanding the amusement. "With Great Master Yan in seclusion, what do we do about the firewood?" Now that the inn had more guests, the daily demand for firewood had increased, along with a mountain of other chores piling up. Between managing the inn and their martial training, he, Yushu, and Uncle Zhang barely had time to spare for chopping wood. And I grinned. "What's the big deal? Aren't there still a bunch of martial artists left to farm the land? Just make them chop the wood. 1 log each, and it'll last ages." "Oh right, I almost forgot about them." Thanking Anai, Shui Guanhe hurried off to find Uncle Zhang and propose the idea. If these people were indentured to the inn, they might as well be put to full use. Uncle Zhang had no reason to object. 5 miles from the inn, a group of disheveled figures mechanically turned the soil. Without hoes, they had to make do with their weapons. Those without weapons had to improvise. Every moment, they regretted their impulsive decision to provoke the 8 Directions Inn. If they hadn't, they could still be lounging around, watching others suffer instead. But alas, they had no money, their internal energy was suppressed by drugs, and they were forced to sell themselves to the inn. And as if that weren't bad enough, the inn didn't even provide food, forcing them to buy dry rations from Moonview City. At night, they either slept under the open sky or trudged into town for lodging. Utterly miserable. Just as they were sighing in despair, another order arrived from the inn: chop firewood. The martial artists? Enough is enough. We're not doing this anymore. Shui Guanhe was the messenger. Uncle Zhang, with his high cultivation, would have been the better choice, but as a member of White Crane Manor, leaving the imposed risks. So the task fell to Shui Guanhe. Now that the inn had earned its fearsome reputation, no one dared provoke it lightly. Shui Guanhe, as a nameless servant, drew no attention. Uncle Zhang, however, was directly tied to the treasure map. Someone might take the risk to target him. "You made your bed, now lie in it. What right do you have to complain?" Shui Guanhe declared righteously. "If not for the innkeeper's supreme martial prowess, you'd have stormed the inn that night, looting and burning without a thought for innocent lives." The martial artists fell silent. They couldn't deny it. During the night raid, they hadn't cared about collateral damage. Humph. The innkeeper showed mercy by sparing your lives and only making you do menial tasks. Yet you show no remorse. How can you call yourselves martial heroes? One of them argued, in the martial world, treasures belong to those who take them first. The strong rule and the weak are worthless. That's the way of the jianghu. Using the government's rules to chain us, are you taking orders from the authorities? The authorities? Another gasped. Is the inn run by the Mystic Mirror Bureau? Does the Bureau even have someone that powerful? Probably not, though I've heard Peiji's cultivation is extremely high. Maybe he's pulling the strings from the shadows. Hasn't he stayed out of action for years? Just to run an inn and in this backwater. True. That man is unpredictable. When he strikes, it's always lethal. He wouldn't be this roundabout. Shui Guanhe listened in, finished delivering the tasks, and returned to the inn, curiosity piqued. As noon approached, he went to Uncle Zhang and asked, "How many are dining together today?" Uncle Zhang replied, "Young Master Tao and Miss Wei said they'll take their meals in their rooms with Manor Lord Song from now on. Whatever the inn serves, they'll have the same, just prepare 3 extra portions." Got it. Anyone else? Aside from young Master Wen's group, everyone else is the same. Shui Guanhe grinned. That's great. At noon, it'll just be the 3 of us and the innkeeper. Niu Cheng managed to grow some seedlings in the fields. The innkeeper was pleased and said those martial artists should work harder. You go supervise them more. Shui Guanhe, will do. Uncle Zhang, seeing he hadn't caught on, added, each of them has unique skills and their cultivation isn't too high. Spend more time with them, you'll learn something. Shui Guanhe flushed with shame. I was too dense to realize the innkeeper's kindness. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Zhang. I'll train seriously from now on. Remembering the earlier conversation, he couldn't resist asking, I grew up in Moonview City and don't know much about the outside world. I've only heard the Mystic Mirror Bureau handles major jianghu cases, but not who its commander is. Do you know? Uncle Zhang was surprised. This place really was isolated, if even the bureau's commander was unknown. The commander's name is Pei Ji. Oh? How old is he? What does he look like? About a decade older than you, Uncle Zhang mused, then shook his head. No one knows what he looks like. No one. He wears a mask and never shows his face. Uncle Zhang patted his shoulder. Why ask? You'll never cross paths with him. Focus on making lunch. With that, Shui Guanhe set aside his curiosity and went to cook. The day passed peacefully, with none of the guests daring to approach Yushu. Yushu, however, spent the entire day visiting the dormitory rooms, emerging with eyes bright with excitement. Seeing this, Lu Jianwei knew what he had decided. As the last glow of twilight faded, night fell, stars and moon meeting in the vast sky. Lanterns lit up the inn, standing like a towering beacon in the darkness. Feng Yan leaped onto the courtyard wall, hurling a bundle into the air with a surge of inner force. Papers scattered like snowflakes outside the inn. The strange commotion alerted nearby spies, who swiftly snatched up all 500 coded messages. One of them, after examining his prize, concealed it in his robes and slipped away into the night. Confirmed? It was truly the work of the Mystic Mirror Bureau. Absolutely certain. Strange. Where did they get so much ink? Likely provided by the inn. Wasn't it said that the ink was specially made by the Mystic Mirror Bureau? Why would the inn have it? Unclear, but there are rumors that the inn operates under the Bureau's orders. Impossible. Similar conversations took place among various factions. 500 sheets of paper had stirred unrest, leaving everyone sleepless. No one believed the rumors. They had brains, after all. If the innkeeper of the 8 Directions Inn, Lu Jianwei, or the hidden master behind her were truly agents of the Mystic Mirror Bureau, why would the Bureau even need to run an inn here? And why would the 3 Mystic Mirror agents staying here act so cautiously? An act? Would the Mystic Mirror Bureau have the time for such theatrics? In the dead of night, the eastern wing of the 3rd floor echoed with sounds that brought blushes to cheeks. Lu Jianwei sighed softly. Even such noises grew tiresome after hearing them too often. Her heart remained unmoved, only sparing a sliver of attention to the adjacent room as she focused on cultivating her inner energy. Yan Feizong's secluded chamber was already warded by a formation, requiring no concern from her. As for whether others could endure it, that was beyond her help. She couldn't very well cast another tranquil heart mantra. The provocative sounds mingled with the crisp chime of bells, weaving into an eerie melody that relentlessly assaulted the mind in the silent darkness. The speed of her nameless cultivation technique accelerated, her inner energy surging toward the meridians in her head, as if constructing an intangible barrier to shield against the noise. Lu Jianwei's eyes snapped open. The unlit room was dim and still, her breathing almost imperceptible. Yet the bell's chime pierced through the walls, ringing ceaselessly in her ears. She opened her system panel. The defense value remained unchanged. The system didn't classify this as a sonic attack, because it posed no harm. It merely induced drowsiness, lulling one into deeper slumber. Hypnosis? Not a bad method. Lu Jianwei neither moved nor intervened. Half an hour later, the bells in the neighboring room abruptly ceased. Lan Ling's voice, husky with lethargy, murmured, "Time to get to work." "They say there's a hidden master guarding this inn," Ping Wu replied softly. "If the bells didn't work, won't we be exposed?" "A hidden master? How many martial artists above the 6th rank even exist in the jianghu? Do you think my 1,000 miles tower feeds on empty rumors? We wouldn't make such a basic mistake." "A with diuresis OE." Ping Wu, then how did the night raid fail? Probably some esoteric trick. Lanner is right. Shall we search Yushu's room now? Lan Ling yawned. All that moaning left my throat sore. Once we find the treasure map, we're leaving. I need proper sleep. You've worked hard. Ping Wu chuckled. Your bells are impossible to guard against. This merits great rewards from the tower. Congratulations in advance. Lan Ling smiled. Don't worry, you'll get your share. Her slender fingers traced Ping Wu's smooth cheek before pushing the door open. As they passed Lu Jianwei's room, Lan Ling paused mid-step. Such a breathtaking beauty. A pity. Ping Wu followed closely. A pity? A pity I can't take her back to keep me company every day. With a flicker of movement, Lan Ling descended to the first-floor hall. Ping Wu feigned hurt. Am I not enough for you, Lanner? Lan Ling only smiled in reply. She approached Yushu's door, hand outstretched. Since Miss Lan is so reluctant to part with me, why not stay here permanently? Then we can keep each other company daily. A soft, measured voice spoke abruptly behind her. Lan Ling whirled around, pupils contracting. Moonlight slanted through the window lattice, illuminating the slender figure of a woman in thin sleep robes standing several paces away. Lu Jianwei blew gently on the tinderbox in her hand. A flame leaped to life, casting light across the scene. She approached a candle holder, the wick catching the orange fire, bathing the entire hall in even illumination. On the floor lay Ping Wu unconscious. What did you do to him? Lan Ling demanded, gaze sharp. You said searching for the treasure map was fair game. I harmed no one, what's the meaning of this? Lu Jianwei's voice was cool. You've been making noise for so long I grew tired of it. Consider this a temporary silence. I did say fair game, and you didn't harm anyone, but I forgot to mention getting caught incurs a fine. Lan Ling, don't be upset. Cracking down on theft is the duty of any righteous martial artist. If someone robbed your home, the consequences would be far worse. Lu Jianwei smiled. Since it's your first offense, let's make it 100 taels. Lan Ling, asterisk, a den of thieves. This is a den of thieves, asterisk. She seethed. Everyone else fell asleep. Why didn't you? Her and Ping Wu's earlier performance hadn't been mere flirtation. Each word carried subtle hypnosis, paired with the seemingly erratic chime of bells. Anyone below the 7th rank should have succumbed. Lu Jianwei sighed. Listening to your lover's banter while I lie alone in bed only makes me more awake. If you lack agreeable company, I can introduce you to as many men as you like. Any type you prefer, I'll find them for you. Lan Ling stepped closer, voice dripping with faux sorrow. Just spare me this once. You don't seem interested in the treasure anyway. Lu Jianwei chuckled, extending her palm. 100 taels first. Then we'll talk. Lan Ling. She glared before snatching a silver note from Ping Wu's robes and slapping it into Lu Jianwei's hand. Take it. I'm going to bed. Lu Jianwei nodded at the unconscious man. You're Ping Wu. Let him sleep on the floor. Lu Jianwei raised a brow. Very well. Not her problem. The latter half of the night passed without incident. After meditating, Lu Jianwei dozed briefly until dawn tinged the sky. Cultivating inner energy meant even all-nighters left her refreshed. She pushed open the window, and chilly air rushed in, sharp against her skin. Autumn's grip tightened. The leaden sky hung like a suffocating blanket, heavy with impending rain. Lu Jianwei selected a new outfit, thicker than before, cozy against the cold. Though her inner energy shielded her from temperature, life demanded its rituals. If seasons lost their meaning, what joy remained in the world? The gloomy weather made cosmetics unnecessary. Barefaced, she descended the stairs. Her usual makeup was light, barely distinguishable from her natural complexion. Inner energy refinement had polished her skin to a luminous clarity, hardly any difference now. The inn's occupants noticed nothing amiss. At the foot of the stairs, several staff huddled together. Shui Guanhe approached. Innkeeper, we found Ping Wu lying here this morning. He won't wake up no matter what we do. Lu Jianwei nodded. He's drugged. He'll sleep it off in a few days. Leave him be. Just leave him here? Once Miss Lan wakes, she'll handle it. Though puzzled, Shui Guanhe asked no further questions and simply agreed. Moments later, the guests from the 2nd floor descended one after another, halting in their tracks at the sight of Ping Wu lying stiffly on the ground. What had happened last night? Why had none of them noticed a thing? Had Lan Ling made her move? And what was the deal with her manservant? Both Song Xian and Chai Kun wore grave expressions. The former curled his fingers inside his sleeves, steadied himself, and strode into the courtyard. Yushu was sweeping the yard. Nephew, Song Xian approached slowly, wearing the standard benevolent smile of an elder. I arrived in haste yesterday and didn't have the chance to properly catch up with you. You must have suffered greatly these days, wandering without a home. Now you're even doing menial labor fit for servants. Why not return with me? I promise to help you rebuild White Crane Manor. Yushu. Did he look like an idiot to this man? Manor Master Song, I don't have any treasure map, nor do I even know what such a thing is. If you're trying to pry information from me, you've come to the wrong person. Nephew, you misunderstand. I swore before your father's grave to find you and raise you as my own son. All I want now is to take you back. You haven't even paid your respects at your father's grave yet, have you? Yushu lowered his gaze, his eyes gradually reddening. Not only had he failed to pay respects, but he hadn't even been there to mourn or carry the coffin. Song Xian pressed on, your mother passed early, and your father worked tirelessly to raise you alone. White Crane Manor was his life's work. Can you bear to see it vanish from this world? Manor Master Song, have you forgotten? The moment I step out of this inn, I'll be swarmed by martial artists. Do you really think I'd let myself be torn apart by jackals like prey? He sniffled and turned away. Is this how you show your care, by pushing me into the jaws of wolves? Song Xian, nephew. Ah Wei. Shui Guanhe called from inside the hall. Breakfast is ready. Yushu hurriedly responded, not sparing Song Xian another glance as he jogged away, leaving Song Xian standing alone in the courtyard. A small drop of rain landed on his forehead, cold and damp. He wiped it away, but before the wetness could dry, more raindrops cascaded down in a sudden downpour. Song Xian retreated under the eaves. Inside, Jianwei and the staff were enjoying their meal, the aroma of food wafting through the air. Clutching his empty stomach, a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. A dignified manor master, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Manor Master Song. Chai Kuan, equally breakfastless, stepped out and greeted him. Gazing at the endless curtain of rain, he remarked, last night, someone attempted theft and failed. Just now, you tried playing this sentimental card to coax young master you into leaving with you, and failed again. What's the next move? Song Xian. If you have nothing useful to say, shut up. Chai Kuan sighed. The most stable relationships in this world are built on mutual benefit, don't you think? What are you plotting? Song Xian caught his implication. Cooperating with the inn? Hasn't Black Wind Fort suffered enough losses already? They'd already lost face and money aplenty. Chai Kuan smiled without answering and turned back inside. With the rain pouring outside, Jianwei, bored after finishing her meal, sat behind the counter flipping through a basic medical text. Lan Ling, still clad in sheer gauze, her figure alluring, stopped before Jianwei with a charming smile. As if last night's unpleasantness had been entirely forgotten. Innkeeper Lu, what kind of drug did you give my Pingwu? Why hasn't he woken up yet? Without looking up, Jianwei replied, just an ordinary sedative. He'll sleep for 3 days, then wake up naturally. A 4th-rank martial artist could go without food or water for 3 days without harm. 3 days. Lan Ling lamented. Innkeeper Lu, you're so cruel. Leaving me without a servant for 3 days, how am I to endure such suffering? Jianwei teased, it'll give your voice a rest. Lan Ling. She stamped her foot, the bells on her ankles jingling. A delicate woman like me can't possibly move him. Could you lend a hand? Jianwei raised a brow. The inn doesn't offer body-moving services, unless hired, of course. Hired meant paying. Lan Ling scoffed. Fine, find 2 people to carry him to my room. Uncle Zhang, Guanhe, Jianwei called. Carry young Master Ping Wu to the 3rd floor. Miss Lan has promised you 100 when each, keep it for yourselves. Coming. Shui Guanhe rushed over excitedly. He'd never earned money before. 100 when wasn't much, but it was his first wage, worth commemorating. Uncle Zhang shuffled over, lifting Ping Wu's shoulders while Shui Guanhe grabbed his feet, hauling him up to the eastern chamber on the 3rd floor. Miss Lan, payment. Shui Guanhe held out his palm. Lan Ling, faced with this déjà vu scene, felt a surge of frustration. Last night, she'd been extorted for 100 taels, and now another 201? That Lu woman was truly money-mad. With a huff, she tossed 2 pieces of broken silver at them. I haven't had breakfast yet. Bring it to me. Shui Guanhe offered an apologetic smile. Sorry, you didn't place an order. We can't make it now. Can't make it. Lan Ling frowned. Aren't you the cook? Shui Guanhe explained. Young Master Wen's servant has an arrangement with the inn. Every time I finish cooking, he borrows the kitchen to prepare meals for his master. Right now, he's using it, I can't cook for you. Lan Ling was livid. Yesterday, Wasn't it agreed that I'd eat the same as you? Just make a little extra. That was yesterday. For breakfast today, you had to request it last night. If I made extra and you didn't want it, wouldn't that be a waste? Lan Ling's makeup nearly cracked from fury. Then let me make it clear, for as long as I stay at this inn, I'll eat the same as you. Prepare a portion for me for every meal. Noted, Shui Guanhe nodded. What about young Master Pingwu? Same for him when he wakes. Understood. The regular guests had already made arrangements. Tao Yang, Wei Lu, and the envoys from the Mystic Mirror Bureau all enjoyed steaming hot breakfasts. Out of respect for his teacher, Tao Yang reluctantly invited Song Xian to join them. Song Xian, fond of maintaining his dignity, never dined with his disciples. Preferring hunger over compromise, he returned to his room to meditate. Meanwhile, Chai Kun sought out Lu Jianwei. Innkeeper Lu, I have a request. May we speak privately? Lu Jianwei remained seated, unmoved. What is it, Elder Chai? Chai Kun cupped his hands. This concerns the treasure map. I must be cautious. Please forgive the secrecy. Speak freely. Lu Jianwei turned a page. The book detailed the properties and uses of medicinal herbs. She'd nearly memorized it all. Next, she'd need to buy an advanced edition, more money spent. Sigh. Chai Kun had no choice but to trust her. Innkeeper Lu, I'll be direct. You allowed us into the inn to search for the treasure map because neither you nor young master you could find it, correct? Lu Jianwei smiled. Elder Chai, I'm curious. Why are you all so certain White Crane Manor has a treasure map and that it's hidden on Awe? We have our sources, Chai Kun replied smoothly. Would Innkeeper Lu be willing to strike a deal with Black Wind Fort? Lu Jianwei lifted her gaze. Are you suggesting I let you search Yushu's room, and if you find the map, you'll share the treasure with me? Shopkeeper Lu is indeed a clever one, Chai Kun remarked with a deep, inscrutable gaze. Since you've considered this point, it means you share the same intention. Why don't we collaborate and secure the treasure together? Lu Jianwei curved her lips. I do love wealth, but I prefer others offering it to me rather than coveting what isn't mine and resorting to force. Chai Kun, asterisk 11,000 taels for ransom, and you call that not resorting to force? Asterisk. Shopkeeper Lu, to be frank, if this treasure truly belonged to White Crane Manor, they would have claimed it long ago. That proves it isn't theirs. In such cases, whoever holds the map owns the treasure. Lu Jianwei replied, if you're serious about cooperation, why not discuss it with the owner? If Yushu agrees, I won't object. Just don't disturb my reading. Chai Kun's face brightened with a smile. With Shopkeeper Lu's word, I'm reassured. He cupped his hands and took his leave. Lu Jianwei chuckled to herself. These three factions were relentless. One resorted to nocturnal hypnosis and theft, another played the emotional card, and now, one actually wanted to negotiate with the treasure's rightful owner. It was all quite amusing. She was curious, who would emerge victorious in the end? Yushu was in the kitchen, helping Ni tend to the fire. The flames cast a warm glow on his youthful, slightly flushed face. Absorbed in a book, he read with rapt attention. The fire's about to die, and I sighed. Go read in your room. I don't need your help anymore. He reached for more firewood, but found none. Huh. Sorry, I forgot. Yushu hastily closed his book and scrambled to gather more wood, feeding it into the stove. The flames roared back to life. And I stared in surprise. Did you just rearrange the firewood? I got a little carried away, Yushu admitted, scratching his head. The book described something fascinating, and I couldn't resist trying out a minor illusion array. Didn't do it well, you noticed? And you have no idea how talented you are. The art of mystic formations was impossible for the untalented, yet his own master had mastered it in just a few years, becoming a prodigy in the field. Yushu's aptitude might not rival his master's, but it wasn't far behind. Don't sell yourself short, and I said. Yushu took it as mere encouragement and smiled, nudging the firewood deeper into the stove. The congee is ready. I'll take some to the master. I'll hold the umbrella for you. The two stepped out of the kitchen and crossed the courtyard toward the dormitory, only to encounter Chai Kun halfway. As a high-ranking elder of Black Wind Fortress, Chai Kun was accustomed to juniors bowing to him, whether he acknowledged them or not depended on his mood. Yet today, he stood waiting in the rain, umbrella in hand, his face wreathed in an uncharacteristically warm smile. Young Master Yu, a moment, please. Yushu first escorted Anai under the eaves, ensuring he entered the room safely, then turned back. What is it? Young Master Yu, might we speak privately? Chai Kuan asked politely. Yushu shook his head. Say what you must hear. I have things to attend to. Asterisk, this man only wants the treasure map. Let's hear what he has to say, asterisk. Chai Kuan sighed inwardly. Why is it so hard to get a private word in this inn? With no one around, he cut to the chase. Young Master Yu, I know you haven't yet uncovered the treasure map. How about this? I'll help you search. If we find it, Black Wind Fortress will provide manpower and resources. Once the treasure is secured, you'll receive a share. How do you plan to search? Yushu asked curiously. Chai Kuan, I'd like to examine the belongings you brought from the manor. Would you permit that? Yushu deliberated. The inn belongs to shopkeeper Lu. You can't act without her permission, so I can't agree on my own. I've already spoken to shopkeeper Lu. She said it's up to you. Really? A flicker of panic rose in Yushu's chest. Does this mean the shopkeeper no longer wants to protect me? But he quickly dismissed the thought. That couldn't be her intention. She knew his choice. Sending Chai Kuan here was her way of respecting his agency. He couldn't hide under her wing forever. He had to learn to make his own decisions. What would shopkeeper Lu do? Recalling her past actions, an idea struck him. Yushu blinked. I'll think about it. Chai Kuan couldn't press further and stepped aside to let him pass. After when Zhuji finished breakfast, Yushu hurried over with his book, eager to clarify the questions he'd accumulated. When Zhuji patiently explained each point, his tone gentle and thorough. Once done, he praised, "You have a remarkable talent for mystic arts. With time, you'll become a master." Yushu beamed. All his life, he'd faced discouragement, stumbling through every lesson. This was the first time learning felt joyful. Young Master Wen, thank you. When Zhuji smiled faintly. No need for thanks. He coughed lightly, his complexion paler than usual, lips almost colorless. Enai immediately fetched a woolen blanket, draping it over his legs, and grumbled, "Blame this wretched weather, wind and rain everywhere." He also tucked a warming pan into the blanket. Yushu's heart clenched. He knew when Zhuji was unwell, but not to this extent. If a mere autumn chill affected him so badly, how would he survive winter? His gaze drifted to Zhuji's legs. The poison trapped there was the root of his suffering. It pained him. Young Master One was a genius, a man of extraordinary brilliance, yet mocked by others for his condition. Summoning his courage, Yushu asked, "Young Master One, are you certain the treasure holds an antidote for your poison?" "Not certain," Wen Zhuji admitted frankly. "It's merely a rumor. But even a sliver of hope is worth pursuing." Yushu met his eyes earnestly. "I hope you find the cure soon. But if I give you exclusive access, the inn might descend into chaos again." "Young Master Yu," Wen Zhuji said calmly, "the map is yours. The choice is yours alone." Yushu's heart stirred. Without thinking, he blurted, "You and shopkeeper Lu are so alike. Are you daft?" And I stared at him in disbelief. The master is a man, shopkeeper Lu a woman, how are they alike? Yushu waved his hands hastily. "Not like that. I meant shopkeeper Lu treats me kindly, respects my decisions, and guides me, just as you do." "Much better," and I huffed. "At least you recognize the master's goodness." When Zhuji shot Anai an amused look. "Let's not flatter me. I came here for the treasure map, after all. But you're different from the others." Yushu trusted his instincts. When Zhuji and Jean Pishu had arrived openly, without pretense, there was nothing to dislike about them. Resolved, Yushu sought out Lu Jianwei and Uncle Zhang, sharing his plan. Both nodded in approval. Lu Jianwei smiled. "In that case, gather everyone. We'll hold a meeting." The guests arrived swiftly, drawn by the mention of the treasure map. 2 tables were pushed together in the main hall. Lu Jianwei took the head seat, while the others sat rigidly on either side. "Yushu," she said, "you may begin." Yushu took a steadying breath, his expression solemn. "You want to search my room for the treasure map, I know. But that's too troublesome. Why don't I just leave the door open and let you investigate freely?" Chai Kuan was stunned. Weren't they supposed to be working in pairs? Why were others suddenly included? "Are you serious?" Lan Ling didn't believe it. Could it really be that after losing 100 taels last night, she could just waltz in today? Yushu nodded. "I have conditions." "Young Master Yu, please speak." Chai Kuan was the first to respond. "Black Wind Fort will assist however we can. Song Xian refused to fall behind. Nephew, no need to be formal. Just state your terms. Little brother Yu, since you're being so generous, I won't be petty either, Jean Pashio said briskly. Yushu glanced at Lu Jianwei before solemnly declaring, you may search once a day, for half the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Don't mess up my room, and aside from the treasure map, don't take anything else. Lan Ling and the others couldn't believe it. That's it? Of course, each search requires payment, Yushu added, a bit sheepish. The idea was borrowed from the innkeeper. Everything could be a transaction, and profit was profit. Chai Kuan asked, how much per search? Yushu made an outrageous demand, 100 taels. Everyone. Lu Jianwei, good heavens, this is a sky-high admission fee. Shui Guanhe couldn't help but laugh. You hadn't been this mischievous before, he'd clearly learned from the innkeeper. Of course, young master when doesn't need to pay, Yushu explained. He's already exchanged a chest of books for the privilege. Books. Lan Ling frowned. Books are worth 100 taels? If you like them, I can give you a whole roomful. How about that? Yushu nodded. You can also trade other things, as long as it's something I need. No one thought they'd need a second or a third search. Such a small room, one look should be enough. Wait, who goes in first? Song Xian asked. Yushu, you can go together or separately as you please. But only one chance per day. Slap, 300-tael banknotes hit the table at once, and 3 figures rushed into Yushu's room. And I quickly pushed the wheelchair. Young master, let's go too. Jean Pichel leisurely took out his banknote and followed when Juji, strolling into the room. A worn-out bundle lay unfolded, revealing a few sets of old clothes, a hair ribbon, a pair of cloth shoes, and a book. These were all the possessions Yushu had taken when he left the manor. Even if they didn't know exactly what he'd brought, they could tell this was the bundle in question. All eyes fixed on the book. And I helpfully reminded them, don't take anything or innkeeper Lu won't be polite. Asterisk notes on the art of construction asterisk? Chai Kun frowned. This is just a book about craftsmanship. Lan Ling reached out. Let's just flip through it and see. Her slender fingers were about to touch the cover when another hand intercepted hers. The 3 began to grapple, none daring to use their inner strength, relying only on skill. None of them paid any attention to Injuji and the other 2. Suddenly, Anne moved light as smoke, slipping forward unnoticed. A hidden mechanism in his sleeve snapped shut around notes on the art of construction, snatching it into his grasp. Put it down. The 3 turned on him in unison. Anne clutched the book and yelled, Innkeeper Lu, they're hitting people. The 3 of them froze simultaneously, speaking in unison. I didn't touch you. After saying this, they glanced toward the door, relieved not to see Lu Jianwei's figure. At this critical juncture, they dared not act rashly, fearing their efforts would be wasted halfway. According to the intelligence, the treasure map was hidden inside a book Yushu had coincidentally taken away from the villa. Their eyes locked onto the annotations of construction. Anai raised his brows smugly and handed the book to Njuji. Young master, take a look. See if there's a treasure map inside. When Juji accepted it, flipping open the first page as their gazes clung to it. It's just an ordinary book. Doesn't seem like there's a treasure map stuffed inside, Jean Pichot muttered, bending down for a closer look. The book's practically falling apart. If there was one, it would have been found by now. The content was indeed about construction methods, dry, tedious, and utterly unreadable. Not just him, but Lan Ling, Song Xian, and Chai Koen were also dizzy from skimming through it. What kind of nonsense was this? After a few moments, when Juji turned to the second page, then the third, the fourth, all the way to the 10th. Half an incense stick's worth of time is up. Everyone, please leave the room, Yushu reminded them from outside the door. The 3 who hadn't gotten their hands on the book. 100 taels of silver wasted. No wonder Yushu had mentioned they could only do this once a day. He'd known from the start that one attempt wouldn't be enough for them to search thoroughly. They couldn't discern anything special about the annotations of construction, but they still needed to memorize it to report back. Rumors claimed this book was the final masterpiece of a craftsman from the previous dynasty, the only one of its kind in existence. If they couldn't find a second copy or obtain the first, their only option was to commit it to memory, transcribe it later, and seek out experts to decipher any hidden codes. If there truly was a cipher leading to a legendary treasure, their trip wouldn't have been in vain. With this resolve, the 3 left the room, each harboring their own thoughts. And I pushed Wenjuji's wheelchair back to their shared quarters, whispering, "Young master, did you figure it out?" Wenjuji replied calmly, "I've only seen the first 10 pages. I'll need to read the entire book to know for sure." The book had 50 sheets, 100 pages in total. With only half an incense stick's time each session, it would take several attempts to memorize it all. If only the treasure really had that miraculous medicine, Anai mumbled under his breath, fetching a warming pouch and pressing it into Wenjuji's hands. "You got a little wet in the courtyard earlier, young master. Should I fetch you a change of clothes?" Outside, the wind howled and rain pattered relentlessly. Moving from the main building to their quarters had inevitably left them damp. Anai didn't mind for himself, but he worried Wenjuji might catch a chill. That would be best, Wenjuji agreed, maneuvering his wheelchair into the inner chamber. Anai asked, "With no sun today, young master, would you prefer to read or rest?" "Play chess." "Right away." Anai retrieved the chessboard from a wooden chest, setting it on the table before opening the lacquered box to reveal the pieces. The white stones, carved from flawless mutton-fat jade, were smooth and lustrous, while the black ones, made of deep onyx, were dense and ink-dark, both of the highest quality. This chess set alone was worth a fortune. Wenjuji changed his clothes and settled at the table, playing against himself. Anai, accustomed to this sight, initially paid no mind until he noticed something strange. Normally, when the young master played left hand against right, the match would be fierce and fraught with peril. Yet now the game seemed almost leisurely. He blinked, on the verge of asking, when a pale, slender hand placed another piece. The board's formation shifted abruptly. Anai's eyes widened in shock, barely suppressing a gasp as amazement flickered in his gaze. This wasn't just chess, it was a directional formation. Though no expert in the esoteric arts, years spent by Wenjuji's side had given him enough insight to recognize the signs. Had the young master deciphered the annotations of construction? Anai, ink and paper. Anai hurried to prepare them, watching in awe as a series of mechanical annotations took shape on the page. The young master was truly incredible. From just 10 pages, he'd uncovered so much. Not daring to speak aloud, lest eavesdroppers overhear, he resorted to animated gestures instead. Wenjuji chuckled softly and nodded. The Annotations of Construction was no ordinary book. On the surface, it appeared to be a craftsman's notes, but it concealed intricate mysteries only a master of esoteric arts could unravel. The first 10 pages detailed the treasure's exact location and the first lethal trap awaiting intruders. Anai was both thrilled and terrified. The study of mystic formations was already a niche field, with few possessing the talent or dedication to master it. True experts were rare in the martial world. Apart from the young master, no one in the inn understood formations, meaning they alone could decode the book's secrets. Their odds of success were high. Meanwhile, Lan Ling, Chai Kuan, and Song Xian returned to their rooms, deliberating before deciding to take turns visiting the study tomorrow. Today's scuffle had been fruitless, all their efforts thwarted by a cripple. Resentment simmered, but the inn's rules forbade outright theft, leaving them no choice but to crane their necks for glimpses of the book. Yet Wenjuji turned the pages too quickly. Before they could finish one, he'd moved to the next, leaving their memories frustratingly incomplete. Competing among themselves only harmed their chances. They resolved to rely on their own skills to decode the book. Whoever succeeded first would claim the treasure. Downstairs in the main hall, Lu Jianwei finally finished poring over basic medical texts. New insights stirred in her mind. Itching for practical application, she longed to step out and test her skills on someone. But she restrained herself. Reason reminded her she still had much to learn. Overconfidence would be her downfall. As she opened the system shop to purchase advanced texts, a silver note appeared before her. "Innkeeper, this 100-tael note is for you," Yushu said, eyes sparkling with sincerity. Lu Jianwei was puzzled. "Why give it to me?" Earlier, Miss Lan, Elder Chai, Master Song, and young Master Jean all paid up. "I thought to split it, one for you, Uncle Zhang, Brother Shui, and myself. It was, after all, pure profit, no reason to hold back." Lu Jianwei understood his intent. This was his first earnings, and he wished to share the joy with those closest to him. She accepted it with a smile. "Thank you, Ayu." Yushu beamed. "No need for thanks, innkeeper." Without her authority keeping the others in check, they'd never have parted with their silver so easily. The rain persisted all day, but by dusk, the clouds dispersed, revealing a crystalline sky awash in twilight hues. With newfound purpose, the guests ceased their mischief, each retreating to their rooms to meditate and train. Peace returned to the 8 Directions Inn, inside and out. Jianwei carried a rattan chair to the 3rd-floor balcony, savoring the breathtaking scenery. Her system map showed dozens still lurking beyond the inn's walls, while the martial artists camped 5 miles away had taken a rainy day break, vanishing to who knew where. Further out, 20 miles distant, Moonview City teemed with life, its countless green dots bustling in vibrant prosperity. A twinge of longing struck her. Months had passed since her arrival, yet she'd never once stepped beyond the inn's courtyard. At first, her low level and the desolate surroundings offered little incentive to venture out. Now, despite her growth, the wolves at her door made the inn her unassailable fortress. She remained trapped within. How she wished this ordeal would end, for the martial artists to vanish, leaving her free to roam the sprawling 20 miles beyond her doorstep. Her mastery of Qigong had progressed to the 3rd form, but she hadn't yet found the opportunity to practice properly. Merely hopping around her room was hardly sufficient. She also wanted to visit the market in Moonview City. Jianwei casually scrolled through the map when suddenly, 3 glowing dots caught her attention. These dots had previously overlapped with the spies lurking in the shadows, making them difficult to notice. Now that they had moved beyond the spies' encirclement, they stood out starkly. Anyone arriving from Moonview City at this hour likely wasn't well informed about the jianghu. Within moments, the 3 dots halted outside the courtyard gate. Due to special circumstances, the inn's gate remained tightly shut, no longer open to guests as it once had been. Someone outside knocked cautiously, their voice hoarse as they called, "Is anyone there?" It was Niu Chang, driving an ox cart with 2 others in tow. Uncle Zhang went to open the gate and asked, "Young Niu, what brings you here at this hour?" Niu Chang looked disheveled and weary, his face etched with distress. Just as he was about to speak, another man, his cousin Niu Shan, hurriedly stumbled off the cart, nearly tripping into the mud. Instead of riding himself, he dropped to his knees before Uncle Zhang. "Great hero Zhang, I beg you, save my son." Uncle Zhang was taken aback. He sidestepped slightly and asked, "What's happened?" "Great hero Zhang," Niu Chang quickly explained, "this is my cousin Niu Shan. His son fell ill 2 days ago for no apparent reason. Yesterday, we took him to a physician in the city, but the old doctor said he'd been poisoned and struck by some rogue martial artist. He couldn't treat the boy. The only hope was to find a great hero who might be able to help, but..." He trailed off, wiping away tears, while Niu Shan sobbed quietly. For ordinary folk, where could they possibly find such a hero? If not for Niu Chang's connection to the 8 Directions Inn, they would have been left with no choice but to wait for death. Even then, the presence of jianghu figures at the inn didn't guarantee the boy's survival. Uncle Zhang glanced toward the ox cart. Lying on the wooden plank was a child of 7 or 8, his eyes shut, his face pale with a sickly green tint, lips tinged purple, clear signs of poisoning. But the inn had no physician. Martial artists weren't omniscient. Curing poison required expertise in medicine, something only specialists like the physicians of Divine Dr. Valley devoted themselves to. With the inn currently teeming with factions of uncertain allegiance, allowing Niu Chang and his companions inside might do more harm than good. Yet, the child's life hung in the balance. With a quiet sigh, Uncle Zhang recalled the medicinal and toxic pills Jianwei had once produced. "I'll ask the innkeeper," he said. "Thank you, great hero Zhang." Both Niu Chang and Niu Shan cowed out in gratitude. Uncle Zhang closed the gate, then turned to see Jianwei nodding at him. Remembering how she had taken him and Yu Shu in without hesitation, he felt a surge of gratitude. Hesitantly, he asked, "Innkeeper, how should we accommodate these 3? There's an empty room in the servants' quarters. Let them stay there." Jianwei couldn't bear to let a young life slip away and saw this as a chance to test her medical skills. If the old physician claimed only a jianghu figure could save the boy, she might as well seize the opportunity, for both the child's sake and her own. Even if she failed, the inn was full of seasoned martial artists who might know renowned physicians. There was still hope. Uncle Zhang acknowledged her instructions and reopened the gate. Under the brothers' tearful gazes, He led them inside, where they carried the child to the servants' quarters. The boy was laid on the bed, his breathing shallow and uneven, his condition dire. Shui Guanhe and Yushu came to see for themselves, their faces twisted with sympathy. What kind of heartless martial artist would harm a child like this? Leave for now, Lu Jianwei instructed. Only then did Niu Shan look up at her. Stunned by her youthful beauty, he froze in uncertainty. Brother, this is Innkeeper Lu, Niu Cheng whispered, pulling him out of the room. The same formidable Innkeeper Lu I told you about. Having ties to Welai restaurant and being questioned by Shui Guanhe's father about the inn, Niu Cheng had learned that the Shui heir had become Lu Jianwei's disciple. Even a seasoned warrior like Uncle Zhang deferred to her, proof of her prestige and skill. Appearances meant nothing. Niu Shan gaped. But you never mentioned Innkeeper Lu as a young woman. Does it matter if she's a man or a woman? Niu Cheng retorted. Niu Shan paused, then shook his head vehemently. No, it doesn't. Nothing mattered except saving his son. The servants' quarters were cramped, just a bed, a small chest, and no table to speak of. The brothers had braved the rain to get here. Though the ox cart had no cover, the child's clothes were completely dry, a testament to how fiercely Niu Shan had shielded him. Lu Jianwei sat at the bedside and took the boy's pulse. She had never diagnosed anyone before, but the human anatomical model provided by her system could simulate various ailments, including pulse patterns. So far, her diagnostic accuracy exceeded 90%. That was why she had agreed to help. A life wasn't something to gamble with. The child's pulse was faint, as if he might stop breathing at any moment. A slice of ginseng tucked under his tongue barely sustained him. Yet even ginseng could only slow the fading of life. To save him, the poison had to be neutralized. Beyond the toxin, the boy had been struck by a martial artist's internal energy. His young, untrained meridians couldn't withstand it. Even if the poison were cured, the lingering energy would torment him until his meridians ruptured. After examining the boy's eyes, nose, and lips, Lu Jianwei reached her conclusion. He's been poisoned with beauty's envy. The primary toxin is extracted from iron heart vine leaves. Legend says it was created by a poison master to punish her unfaithful husband and his lover. The divine Dr. Valley later devised an antidote. Right, Xiaoko? The medical texts she studied often cited origins for techniques, prescriptions, and poisons. Xiaoko correct. When it had first encouraged Lu Jianwei to study medicine, it never expected her to learn this swiftly. That's all you have to say? Lu Jianwei teased. Feeling overshadowed by my brilliance? Understandable. I am, after all, both a savvy entrepreneur and a healer. If it had a physical form, Xiaoko would have rolled its eyes skyward. It sniffed. Since you can identify the poison, you can make the antidote yourself. Don't you want to profit from me anymore? Lu Jianwei feigned surprise. Xiaoko, you'll have to buy the ingredients regardless. The finished antidote costs far more than raw herbs. As she spoke, Lu Jianwei purchased the necessary ingredients from the system shop without blinking, 10 taels spent in an instant. With 30,000 taels to her name, 10 was a trivial expense. Xiaoko ignored her jest and instead asked, if you're such a quick learner, why couldn't you even afford a house before I bound to you? Lu Jianwei. A direct hit to the sore spot. Brushing off the jab, she opened the door. The brothers surged forward like anxious relatives outside an operating room. Innkeeper Lu, how is Xiaoxi? Lu Jianwei summoned Uncle Zhang. Bring me paper and ink. I'll write a prescription. Uncle Zhang hurried to comply. To better adapt to ancient times, Lu Jianwei had practiced calligraphy after her transmigration. While the elegance of her brushstrokes might still be debatable, at least her handwriting was neat and presentable. She swiftly wrote out the prescription and handed it to Uncle Zhang. Retrieve the herbs from the storeroom according to this prescription and brew the medicine for him. She had purchased detoxifying herbs from the system shop, along with some common medicinal ingredients, and mixed them into the storeroom's inventory to avoid arousing suspicion. The Niu brothers were overjoyed and immediately knelt, kowtowing in gratitude. However, Uncle Zhang looked embarrassed. Manager, I don't recognize these herbs. Lu Jianwei. She had forgotten about that. Yushu, standing nearby, spoke up. Manager, perhaps I can ask Genai for help? He often prepares medicinal meals for young Master One and knows a bit about herbs. No one expected Lu Jianwei to fetch the herbs herself. that would be beneath her status as a revered senior. If even such trivial tasks had to be handled by the innkeeper, what was the point of having staff? Lu Jianwei could only nod in agreement. It seemed that when hiring new staff in the future, she would need someone knowledgeable in medicine. Otherwise, when the time came to delegate tasks, there'd be no one capable. But then again, those truly proficient in medicine wouldn't work as in staff. And I didn't refuse. When he arrived, he took the prescription and paused briefly, his expression shifting to surprise. "This is a remedy for Chuanfangdu poison? You've seen it before?" Lu Jianwei asked with a faint smile. And I nodded. I once accompanied my master to gather herbs and encountered someone poisoned by Chuanfangdu. I also saw the antidote prescription, but this prescription was considered a closely guarded secret of the Divine Physician Valley. Apart from the poison's creator, only the valley possessed the antidote. His chance glimpse of it had been pure coincidence. The prescription in his hand, its ink still fresh, had clearly been written just moments ago, not an old formula. Just who was Manager Lu? The familiar confusion resurfaced in his mind. Still, a life was at stake. He didn't dwell on it and followed Yushu to the underground storeroom. "Manager Lu, will Shaoxi survive if he takes the medicine?" Niu Chang summoned his courage to ask. "I heard from the old physician that Shaoxi wasn't just poisoned, he was also struck by a martial artist's internal force. The doctor said he couldn't treat it." Lu Jianwei nodded. "There's a destructive internal force wreaking havoc in his body. Let's not rush first, neutralize the poison." "Thank you, Manager Lu." Niu Shan's tears wouldn't stop. "You're our family's great benefactor. I don't know how to repay you. If you don't mind, I'll work as a servant here without pay." Lu Jianwei's voice boomed. Absolutely not. She had no intention of feeding an extra mouth for free. "Everyone? There's no need for that." Lu Jianwei coughed lightly, adopting a righteous tone. "Even if Shaoxi wakes up, his body will need years of recovery. If you don't work, how will you raise him?" Niu Shan was deeply moved and prostrated himself again. The martial artists he knew all acted high and mighty, treating commoners like ants. Yet Manager Lu not only saved Shaoxi but even considered their livelihood. Such kindness was rare. Lu Jianwei frowned. Would they skip out on paying for the medicine? Fortunately, Niu Chang was more tactful. "Manager Lu, how much does the antidote cost?" Seeing their ragged state, Lu Jianwei's rare compassion surfaced, and she quoted the base price, 10 taels. She wouldn't profit, but gaining practical experience wasn't a loss. Niu Shan hastily said, "I don't have that much on me. May I return home to fetch it?" Even if he had to sell his land, he would gather the life-saving sum. "It's late. Go back tomorrow." With those words, Lu Jianwei turned and returned to her room. The medicine still needed brewing, and Shaoxi's internal injuries couldn't be ignored. A martial artist's internal force was inherently destructive. Shaoxi's organs had already suffered damage from the poison, leaving them fragile. Worse, the lingering internal force remained in his meridians, unexpelled. If a martial artist were struck by internal force, an equal-level force could barely resist it. If their cultivation surpassed the attackers, they could expel it themselves. But if their internal force was weaker, the injury would worsen. Unless neutralized, the foreign force would linger, damaging meridians and even the dantian. Either suppress it with medicine or become a cripple. For Shaoxi, a child without martial arts, death was the only outcome. Lu Jianwei frowned in thought. "Xiaoko, you mentioned before that my technique can absorb others' internal force. Can I use it to dissolve the force in Shaoxi's meridians?" "I never said that." Xiaoko refused responsibility. "It was all your own speculation." Lu Jianwei chuckled. "Not denying it is as good as admitting. Don't blame me if I didn't warn you. Reckless action invites backlash," Xiaoko added, a hint of concern in its tone. Lu Jianwei, "I won't abandon eating for fear of choking." She needed to level up quickly. Relying solely on conventional training, even with top-tier talent, would take years to reach first-rate mastery. Take Yan Feizong, though only 30, he was already a 6th-rank expert. Yet even he had trained diligently for over 2 decades to reach that level. With his exceptional talent and privileged background, lacking no resources, it still took him that long. Lu Jianwei didn't have that kind of time. She had to find another path, one that would grant her the strength to stand firm in the shortest time, ensuring her future money-making ventures could proceed unhindered. Running an inn and serving guests alone would never earn her enough to buy a transmigration ticket back to the modern world. If her nameless technique functioned like absorbing stars' great skill, why not test it? In many wuxia novels, protagonists either lucked into receiving transmitted power or passively absorbed others' cultivation, catapulting them to the peak. She might not have such fortune, but she wasn't without options. Xiaoxi's situation had opened a new avenue for her. Martial artists ran rampant, and countless others suffered like Xiaoxi. If she could convert their internal force into her own, wouldn't that accelerate her growth? Action followed thought. Jianwei sat beside Xiaoxi again, placing a hand on his wrist. Threads of internal force slipped into Xiaoxi's meridians. Under the nameless technique's guidance, the invasive force was laid bare, violent, unruly, fiercely resisting her approach. This is 5th rank internal force. She was startled. How had an ordinary child like Xiaoxi encountered a 5th rank martial artist, let alone provoked an attack? The two forces clashed. Even unconscious, Xiaoxi whimpered in pain. From outside, a voice called anxiously, "What's wrong with Xiaoxi?" Jianwei replied calmly, "Nothing serious." The door fell silent, though heavy breathing lingered. Jianwei focused. Having practiced the technique for months, she was still self-taught, her understanding perhaps incomplete, but that also meant she wasn't bound by convention. The martial world had a well-established system. Unless one specialized in unorthodox methods, no one would consider absorbing others' internal force. The backlash was no joke. But Jianwei was unconstrained, her imagination boundless. She wasn't one to cling to tradition. If a method brought benefits without harming others, she'd explore it thoroughly. To subdue foreign internal force, there were only two ways: suppression or negotiation. Her earlier attempt at a gentle approach had been rejected. Since diplomacy failed, suppression remained. But the opponent was at the 5th level, while she was only at the 3rd. How could she possibly overpower them? She pondered for a few breaths before quickly making up her mind. As the saying goes, even ants can bring down an elephant. The gap between an elephant and an ant is undeniably vast, but thousands of ants working together can still force the mighty beast to its knees. Though her cultivation level was low, her internal energy was abundant. Why worry about suppressing that meager trickle of power? A surge of immense internal energy flooded into Xiaoxi's body, surrounding the unruly force like an unstoppable army. The opponent struggled to break free, rampaging wildly through the meridians, relentlessly draining Jianwei's energy. Yet, an endless stream of replenishing power filled every gap, ensnaring the rebellious force completely. The true nature of the nameless technique gradually revealed itself. Gentle and unassuming on the surface, its fangs were hidden beneath the calm expanse of an endless sea. Suppress. Neutralize. Devour. Jianwei had only unleashed a fraction of its power, yet the 5th-level warrior's energy submitted involuntarily. An indescribably profound sensation welled up within her. Jianwei closed her eyes in delight. It was as if she had touched a barrier, just one gentle push, and she would step into an entirely new realm. Xiaoke. Did she max out her comprehension stats, or what? The antidote simmered for 2 hours, and Jianwei remained in the room the entire time. Only when the medicinal fragrance wafted through the air did she snap out of her enlightenment, reluctantly opening her eyes. The internal energy within Xiaoxi's body had been completely neutralized. She opened her personal interface. Level 000. Aside from Yu Shu and Shui Guanhe, you are the weakest in the inn. Ignoring the snide remark at the end, the preceding number filled her with immense joy. 2 hours ago, her progress bar had barely surpassed 30,000 points. Yet, the modest internal energy of a 5th-level martial artist proved unexpectedly nourishing, boosting it by a full 2,000 points. Truly a cause for celebration. She could already feel her own internal energy growing more abundant, but seeing the progress bar was far more visceral, more stimulating. This method worked. Jianwei suppressed her excitement, maintaining her usual composed and indifferent demeanor as she stood and opened the door. The internal energy in his body has been purged. Administer the antidote as prescribed to fully detoxify him. However, his vitality has been severely depleted and will require careful recuperation. You may visit a medical clinic in the city to obtain a restorative prescription. With a few years of recovery, he should regain his strength. The Niu brothers were overjoyed, their throats clogged with gratitude, yet no words could adequately express it. They could only kowtow in reverence. As for why she didn't prescribe the restorative medicine herself and instead directed them to a city clinic, the brothers instinctively assumed such trivial matters were beneath the esteemed innkeeper Liu. Uncle Zhang and the others were utterly baffled. The internal energy had been purged? Since when was it so easy to expel another's internal energy? Such an endeavor was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to backlash or irreversible harm to the injured. Unless one's own cultivation far surpassed that of the attacker, forcibly expelling the energy was nearly impossible. Uncle Zhang, already at the peak of the 4th level and on the verge of a breakthrough after mastering a new palm technique, could tell that Xiaoxi had been struck by a 5th-level martial artist. And I, also a 4th-level practitioner, recognized it as well. The two of them stared at Liu Jianwei with undisguised astonishment. And I couldn't resist asking, "Innkeeper Liu, just what level of expert are you?" Liu Jianwei chuckled. "I'm merely an innkeeper. Far from an expert." The crowd, disbelief. Absolute disbelief. Even the guests meditating in their rooms had come out to witness the commotion. Hearing her words, they too found them impossible to accept. Even if Liu Jianwei had a powerful backer, that didn't mean she herself wasn't formidable. Whether it was writing the prescription or expelling the internal energy, she had done it all herself. How could she possibly be just an innkeeper? The more she downplayed it, the more profound and enigmatic she seemed. Niu Shan carefully fed the medicine, and within moments, the bowl was empty. Xiaoxi's complexion shifted from ashen to pale, his lips losing their dark hue. Rango yes. This medicine must be taken continuously, 3 times a day for 3 days to fully eradicate the poison, Liu Jianwei said. Will you purchase the herbs to brew at home, or will you stay here? Niu Shan hesitated. This. May I ask, Innkeeper Liu, what's the difference between leaving and staying? Liu Jianwei replied frankly, staying at the inn requires payment for 3 days' lodging and meals. She spoke without the slightest hint of shame, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. The crowd, Innkeeper Liu is undoubtedly impressive, but her obsession with money has shattered much of their earlier awe. Had they known the term, shattered illusions, they might have muttered it under their breath. Niu Shan, however, held Liu Jianwei in the highest esteem. I'd like to stay. Paying is only right. Brother, you stay and look after Xiaoxi. I'll return tomorrow to fetch the money, Niu Chang suggested. Niu Shan readily agreed. As night deepened, the onlookers dispersed to their rooms. Lan Ling walked alongside Liu Jianwei, her voice sweet and teasing. Innkeeper Liu, you're truly a marvel, not only peerless in cultivation, but also skilled in medicine. I've only scratched the surface, Liu Jianwei said truthfully. In her skills panel, the spring and autumn medicinal canon was still labeled as rudimentary, not even beginner level. Yet others took it as modesty and dismissed it outright. And I returned to the shared quarters, still preoccupied with the prescription. What's troubling you? When Zhuji asked gently. And I shook his head. I already knew Innkeeper Liu was extraordinary. The more impressive she is, the more I admire her. Then why the long face? Young master, why would she possess a prescription from the Divine Physician Valley? And I couldn't wrap his head around it. The lover's envy incident had once caused an uproar. The philandering husband and his paramour had begged the poisoner for the antidote to no avail before turning to the Divine Physician Valley. With their internal energy protecting them and the poison being slow-acting, they had time to wait for a cure. But for ordinary people like Xiaoxi, it was often a death sentence. The physicians of the Divine Physician Valley had labored tirelessly to develop an antidote, saving their lives. The poisoner, resentful, then targeted unfaithful men across the land. The Divine Physician Valley distributed the antidote widely but never disclosed the prescription. Aside from the Valley and the original poisoner, no one else could cure it. Could she have ties to the Divine Physician Valley? And I speculated. When Zhuji smiled. Why not consider that she might be connected to the original poisoner? Innkeeper Liu doesn't strike me as someone so wicked. Wicked? Yes. Poisoning so many people, isn't that wicked? When Zhuji countered, did you know that before creating Lover's Envy, she was a healer who saved lives? What? And I gasped. Then why would she? When Zhuji closed his book. Never judge by appearances alone. It's late. Rest now. Young master, and I said, his logic delightfully skewed. Are you saying that while innkeeper Lu seems good on the surface, she might actually be a villain? Wenjuji. The next morning, Niu Chang took the ox cart back to the village to fetch money, while Niu Shan remained at the inn. A farmer at heart, he couldn't bear idleness and trailed after Uncle Zhang, offering help with chores as a gesture of gratitude. You're a guest here. There's no need for you to work, Uncle Zhang insisted. Niu Shan, no longer the despondent figure from the day before, grinned broadly. I'm no guest. If not for innkeeper Lu's mercy, Shashi would still be lying there, unresponsive. This morning, he woke up and called me father. I've never been happier. If you truly wish to repay her, teach others how to farm in the coming days, Uncle Zhang suggested. Niu Chang must have mentioned this. He did. We've already started composting. Once Shashi is home, I'll gather the whole village to farm for innkeeper Lu. Uncle Zhang waved a hand. No need for you to farm, just teach others how to do it. Understood. Niu Shan nodded, then added, innkeeper Lu is planting the wasteland outside the inn, right? That's correct. Niu Shan hesitated. Does innkeeper Lu own that land? If not, once crops are harvested, the authorities might reclaim it. Uncle Zhang froze. Really? I'm telling the truth, Niu Shan insisted. It's wasteland now, so the officials don't care. But if it yields anything, they might seize it, or at least demand land taxes. If things go wrong, there could be fines. Uncle Zhang. As a wandering martial artist, he'd never paid attention to land matters. Likely, neither had innkeeper Lu. Thank you for the warning. Niu Shan scratched his head sheepishly. It's nothing. Oh right, if shopkeeper Lu wants to buy land, she'd better hurry. Last time I went to the city for the market, I heard about some earthquake in Yongzhou, really big, killed a lot of people. Houses and food supplies were all destroyed. Folks say refugees might start pouring in, and the authorities might allocate wasteland to them. Uncle Zhang was surprised. Isn't the local government providing disaster relief? They are, but I heard the money and food aren't enough. The national treasury can't cover it either. The people of Yangzhou can't just wait to die, can they? The Qi dynasty had only been established for a few decades. Before its founding, the world was in turmoil, wars raged endlessly, and resources were drained. Even after decades of recovery, the dynasty still lacked the capacity to withstand natural disasters. The inn was filled with martial artists. Though the two men's conversation wasn't hidden from the others, no one cared about earthquakes, refugees, or whether the court had enough relief supplies. None of it was their problem. And I overheard and fell into thought. Once Shui Guanhe finished using the kitchen, he planned to prepare breakfast for his master. Unexpectedly, Shui Guanhe stopped him. Wait a moment. The shopkeeper said that starting today, the rental fee for the kitchen has doubled. And I was shocked. Why? Shui Guanhe shrugged. No idea, but those were the shopkeeper's explicit orders. He couldn't do anything about it. With no choice, Anai handed over 200 coins. After finishing breakfast, he carried the tray to the room with a puffed-up face, still stewing in frustration. Did you argue with someone? When Juji washed his hands and took the spoon, already accustomed to Anai's temper. Anai grumbled, Master, shopkeeper Lu suddenly doubled the kitchen rental fee without any warning. I don't even know what I did to upset her. When Juji seemed unsurprised and chuckled. Think back. What did you say last night? He had warned Anai before, every move inside the inn was under shopkeeper Lu's watch. Nothing they said could escape her ears. Too bad Anai had been careless with his words the previous night. I didn't say anything, Anai's temple twitched. Oh, I remember now. His face fell. But I only said it because of what you told me. It just slipped out. I didn't really mean that shopkeeper Lu is a bad person, ugh. It was all his fault for not watching his mouth, now he'd lost double the money. It's just a bit of silver, when Juji said. Think of the refugees from Yongzhou, they lost everything overnight. And I nodded. True, they're worse off than me. Master, is it really true that the court can't provide relief funds? Hard to say. When Juji paused. If refugees come to the outskirts of Moonview City, buy some grain and set up a porridge kitchen for them. Understood, Master. After finishing breakfast, when Juji went to Yushu's door. Two men were already standing guard, Chai Kuan and Song Xian, positioned on either side, keeping watch over Lan Ling inside. They glanced at Wen Zhuji but paid him no mind. Half an incense sticks time passed quickly. When Lan Ling emerged, Chai Kuan entered. Then it was Song Xian's turn, and finally Wen Zhuji's. 100-page book, read for half an incense stick each day, would take at least 10 days to memorize word for word. Of course, the actual time depended on one's memory. 3 days later, Xiaoxi was fully detoxified and returned to the village with the Niu brothers. Before leaving, everyone asked him how he'd gotten injured, but the boy was too young to explain clearly. The villagers of Linwei village, now aware that the inn's shopkeeper had saved him, became even more enthusiastic about teaching the wandering martial artists farming techniques. Meanwhile, Niu Chang accepted Lu Jianwei's commission to handle the land purchase with the local authorities. After overhearing Niu Shan and Uncle Zhang's conversation, Lu Jianwei had done some research. For uncultivated wasteland like this, 1 acre cost at most 1 tael of silver. Buying a few thousand acres would only set her back a few thousand taels. Once the land was hers, she could do whatever she pleased with it. To avoid being brushed off by the officials, Niu Chang, a commoner, brought along the manager of Well-I restaurant to assist with the paperwork. With the Shui family's reputation behind them, the bureaucratic process went smoothly. The officials immediately sent men to survey the land. When they heard Lu Jianwei intended to buy several thousand acres, effectively encircling the area within a 5-mile radius, the clerks became even more motivated. The spies lurking nearby were baffled. With so many people in the inn scrambling for the treasure map, shouldn't shopkeeper Lu be overwhelmed? Why did she have the leisure to buy land? Xiaoke couldn't make sense of it either. Why are you spending so much money on barren land? Even if it becomes arable later, what are you going to do with thousands of acres? Lu Jianwei raised an eyebrow. Who said I'm planting crops? Didn't you? Did I say I'd farm thousands of acres? Xiaoke was speechless. Then why buy it? With that kind of money, she might as well buy skills from the system shop. Lu Jianwei sighed. Now I finally understand why you systems insist on binding with humans instead of running ins yourselves. Why? Because you lack brains. Xiaoke, you're insulting me. Just stating facts, Lu Jianwei said, spreading her hands. Do you have a brain? What exactly are you planning? Lu Jianwei, it's a long-term strategy. You wouldn't get it even if I explained. Xiaoke didn't reply again, retreating into silence. A few days later, the land survey was complete. Lu Jianwei paid up and officially owned 8,000 acres, spanning 5 miles outward from the inn, forming a vast territory. Thanks to the bulk purchase, the government gave her a discount, 8,000 acres for 7,000 taels. Her personal ledger now showed a balance of 26,000. Money really didn't last long. Unable to decipher her motives, the various factions gave up and refocused on the treasure map. The annotations of artisans was finally fully transcribed. The inn's quiet was shattered as one piece of intel after another leaked out, sparking fierce competition among the spies. Feng Yan stood on the second floor, sighing in amazement. Back when we released 500 pages, it was just like this. Envoy, we sent the message out long ago, but there's still no response from above, Wang Xiaoshan fretted. Could it have gotten lost? Patience, Feng Yan said calmly. Just wait. Zhang Dalu asked, Envoy, now that they've got the clues, why aren't they leaving the inn? Feng Yan replied, the clues haven't been deciphered yet. They're probably staying to keep an eye on each other or to dig up more leads. Could there really be a treasure? Wouldn't that just hand it to them? Wang Xiaoshan seethed. In his view, any treasure should be handed over to the imperial treasury. But since this was discovered by martial artists and involved multiple factions, the court couldn't intervene. Feng Yan patted his shoulder and sighed. Just as he was about to return to his room, his gaze caught something outside the inn, and he froze. Beside him, Wang Xiaoshan stammered, Envoy, is that the purple robe envoy? Not far from the inn, a figure clad in purple robes galloped forward on horseback, sleeves billowing, radiating an intimidating aura. Feng Yan's eyes widened slightly before he leapt down from the second floor. Follow me to greet the envoy. At last, the 3 of them had back up. Since arriving at the inn, they, the lowest-ranking envoys, had been at a disadvantage, forced to tiptoe around. Now that the purple robe envoy had arrived, they no longer had to keep their heads down. Of course, whether the envoy could enter the inn still depended on shopkeeper Lu's approval. Lu Jianwei was already aware. She didn't care about the identity of her guests. As long as they paid, they were welcome. Besides, Feng Yan and his two companions had been remarkably well behaved in the inn, so she had no objections to one more. The Purple Robe Envoy was the most formidable fighter beneath the commander and deputy commander of the Mystic Mirror Bureau, possessing 6th-level cultivation. His presence maintained a delicate balance among the forces of the Thousand Miles Tower, Black Wind Fort, and leisurely Cloud Manor. Shui Guanhe stepped forward to open the gate. The newcomer wore an ornate purple robe embroidered with intricate patterns, exuding an air of extravagance. A curved saber hung at his waist as he sat astride a towering horse, his posture rigidly upright. His sharp gaze swept down like a blade slicing through skin. Only then did Shui Guanhe notice the figure slumped across the horse's back. The man was bound tightly with ropes, his abdomen pressed against the horse, hands tied behind his back, head hanging limply. Shui Guanhe, now seasoned in courage, remained composed as he asked, "Will the guest be dining or staying?" "Neither." The Purple Robe Envoy dismounted and yanked the bound man down with him. "This envoy has come to apprehend a murderer. I trust your establishment will cooperate." Shui Guanhe. A murderer? Could it be the culprit behind the massacre of White Crane Manor? A shiver ran down his spine. He didn't dare respond immediately and was about to retreat to seek guidance when a gentle voice called from behind. "Guanhe, invite the guest inside." "Yes!" The other lodgers in the inn, hearing the commotion, gradually gathered in the front courtyard. They were all aware that the White Crane Manor case had been assigned to the Mystic Mirror Bureau, but none had paid it much mind. No one cared about the murderer's identity. What truly concerned them was the treasure map. Still, a spectacle was worth watching. The Purple Robe Envoy strode forward and tossed the captive onto the ground. His eyes swept over the crowd before settling on Lu Jianwei's face. He cupped his hands in greeting. "I am Han Xiaofeng, Purple Robe Envoy of the Mystic Mirror Bureau. I've long heard of Innkeeper Lu's reputation. It's an honor." "Envoy Han, the honor is mine." Lu Jianwei returned the gesture with a smile. "You mentioned apprehending a murderer. May I ask who it is?" Han Xiaofeng nudged the man at his feet with his boot. The man groaned awake from the pain, but with his mouth gagged, he could only whimper and writhe helplessly on the ground. Song Xian of Leisurely Cloud Manor is the mastermind behind the slaughter of White Crane Manor. This man is his trusted subordinate, and he has already confessed. The crowd turned as one to look at Song Xian, who stood tall and unyielding. A flicker of surprise crossed his brow, his eyes simmering with suppressed fury. "Envoy Han, You and I were sworn brothers. How could I possibly be his killer? You produce a so-called witness out of nowhere and expect to pin this crime on me." Tao Yang and Wei Lu stood silently behind him, having long faded into the background of the inn's daily affairs. Feng Yan stepped forward with two gray robe envoys and saluted Han Xiaofeng. "Greetings, Envoy Han." Han Xiaofeng gave a slight nod. "You've done well." The three struggled to contain their excitement, their faces barely masking their delight as they swiftly took their positions behind Han Xiaofeng, standing at attention. Beneath the eaves of the communal quarters, Anai set up a small tea table laden with pastries. A clay stove simmered with tea, its fragrance wafting through the courtyard. "Young master, the view here is excellent," he remarked, munching on melon seeds from his low stool. The crowd turned to stare, disbelief written across their faces. "Why are you all looking at me?" "Carry on with your business," Anai said, spitting out a seed husk. "Don't mind us." Han Xiaofeng's sharp gaze shifted to Enjuji and Anai, a cripple and a lowly servant, neither worth his attention. He dismissed them just as quickly. "On the 15th of July, you led your servant Song Fu and a group of 127 disciples to White Crane Manor, slaughtering its master and over 80 disciples and servants in cold blood." Before Song Xian could protest, Han Xiaofeng continued, "According to the testimony of Yu Shu, a survivor of White Crane Manor, he witnessed one of the killers that night, a man with a mole in the white of his right eye." "This is that man." Han Xiaofeng yanked Song Fu's head up by his hair, forcing him to lift his face. Yet the man kept his eyes tightly shut, refusing to meet anyone's gaze. "Preposterous." Song Xian scoffed, his composure unshaken. You claim some mole-eyed man was involved in the massacre and expect me to take the blame? Furthermore, he turned to Yushu, his smile thin and insincere. If nephew you truly saw the killer, why wait until now to speak? Had he come forward earlier, he wouldn't have suffered so much hardship. Han Xiaofeng knew Song Xian would never admit guilt. He produced a scroll tube from his sleeve and unfurled a letter. This was found in your study. It discusses the treasure map and orders you to retrieve it from White Crane Manor. Chai Kuan suddenly interjected, so it really was you? Manor Lord Song, a life for a life. What else do you have to say for yourself? The crowd? Lan Ling reacted swiftly, chiming in with feigned shock. Who would have thought? Manor Lord Song, you're quite the hypocrite. You've frightened this poor maiden. She turned to Yushu. Young Manor Lord, if you seek vengeance, the 1,000 Miles Tower would gladly lend you its strength. The onlookers understood immediately 1,000 Miles Tower and Black Wind Fort were seizing the chance to eliminate a rival. TSK. Virtue finds its allies, vice finds its accomplices, and mused, shaking his head. He who kills shall be killed in turn. You insolent brat. Song Xian's roar was accompanied by the flash of his drawn sword, its razor-sharp aura hurtling toward Ni. He could tolerate Lan Ling and Chai Kuan's provocations, but a mere 4th-level servant daring to humiliate him? Unforgivable. Han Xiaofeng moved to intervene, but it was too late. He could only watch as the 6th-level sword energy surged toward the two beneath the eaves. A cripple and a servant. Neither stood a chance. Yet neither so much as flinched. They remained seated, sipping tea and nibbling melon seeds, their nonchalance stunning the crowd. The sword energy struck an invisible barrier inches from their bodies, dissipating harmlessly into the air. Only then did the onlookers remember, these two were under the protection of the In's hidden expert. Han Xiaofeng had heard rumors, but witnessing it firsthand sent a tremor through his eyes. No sound when the strike was blocked, no trace when the defense was withdrawn. Just what kind of master was this? Innkeeper Liu, our thanks. Ni clasped his hands in salute. Liu Jianwei smiled on the outside while inwardly weeping. Her money. The defensive artifact had taken damage, and the cost of repairs could buy her countless dresses and jewelry boxes. When Zhuji had paid the protection fee, so she had no issue safeguarding them. Ni had merely voiced what others were thinking. He'd done nothing wrong. The fault lay with Song Xian. Too cowardly to confront Lan Ling and Chai Kuan, yet bold enough to attack the weak right under her nose, wasting her hard-earned coins. Ni spoke out of turn. My apologies for the trouble, Innkeeper Liu, when Zhuji said with a deferential bow. No need. His words held truth, Liu Jianwei replied coolly. Manor Lord Song, losing your temper and striking in my presence, disregarding the rules of this inn, do you take me for a fool? Without the defensive artifact, when Zhuji and Ni would have been severely injured, if not killed, by that strike. Given Wen Zhuji's frail health, survival would have been uncertain. Jean Pixiao's expression darkened. Manor Lord Song, your guilty conscience speaks volumes. Could it be Envoy Han's accusations are true? Exactly. Shui Guanhe glared. You're clearly panicking. Song Xian. One after another, they were all convinced of his guilt? I will not tolerate false accusations for crimes I did not commit, he retorted, turning to Lan Ling and Chai Kuan. The Mystic Mirror Bureau seeks to divide us. Don't fall for their schemes. The crowd was speechless. To twist black into white, such silver-tongued deceit knew no bounds. Let's set that matter aside for now, Liu Jianwei extended her palm. Manor Lord Song, you've just violated the inn's rules, a fine of 500 taels. Song Xian nearly choked on his own rage. This was truly a blood-sucking establishment. First, he'd spent 10,000 taels to ransom someone, then another 1,000 to have the annotated art of construction copied, and now this fine. He wanted to refuse, but the inn's expert had just demonstrated an unsettling level of skill. For now, he wasn't keen on making an enemy of Liu Jianwei. Reluctantly, he pulled 4 silver notes from his purse. It wasn't enough. He turned to Wei Lu and Tao Yang, but both shook their heads. Left with no choice, Song Xian dug out another note from his purse, creased and clearly tucked away earlier to save face. He handed it to Liu Jianwei, then glared at Han Xiaofeng. Since you can't produce solid evidence, you resort to slapping together forged letters to slander people. Don't waste everyone's time. Han Xiaofeng, unfazed, had expected this and was about to present another piece of evidence when... Wait. Yushu suddenly cut in, his eyes locked onto the silver note in Lu Jianwei's palm. Manager, may I take a look? Lu Jianwei handed it over. Wait a moment. Yushu covered his eyes with both hands. Innkeeper, could you unfold that very crumpled banknote? Lu Jianwei seemed thoughtful and complied, smoothing out the folded banknote until the details on its surface were fully visible. At the top center of the banknote was printed the words, Ministry of Revenue Official Note, followed by the denomination. The rest of the space was filled with intricate patterns and inscriptions, including the date, serial number, and official seal. It's unfolded. What did you want to say? Yushu said, could you check the last stroke of the character note? Does it look slightly longer than the standard version? Banknotes were printed under strict government regulations. Even the slightest smudge or damage rendered them unusable. He's right. Jean Pixiao, never one to shy away from stirring trouble, pulled out 100-tael note of his own for comparison before declaring loudly, Innkeeper Lu, is that a counterfeit in your hands? The esteemed master of leisurely Cloud Manor, resorting to fake money to swindle people. And no, that's impossible. Song Sen's shock was unmistakable as he reached to snatch the note, only for Lu Jianwei to deftly evade him. Han Xiaofeng, sharp as ever, sensed something amiss and stepped forward, blocking Song Xian. His piercing gaze fixed on Yushu. Yushu, what do you have to say? Yushu lowered his hands, his eyes red-rimmed as he glared venomously at Song Xian. I wasn't sure before, but now I am. You're the murderer. You killed my father. I'll avenge him. Despite his fury, he didn't recklessly charge forward. Instead, he turned to Han Xiaofeng. This banknote has deep creases. If you don't believe me, follow the folds, you should be able to fold it into a paper crane. Han Xiaofeng took the note. Sure enough, the creases were deeply ingrained, as if it had been folded the same way for years. With deft fingers, he folded it swiftly. In mere moments, a delicate paper crane perched on his fingertip, as if ready to take flight. The truth was undeniable. Song Xian had produced a banknote whose creases Yushu recognized at a glance enough to identify the last stroke of the character note as slightly elongated and to pinpoint the origin of the folds. What did that mean? It meant the money in Song Sen's possession was unmistakably from White Crane Manor, money Yushu knew intimately. Song Xian had stolen from White Crane Manor. If anyone still doubted his involvement in the massacre at White Crane Manor, they were a fool. Well, so it really was you who killed Master Yu. Jean Pixiao's booming voice was loud enough for spies outside to hear. Master Song, you hid your crimes well. Han Xiaofeng locked eyes with Yushu. How did you know? Yushu answered plainly, when I was a child, I was mischievous. I once played with a banknote and tried tracing the character note because it looked complicated. I messed up the last stroke. It ended up slightly longer than the standard. The rest of the strokes matched the printed text, so unless you looked closely, you wouldn't notice. My father scolded me, and I cried so hard he comforted me by folding the banknote into a paper crane to cheer me up. Later, that crane became my bookmark. I remember, before I left the manor, it was tucked inside a travelogue on the second shelf of my father's bookcase. His explanation was so precise that everyone present was convinced this banknote undeniably belonged to White Crane Manor, and Song Xian was the thief who had murdered and looted. Who could have imagined his greed ran so deep that he'd even ransack a book for a hidden paper crane? You'd never find that crane unless you flipped through the book. Tears streamed down Yushu's face as he choked out. He was after the treasure map. The paper crane carried childhood memories. Seeing it now unleashed a flood of grief for his father, an unstoppable torrent of longing. Officer Han, I beg you, bring this murderer to justice. Give my father, and the dozens of lives lost at White Crane Manor, the fairness they deserve. He didn't appeal to the other martial factions for help. His earnest gaze was fixed solely on Han Xiaofeng. The Thousand Miles Tower and Black Wind Fort cared only for profit. Golden Blade Trading Company had no ties to White Crane Manor. Young Master Win's poison hadn't even been cured yet. He didn't want to trouble them further. The Epsilon. After the tragedy at White Crane Manor, only the Mystic Mirror Bureau had tirelessly pursued the truth. Only they were willing to uncover what really happened. I came here for one purpose, to arrest the culprit. Han Xiaofeng's expression was grave. Yushu bowed deeply. Thank you. No need for thanks. Han Xiaofeng turned sharply toward Song Xian. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Song Xian. He never imagined his downfall would come from a single banknote. A scoundrel like this should kowtow before Master Yu's grave in apology. Lan Ling twirled a lock of hair around her finger, her laughter lilting. Elder Chai, don't you agree? Chai Kuan declared righteously. Miss Lan speaks wisely. Song Xian, you betrayed Master Yu's years of trust and friendship, all for a treasure map. You slaughtered everyone at White Crane Manor, and if not for young Master Yu's luck in escaping and providing the Mystic Mirror Bureau with clues, witnesses, and evidence, how much longer would you have kept up this act? Huh. And what about you acting so noble? With no defense left, Song Xian dropped all pretense. When rumors of the treasure map first spread, you all circled this in like vultures. How are you any better than me? If any of you had known White Crane Manor held the map, you'd have done the same, killed for it. You're the murderer. Spare us your excuses. Chai Kuan snorted. I'll make sure the entire martial world knows of your crimes. Don't think you'll escape punishment. Song Xian threw his head back and laughed. You think you can stop me? His sword flashed from its scabbard, a blazing arc of light forcing the crowd back as he leaped toward the courtyard wall. A slender golden thread coiled around his right ankle. Lan Ling extended her arm. The bangle on her wrist had shot out the thread, its tensile strength far beyond what an ordinary blade could sever. Innkeeper Liu, this isn't a fight, it's apprehending a criminal. You can't find me for this. Her eyes shimmered like autumn waters, her crimson lips curved in a bewitching smile. For once, Liu Jianwei was at a loss. Miss Lan, you just. Her attack tools had been upgraded to the 6th tier, more than enough to suppress Song Xian. But each use cost a fortune. If someone else was willing to step in, all the better. Trapped in the golden thread, Song Xian realized escape was impossible and reacted swiftly. He pivoted, seizing Wei Lu by the collar and pressing his sword to her throat. Let me go, or I'll kill her. Tao Yang cried out, shimmy. Shifu. His mind was in chaos. One was the man who had raised him, taught him martial arts. The other was his junior sister. How had his Shifu become this monstrous? How had things come to this? Using your own disciple as a hostage, how desperate can you get? And I rolled his eyes. Miss Wei, Brother Tao, with a Shifu like this, you might as well cut ties and leave the sect. The crowd. Crude, but not wrong. Wei Lu had long seen through Song Xian's nature. Nothing he did surprised her now. She stood motionless, numb, feeling the unsteady breaths of the man behind her. How pathetic. The man she once revered had sunk to such cowardice. Master, I was already an orphan when you brought me to the manor, fed me, and taught me martial arts. Even if you kill me now, I would never hold a grudge, Wei Lu murmured with downcast eyes. But could you at least tell me how Lan Shiji and Mei Shiji really died? Song Xian froze. Shimmy, what do you mean by that? Tao Yang asked, disbelief coloring his voice. Didn't they die in an accident while on a mission? He understood Wei Lu's implication but refused to accept it. Wei Lu lifted her gaze, her eyes hollow and desolate, offering a bitter smile. Tao Shixiang, sometimes I truly envy you. Huh, Song Xian sneered, pressing the blade closer to Wei Lu's throat, a hair's breadth from drawing blood. Xiaolu, you've always been my prized disciple. I've never wronged you. Wei Lu shut her eyes. You only valued me because of my martial talent, because I could handle more important tasks. To you, my skills mattered more than my body. But for her less talented Shijis, their only worth had been their flesh. This man had no heart. He was nothing but scum. The others listened in stunned silence. Who could have imagined that Manor Lord Song, aside from slaughtering his sworn friend's family, had also been running a flesh trade under the guise of taking in disciples? Slap. A sharp strike landed on Song Xian's face, leaving a red mark that quickly swelled. Lan Ling retracted her hand, her expression icy as she flicked her wrist disdainfully. Then she turned to Liu Jianwei, her gaze turning sweetly coy. Proprietress Liu, this humble one couldn't restrain her anger and gave that beast a little lesson. Surely that doesn't count as fighting, does it? Liu Jianwei smiled. Did it hurt your hand? Proprietress Liu is so considerate. Lan Ling extended her fair, delicate palm. It does sting terribly. Let Ping Wu massage it for you. That rough, unrefined man? How could he compare to Proprietress Liu's gentle touch? Ping Wu. The crowd, while Proprietress Liu is kind and lovely, Ping Wu might still be the gentler one here. Han Xiaofeng rubbed his temples in exasperation. This was supposed to be a tense moment of apprehending a murderer. Why were they still bantering like this? For once, Song Xian's thoughts aligned with his. He felt utterly humiliated. From the start, they had treated him with contempt, as if his guilt or escape meant nothing. He was the esteemed lord of leisurely Cloud Manor. And yet, he'd just been slapped in front of everyone. Such indignity, he hadn't suffered this in years. Han Xiaofeng, if you want another corpse on your hands, go ahead and try arresting me, he bellowed, desperate to reclaim their attention. Han Xiaofeng considered for a moment. Tell me who sent you that letter, and I might let you go. Whether others allow it, that's not my problem. Lan Ling had just slapped him effortlessly, stopping him wouldn't be difficult. The only reason she hadn't yet was because she wanted more entertainment. As for Chai Kuan, despite his grand moralizing, he showed no intention of intervening. Both wanted to eliminate competition, but they'd rather let the Mystic Mirror Bureau deal with Song Xian. If Han Xiaofeng pardoned him, these two would undoubtedly step in. What letter? I know nothing. Song Xian's blade bit into Wei Lu's neck. I know that Cripple paid a fortune for the inn's protection, but my disciple. His words cut off abruptly as he stared at his sword in shock. No matter how hard he pressed, the blade refused to sink deeper. Not a single drop of blood marred Wei Lu's skin. How? He'd investigated thoroughly. 8 Directions Inn was a den of thieves. Its proprietress cared only for money. Pay her and everything would be settled. Everyone knew when Juji had paid for protection, and the inn had proven its reliability time and again, ensuring his safety. 10,000 taels a month, an impossible sum for most. His disciple certainly couldn't afford it. So why? Why would Lu Jianwei, who treasured wealth above all, protect Wei Lu? Every time Song Xian strained, the clatter of coins echoed in Lu Jianwei's ears. Her money. Wei Lu was equally astonished. She'd been prepared to die, so long as leisurely Cloud Manor's filth was exposed to the martial world. Yet, Jia Lu had shielded her. Proprietress Lu is so unfair, Lan Ling pouted. With me, it's all pay up and show me the silver. But for Wei Gunyang, you're so generous. Lu Jianwei replied, she calls me Jia. I couldn't just stand by. This humble one can call you Jia too, Lan Ling purred, swaying closer. Lu Jianwei retreated a step. No need. You're older than me. Lan Ling. And I couldn't hold back his laughter. Done with delays, Lu Jianwei cut to the chase. Officer Han, if I help you capture Song Xian, does the Mystic Mirror Bureau offer a reward? Han Xiaofeng, we do. Asterisk of course. Even now, Proprietress Lu's mind is on money. Asterisk. How much? She needed to see if the reward would cover her expenses. Using attack tools wasn't free. After a brief pause, Han Xiaofeng ventured, 500 taels? That was the highest he could authorize. The Bureau's coffers were tight. Given that everyone else here had paid tens of thousands just to enter, he worried it'd seem paltry. Lu Jianwei did the math. 500 taels equaled 500,000 copper coins. More than enough to crush Song Xian. Deal. The moment she spoke, Song Xian channeled his full strength and lunged for the courtyard wall. I can't die here. Then, an invisible force descended like a divine hand, its overwhelming power slamming into him. A 6th-rank martial artist was but an ant before a towering tree. Blood gushed from his mouth as he plummeted, crashing to the ground like a broken kite. His face turned ashen. As he lay there, despair gripped him. Unable to harm anyone. Unable to flee. What could he do? Proprietress Lu, I still need him alive for questioning, Han Xiaofeng reminded her. That letter proved someone else was pulling the strings. Song Xian couldn't die yet. Lu Jianwei nodded and struck again. The inn's tools operated at peak efficiency for their rank. At 6th rank, the attack tool was at its zenith. Song Xian, barely 6th rank, stood no chance. Asterisk MMPH. MMPH. Asterisk Song Fu, the servant with a mole on his eye, writhed on the ground after long silence, his glare fixed on Song Xian. Blood trickled from Song Xian's lips, staining the earth. At the noise, he turned to Song Fu, his eyes brimming with resentment and refusal. After enduring so much hardship to reach this pinnacle, how could he let it end like this? Heaven is unjust. Song Fu choked out another muffled cry, veins bulging in his temples. Such loyalty, Jean Piché remarked. Lu Jianwei studied their expressions and arched a brow, unconvinced. It looked like a master-servant bond, but something felt off. Before she could ponder further, a sudden cry rang out. Chai Kuan abruptly retreated several steps, pointing at Song Xian. He's trying to self-detonate. For a martial artist, self-detonation meant channeling all their inner energy and life force into a single explosive burst of destructive power. The outcome was inevitable, complete annihilation, leaving not even ashes behind. Of course, there were limitations. Martial artists below the fourth rank couldn't self-detonate, as their mastery over inner energy was insufficient. A sixth-rank martial artist's self-detonation could devastate an area of 100 jianghu, roughly 300 meters in modern terms. The closer to the epicenter, the more devastating the impact. The detonation was instantaneous, capable of momentarily elevating one's inner energy to terrifying levels. Even an eighth-rank martial king would think twice before confronting it. Chai Kuan was the first to leap over the wall, fleeing the inn at breakneck speed. Once Song Xian detonated, the 8 directions in would be reduced to dust, or so he believed. Lan Ling wasn't far behind, abandoning even Pingwu as she bolted in the opposite direction. Han Xiaofeng could have escaped, but he chose not to. Young master. Anai desperately shoved Wen Zhuji into a room, shielding the wheelchair with his own body, his back turned to Song Xian. Whether the inn's hidden expert was the mysterious figure or Lu Jianwei, there was no guarantee they could protect everyone from the blast. Uncle Zhang, Yu Shu, Shui Guanhe, and even Yan Feizang, who was in seclusion, they were all staff of the inn. If anyone was to be protected, priority would naturally go to them. Anai couldn't afford to gamble this time. When Zhuji tightened his grip on his jade flute, his usually gentle eyes turning icy. He raised his right hand, index finger hovering over the inlinguin acupoint on his calf, poised to strike. Xiao Ke, Lu Jianwei ordered decisively, activate the defensive artifact to protect everyone in the inn. Activate the offensive artifact to counter Song Xian's self-detonation. Deduct the copper coins as needed. The defensive artifact had been upgraded to the 7th rank. With enough funds to sustain it, it could shield over a dozen people present. The same went for the offensive artifact. If the money was there, it could unleash a force even more overwhelming than the self-detonation. The public ledger's balance plummeted, losing several zeros in the blink of an eye. Han Xiaofeng braced himself, channeling every ounce of his strength to resist the coming blast, already resigned to severe injuries, or worse, shattered meridians. Just as despair took hold, an invisible, indomitable barrier materialized, absorbing the full force of the explosion. A miracle at the brink of death. And it wasn't just him. Everyone in the courtyard felt it, a protective presence both gentle and invincible. Shocked glances were exchanged. Lu Jianwei hadn't moved. That meant it was the inn's elusive expert. Eyes darted around, searching for the hidden master. Lu Jianwei chuckled. No need to look. The protection fee is already on your tab. Rest assured, Innkeeper Lu, when Zhuji lowered his hand, a faint smile on his lips, 10,000 taels is hardly enough to repay a life-saving favor. To effortlessly shield over a dozen people from a 6th-rank martial artist's self-detonation, what kind of monstrous power was this? Han Xiaofeng clasped his fists. Innkeeper Lu, I owe you my life. 500 taels feels inadequate. He'd have to consider which of his properties to sell to settle this debt. Wei Lu, Tao Yang, Feng Yan, and the others snapped out of their daze, each expressing their gratitude. Even Anai beamed. Innkeeper Lu, aside from my young master, you're the greatest person in the world. Lu Jianwei. Her voice turned stern. Everyone, get inside and close the doors and windows. Confused but compliant, they obeyed. Han Xiaofeng didn't forget Song Fu, the crucial witness, dragging him into the main hall. Doors and windows sealed, they waited in tense silence. No one dared disturb her. Wide-eyed and uneasy, they exchanged silent glances, their worry palpable. In the courtyard, Song Xian's self-detonation was suppressed by the artifact. As the two forces clashed, the 6th-rank energy weakened, and the inn's public ledger took another massive hit. Lu Jianwei's heart ached. At this rate, her 90,000 taels would vanish into thin air. Xiao Ke, if I absorb some of that inner energy, could we save money? Xiao Ke, you're only 3rd rank. He's 6th. Aren't you afraid of backlash? The artifacts suppressing it, Lu Jianwei steeled herself. Fortune favors the bold. If I take the safe path, I'll never leave this inn in my lifetime. Her current rank didn't guarantee death or injury if she ventured out, but she refused to gamble on even the slimmest odds. She feared death, yes, but she'd rather die on the thorny road she chose than under another's blade. Xiaoke, be careful. Lu Jianwei took a deep breath. Open a small gap in the defensive barrier. Let's test it. The invisible wall split open, and 6th rank energy surged through like a raging tide, barreling toward her. Close it. The barrier sealed. Her nameless cultivation technique whirred into motion. With Song Xian's self-detonation masking her actions, no one inside would notice her using inner energy. Having previously helped Niu Xiaoxi neutralize a 5th rank martial artist's energy, she wasn't entirely unprepared for the violent influx. The rogue energy, now detached from its source, gradually weakened. Lu Jianwei directed her own inner force like a flood, engulfing and subduing it until it yielded, merging into her nameless energy and returning to her body. Her rank progression bar jumped forward. A grin broke across her face. It worked. She repeated the process, open a gap, let energy in, close, absorb, repeat. The energy was like premium nourishment. In moments, she surpassed 100,000 experience points, her progression bar maxing out. She broke through to the 4th rank martial master. The scales tipped further. Now stronger, she handled the 6th rank energy with greater ease, increasing the amount she absorbed from droplets to a trickle, then a rushing river. Her progression bar soared, and her capacity for digestion grew. Between the artifact's suppression and Lu Jianwei's voracious absorption, Song Xian's self-detonation was confined to a tiny radius, never fully forming. He wasn't reduced to ashes, but his meridians were obliterated. A cripple, limp as a ragdoll, sprawled on blood-soaked earth. Pain couldn't describe his state. Trapped between life and death, unable to do either. But no one cared. As the 6th rank energy neared depletion, so did the inn's funds. 90,000 taels evaporated like smoke. Lu Jianwei winced, but the exhilaration outweighed the sting. No matter. The dozen people inside owed her their lives. Even if they couldn't repay the full 90,000, surely half was manageable. The real prize was her cultivation. Having digested a portion of the energy, she'd now broken through to the 5th rank. A 5th rank martial artist could hold their own in the jianghu. With unaging years as her support, mastery of sword and blade techniques, and an arsenal of poisons for defense, she might not dominate the scene, but escape was always an option. The gnawing fear in her heart eased considerably. With the crisis resolved and the ledger's deductions halted, Lu Jianwei withdrew her energy-absorbing hand. Song Xian's face was a mask of blood, his unblinking eyes fixed on the sky above. His mouth gaped, but only a gurgle of crimson emerged. Aside from this, the 8 directions in remained completely unscathed. Lu Jianwei withdrew her aura, returning to a state of tranquility as she stood poised in the courtyard. Her elegant robes bore not a single drop of blood, untouched by the wind and dust, with not even a strand of hair out of place. Inside and outside the inn, a dead silence fell. Lan Ling and Chai Kun dashed 50 zhang away. The spies outside the inn sensed the danger and also surged into motion, retreating several dozen zhang in haste. 50 zhang was the safety zone. As 6th rank martial masters, Lan Ling and Chai Kun could easily withstand the shockwaves from this distance. They stopped, standing in separate positions, waiting for the 8 directions in to be reduced to nothing. A 6th rank martial master's self-detonation was no joke. Even an 8th rank martial king might struggle to suppress it. With so many people inside the inn needing protection, no matter how formidable the mysterious expert was, what could they possibly do? The destruction of the inn was inevitable. As for the people inside, even if they didn't die, they'd be crippled. Lan Ling sighed. What a pity. It was a shame that the remarkable person she had finally encountered would die in the explosion, her body likely rendered unrecognizable. Chai Kun didn't dwell on it. The transcription of the artisan's annotations was already complete. His mission was finished. Whether the 8 directions in was destroyed or not had nothing to do with him. In fact, it would be better if it were. At least the Black Wind Fort's reputation would be somewhat salvaged. The two of them, along with the spies, waited and waited, until the sun began to set in the west, yet the inn remained intact. Someone ventured forward to investigate, but before they could reach the courtyard wall, they were overwhelmed by the surging energy radiating from within and hastily retreated. The sun hung low above the inn's rooftops, the glazed tiles shimmering brilliantly, transforming the building into the most dazzling sight in the vast wilderness. A radiant halo spilled from the upturned eaves, magnificent and profound, casting an air of mystique over the entire inn. But this was supposed to be the self-detonation of a sixth-rank martial master. Disbelief and astonishment churned in everyone's hearts, yet the evidence was undeniable. The inn had not been reduced to ashes. There were no casualties. Only when night fell and lanterns flickered to life inside the inn did they finally snap out of their daze, overcome with indescribable awe. Lan Ling frowned slightly, her gaze toward the inn deeply conflicted. Every time she thought she had come to understand the 8 Directions Inn, it humbled her once more. As the third-ranked elder of the Thousand Miles Tower, she had been thoroughly humbled. Chai Kuen's expression was equally grave. Within the fort, attitudes toward the 8 Directions Inn had always been ambiguous. Most wanted to avenge the 2 young lords, reclaim their dignity, and restore Black Wind Fort's reputation. But if they had witnessed this scene firsthand, they would never dare entertain such delusions again. Inside the inn, Lu Jianwei reveled in the abundant energy coursing through her, her joy even eclipsing the grief of losing a fortune. She could now be considered a second-tier expert in the martial world. It's over. Everyone, come out. The hall doors swung open. Shui Guanhe rushed out first, his eyes locking onto Lu Jianwei standing gracefully in the courtyard. His admiration for her surged like an unstoppable tide. He was no longer the ignorant novice he once was. Under Uncle Zhang's seasoned tutelage, he had gained a deeper understanding of the martial world. The destructive power of a 6th-rank martial master's self-detonation was undeniable. Yet look at his master. His most kind, most beautiful, most noble master, what had she done? She had suppressed the explosion effortlessly, emerging completely unscathed. Her prowess was so overwhelming it made one want to prostrate in reverence. Master, you're incredible. In his excitement, the title he had long held in his heart slipped out. Lu Jianwei calmly instructed, "It's getting dark. Light the lanterns." "I'll do it." Yushu, seeing Song Xian's pitiful state, felt a deep satisfaction. Justice had been served. Shui Guanhe added, "We haven't eaten all day. I'll go cook." Uncle Zhang chuckled. "I'll tend to the fire." The 3 dispersed to their tasks, leaving the remaining guests gathered in the courtyard, too stunned to speak. Han Xiaofeng had long heard of the 8 Directions Inn's mysteries, which was why he had been so polite upon arrival. As a purple-robe envoy of the Mystic Mirror Bureau, he was neither welcomed by martial artists nor inclined to treat them kindly. When investigating cases elsewhere, he often had to rely on intimidation rather than reason. Yes. Thankfully, he had made the right choice. He hadn't offended Innkeeper Lu. "Innkeeper Lu, I will remember this kindness," he said with a cupped fist salute. "I didn't bring much silver with me on this trip. Would it be acceptable if I returned after concluding this case to properly express my gratitude?" Still basking in her triumph, Lu Jianwei generously agreed. "Envoy Han, how do you plan to deal with Song Xian and Song Fu?" "Naturally, I'll take them back to the Mystic Mirror Bureau for interrogation." Though Song Xian's meridians were shattered and he could no longer speak, with proper medicine and rest, he would eventually recover enough to answer questions. And if he couldn't, there was still Song Fu. Hearing this, Tao Yang's mind reeled in confusion. His master had become a murderer, arrested by the Mystic Mirror Bureau. What would become of leisurely Cloud Manor now? And what about what Wei Lu had said about Senior Sister Lan and Senior Sister Mei? What had really happened? His thoughts were a tangled mess, as though his entire world had collapsed. Wei Lu, however, remained composed. Seeing the despicable villain captured, she felt a fierce satisfaction. "Envoy Han, you mentioned earlier that he led over 100 men to raid White Crane Manor. But on the night of the incident, most of Leisurely Cloud Manor's disciples were present at the manor. Even those traveling outside numbered no more than a dozen. Where had the remaining 100 come from?" Han Xiaofeng's expression turned solemn. "Thank you for the lead, Miss Wei. I've already uncovered traces of this, but I don't yet have a clear picture of who was involved. Leisurely Cloud Manor was far more complicated than it seemed. Wei Lu's face darkened with sorrow. The other disciples in the manor didn't know, but while preparing the deceased senior sisters for burial, I noticed something strange about their deaths. I looked through the manor's records of those who had passed and realized that the sisters who died accidentally were all third rank or below, most around 16 years old. Monsters. And I spat in fury. Miss Wei, you shouldn't stay in such a place any longer. Who knows what filth you might be tainted with? Wei Lu hesitated, glancing at Lu Jianwei. Though the manor lord is vile, most of my fellow disciples are kind and righteous. I don't know what to do. Unlike Tao Yang, who seemed on the verge of collapse, she was simply lost. Leisurely Cloud Manor itself was not at fault, it was the people within it. Lu Jianwei understood her dilemma and, after a brief pause, chose to lay it bare. The manor is blameless, and so are its disciples. But sustaining a manor requires money. Where does that money come from? Could the deceased sisters you mentioned have been exploited as tools for profit? Can you still stay in such a place? Wei Lu's face turned deathly pale. If the manor's entire livelihood was built on the blood money earned from selling those sisters' lives. She gagged violently. Tao Yang felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Trembling uncontrollably, his grip on his sword shook as his face alternated between ashen and sickly green. Unable to contain himself, he turned on Song Xian and demanded, "Is what she said true? Is what Innkeeper Lu said true? Did you really do this? Then what about Xiaozhu? Was her death not an accident either?" But Song Xian couldn't answer. He could only lie there, his eyes wide and unblinking, his breath ragged and weak. "Who's Xiaozhu?" And I voiced the question on everyone's mind. Wei Lu looked at the devastated Tao Yang, her expression complex. Senior sister Zhu saved Tao Yang's life when they were children. They grew up together. But while senior sister Zhu was beautiful, her martial talent was lacking. She had later died in an accident during a mission. "Oh," and I pressed, "are all the disciples in your manor orphans?" "Yes," Wei Lu said quietly. "He picked us all up from the streets." And I remarked casually, "Are you sure they were truly orphans picked up off the streets? Just randomly found, and you happened to stumble upon beauties like Miss Wei and young Master Tao? Are all the other disciples of the manor this good-looking?" The two paled further, their pupils contracting sharply, breaths growing heavy and ragged. They hadn't considered this before, but now that I pointed it out, the more they thought about it, the more horrified they became. What if they hadn't been orphans at all? The others wore similarly shaken expressions. If this were true, then Song Xian deserved death by 1,000 cuts. The sins he had committed were far too deep and grievous. Envoy Han, let the Mystic Mirror Bureau investigate Song Xian's crimes and announce them to the world. Lu Jianwei's gaze swept over the rest. As for the earlier protection fee, aside from the in-staff, 10,000 taels per person. She deliberately quoted a high price first. If anyone couldn't pay, she'd adjust accordingly. But no one objected. Life was always more precious than money. Given the perilous situation earlier, had it not been for Lu Jianwei and the possible presence of other experts, most of them would have died on the spot. When Zhuji was the first to speak. "Manager Lu, given the dire circumstances earlier, you turned the tide at great cost. One is willing to pay 20,000 taels each for I, Brother Jean, and myself." Lu Jianwei's eyes lit up instantly. Such generosity from a wealthy man. She smiled brightly. "You've already paid before a month's protection. It's only right that I safeguard you. The previous agreement applied to ordinary circumstances. What happened just now was extraordinary. One is happy to pay separately as thanks for saving our lives. Please accept it." And I fetched the money box. And I hurried inside and returned moments later with a wooden case, presenting it to Lu Jianwei. "Manager Lu, you were truly heroic earlier, a rare and righteous soul in this world. And I admires you from the bottom of his heart." Lu Jianwei motioned for Uncle Zhang to take it. No wonder he was the wealthiest man in the south, not only generous, but also eloquent. She loved doing business with people like him. "Wait," Jean Pichio suddenly interjected. "Brother Wen, you covered for me earlier, and I already felt guilty. This time, I'll pay for myself." "Brother Jean, no need for formalities," Wen Zhuji said with a smile. "But if you insist, I do have a request." "Speak freely," Jean Pichio replied readily. "If the treasure map is deciphered, could I ask your merchant brothers to help me retrieve a certain medicinal herb?" The rest of the treasure can be divided among them. Jean Pixia frowned. That won't do. The herb is yours, and so is the treasure. I'll rally my brothers to help you recover it all. The others, the more they listened, the greener their envy grew. Once the two reached an agreement, Lu Jianwei accepted 60,000 taels in banknotes, her mood soaring as she stepped behind the counter. Hiding the money in the drawer, she transferred it into the system, watching the public account balance shoot up to 60,000. If only there were more magnanimous tycoons like this. Sister Lu, Wei Lu wiped her tears and approached the counter, eyes red. I don't have that much on me, but once I return and gather the funds, I'll bring them to you. Is that all right? Lu Jianwei asked kindly, will you be able to raise the money once you return? Wei Lu nodded. Tao Yang and I discussed it earlier. Once Song Xian's crimes are publicly declared, we'll disband leisurely Cloud Manor. All its assets will be frozen at Tanchi Bank. 40,000 will go to you as thanks. Once the Mystic Mirror Bureau verifies the disciples' origins, if they weren't orphans, we'll use the remaining funds to compensate their families. If they were, the money will be split evenly so they can start anew. Lu Jianwei gave a slight nod but offered no further comment. She didn't ask about their future plans or whether the other disciples would comply. Everyone had their own path, no need to interfere. The four from the Mystic Mirror Bureau promised to deliver their payment once the case was closed. Both the reward and the protection fee were secured. Yushu suddenly spoke up. Envoy Han, you've pursued the White Crane Manor case tirelessly, even risking your lives. You shouldn't have to pay. Though White Crane Manor is gone, some relics and properties remain. Selling them off should cover the cost. The boy's sincerity was palpable. Even Han Xiaofeng, hardened by years of investigations, felt a rare flicker of warmth. He replied gently, we've been to White Crane Manor. Its treasures were all looted, likely by Song Xian and his men. You and Uncle Zhang can compile a list. If any items are recovered from leisurely Cloud Manor's vaults, you may take them back. As for our protection fees, the Mystic Mirror Bureau will handle them. Envoy Han. Yushu looked anxious. Lu Jianwei cut in smoothly. Your impartiality is commendable, Envoy Han. But since you've worked day and night, risking your lives for the truth, I'll offer a discount 5,000 taels per person, deducted from Yushu's account. This way, you repay me and Yushu repays you. Fair. 5,000 each for 4 people totaled 20,000. Added to the earlier 60 and 40,000, that made 120,000. Still a profit. Han Xiaofeng's stern features softened. He clasped his hands toward Lu Jianwei, then nodded at Yushu. Han thanks you both. Not all martial artists were unreasonable. Despite the dangers, the case had concluded smoothly. Lu Jianwei added, the protection fee can wait, but don't forget the reward. Han Xiaofeng chuckled. Rest assured, Manager Lu. No one returned to their rooms. Instead, they gathered in the hall, waiting for Shui Guanhe to serve dinner. Han Xiaofeng had administered medicine to keep Song Xian alive, but left his shattered meridians untreated. Few could endure the agony of broken meridians. Let him suffer for his countless innocent victims. Only Ping Wu remained standing. He was the last to enter, approaching Lu Jianwei and saying, Manager Lu, I possess nothing of value. I've no way to repay your life-saving grace. The crowd, trying to skip out on the bill? Lu Jianwei arched a brow. You're Lan Ling's man. She'll cover you. Who said I'd pay for him? Lan Ling sauntered into the courtyard, her waist swaying, bells tinkling sweetly. He belongs to you, Lu Jianwei said coolly. Lan Ling giggled. He was mine, but not anymore. Manager Lu, if he truly can't pay, why not take him in? He's delicate, obedient, and skilled at serving. You won't regret it. Lu Jianwei. She wanted money, not a freeloader. Handsome men were a dime a dozen was money? Besides, she had no interest in second-hand goods. Shameless nonsense. Shui Guanhe stormed out of the kitchen, fuming. Our manager is pure as jade, how could she stoop to your level? Lan Ling? The others stifled laughter. Lu Jianwei's expression turned icy. You brought him here. Either pay or take him with you. I'm broke. Lan Ling spread her hands, feigning helplessness. Lu Jianwei's patience snapped. Debt dodgers were the inn's enemies. Ping Wu stepped forward, head bowed. Manager Lu, if you'll have me, I'll work as your servant for life. We don't need more servants. Shui Guanhe snapped. Stop trying to seduce the manager. Exactly. Being a shop assistant for life can wave 10,000 tails. And I chimed in, never one to miss out on stirring the pot. What kind of assistant is worth that much? Jean Pichot joined in, right, if that's the case, I'd gladly be an assistant too. Heck, I'd even pay for the privilege. The crowd. Yu Shu, ever the most proactive, wasted no time pulling out a silver note from his sleeve and handing it to Lu Jianwei. Boss, that one from Song Xian earlier was damaged and unusable. Here's a genuine one to swap it out. And these, all the money I've earned these past 10 days, I'm giving it all to you. As he spoke, he produced dozens more silver notes, all contributions from Lan Ling, Chai Kuan, and Song Xian. Lan Ling pouted. Manager Lucy? All my money's been spent on paying to read books. Lu Jianwei shot her a sharp look. Then can you even afford to stay at the inn tonight? I still have 5 taels left. Lu Jianwei nodded. As long as the money was paid, all was well. She pushed Yu Shu's silver notes back to him. Keep your money. You'll need it for many things in the future. Learning the esoteric arts of Chimanduanjia wasn't just about books, it required expensive tools for practice. The fortune left by White Crane Manor might not even cover it. Seeing her firm expression, Yu Shu had no choice but to gather the notes back. Lord Pingwu, since you can't pay up and we're not short on assistance, how about writing an IOU and earning the money elsewhere? Monthly installments sound fair. Lu Jianwei offered him a way out. With his skills as a 4th-rank martial artist, finding work wouldn't be hard. He could easily join a security escort or take on commissions. Or, worst case, find another patron. Pingwu. How about this? I'll pay his 10,000 taels for him. Chai Kuan strode in, his voice booming. The crowd was stunned. Since when did Elder Chai of Blackwind Fort have such tastes? Even Pingwu took an involuntary step back. Realizing the implication, Chai Kuan quickly clarified, Blackwind Fort is short on manpower. Lord Pingwu is a 4th-rank martial artist. Would he consider becoming a retainer for our fort? Pingwu thanks Elder Chai. He clasped his hands and bowed, making his choice. Chai Kuan handed over the 10,000 taels, his tone meaningful. Manager Lu, you're truly full of surprises. I'm impressed. You flatter me, Elder Chai. Lu Jianwei accepted the 10 1,000 tael notes, then asked, will you be staying at the inn tonight? Naturally. 1 room with Lord Pingwu or Chai Kuan, 2 rooms. That'll be 1,000 coins, plus a 1,000 coin deposit. Chai Kuan had no choice but to keep paying. Once you entered 8 directions in, emptying your pockets was your fate. The others watched the spectacle from the table. Lan Ling's former servant had now become a retainer of Blackwind Fort. What a twist. No one could figure out what Chai Kuan was thinking. Lu Jianwei suddenly remembered something and turned to Feng Yan. If I recall, you still owe me money. The special ink and paper she'd provided had been bought from the systems shop, and she'd nearly forgotten. Don't worry, Manager Lu. It'll be repaid along with the reward, Han Xiaofeng said. These things have to go through official channels at the Mystic Mirror Bureau. Approval takes time, so please bear with the delay. Lu Jianwei, no problem. As long as they paid eventually. After dinner, Lu Jianwei returned to her 3rd-floor room. The day's profits had left her invigorated, too energized to rest. She sat cross-legged on the bed. She'd absorbed too much internal energy and needed time to fully refine it, stabilizing her cultivation. Outside, a bright moon hung in the night sky, its glow bathing the wilderness. The inn's lanterns flickered in harmony with the moonlight. The plain wooden plaque above the gate, 8 directions in, was unassuming, yet it inexplicably inspired awe. The insuppression of a self-destructing 6th-rank warrior had sent shockwaves through the surrounding spies. They wanted to report the truth, but feared their superiors wouldn't believe them. Who would, without seeing it firsthand? If the inn had once been shrouded in mystery, it now carried another label, untouchable by anyone below the 8th rank. In the eyes of those who'd witnessed its power, the inn stood above all, beyond provocation. But how many 8th-rank martial kings even existed? Most were ancient recluses, unlikely to meddle with an unfathomable place like this. The next morning, Han Xiaofeng and his 3 companions finished breakfast and left with Song Xian and Song Fu in custody. Wei Lu and Tao Yang also bid farewell to Lu Jianwei, returning to leisurely Cloud Manor to handle loose ends. Peace returned to the inn. With one less competitor, Lan Ling and Chai Kuan were in high spirits. Until the treasure map was deciphered, they remained cordial. But once it was, the martial world would drown in blood. 10 days later, the Mystic Mirror Bureau delivered 500 taels as a reward and 300 to settle the debt. The 500 went to the inn's public account, the 300 to Liu Jianwei's private funds. Leisurely Cloud Manor sent a seal, redeemable for 40,000 taels at Moonview City's Tianqi Bank. Tianqi Bank, the official bank of the Qi dynasty, was reliable and widespread. The Mystic Mirror Bureau also uncovered a trove of White Crane Manor's wealth in Song Xian's private vault, all deposited under Yushu's name. He could claim it with proof of identity, once he could leave the inn. For now, repaying Liu Jianwei's 20,000 tael life-saving fee to the Bureau would have to wait. Liu Jianwei tallied the inn's accounts. After the 9,000 taels spent during the self-destruction incident, another 100,000 had come in. Upgrading the attack tools would have to wait. Making money was hard. Windfalls like this didn't come often. Now that the inn's reputation had soared, there wouldn't be easy targets like the Thousand Miles Tower or Blackwind Fort anymore. Bored, she examined the map. 5 square miles of private land, 8,000 acres waiting to be utilized. She dragged the map north to Moonview City, its usual swarm of dots unchanged. Further north, beyond the city's borders, a slow-moving cluster of 100 dots approached the northern gate. Refugees. From Yongzhou. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of internal energy shot into the sky before vanishing just as quickly. A 6th-rank mid-tier aura. Brother Yan's out of seclusion. Jean Pixiao's laughter echoed up to the 3rd floor. You look radiant. Your blade skills sharper than ever. Congratulations on the breakthrough. Yan Feizang, having secluded himself, was brimming with newfound insights. Rarely one to smile, he did so now. Thank you, Brother Jean. Then he turned toward the main building, lifted his gaze, and bowed deeply. Thank you, Manager Liu, for your guidance. Liu Jianwei stepped out onto the balcony, looking down at the scruffy Yan Feizang in the courtyard. Her voice was gentle. While you were away, Shui Guanhe struggled with cooking. No one else splits firewood as neatly or burns as long as yours. Go clean up, then head to the back and sharpen your blade. Yan Feizang. The others. Chapter. The Hidden Treasure Map, As long as the treasure map remained unsolved, the spies outside the inn refused to leave. Some martial artists, unaffiliated with any faction and purely there for the spectacle, gathered together, murmuring among themselves. It's been days since the clues were leaked, and still no one's cracked it? If it were that easy, White Crane Manor would have claimed the treasure long ago. Why wait till now? True. Who knows when this'll end? I'd rather it stays unsolved. Otherwise, who knows how many more will die over it? I just don't get it. Those major factions are already rolling in wealth. They can casually toss out 100,000 taels for ransoms. Why bother with some treasure? Whoever thinks they have enough money? And who knows how many fortunes this treasure might hold? Aren't you curious how Song Xian got his hands on the map in the first place? The Mystic Mirror Bureau issued a notice, said he was instructed by a mastermind through a letter. Who sent the letter? Still unknown. Typical of the Mystic Mirror Bureau, utterly useless. I'm more interested in how Lu Chao found out. Rumor has it they were the ones who first spread the news. They've already been arrested by the Bureau. Claimed they overheard it by chance, tracked young Master Yu's movements, and tried to seize the map, only to be thrown out by Manager Liu. Anyway, that treasure's either meant for Thousand Miles Tower or Blackwind Fort. No use dreaming about it. Better focus on other matters. Refugees from Yongzhou have arrived, just outside Moonview City. What's that got to do with me? They're camped north of the city. If the authorities don't step in, they might head south and the inn's on the southern side. Hiss. The inn's walls aren't exactly city fortifications. What are you worried about? The inn survived an explosion. What's a bunch of refugees? Fair point. Inside the inn, news of the refugees had also spread. Having experienced displacement himself, Yushu sympathized. Maybe I should withdraw some funds from the bank and buy food for them. The authorities won't ignore this, Shui Guanhe reassured him. Even if they do, my father will set up soup kitchens. They won't starve. And I pushed Wen Zhuji forward in his wheelchair. Manager Liu, I have a request, Wen Zhuji said. Liu Jianwei wasn't afraid of requests, she was more concerned if he had none. Please, go ahead. And I plan to go to Moonview City to purchase grain and distribute porridge to the refugees. Lu Jianwei raised an eyebrow. Now? Aren't you worried about being ambushed? With the treasure map's clues in his possession, countless eyes were fixed on him. With Brother Yan's protection, no one would dare, Wen Zhuji said plainly. So I'd like to ask Yan Feizong to accompany me. I'll pay a commission and compensate for the lost firewood chopping labor. Beta. Lu Jianwei had no reason to refuse. She adored straightforward financial transactions. Now that the inn's defenses surpassed Yan Feizong's skills, there was no need to keep him tethered here. A side job as a bodyguard was perfect. Brother Wen's kindness is a blessing for those refugees, Jean Pixiao remarked as he approached. Kindness. Wen Zhuji chuckled wryly. I'm just hoping good deeds bring good fortune. Perhaps it'll help me find the antidote sooner. His honesty didn't strike anyone as insincere. Actions spoke louder than intentions. Lu Jianwei smiled. You'll surely be rewarded, Master Wen. Though, why not send Ni alone? Why go yourself? Nis young, Wen Zhuji replied. I worry he might overlook details. Shui Guanhe interjected, that's easy, I'll write to my father. He can help Ni purchase grain and organize the porridge distribution. The rice shops in town will give him face and keep prices reasonable. Master Wen, you should stay here. Well, Shui makes sense, Jean Pixiao agreed. Let Yan escort Ni and enlist Shui's father's help. You shouldn't risk it. After a moment's thought, Wen Zhuji clasped his hands. Thank you, Brother Shui. Don't call me Brother Shui. Shui Guanhe waved sheepishly. Just Guanhe is fine. I'll write the letter now. Yan Feizong. Did anyone care about his opinion? Soon, Ni and Yan Feizong set off for Moonview City in the inn's donkey cart, when Zhuji's luxurious carriage was ill-suited for transporting grain. The spies outside watched them leave, but dismissed it upon learning it was just Wen Zhuji's servant buying provisions for refugees. Wen Zhuji, the famed Jiang'an tycoon, was known not just for his quest for rare medicines, but also for his philanthropy. Whenever disaster struck, he donated generously, even establishing orphanages for homeless children. To commoners, he was a saint. To martial artists, he was just a man with too much money to burn. Had he not been preoccupied with the treasure hunt, he'd have already aided Yongzhou's earthquake victims. Now, with refugees at Moonview City's gates, his actions raised no suspicion. Even those eyeing Ni hesitated under Yan Feizong's intimidating presence. 5 days passed uneventfully. Then, on the 6th morning after breakfast, Wen Zhuji suddenly announced he'd joined the trip and invited Jean Pixiao. Lan Ling and Chai Kun immediately sensed something amiss and intercepted the four at the courtyard gate. Master Wen, Lan Ling twirled the bells on her wrist, smiling coyly. Have you deciphered the map? Why not take me along? Chai Kun added, Brother Wen, with your vast wealth, you surely care little for mere treasure. You seek only the rare medicine within. Let us accompany you. The medicine is yours, and we'll split the rest. Shameless. And I snapped. Who's your brother? We're not friends. Look at your age, disgraceful. Yan Feizong stepped forward, blade in hand, shielding Wen Zhuji. Elder Chai, Miss Lan, Jean Pixiao sighed. We're just helping with the porridge. The refugee numbers have grown. Young Master Jean, I'll lend a hand too. Chai Kun stroked his beard. They say charity brings blessings. I'd like to test that. Charity? Did you buy the grain? Cook the porridge? Keep order. And I retorted. Black Wind Fort should rename itself Shameless Fort. Chai Kun. Master Wen, Lan Ling batted her lashes. I'm sticking with you. Wen Zhuji lowered his gaze, considering. Then, calmly, he said, Very well. Let's make a deal. You've truly solved it? Chai Kun's eyes widened. What are your terms? Lan Ling suppressed a smile. Wen Zhuji, even if you've discovered the treasure's location, what can you and the Golden Blade Trading House actually obtain? You'd likely be assassinated halfway there. Since you can't hold on to the treasure anyway, why not just reveal it? For the sake of your handsome face, I might even sell you the miraculous medicine if I find it. Wen Zhuji turned his wheelchair and slowly moved toward the hall's entrance, lifting his gaze to the woman watching the commotion behind the counter. Shopkeeper Lu, care to make a deal? Lu Jianwei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Do tell. I'll reveal the treasure's exact location and provide a map of its internal traps. If you retrieve the miraculous medicine, it's mine. The rest of the riches are yours. How does that sound? The offer was too tempting. Lan Ling and Chai Kun would have agreed without hesitation. Why wasn't he making this deal with them instead? Lu Jianwei rested her chin on one hand, the dangling hairpin at her temple swaying slightly, casting a golden glow against her fair, flawless cheek. Her eyes sparkled with amusement. When Gongzi, I have no interest in treasure. She loved wealth, but she knew her limits. To outsiders, she appeared peerlessly skilled, backed by a powerful faction, making Wenjuji's choice to negotiate with her seem wise. But she knew the truth: she had no sect, no allies. Even if she learned the treasure's location, she wouldn't dare retrieve it. With wolves circling all around, accepting this deal would only invite endless assassinations. Wenjuji didn't seem surprised. Then let's strike another bargain. I plan to stay long-term at the inn. You'll ensure my safety, 10,000 taels per month as before. His initial 1-month agreement had expired. It was time to renew. Lu Jianwei smiled faintly. Easily arranged. Wenjuji, what's the meaning of this? Chai Kun frowned. Do you plan to hide in this inn forever and never speak? Don't you want the miraculous medicine anymore? Lan Ling added with a sneer. You think you can outlast us? You're so sure we can't crack the code? Ridiculous. Wenjuji ignored them and instructed Anai, return to our room. He left without another word, leaving Lan Ling and Chai Kun no time to issue threats. Only the sight of the firmly shut door remained. The ultimate victor was Lu Jianwei, once again pocketing 10,000 taels. 5 more days passed. Wenjuji spent his time leisurely reading, drinking tea, and playing chess, as if his urgency for the medicine had faded. Anai and Yen Feizong continued their daily routine of distributing porridge outside the city. But Lan Ling and Chai Kun were running out of patience. They had received word their respective factions' experts had made no progress deciphering the copied manuscript of the artisan's annotations. Do you truly believe Wenjuji cracked the treasure map? Chai Kun sought out Lan Ling. Though competitors, immense profit could make them temporary allies. Lan Ling twirled the silk sash at her waist, smirking. He's a master of esoteric arts. He might have actually figured it out. But a cripple like him, if not for the protection of 8 Directions Inn, would we really be so helpless? Shall we test him then? Agreed. In the courtyard, Wenjuji was patiently instructing Yushu when the 2 intruders approached. When Gongzi, since shopkeeper Lu has no interest in the treasure, why not make this deal with us instead? Wenjuji didn't look up. You lack sincerity. I won't entertain it. It's not that we're insincere, Chai Kun explained, his tone placating. No one has cracked the riddle yet, so your sudden claim of solving it naturally raises doubts. Wenjuji replied mildly, if you don't trust me, why bother negotiating? When Gongzi, your earlier proposal to shopkeeper Lu mentioned both the treasure's location and some trap diagram. That suggests the traps are just as crucial. Perhaps we could start with the first deal, build trust before discussing the second. What do you say? Chai Kun offered earnestly. Wenjuji lifted his gaze, meeting his eyes with a faint smile. Without hesitation, he stated, 100,000 taels each. I'll disclose the treasure's location. The 2 men. This guy was as ruthless as shopkeeper Lu. You think that's too much? Yushu scoffed from the sidelines. The treasure holds countless riches. How many 100,000s could it be worth? Are the Silent Moon Pavilion and Black Wind Fort really so impoverished they can't spare a mere 100,000? Lan Ling laughed, her voice like silver chimes. Young master, you jokes. It's not the cost I mind, it's the uncertainty. What if there's no treasure? I'd be at a loss. And with Gongzi under shopkeeper Lu's protection, what could I possibly do to him afterward? Exactly, Chai Kun agreed. When Juji asked, what do you propose? Tell us the location. If we find the treasure, the medicine is yours. The remaining wealth? You'll get 10%, no effort required on your part. Just wait here. Silence descended. Behind the counter, Lu Jianwei flipped a page of her book, whispering to her system, Xiao Ke, look at these people, each one greedier than the last. They claim he doesn't need to lift a finger, but who's to say how much treasure they'd actually declare? If they claim it's only worth 10,000 taels and give him 1,000, who dare refute them? Perhaps it's the influence of their surroundings, Xiao Ke mused. Lu Jianwei narrowed her eyes. Are you implying something about me? Xiao Ke, you drew the connection, not me. The trio in the courtyard parted ways once more, unsatisfied. Not long after, Anai and Yen Feizong returned from their porridge distribution, gulping down a bowl of water before seeking out Shui Guanhe. "We saw your father today." He seemed troubled. When I asked, he said the city's been restless. Several people have died recently, all poisoned. The authorities confirmed it wasn't ordinary poison and have reported it to the Mystic Mirror Bureau. Shui Guanhe paled. "Who died? Is my family safe?" "Your family's fine. The victims weren't notable figures, I didn't catch their names." Shui Guanhe's heart pounded. "I hope the Mystic Mirror Bureau solves the case soon." "Do you remember Niu Xiaoxi?" Yushu suddenly interjected. "He and his father went to the market and were poisoned too." "Everyone." "Who's Niu Xiaoxi?" Yen Feizong asked. Anna explained, "You were in seclusion then. A child poisoned with beauty's envy. His father begged shopkeeper Lu for help, and she saved him." Yen Feizong was stunned. What else had happened while he was secluded? Didn't Lin Songwei die long ago? How could beauty's envy still be around? Lin Songwei was the creator of beauty's envy, a poison she used to kill faithless men, inciting the martial world's wrath. Hunted and cornered, she took her own life. Beauty's envy vanished from the jianghu. Of course, in the year or two after her death, sporadic cases emerged, all resolved by the Divine Physician Valley. The consensus was that some had purchased the poison from Lin Songwei while she lived. But eventually, beauty's envy disappeared entirely. Yen Feizong knew this well. A cousin of his had once been poisoned, surviving only after the Divine Physician Valley's costly intervention. The victim this time isn't a martial artist, just an ordinary commoner. I doubt anyone will care much. It all depends on whether the Mystic Mirror Bureau can solve the case, Anai remarked casually. Shui Guanhe frowned with worry. I still can't shake this unease. With a poisoner lurking in the city, I'm concerned about my family. You can't neutralize poisons, and your martial skills aren't high enough. Going back wouldn't help, Anai said bluntly. The one who injured Niu Xiaoxi was a 5th-rank martial artist. 5th rank. Yen Feizong's brows furrowed. If an ordinary child takes a full strike from a 5th-rank martial artist, how could they survive? Lu Jianwei interjected. They didn't use their full strength, or rather, the strike was interrupted before it landed. She had absorbed that burst of internal energy. Its level was indeed 5th rank, but the force was incomplete. Otherwise, Niu Xiaoxi wouldn't have survived long enough for treatment. I see, Yen Feizong murmured. Lu Jianwei turned to Shui Guanhe. If you're worried your family might suffer unjustly, I can prepare some antidotes for beauty's envy. Tomorrow, Yen Feizong can deliver them. However, we can't be certain the victim was poisoned by beauty's envy. Shui Guanhe brightened immediately. Thank you, innkeeper. How much for the antidotes? I'll buy enough for everyone. 10 taels per dose, Lu Jianwei stated without hesitation. How many are in your household? Shui Guanhe counted. 20 family members, plus another 10, the tavern owner, staff, and cooks. 30 in total. I'll write to my father and have him prepare 300 taels. Master Yen, could you bring it back? Yen Feizong suddenly realized something. Innkeeper Lu, why do you even have the antidote? And selling it for just 10 taels. Rumors claimed only the Divine Physician Valley held the formula. And 10 taels per dose? His cousin had spent a fortune to obtain it. His face betrayed his confusion. He was never skilled at hiding his thoughts. Lu Jianwei's heart sank. Had she priced it too low? But the antidote's ingredients weren't overly expensive, and 10 taels was already a significant sum for ordinary farmers. How much does Divine Physician Valley charge? She asked. Yen Feizong hesitated, unconsciously stepping back. 1,000 gold. Lu Jianwei. 1,000 gold, not 1,000 taels. Was being a physician this lucrative? Or were martial artists just that easy to fleece? Then again, if money wasn't flowing freely, how could places like Black Wind Fort casually produce over 100,000 taels? She'd been too naive. Forcing calm into her voice, though her eyes glinted frostily, she said, Divine Physician Valley truly has no shame. When Zhuxi chuckled. Places like the 8 Directions Inn, where quality meets affordability, are rare in the martial world. The others? Divine Physician Valley might be extortionate, but the 8 Directions Inn wasn't exactly affordable either. Lu Jianwei found his words pleasing. The tightness in her chest eased slightly, and she resolved to price her services more boldly in the future. She'd been too soft-hearted. Time to learn from Divine Physician Ballet's example. You're a perceptive man, young Master Wen, she smiled. If you ever need to do business in the future, come to me. As long as I can deliver, I'll give you a fair price. When Zhuji's smile deepened. Certainly. Night fell. After dinner, everyone retired to their rooms. And I lit calming incense, muttering, "Young master, with them trapping us here, our search for medicine is delayed. You'll have to endure a few more days of suffering." Due to his affliction, when Zhuji often struggled to sleep. "It's fine," he said, loosening his robe and shifting onto the bed with effort. "Even if we left the inn, finding medicine wouldn't be straightforward." And I scowled. "They're shameless." "It's late. Go wash up and rest," when Zhuji murmured, closing his eyes. "Leave one lamp burning." And I obeyed and left. Faint candlelight seeped through the bed curtains. When Zhuji opened his eyes and retrieved 2 slips of paper from his sleeve. Different handwriting, yet identical in content. *100, 000 tales for the location and trap schematics. 2/10 of the treasures and spiritual herbs are yours. If you agree, keep a lamp lit tonight. Lan Ling and Chai Kun had publicly allied to corner him, yet each had secretly sent notes, both vying to be the first to unearth the treasure. Internal energy surged in his palm, reducing the slips to dust. The lamp burned through the night, its oil spent before dawn. After breakfast, Lan Ling and Chai Kun returned to their rooms as usual, meditating and training. And I and Yen Feizong set off again for Moonview City. Upon arrival, I said, "Master Yen, we're running low on funds for provisions. I'll withdraw more from the bank." Yen Feizong nodded. "I'll deliver the letter and medicine to the Shui household." They parted ways at the crossroads. At the bank, I presented 2 tokens to the manager. 200,000 taels, all deposited under Nanzhou's Wen clan. 1 token represented the 1,000 Miles Pavilion, the other Black Wind Fort, both seals only high-ranking elders could produce. The manager hastily transferred the sum into Zhuji's account. By noon, Shui Guanhe finished preparing lunch and asked Yushu to summon the others. Yushu headed upstairs but was stopped by Lu Jianwei. "Don't bother. They've already left." After breakfast, Lan and Chai had slipped away unnoticed. Their private dealings with Wen Zhuji hadn't escaped the inn's surveillance. Yushu blinked. "Ping Wu's gone too." Lu Jianwei nodded. Lan Ling, a 6th-rank martial artist with unique skills, had departed first, evading detection, except from the inn's watchful systems. Chai Kun and Ping Wu followed shortly after. Neither knew the other had also obtained the map, each believing they'd outmaneuvered the rest. Did they decipher the treasure map already? Yushu wondered. Lu Jianwei arched a brow. Perhaps. She couldn't yet fathom Wen Zhuji's plans, but one thing was certain, that treasure wouldn't be easily claimed. Jean Pichot strode in, scowling. Did they really get ahead of us? What about Brother Wen's medicine? Brother Jean, when Zhuji entered the hall, feigning remorse, to be honest, they privately offered to buy the map yesterday. I had no choice but to sell it. They promised to share the spiritual herbs and 2/10 of the treasure. All things considered, it wasn't a loss. My apologies for dragging you into this. If the treasure is real, that portion is yours. Jean Pichot waved it off. What's there to apologize for? I understand your predicament. With those 2 strong-arming you, refusal wasn't an option. If you'd resisted, they'd have hounded you the moment you left the inn. You can't hide here forever. You made the right call. Having you as a friend is my fortune. Jean Pichot laughed, slapping his shoulder. Then tell me, how much did you squeeze out of them? Let me enjoy the irony. When Zhuji smiled. 100,000 each. That's daylight robbery. Jean Pichot grumbled. Those 2 are utterly shameless. Lu Jianwei. Was 100,000 considered small change? Never mind. One was the heir to a merchant empire, the other the scion of a wealthy southern clan. To them, 100,000 likely meant little. News of Lan Ling and Chai Kun's departure spread swiftly. Within 2 days, everyone knew. The treasure lay in Liangzhou, the burial trove of the late Prince Liang. Yushu turned to Wen Zhuji, curiosity alight. Young Master Wen, is the treasure truly in Prince Liang's tomb? The treasure mentioned in the book is indeed the tomb of Prince Liang, Wen Zhuji nodded. The treasure map contains additional information related to your ancestor, which I did not disclose to them. Yushu understood and exclaimed in surprise, "You're willing to tell me?" I'd like to know as well, Shui Guanhe chimed in, leaning closer. May I? Yan Feizong decisively set down the firewood, abandoning his chopping. The others gathered around, curious about the story behind Yushu's ancestor. Lu Jianwei remained unmoved, still seated behind the counter. As long as she was inside the inn, no matter the distance, she could hear everything clearly. The treatise on constructions was written by your ancestor, when Juji explained in a voice as gentle and clear as the whisper of pine forests, calm and lingering. He used intricate codes to conceal details about Prince Liang's tomb within the text. The Yu clan was once the most elite family of architects and craftsmen during the previous dynasty, renowned for their mastery of mechanical traps. Prince Liang, indulging in extravagance, plundered vast treasures before the fall of his kingdom and secretly ordered craftsmen to construct an impenetrable tomb. Your ancestor was unfortunately chosen for this task. How have I never heard of this? Yushu is stunned. There's no mention in our family records. When Juji continued, once the tomb was completed, Prince Liang, fearing leaks of its secrets, ordered all the craftsmen buried alive. Your ancestor's entire clan perished in the tomb, with only him managing to escape. From then on, he lived under a false identity. If he wanted to hide, why didn't he change his surname? Shui Guanhe asked, puzzled. After his escape, the empire fell into chaos and the previous dynasty collapsed. Those who knew the truth died in the war. Unable to bear abandoning his family name, he traveled to Jianghu, concealing his skills and living as an idle wanderer. So, the family records were rewritten by him? And the clan rule forbidding the study of construction arts, was that also his decree? Yushu was deeply shaken. Apart from his ancestor, the entire Yu clan had been buried alive in the tomb. The tragedy was unimaginable. Shui Guanhe cursed that Prince Liang was downright insane. With royals like him, no wonder the previous dynasty fell. Yan Feizong asked, if this secret was lost to history, how did the forces behind Leisurely Cloud Manor uncover it? Prince Liang was a member of the previous dynasty's imperial family. His life would have been recorded in royal archives, Jean Pichot interjected, his family's merchant network spanning the realm and privy to many secrets. Those with access to such records would either be current imperial relatives or officials in charge of historical annals. The group fell silent. Who would have thought the massacre of White Crane Manor would unravel such a convoluted tale? Yushu was overwhelmed with grief and anger. His ancestors had been slaughtered by Prince Liang of the fallen dynasty, yet the treasure map's exposure and the destruction of White Crane Manor might trace back to current officials or even imperial relatives. White Crane Manor had never meddled in court affairs, yet they suffered such a calamity for no reason. Uncle Zhang reached out and patted his shoulder. At least we've uncovered the truth. The Mystic Mirror Bureau will handle the rest. Yeah, Yushu hung his head, sniffling softly. Once news of the treasure spread, all the spies outside the inn vanished, racing toward Liangzhou. Peace finally returned to the 8 Directions Inn. Yushu was at last permitted to leave and went to Moonview City's bank, withdrawing 20,000 taels to hand over to Lu Jianwei. The inn's shared funds now totaled 130,000 taels, including 10,000 contributed by Wenjuji as a life-saving fee. Another half-month passed, the weather growing ever colder. Lu Jianwei draped a crane feather cloak over her shoulders as she sat in her room practicing acupuncture. The human model displayed symptoms of a headache, and she carefully inserted needles to alleviate the pain. Her hands were steady, the fine tips piercing the scalp as her fingers twisted gently. The patient's pained expression gradually eased, just a little longer, and thud! A heavy crash echoed through the courtyard. Someone tumbled into the front yard, shouting hoarsely, "Wenjuji, you've betrayed me." The acupuncture needles could no longer be used. Lu Jianwei stored the human model back into her system inventory and pushed open the door, stepping outside to lean against the railing and look down. Lan Ling clutched her right arm with her left hand, blood seeping relentlessly between her fingers. Her strikingly beautiful face was deathly pale, her usual glamour replaced by utter disarray. 2 others had chased her to the courtyard gates, but hesitated to enter, He Ho and He Zhong, the brothers from Blackwind Fort. This was quite the spectacle, Blackwind Fort and Thousand Miles Tower at each other's throats. Having suffered humiliating setbacks at the inn before, The He brothers carried deep psychological scars and dared not advance, choosing instead to shout from beyond the courtyard wall. Witch! You murdered Elder Chai. If you've got the guts, come out and face us. Hiding inside is cowardly. Lan Ling wiped the blood from her lips and sneered. How many times must I say it? I didn't kill Chai Kuan. Chasing me all this way, you're utterly brainless. She looked up at Lu Jianwei, her voice dripping with honeyed sweetness. Madam Lu, these two idiots have wounded me, and they refuse to listen to reason. They're hell-bent on killing me. Won't you save me? Lu Jianwei smiled. As long as you can pay, everything can be arranged. This is a token from Thousand Miles Tower. With it, you can withdraw 100,000 taels from any bank. Struggling to her feet, Lan Ling pulled an exquisite jade pendant from her waist and tossed it to the third floor. Lu Jianwei raised an eyebrow inwardly. Are the elders of Thousand Miles Tower really this wealthy? She caught the pendant and called downstairs, Guanhe, help Miss Lan inside. The other guests in the inn exchanged bewildered glances. Asterisk Chai Kuan is dead? Blackwind Fort blames Lan Ling? Where's Pingwu? Asterisk. Madam Lu, don't listen to that witch's lies. Heiho bellowed from outside the courtyard. She killed Elder Chai. The news has spread across the jianghu. Blackwind Fort is in the right here. Even Thousand Miles Tower has abandoned her. That token is worthless now. Lu Jianwei paused, glancing down at Lan Ling. Is that true? Bullshit. Lan Ling spat, her composure shattered. I never even saw Chai Kuan in Liangzhou. How could I have killed him? You're so stupid. If Blackwind Fort ever falls into your hands, your ancestors' legacy will be ruined. Elder Chai was decapitated by an impossibly thin wire. In the entire jianghu, who else at his level specializes in wire-based assassinations besides you? Ridiculous. So if someone dies by a broadsword, it must be your doing. He Zhang interjected. You ordered your male servant to get close to Elder Chai, then worked together to kill him. He showed no signs of struggle. He must have been hypnotized. Did you really think we wouldn't figure it out? Lu Jianwei cut in. Miss Lan, you and Ping Wu did collaborate on hypnosis here at the inn. Are you sure this wasn't your doing? No. Lan Ling looked ready to vomit blood. Ping Wu is someone Chai Kuan sought out himself. He just wanted to pry secrets about Thousand Miles Tower from Ping Wu's mouth. What a fool. I knew Ping Wu was trouble. I ditched him after Song Xian's betrayal, but that idiot Chai Kuan took him in anyway. Serves him right for playing with fire. You dare? He Zhang roared. You slander Elder Chai even after killing him? You deserve death. One more question, Lu Jianwei said coolly. Has Thousand Miles Tower truly disowned you? Lan Ling shook her head. They're lying to keep you from profiting off me. Someone as sharp as you wouldn't believe such nonsense, Madam Lu. If the tower abandoned its elders at the slightest trouble, who would ever risk their lives for them? Fair point. Lu Jianwei summoned Yan Feizang and tossed him the token. Go to Moonview City and exchange this for 100,000 taels. Yan Feizang. Asterisk fine. The boss gives the orders. Asterisk. Madam Lu, she murdered Elder Chai. Blackwind Fort must avenge him. Heiho protested bitterly. Lu Jianwei chuckled. I'm not stopping you. I simply dislike violence and bloodshed. There are still unanswered questions here. Instead of wasting time here, why not track down Ping Wu? At least he's a witness, A with ring above Omicron Beta. If these morons could find him, they wouldn't be harassing me. Lan Ling scoffed. They're not avenging Chai Kuan. They just need a scapegoat to save face for Blackwind Fort. The He brothers. Unwilling to provoke Lu Jianwei further, they reluctantly retreated, posting guards around the inn to prevent Lan Ling from escaping. Seeing them stand down, Lan Ling breathed easier. When Lu Jianwei descended the stairs, Lan Ling's delicate brows furrowed, her expression pitiable. Madam Lu, I'm so fortunate to have your protection. Lu Jianwei, our relationship is purely transactional. Sentimentality is bad for business. Spare me the act. Lan Ling. She whimpered, I'm injured. May I beg for some medicine? Lu Jianwei examined her wound, a deep gash on her right arm, but no other visible injuries. Internal damage would require a pulse diagnosis. Perfect case study. Sitting across from her, Lu Jianwei softened her tone. If you trust me, let me check your pulse. Then I can prescribe the right treatment. Of course I trust you. Lan Ling extended her wrist. You even cured jealousy of 1,000 blossoms. My little injury hardly compares. Ignoring the flattery, Lu Jianwei focused on the pulse. The He brothers were formidable. Fighting 2-on-1 had left Lan Ling with internal injuries requiring days of rest and herbal remedies. She withdrew her hand. Take the medicine 3 times daily. The kitchen will prepare it, unless you'd rather do it yourself. No, I trust you, Madame Lu. Lan Ling had judged countless people in her life, and Lu Jianwei's integrity was beyond reproach, aside from her greed. Lu Jianwei considered summoning someone to fetch the herbs, then remembered Yu Shu and the others couldn't identify them. She called for Anai instead. Madame Lu, it's not that I won't help, Anai huffed, but the moment she entered, she accused young master of harming her. Why should I fetch medicine for an enemy? Lu Jianwei hadn't forgotten, nor had Shui Guanhe and the others. All eyes turned to Lan Ling, waiting for her explanation. Lan Ling glared. Your young master did ruin me. I paid 100,000 taels for the treasure map and trap schematics, only to find an empty tomb. Did they have any idea how infuriating it was to navigate deadly mechanisms just to discover bare stone? And then being hunted by the He brothers the moment she emerged. Yu Shu gasped. There was really nothing inside? Not nothing, Lan Ling seethed. I was too late. The dust marks showed where chests had been, and there were signs they'd been hauled away. Someone looted it first. The group, okay, that is unfortunate. And I sniffed. What does that have to do with young master? He didn't know someone would beat you to it. If you'd struck the deal sooner, the treasure might have been yours. You hesitated, your own fault. You. Count yourself lucky, and I added mercilessly. At least you're alive. Elder Chai wasn't so fortunate. The location and mechanism diagrams provided by my young master aren't fake, are they? How can you accuse him of harming you? A fool like you, who can't tell right from wrong, I won't fetch your medicine. Lan Ling, already in a foul mood, felt a sharp pang in her chest at his words, and a surge of blood gushed from her mouth. Before collapsing, she managed to roll her eyes with great effort. And I stumbled back in alarm. This has nothing to do with me. It absolutely does, Lu Jianwei said with a faint smile. If you hadn't provoked her, that stagnant blood wouldn't have come out. And I patted his chest in relief. Well, that's good. I'd hate to be responsible for someone's death. I know you're sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. Why don't you fetch the medicine for me and hand it to Guanhe to brew? And I scowled but agreed. Fine. Consider it repayment for angering her into fainting. Meanwhile, the imperial court suddenly issued a proclamation, and the news spread like wildfire, sending shockwaves through the martial world. When Lan Ling woke after taking the medicine and heard the news, her head spun again. What did you say? The treasure was taken by the Liangzhou army? The Mystic Mirror Bureau interrogated Song Xian for clues about the treasure map and deciphered the mechanism diagrams of the Liang King's tomb? And the court plans to use the treasure to aid the disaster victims in Yongzhou. Lu Jianwei nodded. The court took pity on the Yu family and even gave Yu a jade token. With it, he can withdraw funds from Tianqi Bank, up to 100,000 taels. 100,000 was already a staggering sum. Rebuilding Yongzhou and aiding its victims would require an immense fortune. The treasure amassed by the Liang King through exploitation of the people had now returned to them. It was the best possible outcome. Lan Ling. So all her scheming and frantic efforts these past days, what had they been for? Truly, she had lost both the battle and the spoils. Who knew the Mystic Mirror Bureau had someone capable enough to crack the treasure map? She laughed bitterly. If I'd agreed to win Juji's deal sooner, would the treasure never have been discovered by the court? Lu Jianwei, not necessarily. The mastermind behind it all remained at large, but the White Crane Manor case had reached its conclusion. With the treasure gone, the martial world settled back into peace. Only the grudge between the Black Wind Fort and Lan Ling lingered. After a few days of rest, Lan Ling's internal injuries healed, and the scabs on her arm formed. As someone who cherished beauty, the long scar on her arm deepened her resentment toward the He brothers. Meanwhile, Lu Jianwei's life was leisurely and comfortable. Yan Feiqing had indeed brought back the promised 100,000 taels, which she deposited into the inn's public account. The balance now stood at 230,000 taels. Lu Jianwei wasn't in a hurry to upgrade her offensive tools. With the unresolved conflict between Black Wind Fort and Lan Ling, she needed to keep some insurance. Downstairs, a few were discussing the matter. Yu Shu sighed regretfully. It's a shame the court didn't mention any miraculous medicine. Otherwise, I'd have begged them to exchange the jade token for it and give it to young Master Wen. Even if there were a panacea, the court wouldn't hand it over, and I said with a sigh. Everyone values their life. A cure-all would mean a second chance at living. Hearing this, Lu Jianwei's suspicions grew clearer. Coincidences happened, but too many pointed to deliberate manipulation. The initial rumors had been spread by Lu Chao, but they had only overheard Song Xian discussing the treasure map during a night stroll at Cloud Roaming Manor. What the treasure actually contained was unknown to them. No one could have known before seeing it. Yet the rumors specifically mentioned a miraculous medicine. On the surface, it seemed like an exaggeration to draw attention. But upon reflection, it felt more like an excuse. When Zhuji's reputation for seeking rare medicines was well known, hearing of a panacea, he would inevitably come. From a motive standpoint, when Zhuji deliberately spreading the miraculous medicine rumor made more sense than Lu Chao doing so for attention. Back when the system had hesitated in ranking him, Lu Jianwei had already taken note. The court's preemptive seizure of the treasure only strengthened her theory. On the surface, Lan Ling and Chai Kuen's indecision had delayed the treasure hunt. But the Mystic Mirror Bureau just happened to extract a copy of the map and have someone decipher it, too convenient to be mere coincidence. Before this, Anai had often gone to Moonview City to distribute porridge, giving him the perfect opportunity to relay messages. So from start to finish, the miraculous medicine in the treasure had been a ruse. It was merely an excuse for someone to intervene in the case. Of course, this was all Lu Jianwei's speculation. She didn't care about Wen Zhuji's true identity. As long as he paid promptly, she had no reason to probe further. As for why no one else suspected, perhaps the image of the Wen master and servant was too deeply ingrained. A frail, wheelchair-bound man with a short lifespan and a sharp-tongued, bothersome servant, who would take them seriously? Besides, others weren't aware of Wen Zhuji's fluctuating rank, so they lacked the context to connect the dots. She descended the stairs and walked to the corridor outside the main hall. The sky was leaden, heavy clouds pressing low as if crushing the horizon. A bitter wind whipped sand against the courtyard walls, howling furiously. Xiaoke, is it going to snow? I'm not a weather forecast. Oh, so I overestimated you. Lu Jianwei tightened her crane feather cloak, securing the collar, and remarked idly. Xiaoke, infuriating. Manager Lu. Lan Ling, still clad in a flimsy gauze dress, swayed toward her with graceful steps. She extended her fair, delicate arm and pouted. I've got this scar now. Do you have any medicine to remove it? Lu Jianwei raised an eyebrow. Such medicine is expensive. Do you still have money? Lan Ling, I gave you 100,000. Just deduct it from that. Young Master Wen pays 10,000 a month. My 100,000 should cover 10 months, right? Fair enough. Lu Jianwei nodded. This was a good opportunity to test whether she could concoct a scar-removing ointment. Lan Ling giggled and clung to her arm. Manager Lu is so good to me. Not like those foul men, either scheming or outright fools. Not really, Lu Jianwei said, extracting her arm and stepping back. I just like your money. Lan Ling burst into laughter. Manager Lu is refreshingly honest, unlike those hypocrites outside. Lu Jianwei. You have inner strength to protect against the cold. Why still bundle up so much? Lan Ling tugged at her cloak curiously. Isn't it cumbersome? Lu Jianwei smiled. Each season has its own attire, and each season's wardrobe can feature different styles. That way, I can wear something new every day. When it snows, a cloak like this pairs perfectly with the scenery. In truth, it was also a reminder to herself, no matter how formidable her martial skills became, she shouldn't forget the ordinary life she once knew in another world. She mustn't lose herself here and forget the way home. Lan Ling fell silent, thoughtful. The image of snow and a beautiful woman surfaced in her mind. She turned to study Lu Jianwei. The white cloak was embroidered with crimson wintersweet blossoms at the sleeves, its collar lined with pristine fur that framed the woman's striking features, elegant and poised. Truly breathtaking. Lan Ling couldn't help but smile. It had been so long since she'd felt such tranquility. From the moment she embarked on the martial path, her life had been a relentless cycle of life-or-death struggles and intricate schemes. Just then, a snowflake drifted down and landed on Lu Jianwei's outstretched palm, melting instantly. Lan Ling laughed and nestled closer to her. It's snowing, so cold. Manager Lu, could you lend me a winter coat to keep warm? Lu Jianwei extended her hand. Fine, I'll buy it. Deduct it from the 100,000 taels. Lan Ling deliberately rubbed her arms, pretending to shiver. She was shorter than Lu Jianwei, with a voluptuous and graceful figure. Lu Jianwei estimated her size and purchased a red winter outfit from the system, placing it in the third-floor wardrobe. The dress was exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricate embroidery, its fiery scarlet hue dazzling like flames. Lan Ling was delighted at the sight and hurriedly changed into it. Her fair complexion had always suited red, but her usual attire was light and thin, unlike this winter garment, which wrapped her entire body in its heavy fabric, leaving only her radiant, enchanting face exposed. Against such a vibrant color, she outshone even the most beautiful flower. It's so gorgeous! Lan Ling had discovered a whole new world, posing endlessly in front of the mirror. Lu Jianwei. The bronze mirror couldn't reflect even a fraction of her beauty, yet somehow, Lan Ling still saw herself as stunning. Lan Ling flaunted her new clothes downstairs, but alas, the men in the inn were either too old, too young, or painfully dull. None paid her any attention. What a bunch of blockheads! She rolled her eyes and plopped onto a bench, watching Jin Pixiao and Yan Feizang practice their blade forms in the courtyard. Snowflakes swirled as the cold gleam of their swords sliced through the air. Suddenly, Anai rushed in and asked, Manager Lu, could we add a charcoal brazier to my master's room? Has young master Wen caught a chill? Ever since gaining the ability to diagnose ailments, Lu Jianwei had grown fond of taking pulses and couldn't resist the opportunity. Anai, not yet, but he's been coughing lightly. If this keeps up, he might fall ill. All right. Lu Jianwei called for Yushu. Go to the storeroom and fetch a brazier for young Master Wen. Oh, what kind of charcoal does he prefer? Silver thread charcoal, of course. Ayu, the brazier should be in the southeast corner of the storeroom, toward the back. Look for them there. The charcoal is stored together. Yushu nodded and dashed off to the underground storage. Manager Lu, your storeroom is like a treasure trove. How do you have everything? Lan Ling teased casually. Lu Jianwei remained unfazed. Running an inn means preparing for all possibilities, anticipating guests' needs before they arise. Satisfy them promptly, or how else would we make money? Everyone. How much more money do you even need? Tens of thousands of taels a month isn't enough? Before long, Yushi returned with the brazier and charcoal, helping Anai carry them to the shared lodging. Young master, the sudden snow means we'll be delayed for a few more days, Anai muttered as he lit the brazier. With the roads buried under snow, travel was impossible. Yushu blinked in surprise. You're leaving. Of course, Anai set down the fire tongs. The treasure's already been taken, why stay? Fono is bitterly cold in winter. We were planning to return to Yangzhou, but now we're snowed in. Who knows when we'll be able to leave? Yushu felt a pang of reluctance. I think it's nice here. The snow is much heavier than in the south. I grew up in Jianghu and have never seen snowfall like this. Once it piles up, we can build snow lions together. Well, since we're stuck here for now, let's do that. And I grinned in agreement. As noon approached, Shui Guanhe finished his training and asked Lu Jianwei, manager, what would you like for lunch today? Lu Jianwei pondered. Hot pot on a snowy day, a perfect match. How about antique stew? The Qi dynasty had its own version of hot pot called antique stew gudong gung, named for the gudong sound ingredients made when dropped into boiling water. The ingredients here were plentiful. Foods that had taken centuries to spread in her original world, like potatoes, sweet potatoes, chili peppers, and tomatoes, were already staples here. The cooking methods, however, were still somewhat limited. But under her guidance, Shui Guanhe had refined and innovated many dishes, his culinary skills growing ever more impressive. Hot stew on a snowy day, perfect. Shui Guanhe eagerly agreed. I'll start prepping right away. Uncle Zhang chimed in, I'll help. Me too. Yushi wasn't about to be left out. And I lifted his chin haughtily. I'll lend a hand, too. Wouldn't want you slowpokes delaying my master's meal. And I'll make a mild broth with medicinal herbs. Why not invite young Master Wen to join us? Hot pot is always livelier with more people. Shui Guanhe suggested. Yushu nodded vigorously. Yeah, And doesn't young master Wen eat alone every day? It must be lonely. True, making a separate medicinal broth isn't hard. Uncle Zheng kneaded dough with practiced ease. It's rare for people from all over to gather like this. Fate brought us together. And Nai was tempted. He lowered his head, but the corners of his lips betrayed a faint smile. I can't decide for my master. I'll have to ask him. The other three exchanged knowing glances, grinning but keeping quiet. Everyone knew young Master One was never picky, it was just Ni being overly cautious. As expected, when Juji didn't refuse. Shui Guanhe and Ni prepared 4 broth bases, mild, spicy, tomato, and medicinal. Hot pot was popular in the Qi dynasty, so specialized tools were readily available. Uncle Zhang brought out a table with a circular hole cut in the center, beneath which a stove was placed. A wide, deep copper pot sat atop the stove, divided into 4 compartments. The 4 distinct broths remained separate, yet their aromas mingled into an irresistibly rich fragrance. The scent drifted through the slightly open window, carried by the wind beyond the courtyard walls. Outside, disciples of the Black Wind Fort sniffed the air, their stomachs growling in protest. So fragrant. It's antique stew. They must be eating antique stew. I want some too. Alas, they were under orders to monitor Lan Ling and couldn't leave their posts. They could only gnaw on cold, hard flatbreads, washed down with snow melt, as the tantalizing aroma tormented them. Woe is them. Inside the inn, the main hall's doors were shut tight, the heat from the hot pot filling the room and driving away the cold. 9 people crowded around the table, squeezing in comfortably enough. Candles lit the hall brightly. Lan Ling wasted no time plopping down beside Lu Jianwei, pressing close. I refuse to sit next to stinky men. The stinky men. We're not exactly thrilled to sit with you either. As the broths bubbled merrily, Lu Jianwei picked up the communal chopsticks and said cheerfully, "Don't hold back. Dig in, eat whatever you like." The group eagerly followed suit, reaching for ingredients with their chopsticks. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk. A sudden knock at the gate interrupted the lively feast. Yan Feizong, you go, Lu Jianwei instructed. Reluctantly, Yan Feizong set down his half-formed meatball and strode out to answer the door. Outside stood an old acquaintance, Han Xiaofeng of the Mystic Mirror Bureau, clad in purple robes with a curved saber at his waist. Yu Shu jumped up in delight. Officer Han, what brings you here? Han Xiaofeng's hair and beard were dusted with snow. He shook out his cloak, sending flakes scattering to blend with the courtyard's white blanket. I promised to personally thank Manager Lu once the case was resolved. Today's blizzard made for an abrupt visit, my apologies. Yu Shu glanced back at Lu Jianwei. Facing the entrance, Lu Jianwei smiled. All guests are welcome. Officer Han, please come in. Guanhe, fetch another set of utensils. Got it. Han Xiaofeng led his horse inside, personally tied it up, shook off the snow clinging to his coat, and only then stepped into the hall. The hearth in the main room blazed warmly, the broth bubbling in the pot, its rich aroma instantly dispelling the chill of the journey. At the far end of the table sat Uncle Zheng, Yu Shu, and Shui Guanhe. The right side was occupied by Yan Feizong and Jin Pixiao, while the left was taken by Wen Juji and Ni. Han Xiaofeng wasn't about to fight for space with someone in a wheelchair, so he squeezed onto the bench with Yan and Jin. The 3 of them, all tall, burly men, looked rather comical crammed onto a single wide bench, yet there was an oddly heartwarming atmosphere to it. It had been a long time since they'd last experienced such lively, everyday warmth. Manager Lu, this is my token of gratitude. Please accept it. Han Xiaofeng disliked owing favors. While Yu Shu had indeed repaid his debt on his behalf, to him, that was merely a gesture toward the Mystic Mirror Bureau. On a personal level, he still owed his own thanks. Given that Lu Jianwei's love for money was common knowledge, gifting her cash was a safe bet. Lu Jianwei took the envelope, likely containing several banknotes, and without hesitation, tucked it into her sleeve. There's one more thing. Han Xiaofeng retrieved another envelope from his robes and handed it to Yu Shu. Your uncle is currently stationed in Liangzhou. When he learned about the incident with the Liang prince's tomb, he wrote this letter and asked me to deliver it to you. So his uncle had gone to Liangzhou. Yu Shu accepted the letter and, unable to curb his curiosity, opened it right away. The letter was hastily written, just a single thin sheet. His eyes skimmed over the contents, and he froze slightly. Lu Jianwei casually dropped potato slices into the pot and added fish balls, noticing Yushu's odd expression, but choosing not to comment. It was Anai who couldn't hold back. What did it say? Yushu handed the letter to Uncle Zhang and replied, "My uncle says that if I'm willing to go to Liangzhou, he'll raise me." He had never met this uncle before, only heard that he served as a military officer in Moonview City. After his family's manor was destroyed, with nowhere else to turn, he'd followed Uncle Zhang's advice to seek refuge in Moonview City. But his uncle had already been transferred away, leaving them stranded. They'd stayed at the inn ever since. Though they'd only lived there for a few months, Yushu had already come to think of it as a second home. Secretly, he didn't want to leave for Liangzhou. He'd rather stay at the inn if only the proprietor wouldn't find him a burden. Liangzhou is a borderland, even more remote than Fengzhou. You really want to go? Shui Guanhe interjected. My father's been there, said there isn't even a decent tavern in the whole place. The wind kicks up sand so bad you'll choke on it, and winters are bone-dry and freezing. Nothing like here. And I was even blunter. You've never even met this uncle, what kind of bond could you have? If you go, you'll just be living under someone else's roof. Better to study hard and make your own way. Yushu had been thinking the same thing. He glanced at Lu Jianwei. Proprietor, what do you think? Where you go is your choice, Lu Jianwei said mildly. Seeing his crestfallen expression, she relented and added, but don't forget, you've already signed yourself over to this inn. You're bound here as a lifetime servant. You're not going anywhere. Yushu's eyes lit up instantly. Good. I'll stay a servant forever. He turned eagerly to Uncle Zhang, who chuckled and placed a meatball in his bowl. This old man's too lazy to move. I'm grateful the proprietor's taken me in, I'll keep troubling her from now on. With you managing the inn, I couldn't be happier, Lu Jianwei said, raising her teacup. From today, we're family. No need for formalities. Everyone lifted their cups, toasting the falling snow with tea in place of wine. After a few warm cups and bites of food, the heat spread from their bellies to their fingertips. Han Xiaofeng had never imagined that one day he'd sit at a table with these martial artists, sharing a pot of food, even fighting over dishes. His stern features softened in the rising steam. But one matter still weighed on him. When the broth had boiled down halfway and Shui Guanhe refilled it, he finally spoke. Song Xian and Song Fu died in prison. I didn't get the mastermind's name. My apologies. Yushu swallowed a mouthful of cabbage and said solemnly, Officer Han, I know you did your best. After my father died, no one in the martial world sought justice for the dozens slaughtered in our manor. That's just human nature, I don't blame them. Only the Mystic Mirror Bureau pursued this case. I won't forget that kindness, obey. Han Xiaofeng filled his cup to the brim. Young hero you, I salute you. The martial world had always resented the Mystic Mirror Bureau's interference in their affairs. Han and his colleagues faced mockery, obstruction, even ambushes and assassinations. Sometimes, he questioned whether their work meant anything. Now, he understood. There would always be victims who needed someone to fight for them. Anai muttered disapprovingly, seems like the Mystic Mirror Bureau's prison doors aren't too secure if inmates die so easily. Han Xiaofeng frowned. Brother and I, here, your favorite winter bamboo shoots. Yushu hastily scooped some into his bowl. And he wasn't wrong. You're right. This was the Bureau's failure, Han Xiaofeng admitted plainly. See? And when Juji's tone was light but firm. Eat your shoots. Fine. And obediently picked up his bowl. Lu Jianwei remarked casually, Uncle Zhang once mentioned that martial artists avoid the Mystic Mirror Bureau but don't dare provoke them because their commander is peerlessly strong, isn't that so? Han Xiaofeng hesitated. I wouldn't presume to comment on the commander. What counts as presumption? Praising his skill? Lu Jianwei laughed. We're just chatting. Unless your commander is hiding under this table, eavesdropping. Shui Guanhe snorted into his drink. Jean Pixiao grinned. Eavesdropping's unlikely, but that commander's a mystery. In all my travels, I've only heard of cases he's solved, never met him. The commander is elusive. Even the deputy commanders rarely see him, Han Xiaofeng said quietly, reverence in his eyes. Lu Jianwei nodded. They say he became commander at 13, solving the flower thief case. A true prodigy. What a shame we'll never meet such a man. What's the shame? Lan Ling cut in. Word is he's ugly as a demon. Best to steer clear. Han Xiaofeng's gaze sharpened. Rumors also claim you killed Black Wind Fort's elder Chai, fled from Chaiho and Chaizhong after they wounded you, and only survived thanks to proprietor Lu's skill. An elite mystic mirror agent believes baseless gossip? Is this how you investigate? Lan Ling bristled. Han Xiaofeng countered, the 1,000 Miles Tower boasts of knowing all under heaven. So tell me, how did Chai Kuan really die? Lan Ling sneered. Was I wrong about his face? Miss Lan, spreading unverified claims is reckless. Even eyewitnesses can be deceived. Given your own predicament, you should understand that better than anyone. Lu Jianwei thought, perfect. What's a hot pot meal without arguments? The longer they bickered, the more gossip she'd hear. Lan Ling didn't disappoint. If he's not hideous, why hide his face? If you're innocent, why run? They framed me. Why wouldn't I flee? The commander's might is unmatched. Who's worthy of seeing him? Ridiculous. I heard he's chi deviated, half dead. What unmatched might? Lies. Lan Ling's anger melted into a smirk. Oh? Our agent Han is rattled. If he's truly fine, why so defensive? If you didn't kill Chai Kuan, why cower here? Han Xiaofeng shot back. The tower claims omniscience, yet can't name his real killer or clear your name. You'd better focus on proving your innocence. Lan Ling blinked. Wait, are you saying you know I didn't do it? No comment. Han Xiaofeng's face was stone. Ever adaptable, Lan Ling raised her cup. My apologies, Officer Han. This lowly woman misspoke. A man of your stature surely won't hold grudges. The Mystic Mirror Commander's prowess is renowned, as is his peerless beauty. And you, sir, are likewise brilliant in both wisdom and skill. Today's feast is all thanks to Proprietor Lu. Won't you forgive me for her sake? Han Xiaofeng had no choice but to raise his cup. I'll honor Proprietor Lu's request. Miss Lan entered the tomb chamber before Chai Kuan appeared near the Prince of Liang's mausoleum. Since you're already honoring Proprietor Lu's request, why not do it once more and clear my name? Lan Ling's eyes sparkled, the bells on her wrist tinkling softly. Han Xiaofeng remained unmoved. This is a matter between your 1,000 Miles Tower and Black Wind Fort. The Mystic Mirror Bureau will not intervene. Proprietor Lu, Lan Ling tugged at Lu Jianwei's sleeve. Won't you put in a good word for me? Lu Jianwei scooped a meatball and placed it in her bowl. Be good and eat your meat. Lan Ling. Lu Jianwei then shifted the conversation. Young Master Wen has a remarkable talent for commerce, building such a prosperous enterprise. I've always had a few questions I'd like to ask. You flatter me, Proprietor Lu, Wen Zhuji replied with a faint smile. Please, go ahead. The steam from the hot pot had warmed his usually pale complexion, adding a touch of vitality. His lashes, damp with condensation, softened the sharp angles of his features, making him appear less aloof. A man who seemed gentle yet guarded his heart most fiercely. But at this moment, he seemed a little more human. Lu Jianwei asked, how do you think I should run this in to make even more profit? Proprietor Lu, you're already doing exceptionally well, Jean Pichot interjected. In just 1 month, you've earned what a merchant caravan makes in half a year. Brother Jean is right, Wen Zhuji said. Proprietor Lu possesses extraordinary skills and treats guests with kindness. Your business will surely flourish. As for me, I merely inherited my family's trade, hardly a master of commerce. Lu Jianwei sighed. Fine, I was being presumptuous. Trade secrets aren't meant to be shared lightly. Young Master Wen, pretend I never asked. You're too modest, Wen Zhuji replied smoothly. You've purchased land spanning 5 miles, clearly, you already have a vision. There's no need to jest at my expense. Lu Jianwei inwardly scoffed, slippery as an eel. The meal concluded amid lively chatter, the snow outside now ankle-deep. Yushu dragged Anai into the courtyard to build a snow lion, soon joined by Shui Guanhe. Lu Jianwei and the others watched from the covered walkway. The bitter wind howled, but none of them felt it, except Wen Zhuji, who coughed lightly. Though bundled more heavily than the rest, he still couldn't withstand the cold. The flush from the hot pot had faded, leaving his face pale and austere once more. Annoyed, Lu Jianwei unfastened her fur-lined cloak and draped it over him, wrapping him snugly from front to back before tying the silk ribbon securely behind him. I should send you inside to avoid the chill, but the snow cape is rare, and this childlike joy is something we seldom see. Wouldn't it be a shame to miss it? When Zhuji froze. The cloak carried her scent, hints of sandalwood, serene and calming, mingled with lilac, quiet and distant. Enveloped in the thick, warm fabric, the cold no longer reached him. His chilled hands gradually regained warmth. After a pause, he lifted his gaze to Lu Jianwei and smiled. Thank you, Proprietor Lu. But this isn't quite proper, men and women shouldn't. Since when do I care about propriety? Lu Jianwei shot him a glance. Unless you're disgusted by it? Of course not. I merely. Lan Ling teased from the side, young Master One, have you never been close to a woman before? To blush so easily, how will you ever marry? When Zhuji stiffened. Wait, was I right? Lan Ling's eyes widened in delight. You've never been involved with a woman? Jean Pixiao, betraying no loyalty, exposed him further. In all the years I've known Brother Wen, I've never seen him keep company with any woman. He's been too busy searching for medicine to consider marriage. True, Yan Feizong confirmed with a nod. Lan Ling burst into laughter. The way you two say it, it's as if you've had lovers before. The two men. Lan Ling laughed harder. The commotion drew the attention of the trio building the Snow Lion. And I glanced up and froze at the sight of his master wrapped in Lu Jianwei's cloak. And I, what's wrong? Yushu tugged his sleeve. And I snapped out of it and glared at Lan Ling. What's so funny? Lan Ling arched a brow. Your master, so old, yet he's never even held a girl's hand. And what's it to you? And I huffed. You're even older than him. Lan Ling. I should have known better than to argue with Anai. Lu Jianwei, however, studied Wen Zhuji until his discomfort neared its limit before murmuring two vague words. Good for you. Wen Zhuji. The others. Compared to the modern snowman, their snow lion was more like a work of art. Neither Shui Guanhe nor Anai had the skill, but Yushu, accustomed to wood carving, adapted easily. The other two shoveled snow while he sculpted. Done yet? Shui Guanhe pressed. Under his urging, Yushu's hands became a blur. Almost. With the final stroke, a lifelike snow lion emerged. Perfect. Shui Guanhe clapped excitedly. Snow was scarce in Jianghu, often mixed with rain, never thick enough for such a creation. And in Nano? Anai had never built a snow lion before. Master, look. When Zhuji's expression softened. It's lovely. But something's missing, Shui Guanhe mused, studying their creation. Lu Jianwei said, it lacks vitality. A cloak would help, red, preferably. Right? Who has a red cloak? Yushu and Anai shook their heads. Shui Guanhe turned to Lu Jianwei. Fine. She chuckled. Today, I'll make a sacrifice. She headed upstairs, pretending to fetch one from her room, but instead selecting one from the system shop. Returning, she draped it over the snow lion, enhancing its majesty. Amazing! Shui Guanhe cheered. Proprietor, you're incredible. Lu Jianwei laughed. Even this earns praise? It had been years since she'd played like this. Who'd have thought a few youngsters in another world would rekindle childhood memories? Patting the snow lion's head, she smiled. Snowflakes dusted her hair, a striking contrast, like ink on paper, darkness against white. When Zhuji's gaze lingered on her lashes, where a snowflake perched before dissolving with a blink, vanishing into the pristine ground. Beneath the cloak, his grip on the jade flute tightened. He lowered his eyes, only to see the embroidered plum blossoms on the fabric, crimson petals on brown branches, a vivid splash of color in a monochrome world. Anai, let's go inside. He coughed again. Anai hurried over, shaking off snow, and wheeled him back to the shared quarters. Inside, the brazier kept the room warm as spring. When Zhuji removed the cloak, snow melting into puddles at his feet. Return this to Proprietor Lu. As Anai reached for the door, when Zhuji spoke again. Wait. Yes, master. When Zhuji turned the wheelchair away, his back to him. Romance of the Snowy Inn. The snow just now soiled my cloak. I'll return it after the weather clears and it's been washed. Oh. Anai muttered in confusion, but it's just a bit of snow and mud, it's hardly dirty. The snow fell heavier as Lu Jianwei returned to the main hall. Lan Ling went upstairs to practice her martial arts, while Jean Pixiao and Yan Feizong retreated to their rooms. Uncle Zhang and the others busied themselves cleaning the inn. Only Han Xiaofeng remained seated in the hall. Lord Han, perhaps you should book a room and rest? Yushu suggested. Thank you for the suggestion, but Han Xiaofeng spoke plainly. I have one more request. Innkeeper Liu, I've heard you once deciphered the beauty's envy poison. Is that true? Liu Jianwei had already pocketed his gratitude 5 banknotes of 1,000 taels each, totaling 5,000. This was all extra, separate from the inn's ledger, lining her own purse. For the sake of 5,000 taels, she was willing to humor him. Yes. Han Xiaofeng's expression brightened. I've come to Moonview City for 2 reasons. First, to personally thank you, and second, regarding the recent string of poisonings. Oh. So far, 5 people have died from poison, but upon examination, it isn't beauty's envy. Instead, it's a new, peculiar toxin. Our Mystic Mirror Bureau has a specialist skilled in antidotes, but this poison is unlike anything seen before. No cure has been found. Shui Guanhe gasped, not beauty's envy? If someone in his family were accidentally poisoned, wouldn't they be doomed? Liu Jianwei asked, do the victims die immediately or... From what we've observed, the poison doesn't kill instantly. The victims suffer 2 hours of agony, their organs burning and rupturing before succumbing. Han Xiaofeng's face darkened with shame. Were it not for the poison's cruelty, I wouldn't impose on you like this. Liu Jianwei. How deep must the hatred run? Her tone remained cool. I have the antidote formula for beauty's envy, but that doesn't mean I specialize in poisons. If this toxin is as sinister as you say, I may not be able to counter it. Han Xiaofeng straightened. Regardless of success, the Mystic Mirror Bureau will owe you a favor. Fine. Liu Jianwei didn't refuse. The storm is still raging. Once the snow stops, I'll accompany you to Moonview City. Thank you. She nodded. I'll retire to my room now. Make yourself at home. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she immediately pulled out books on toxicology, flipping through their contents. She could have refused Han Xiaofeng, but she didn't want to waste this opportunity. Whether in medicine or poisons, true mastery came from hands-on experience, from diagnosing countless ailments and refining one's knowledge. Liu Jianwei could hide in her inn forever, relying on tools to intimidate enemies. But where would the money for those tools come from? Her current defensive artifacts were 7th tier, her offensive ones 6th, yet the world's strongest warriors surpassed even that. Danger would find her eventually. She needed wealth, vast amounts of it. The divine physician Valley sold a single antidote for a fortune. She couldn't afford to lag behind. The Moonview City poisonings were a rare chance. What poison could incinerate organs and shatter them from within? Her foundational toxicology studies hadn't covered anything like this. A compound poison, perhaps? Certain mixtures could trigger chemical reactions, birthing new toxins with unique symptoms. But such poisons usually had a primary agent, the rest merely auxiliary, far easier to counteract than the 5 poisons in Wenjuji's body, each maintaining a delicate equilibrium. Liu Jianwei pored over every toxicology text, forgetting sleep and meals, until she glimpsed a clue. Yet she needed to see the victims' bodies to confirm. The next morning, the storm had passed. Sunlight bathed the courtyard, though snowdrifts still swallowed the steps and narrowed the walkways. Uncle Zhang wielded his cross-wave palm to sweep the snow, powerful gusts blasting the slush from the corridors. Far more efficient than brooms or shovels. I thought Uncle Zhang practiced gale palm, and I remarked from the eaves, cracking melon seeds. They say it's mid-tier at best, but look at that force. Yushu, shoveling nearby, huffed, it's not gale palm. Huh. It's cross-wave palm, a new technique. Much stronger. Yushu beamed with pride. And I gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Where'd he get it? The palm. Ashu. Uncle Zhang beckoned. Finish this side first. Right away. He scurried toward the stables. And I smirked. No need to ask, it had to be Innkeeper Liu's doing. He returned inside, finding Wenjuji already dressed. Master, the porridge is simmering. It'll be ready soon. The sun's out, should I wash your cloak? Melting snow brings the coldest chill. Washing it now would only freeze it stiff. Leave it. Wenjuji changed the subject. What were you discussing outside? Oh, just Uncle Zhang clearing snow with palm strikes. I thought it was gale palm, but turns out it's something new. Wenjuji sipped warm water, then wheeled himself to the porch to observe. Sunlight glared off the snow as palm winds sent slush flying like yesterday's flurries. Well? And I asked. Wenjuji nodded. Sharp eyes. It is a new technique. Bet it's tied to Innkeeper Lu. What's tied to Innkeeper Lu? Lan Ling approached, her crimson winter robes bright against the snow. None of your concern, and I scoffed. Uncharmed, Lan Ling teased, Innkeeper Lu and I are as close as sisters. If you speak of her, it is my concern. When did she ever call you sister? And I sneered. Stop flattering yourself. Oh, I flatter myself? True, I can't compete with you too. 3 sentences never pass without mentioning her. Grown men, gossiping about a lady in public, how shameless. You. When Gigi tucked his hands into his sleeves, unfazed. Not as much as you and Lord Pingwu. Lan Ling? After a beat, she laughed. Yesterday, you blushed just hearing about holding hands. I thought you were pure as snow. Turns out you've got a naughty streak. Delightful. Jean Pixiao emerged just then. Never tasted pork, but seen pigs run? Sister Lan, you're the expert here. Spare brother when you're teasing. Breakfast is ready. Shui Guanhe announced, carrying trays of steaming food. Noodles, steamed buns, pastries, pickles, the spread was lavish. After the meal, Lu Jianwei directed the inn's 4 helpers to clear snow indoors and out, with Jean Pixiao and Han Xiaofeng pitching in. Slush melted into muddy ice, slick underfoot, but none present were ordinary folk. Their martial skills made light work of it. The group was working fervently when a figure came speeding from the direction of Moonview City, treading effortlessly across the thick, snow-covered road. Shui Guanhe was the first to notice. It's Envoy Feng, he's come too? Feng Yan rushed breathlessly to the inn, not even stopping for water, his voice hoarse as he reported, Chief Envoy, another person was killed in the city last night. The incident had already sparked panic among the populace. If the killer remained at large, the pressure on the Mystic Mirror Bureau would only intensify. At this, Han Xiaofeng turned to Lu Jianwei. Proprietor Lu, would you accompany me to Moonview City? Lu Jianwei frowned. With snow this deep, how are we supposed to get there? Naturally, by using Qigong, Han Xiaofeng replied, puzzled. Lu Jianwei thought of her modest 5th-level internal energy. If she attempted light-footed travel, her limitations would be exposed. How could she perfectly maintain the demeanor of a master? Just then, when Zhuji spoke up. Traveling by Qigong leaves one exposed to the biting wind. Why not take my carriage instead? The snow is too thick for a carriage, Han Xiaofeng argued skeptically. When Zhuji smiled and glanced at Uncle Zhang. One person can clear the snow from the driver's seat, while another steers the carriage. That way, a certain innkeeper could lounge comfortably inside the cabin and even take a nap. The group. Lu Jianwei, as expected of the richest man, his mind works fast. She made the final decision. Then it's settled, we'll follow young master when suggestion. The travel party was decided. Uncle Zhang would be responsible for clearing the snow, while Shui Guanhe volunteered to drive the carriage, wishing to return home for a visit. Manager Lu. Lan Ling called out to Lu Jianwei in a sweet, coquettish voice, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on her. Once you leave, what shall I do? The men from Black Wind Fort were undeterred by the snowstorm and had been keeping watch outside. If Lu Jianwei left the inn, brothers He Ho and He Zhang would likely force their way in. Lan Ling wasn't afraid of a fight, she just didn't want her new clothes ruined. Lu Jianwei replied, no need to worry. They won't be able to enter. The inn's defensive mechanisms were bound to the establishment. No matter where she was, Xiaoke could provide real-time updates. If anyone dared to attack the inn, she could activate the defenses at any moment. A thoughtful gleam flickered in Lan Ling's eyes before she smiled radiantly. Manager Lu, you truly are dependable. If not for these trivial matters keeping me occupied, I'd wish to stay by your side forever. You, Yan Feizang, keep watch over the inn. Lu Jianwei ignored her further and, after instructing the two, boarded the carriage without hesitation. The exterior of the carriage was already striking enough, but the interior was even more extravagantly opulent. The cushioned divan, the low table, the small heating stove, all were of exceptional quality. Even the snack box was engraved with golden patterns. The bedding on the divan was covered with the finest silk, embroidered with cranes soaring amidst auspicious clouds. The sky blue background was dotted with clouds, and the cranes appeared almost lifelike in their grace. When Zhuji usually dressed plainly, but this carriage proved he was far more extravagant than he let on. Jianwei reclined against the divan and lifted the swaying curtain. Outside, the world was blanketed in white, an endless expanse of snow. Her 8,000 acres of land were buried under thick snow, creating a majestic yet solemn sight. Uncle Zhang, what about the laborers plowing the fields? Manager, Uncle Zhang replied, panting slightly as he cleared the path. With the heavy snowfall, I allowed them to seek shelter in nearby houses. Once the snow melts, I'll summon them back. Jianwei said coldly, the sky has cleared. Have them come out and shovel the snow. To expedite their journey, Uncle Zhang had only cleared a path wide enough for the carriage, leaving the sides piled high with snow and slush, making travel difficult. The others. One couldn't help but wonder if those martial artists who had raided the inn that night now regretted their actions day and night. Understood. Once we reach the city, I'll inform the overseers. Uncle Zhang accepted the order. Managing a group of over 100 people was no easy task, so Uncle Zhang had selected a few sharp-witted individuals to oversee the rest. Having served as a steward for half his life, such matters were second nature to him. Before I return to the inn, this road must be cleared of snow, Jianwei declared, her tone unyielding. She hadn't forgotten the clinking of coins lost that night. These people had committed crimes but couldn't even afford to pay restitution. It was only fair they tasted the bitter consequences. Yes, Uncle Zhang responded carefully, then ventured, Manager, do you plan to keep them indefinitely? Jianwei, why do you ask? To be honest, they're not as efficient as the village laborers. Miao Chang and the others have tried teaching them repeatedly, but they never seem to learn. Aside from brute strength for plowing, they've little else to offer. Jianwei sighed lightly. But they still owe me money. I can't just let them go. What if someone were willing to pay their debts for them? Really? Jianwei sat up at once. Who would do that? Uncle Zhang chuckled. Young Master Jean mentioned it to me privately. He said that while most of those martial artists are only 3rd or 4th rank, not particularly high, they could still form several trade teams for the Golden Blade Trading Company, running errands for the business. The Golden Blade Trading Company's operations span the realm, but they were perpetually short on martial artists. Acquiring this group would bolster their forces significantly. To the inn, they were a burden. To the trading company, they were assets. While Jianwei could monitor every event within the inn, she couldn't possibly dedicate her full attention to it at all times. Moreover, she typically tuned out the daily chatter among the inn staff. It wasn't surprising she hadn't heard this private exchange. Jianwei smiled. 1,100 taels per person. Can Jean Pichot afford that? 136 people would amount to a staggering 149,600 taels of silver. If this deal went through, the inn's coffers would swell, and she could finally upgrade her offensive tools. Uncle Zhang replied cheerfully, young Master Jean was merely concerned you might have other plans for them. In other words, the money meant nothing to him. Jianwei, we'll discuss this after returning to the inn. The world of the wealthy remained beyond her comprehension. Moonview City wasn't particularly prosperous, its city walls neither tall nor its gates grand. After such heavy snowfall, travel was arduous and few ventured in or out. The guards at the gate had grown lax, their numbers halved from the usual. It couldn't be helped, the cold was unbearable. Standing outside for too long would turn a man into an icicle, so shifts were rotated frequently. Only 2 guards stood at the southern gate, clad in thin winter uniforms, their limbs stiff from the cold. When they saw snow and mud spraying in the distance, their eyes widened. It's martial artists. To plow through snow this thick, what rank must they be? Let's be careful not to offend them. Understood. The resplendent carriage halted at the city gate. The guards performed a routine inspection. Han Xiaofeng presented his badge, and their expressions changed instantly as they waved the party through. Jianwei didn't even need to show her face. Having gazed at the snowy landscape the entire journey, her eyes were nearly fatigued. She now sat inside, meditating in quiet repose. Where was the crime scene last night? Han Xiaofeng asked Feng Yan. Feng Yan answered promptly, Green Willow Lane, in the eastern quarter. I know the way. Shui Guanhe steered the carriage toward the lane. Inside the city, the snow had been cleared, allowing the carriage to speed unhindered. Slush flew in all directions, but the streets were empty, sparing the townsfolk any disturbance. Green Willow Lane was under strict lockdown due to the murder. Though the Mystic Mirror Bureau had taken over the case, they still required the local Yaman's cooperation. The constables stationed there were from the city's police force. Damn, it's freezing. If we keep standing here, we'll turn into icicles. Ain't that the truth? When will this case be solved? It's a martial artist's doing. These things never get solved quickly. I heard the poison's especially nasty. A man with a broadsword approached, his voice gruff. Enough chatter. The purple robe envoy is coming. Boss Wang, do you think the envoy can crack the case? Wang Ji rubbed his hands together and exhaled sharply before glaring at them. You asking me? Who should I ask? There's that azure-clothed envoy inside, studying the poison. Why don't you ask him when they'll figure it out? Wang Ji kicked him playfully. Go to hell. That azure-clothed envoy was insufferably arrogant, always looking down his nose at people. He wouldn't go begging for scraps. The sound of the carriage wheels echoed conspicuously in the silent street. The constables stiffened at the noise, their expressions solemn as they stared toward the lane's entrance. An extraordinarily luxurious carriage came to a stop. The young driver hopped down and spoke respectfully to the occupant. Manager, we've arrived at Green Willow Lane. Hey, isn't that the Xue family's young master? One constable whispered in surprise. It is him. Why is he working as a coachman? Who's inside the carriage? Didn't you hear? He apprenticed under the manager of the 8 Directions and outside the city. Now he's a martial artist too. I thought that was just a rumor. A proper martial artist running in here? Must be rolling in money. Wang Ji bellowed, what do you know? Shut your mouths. He strode forward, recognizing the visitors by their robes, and clasped his hands in greeting. This humble servant greets the purple robe envoy and the azure-clothed envoy. His gaze then shifted to Shui Guanhe and Uncle Zhang. And these two. The lockdown meant no unauthorized personnel were allowed entry. He wasn't sure about Uncle Zhang's identity and was also suspicious of Shui Guanhe's presence. Officer Wang, I came with the innkeeper to assist with the case, Shui Guanhe explained. Uncle Zhang is here for the same reason. Wang Ji thought, so where's the innkeeper? Lu Jianwei lifted the carriage curtain and stepped down gracefully, standing beside Han Xiaofeng. May we proceed inside? Han Xiaofeng gestured with an outstretched hand. Innkeeper Lu after you. The two walked side by side, though a keen observer might notice Han Xiaofeng lagging half a step behind. Wang Ji. He reflexively blocked Shui Guanhe and asked blankly, Young Master Shui, was that your master just now? Shui Guanhe puffed up with pride. Yes. My master is incredible. Wang Ji thought, what kind of luck does this kid have to become the disciple of someone so skilled and beautiful? He wasn't blind, he could see the purple robe envoy's deference toward her. Who is the purple robe envoy? A top-tier expert in the Mystic Mirror Bureau, feared even in the martial world. Aside from the chief commander and 2 deputy commanders, the purple robe envoys held the highest authority. For someone like that to treat the innkeeper of the 8 Directions in with such care, how could Lu Jianwei be ordinary? Young Master Shui is ridiculously lucky. Even as Lu Jianwei walked ahead, Wang Ji remained rooted in place, his expression mirroring the stunned faces of his subordinates. Oh, right, Shui Guanhe suddenly turned back and asked politely, Officer Wang, could you spare someone to run an errand to my house? Let my father know that my master, Uncle Zhang, and I will be staying overnight, so the steward should prepare guest rooms. He produced 10 copper coins. For your trouble. Wang Ji would have liked the extra coin, but as the officer in charge, he had to stay at his post. He pointed to one of the quicker subordinates. Not a problem at all. Thank you. Shui Guanhe cupped his hands and hurried to catch up with the group. Lu Jianwei stepped into a small courtyard. The layout was simple. The main house stood directly ahead, flanked by east and west wings, nothing elaborate. Strings of garlic hung from the eaves alongside cured meat, giving the place a lived-in feel. The victim lay sprawled across the threshold, half his body inside, legs out, eyes wide with terror, his face contorted in agony. His cheek pressed into a pool of blood, which seemed to contain flecks of shredded flesh. In the past, such a gruesome sight might have shaken Lu Jianwei, but after studying countless anatomical models of horrific ailments, she was no longer the same person. Just as she crouched to examine the body, a sharp voice sparked from inside the house. Who told you to touch that? Get away from there. Lu Jianwei arched a brow and turned to Han Xiaofeng. My apologies, Innkeeper Lu, Han Xiaofeng said before glaring toward the interior. Zhu Qiao, Innkeeper Lu was invited here to assist with the toxin analysis. Mind your manners. How impressive, Envoy Han, a lanky man sauntered out, his high cheekbones and narrow eyes dripping with disdain. If you don't trust this humble official, why summon me to this backwater in the first place? He held his chin high, not even sparing Lu Jianwei a glance. Lu Jianwei? What gives a fourth-rank azure-clothed envoy such audacity? Han Xiaofeng, long accustomed to this behavior, remained stoic. Have you discovered anything? Zhu Qiao scoffed, refusing to answer. Despite his slender frame, his skin was fair and delicate, more befitting a pampered young master than someone exposed to the elements. His hairpiece and belt ornaments appeared plain at first glance, but were in fact exquisitely valuable. Even his boots exuded opulence. No doubt this was his cheapest set of clothes, worn only to avoid soiling his finer attire during fieldwork. Given his demeanor, he clearly came from privilege, hence his disregard for Han Xiaofeng. Lu Jianwei wasn't one to stand around and take insults. Ignoring Zhu Qiao, she asked Han Xiaofeng, "How long have you been here?" Han Xiaofeng, "We arrived the evening before last." "Did you examine the previous 5 victims?" "Of course." "And from then until now, you still haven't identified the toxin?" "Correct." "I see." She smiled faintly, her tone laced with implication. "Envoy Han, you've gone to great lengths to bring me here." Han Xiaofeng stifled a chuckle. "No need to mock me, Innkeeper Lu." "What are you implying?" Zhu Qiao caught the sarcasm and bristled. "Han Xiaofeng, you brought a woman here to humiliate me? What's wrong with being a woman?" Lu Jianwei's gaze sharpened like a blade, each word a measured strike. "Unless your father was the one who carried you for 9 months and birthed you?" Zhu Qiao. His face flushed crimson. After sputtering for a moment, he finally spat out, "Shameless harlot. I'm sure your mother would be so proud to hear that. What a filial son you are." Everyone. The courtyard fell dead silent, as if even the air had frozen. Innkeeper Lu is truly peerless. Zhu Qiao's blood rushed to his head, throbbing with fury. Women are only good for petty squabbles. Don't berate yourself. If your speech is unclear, it's not your fault. Perhaps you sinned grievously in a past life and had your tongue ripped out in the 18th level of hell before reincarnation. TSK, such a pitiful, dutiful son. Pft. Shui Guanhe couldn't help but burst out laughing before clapping a hand over his mouth. Zhu Qiao, now beyond reason, shrieked incoherently, flecks of spittle flying. Han Xiaofeng, if you don't throw her out right now, I quit. Han Xiaofeng's expression shifted. Despite Zhu Qiao's insufferable personality, his expertise in pharmacology was genuine. The Bureau had no one else skilled in this field. His family had opposed his career choice, but his passion for the subject had driven him to join the Mystic Mirror Bureau regardless. If he resigned, they'd have to rely on expensive freelancers for future poisoning cases, damaging their reputation. Lu Jianwei read Han Xiaofeng's hesitation and deduced Zhu Qiao's importance. She dealt with many arrogant specialists and knew how to handle them. If you still haven't found the toxin after all this time, your pharmacology skills must be lacking. Maybe you've been planning to quit anyway. Spare yourself the embarrassment. Zhu Qiao snapped. You're spouting nonsense. Twisting facts. Slandering me. At least he didn't curse or resort to violence. One tiny redeeming point. Only one. Lu Jianwei tilted her head. Am I wrong? Then enlighten us. What have you discovered? What would you know? This is a new toxin. It takes time to analyze. Never mind. Explaining would be wasted on you. Zhu Qiao sneered. He suddenly felt foolish for arguing with a woman who probably couldn't even read. Lu Jianwei smirked. Then tell me, Envoy Zhu, how many medicinal herbs and toxic substances exist in the world? 4,325 herbs and 2,873 poisons. He cast a smug glance at Lu Jianwei. Asking him such a basic question was downright laughable. Lu Jianwei continued, Do you know about the banded-tail venomous scorpion in the Tashi Desert? Zhu Qiao? Have you seen the snow lotus on the Kunlun glaciers? Zhu Qiao. Heard of the golden-winged venomous locusts in the Seven-Step Marsh? Zhu Qiao's face paled. Lu Jianwei scoffed lightly. You don't know a single one, yet you dare boast as if you've mastered all the medicinal herbs and poisons in the world. Little do you realize, there are countless unknown substances out there. Your ignorance is simply due to your narrow-mindedness and isolation. I'm familiar with over 8,700 medicinal herbs and more than 4,200 poisons, and even I wouldn't dare claim these are all that exist. Han Xiaofeng said you excelled in this field, but to me, there are only 2 words for your so-called expertise. Boss, what 2 words? Shui Guanhe immediately asked. Lu Jianwei replied airily, that's it. The others. To murder a man's pride was worse than killing him outright. Zhu Qiao's tongue curled with bitterness as he ground his teeth. You're spouting nonsense. I don't believe you. He had studied medicine since childhood, pored over countless texts, and prided himself on knowing every herb and poison under heaven. But what was this woman saying? She claimed the number of herbs and poisons she knew doubled his own. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Jianwei ignored the arrogant fool and bent down to examine the victim's poisoning symptoms. Purple lips, bloodshot eyes, common signs of poisoning. The victim had struggled desperately, his clothes disheveled and loosely draped over his body. She examined the back of his neck, then looked deeper. Sure enough, she found a reddish-brown blood spot. Envoy Han, please remove the victim's clothing. Han Xiaofeng complied. As the collar was pulled aside, revealing the corpse's pallid shoulders and back, Shui Guanhe gasped. So many red spots. Patches of blood mottled the victim's skin, likely caused by ruptured blood vessels from the toxin. One could only imagine the agony he had endured before death. Were the other 5 victims the same? She asked. Yes, Han Xiaofeng nodded, then frowned. But strangely, despite their suffering and desperate attempts to crawl out, none of the neighbors heard any cries for help. Lu Jianwei explained, when blood vessels and organs rupture, the vocal cords are affected. He couldn't make a sound. That it took him 2 hours to crawl from the bed to the threshold means the poison had already sapped his strength by the time it took effect. How horrifying. Shui Guanhe shuddered at the thought. Lu Jianwei straightened. Do the 6 victims share any common traits? An innkeeper, a cloth merchant's accountant, a restaurant chef, a wealthy family's live-in son-in-law, and a scholar. Feng Yan pointed at the corpse on the floor. This one was a carpenter who ran a workshop in town. Whether in appearance, build, or background, the 6 victims had no obvious connections. Lu Jianwei wasn't a professional investigator. Even the experts of the Mystic Mirror Bureau couldn't crack this case, so she couldn't unravel the killer's motive at a glance. But she did have some leads on the poison's origin. As she stood, her gaze caught a flash of red in the bedroom, and a faint floral scent teased her nose. Earlier, the stench of blood had masked the fragrance. She stepped inside. A vase sat on the bedside table, holding a single crimson flower, radiant and striking. Its petals were broad and luxurious, the golden stamens gleaming against the vibrant red. Strangely, the room also held an ornate bronze mirror and a cosmetics box. Was this man married? She asked. Han Xiaofeng looked to Feng Yan, who quickly answered, our investigation confirmed he had a wife, but this wasn't their shared residence. It was his mistress's home. A mistress. Han Xiaofeng's heart skipped a beat. Check if the other victims also kept mistresses. Of the 6 cases, only this one had died in his mistress's quarters, so he hadn't considered the possibility before. Understood. Feng Yan left to question the constables. Lu Jianwei asked, where is the mistress? The local constables had discovered the body first. The constable captain, Wang Ji, stepped forward. A neighbor reported it to the yamen. When we arrived, the house was empty. She must have fled. If the mistress was here when he was poisoned, why didn't she cry out for help? Lu Jianwei pressed. Wang Ji faltered, shamefaced. Han Xiaofeng ordered, investigate. Yes, sir. Lu Jianwei approached the vase, studying the dazzling petals for a moment. Just as she leaned in for a closer look, Zhu Qiao's sullen voice cut in. I already checked. The flower isn't poisonous. Lu Jianwei turned. Oh, I tested it. It's not toxic. Zhu Qiao snapped, eager to prove himself. If you don't believe me, test it yourself. Lu Jianwei brushed a finger over the petal, soft and delicate. In the western regions, there's a flower whose color rivals the dawn. Its blooming period is brief, but when preserved in a special solution, it never withers. Even in winter, it remains as vibrant as the day it bloomed. Zhu Qiao scowled. What nonsense are you spinning now? Have you ever seen a flower that blooms in winter? Do you know its nature? You dismissed a crucial clue just because you deemed it non-toxic. You'd be better off inheriting your family business than making a fool of yourself here. Zhu Qiao was growing immune to her sharp tongue. Instead of flying into a rage, he countered, then enlighten us. What is this flower? What are its properties? What clues can you even gather from it? Han Xiaofeng cut in, Boss Lu, do you really have a lead? Yes. Lu Jianwei pushed open the window, letting sunlight and snow glare into the room. This flower is called Morning Glory. It's harmless on its own, but the solution preserving it is toxic. She turned back to Zhu Qiao. You tested the flower. Did you test the water in the vase? Zhu Qiao. Han Xiaofeng signaled Wang Ji, who promptly tipped the vase, catching a small amount of liquid in a clean cup. The water was clear, indistinguishable from ordinary water. Zhu Qiao sniffed it, then tested it with a silver needle. After a moment, he frowned. Still no poison. The others? Just then, Feng Yan returned. Envoy, I've confirmed all 5 victims had mistresses. A mistress would naturally adorn herself, using cosmetics and perfumes, Lu Jianwei explained. The liquid in the vase evaporates. In winter, with windows shut tight, intimate contact, lipstick kissed, powder transferred combines with the fumes to create a new poison. Zhu Qiao protested, but the other 5 didn't die in their mistresses' homes. Poison takes time to act, Lu Jianwei said. Envoy Han, how did you initially deduce that the victims died 2 hours after ingesting the toxin? Han Xiaofeng glanced at Zhu Qiao. Based on accounts from relatives and neighbors, the victims showed no symptoms before poisoning. They appeared perfectly healthy. We worked backward from the time of death, Zhu Qiao said stiffly. Most poisons ravage the body swiftly after entering so. Lu Jianwei cut him off. Jealous beauty is different. Its victims don't die immediately. But they still suffer terribly, showing other symptoms, Zhu Qiao muttered. Besides, the victims were all ordinary people. Who'd use such an exotic poison to murder them? The Envy of Blossoms was a poison specifically targeting martial artists of the jianghu. If this toxin truly worked as the woman described, showing no symptoms after being administered, only to claim the victim's life at a predetermined time, it was utterly bizarre. Why go to such lengths? Shopkeeper Lu, is there an antidote for this poison? Han Xiaofeng asked gravely. Lu Jianwei replied, I'll do my best. But right now, our priority is catching the culprit. Agreed. Han Xiaofeng issued orders, investigate the residences of the other victims for traces of morning glory flowers. Find out where these flowers came from, and, besides this mistress, check if any other concubines have gone missing. Feng Yan acknowledged the command. Shopkeeper, it's getting late. Why not come to my home first for a meal before working on the antidote? Shui Guanhe suggested. Lu Jianwei nodded. All right. The 3 boarded an extravagantly ornate carriage and set off toward the Shui residence in the northern district of Moonview City. This was Lu Jianwei's first time entering the city. Earlier, she had rushed straight to the crime scene, with no chance to take in the sights. Now, she finally had a moment to observe. She lifted the carriage curtain, admiring the quaint houses lining the streets. A person sweeping snow outside one home glanced up at the sound of hooves, then gaped at the sight of such a luxurious carriage pulled by majestic steeds. Lu Jianwei stifled a laugh. The carriage of the Wen family's wealthiest truly lived up to the phrase, flaunting extravagance in public. But as they turned a corner, a sudden chill crept down her spine. Someone was watching. The gates of the Shui family mansion were thrown wide open, with servants standing in neat rows. Shui Pingshan and his wife stood at the entrance, eagerly looking down the street, while the steward lingered slightly behind, craning his neck in anticipation. It's been so long since we've seen Guanhe. I wonder if he's grown thinner or taller, and how his martial arts training is coming along, Madame Shui murmured, clutching a handkerchief, her voice trembling with nervous excitement. Shui Pingshan patted her hand reassuringly. Didn't he write in his letter? He said he was doing well. Manager Lu and the other seniors have treated him kindly. He's already a second-rank martial artist now and has even mastered a formidable saber technique. I know, I just can't quite believe it, Madame Shui admitted, her lips curving into a relieved smile. After so many past hardships, her worries were hard to shake. The carriage is coming, the steward suddenly exclaimed, his face lighting up. Master, madam, look, isn't that the young master driving the carriage? It's him. No doubt about it. Madame Shui hurried forward a few steps, squinting before breaking into a grin. He does look a little leaner, but his spirit seems strong. Shui Pingshan puffed out his chest with pride. Martial artists are meant to be lean and tough. Our Guanha has truly become a warrior now. The carriage pulled up swiftly, stopping right before the gates of Shui Mansion. Shui Guanha leaped down and called out brightly, "Father! Mother! I'm home! Welcome back, welcome back!" Madame Shui beamed, her heart swelling with gratitude toward Lu Jianwei as she took in her son's vibrant energy. He had truly found a great master. Guanha, and who might this be? Shui Pingshan turned respectfully toward the elderly man accompanying him. The man stroked his beard with a smile. This humble one is Zhang Gaozhu. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Master Shui. Senior Zheng. Your reputation precedes you. This is an honor. Shui Pingshan replied, nearly flustered with reverence. Shui Guanha blinked in surprise. So Zhang Vo's real name was Gaozhu? This was the first time he'd heard it. The same realization seemed to dawn on Lu Jianwei inside the carriage, who remained silent for a moment. At the inn, Zhang Bo was the eldest among them. Yushu had always addressed him as Zhang Bo, and the others had naturally followed suit. No one would have been so impolite as to call him by his full name, so the opportunity to learn it had never arisen. "Master, we've arrived," Shui Guanha reminded her from outside. Lu Jianwei gathered her thoughts and lifted the carriage curtain. The entire Shui household watched with rapt curiosity. They had all been eager to see what the young master's renowned master looked like. Rumors said Manager Lu was extraordinarily skilled, a master among masters. Would she be as towering and imposing as the martial heroes described in jianghu tales? A slender, porcelain-white hand emerged from behind the curtain, its delicate fingers a striking contrast against the deep crimson sleeves, like flawless jade paired with winter plum blossoms. Her winter robes were primarily white, but the collar and cuffs were elegantly trimmed in red, while the hem was embroidered with lifelike plum blossoms that mirrored the hairpin tucked into her coiled-up hair. Every detail was perfectly balanced. The onlookers couldn't help but stare in awe. She was nothing like what they had imagined. Madame Shui was the first to recover. She stepped forward eagerly, adopting an unusually formal tone. "Manager Lu, your presence today brings boundless honor to our humble home." "Madame Fan, Master Shui, pardon the intrusion." "I appreciate your hospitality," Lu Jianwei replied with a warm smile as she alighted gracefully from the carriage. "NS." Madame Shui's eyes sparkled. Her maiden name was Fan, and her given name, Mian, meaning soft, belied her bold and generous nature. She owned several shops and was a shrewd businesswoman, always preferring to be called Madame Fan rather than Madame Shui. Already deeply grateful to Lu Jianwei for mentoring her son, Fan Mian felt an instant kinship at the respectful address and broke into a delighted grin. "Manager Lu, it's no trouble at all. I'm overjoyed you could come. I asked Guanha about your favorite dishes and had everything prepared in advance, just waiting for your arrival." Lu Jianwei chuckled. "Then I'll be sure to eat heartily." "Absolutely." Fan Mian enthused. "It's cold out, please come inside. I've had hot tea prepared. Manager Lu, Senior Zhang, do make yourselves at home." With that, she linked arms with Lu Jianwei as if they were old friends and led her inside. In the Qi dynasty, people married young. Fan Mian had wed at 15, given birth to Shui Guanha at 16, and was now just in her early 30s, only 5 or 6 years older than Lu Jianwei. Age-wise, they could easily have been sisters. But Fan Mian had never trained in martial arts and had spent years laboring over household affairs. Despite proper care, she appeared a decade older than Lu Jianwei, whose refined features and martial arts practice had only enhanced her youthful, almost ethereal beauty. The contrast made them seem like they belonged to different generations. The Shui father and son? They hadn't expected them to hit it off so well. Shui Pingshan quickly turned to Zhang Gaozhu with a welcoming smile, and the group made their way inside. Outside, the ornate carriage was led away by the coachman. Shui Guanhe retrieved a leather satchel from the vehicle, its straps slung diagonally across his body, an unusual sight. "Young master, what is that?" his attendant Ague asked curiously. Shui Guanhe grinned. "My master's medicine bag." It was essentially a physician's kit, but Lu Jianwei had found traditional cases too cumbersome and instead bought a waterproof leather shoulder bag from the system shop. The Qi dynasty already had leather goods, so a simple medical satchel wasn't particularly eye-catching. "Oh," Ague marveled. "So Manager Lu knows medicine too?" "Of course. My master is skilled in many things," he boasted. Then, which room was prepared for her? "Take me there." Ague quickly guided him down a side path. "Right next to your courtyard, young master. Very close." "Good." The Shui family was warm and perceptive. Shui Pingshan and Fan Mion's hospitality struck the perfect balance, enthusiastic without being overbearing, making their guests feel entirely at ease. After tea and a satisfying meal, Lu Jianwei rose. "Madam Fan, your forthright nature makes me regret not meeting you sooner. But I still have urgent matters to attend to, so I must excuse myself for now." Fan Mion knew she was investigating the serial poisoning case and wouldn't dream of delaying her. She stood to see her off. The courtyard the Shui family had prepared was serene and tastefully arranged, just to Lu Jianwei's liking. Once in her room, she purchased a vial of colorless poison and several boxes of rouge from the system shop. In the Qi dynasty, rouge was typically made from crushed safflower petals mixed with oils and other ingredients. The poison, when combined with morning glow flowers, preserved petals from decay, but when exposed to safflower, it transformed into a lethal toxin. Lu Jianwei fed the rouge to a human model, then administered a few drops of the poison, waiting for symptoms to manifest. The poison was volatile, so she sealed the vial tightly and stored it in her system inventory to prevent its fumes from lingering in the air. Inhaled toxins would take days to accumulate before triggering a fatal reaction, whereas ingesting the poison outright would swiftly ravage internal organs. The model's condition deteriorated horrifically. Lu Jianwei meticulously recorded the symptoms in her notebook. When the patient began vomiting blood, she swiftly inserted silver needles into key acupoints on the chest. The bleeding slowed and the organ damage stabilized slightly, but the needles were only a temporary measure. She collected a sample of the tainted blood into a white porcelain bowl, diluted it with water, and watched as the liquid darkened faintly. According to toxicology, a certain shrub in the western regions secreted a sap that, when mixed with nearby wildflowers, became a deadly poison. Therefore, such shrubs are often surrounded by the corpses of insects and beasts, creating a veritable zone of death. Whenever the wind rises, the thicket emits mournful wails, like the cries of tormented spirits. The locals call them wailing ghost shrubs. Yet the sap of these wailing ghost shrubs happens to be the perfect match for dawnbloom flowers. Just a tiny amount is enough to preserve the flower's initial brilliance. Conventionally, poison and antidote often coexist, but the cure for wailing ghost shrubs isn't found among the surrounding flora or fauna. Ironically, it's the leaves of the dawnbloom flower that neutralize its venom. Inside the vase, there was only a single dawnbloom bloom. Its leaves had all been plucked away. Lu Jianwei had no choice but to purchase them from the system's marketplace. She searched for dawnbloom leaves in the medicinal herbs section, and sure enough, the system had them in stock. But then she saw the price. Highway robbery. Little co. Takes one to know one. 50 taels for a single leaf? Isn't that a bit excessive? Dawnblooms have a short blooming period and are already rare. Securing these was no easy feat. Consider the challenges of harvesting and transporting them all the way from the western regions, Little Ke sighed. Lu Jianwei, does the system even need to harvest and transport? Did he take her for a fool? You said it yourself. Scarcity drives value, Little Ke retorted. Even if you offered 500 or 5,000 taels, you wouldn't find a single leaf on the open market. Lu Jianwei understood the logic. She just wanted an excuse to vent. She spent 100 taels on 2 leaves. But the leaves alone weren't enough. The lethal toxin was formed by a chemical reaction between the sap of the wailing ghost shrubs and that of safflower plants, altering their original properties. Additional antidotal ingredients were required. Lu Jianwei mentally sifted through her knowledge of detoxifying herbs, combining her expertise with the intuition of a seasoned healer. She selected 3 ingredients, the stamens of the demon bloom flower, the stems and leaves of shadowgrass, and an entire frost lotus plant. None of these came cheap. A single frost lotus alone cost 500 taels. According to Little Co, harvesting frost lotuses was far more difficult than gathering dawn blooms. Moreover, frost lotuses bloomed only once every 5 years, making them even rarer. The patient's condition was worsening. Lu Jianwei estimated the dosage, pinching off a fingernail-sized piece of dawn bloom leaf, plucking 10 delicate stamens from the demon bloom, and mixing them with a whole stalk of shadowgrass and half a frost lotus. She channeled her inner energy to grind them into powder, dissolving it in a bowl of water before administering it to the patient. Within 10 breaths, the symptoms began to ease. By the time a cup of tea could be steeped, the patient's furrowed brow relaxed, and they drifted into unconsciousness. The medicine had taken effect, but the damaged organs would still need time to recover. Lu Jianwei preferred to prepare for the worst. If a real patient needed treatment later, she couldn't just hand them a pile of powder to swallow with water. That would be far too inelegant. She retrieved flour from her personal storage, mixed it with water in a bowl, and added an equivalent dose of the medicinal powder. Kneading it into 3 small white pills, she stored them in an exquisitely crafted porcelain vial. As she put away the anatomical model and tidied her workspace, footsteps suddenly echoed outside her courtyard. "Manager Lu, someone in the Western District has been poisoned. The situation is urgent. Could you spare the time to assist?" Han Xiaofeng stood beyond the gate, urgency lacing his words. Without hesitation, Lu Jianwei agreed. Stepping outside, she found Zhang Gaozhu and Shui Guanhe already waiting at the entrance, clearly intending to accompany her. Shui Pingshan and Fan Mian hurried over as well, their faces tight with worry upon hearing of another poisoning. What in the world was happening? "Manager Lu, our family has horses. Riding will be faster." A carriage would only slow them down now. Lu Jianwei didn't refuse. She had learned horseback riding as a child and was quite skilled, though her family's later financial ruin and mounting debts had robbed her of opportunities to visit equestrian grounds. The Shui family's horses were well-bred, their coats glossy and sleek. The most imposing among them snorted irritably at the disturbance, clearly displeased with the late-night summons. Lu Jianwei took an instant liking to it. Without a word, she mounted. The horse, shrewd enough to recognize her competence, abandoned its tantrum and obediently carried her westward. Along the way, Han Xiaofeng briefed her on the situation. The victim was the young master of a soy sauce workshop in the Western District. He had been indulging in the pleasure quarters when the poison struck, surrounded by witnesses, which allowed the authorities to respond swiftly. By the time they arrived, the brothel was already cordoned off by constables. Zhu Qiao and Feng Yan stood beside the afflicted man, fists clenched helplessly. Physicians from the city's clinics could only shake their heads in resignation. The young master's parents and wife had arrived to find him contorted in agony, eyes bloodshot, barely able to whimper between bouts of bloody retching. Overwhelmed, they collapsed into desperate sobs. Lu Jianwei strode into the building, the stench of poisoned blood assaulting her senses. Envoy Han, Manager Lu, Feng Yan greeted them. "It's been nearly half an hour since the poisoning. Without an antidote, he'll die." Master Fan, the soy sauce workshop owner, dropped to his knees at the sight of the newcomers. "Esteemed one, I beg you, save my son," he pleaded, knocking his forehead against the ground. "This humble one will kowtow to you." His wife and daughter-in-law joined in the desperate supplication. Han Xiaofeng exchanged a glance with Zhu Qiao, who gave a grim shake of his head. "Envoy Han," Lu Jianwei said calmly, "I may be able to try." Han Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. "Manager Lu, please proceed." Then, to the family, silence. The wailing ceased instantly. They remained on their knees, hope burning in their eyes as they watched Lu Jianwei. Zhu Qiao frowned. "You'll try? How? Even if you know the source of the toxin, can you possibly procure an antidote in such little time?" After Lu Jianwei's earlier warning, he had realized the poison's complexity. The source was rare enough, the antidote's ingredients would be even harder to obtain. He didn't believe she could truly cure this. With lives at stake, Lu Jianwei ignored him. She approached the young master and retrieved the porcelain vial from her sleeve, extracting one of the white pills. "Bring me a bowl of water." Shui Guanhan swiftly complied. Lu Jianwei handed him the pill. Feed this to him with water. Yes. Shui Guanhan took the pill, crouching to place it in the young master's mouth. Though racked with pain, the man's mind was clear enough to recognize potential salvation. He eagerly accepted it. Yet the flour-based pill stuck in his throat, clogged by congealed blood. Shui Guanhan helped him wash it down. The moment it took effect was almost miraculous. Within 10 breaths, the searing agony dulled, replaced by a cooling relief that spread through his body. With a long exhale, his eyes fluttered shut. It worked. Shui Guanhan marveled. The medicine actually worked. The others stared in shock at the speed of the recovery. The elderly physicians bowed deeply, reverence in their eyes. They knew all too well that only a master of rare alchemical arts could counter such a toxin. They had resigned themselves to the man's fate, yet here was a miracle. Greetings, elder. In their world, mastery commanded respect. That she was a young woman mattered not at all. The family members knelt and kowed out in gratitude, their thanks endless. Lu Jianwei responded with graceful composure. This poison is quite peculiar, and the ingredients I used were exceedingly rare. Having spent several hundred taels of silver, she couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. The owner of the soy sauce workshop, ever the shrewd businessman, quickly caught her drift and eagerly offered his own proposal. Esteemed benefactor, your kindness is beyond repayment. Though my family possesses only crude worldly treasures, if you do not disdain them, I shall personally visit tomorrow to express our gratitude. Lu Jianwei smiled amiably. That will do. She didn't provide her address. Shui Guanhe would handle such trivial matters for her. May I ask, benefactor, though my son has taken the antidote and survived the poisoning, he has suffered greatly. What should be done now? Lu Jianwei replied, simply have a physician tend to him and restore his health. This humble one kowtows and thanks once more. Zhu Qiao stood nearby, dumbstruck, unable to process what had just happened. How was this possible? How could she have concocted the antidote so swiftly? Had she even tested it? And where had she obtained those ingredients? His mind was a tangled mess, utterly incapable of rational thought. Esteemed one, might we examine young Master Fan? One of the elder physicians cautiously inquired. Only then did Lu Jianwei learn the victim's surname was Fan. She nodded indifferently. By all means. The physicians took turns checking young Master Fan's pulse, inspecting his eyes, and examining his mouth and nose. Finally, under Master Fan's hopeful gaze, they confirmed, your son's organs have suffered some damage, but fortunately, the treatment was timely. With proper rest and care, he will gradually recover. The 3 members of the Fan family were greatly relieved. Madame Fan burst into tears. No matter how we warned him, he refused to listen. He insisted on visiting those pleasure quarters. Now look at the suffering he's brought upon himself. Let's see if he dares go again. She then turned to young Madame Fan with remorse. I failed in raising him properly. You've endured too much. Young Madame Fan wiped her tears and whispered, as long as my husband recovers, let us leave this matter in the past. With the victim revived, Lu Jianwei decided it was time to rest. Han Xiaofeng, still needed to wrap up the investigation, escorted her outside and spoke with heartfelt admiration. Manager Lu, your skill is unparalleled. No further praise was necessary. His respect was evident in his bearing. Lu Jianwei turned to him. The culprit remains at large. What are your plans? Han Xiaofeng understood her implication. Do you have any suggestions? The poisoner has claimed 6 lives so far, and the Mystic Mirror Bureau has yet to uncover any leads. He must be gloating in the shadows. But now that one victim has survived, his perfect scheme has a flaw. Do you think he'll resist the urge to investigate for himself? Han Xiaofeng grasped her meaning. The same thought had already crossed his mind, though he hadn't fully committed to the idea. Lu Jianwei's words solidified his resolve. My thanks for your guidance, Manager Lu. She smiled lightly. As long as you don't consider me meddlesome. You jest, Manager Lu. Han Xiaofeng bowed solemnly. During the White Crane Manor case, you protected the survivors and gave the Mystic Mirror Bureau a chance to solve it. Now, you've saved another life. The Bureau owes you a debt. Lu Jianwei mounted her horse without ceremony. Officer Han, may you crack the case swiftly. Manager Lu. Han Xiaofeng bowed once more. Earlier, Zhu Qiao spoke to you disrespectfully. That was my oversight. I failed to discipline him properly. I offer my sincerest apologies. Lu Jianwei chuckled. Officer Han, do remember, Lu Jianwei never works for free. With a flick of her whip, she galloped away, disappearing into the night-shrouded streets. Han Xiaofeng remained standing there, unable to suppress a wry smile. Just how much of a bonus should he request from the Bureau this time? The serial poisonings had thrown Moonview City into turmoil. 6 deaths with no leads had eroded the people's trust in the authorities. If this continued, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, young Master Fan had survived. News of his recovery spread quickly, lifting spirits across the city. If one victim could be saved, perhaps the poison wasn't invariably fatal. The constables had already discovered a pattern. All 7 victims had purchased Dawnbloom flowers, and all had gifted them to their mistresses. Young Master Fan, however, had given his to the top courtesan of a brothel. The flower remained in her bedchamber, but the courtesan herself had vanished. In fact, not just her, every single mistress linked to the victims had disappeared. The missing mistresses became the talk of the town. Some claimed they were already dead. Others insisted they had fled to avoid implication. A few wilder theories suggested this was a conspiracy by the wives, a joint effort to eliminate their husbands and mistresses, with the latter now enduring unspeakable torment. Utter nonsense. After a good night's rest, Lu Jianwei awoke to find the Shui family had prepared a lavish breakfast in her honor. At the table, Fan Mian showered her with praise, her flattering words so extravagant they bordered on deification. Even Lu Jianwei, thick-skinned as she was, found it slightly overwhelming. Before long, Master Fan and Madame Fan arrived in person, presenting 8,000 taels in silver notes along with exquisite porcelain, fine silks, and other gifts as tokens of their gratitude. The soy sauce trade was a low-margin business, and the Fan family's workshop was modest, comfortable, but not exceedingly wealthy. The near 10,000 tael offering was the absolute limit of what they could afford. Lu Jianwei accepted it without hesitation. Her personal coffers were once again flush with over 30,000 taels. With the day free, Lu Jianwei decided to explore Moonview City, eager to unwind after months cooped up in the inn. Zhang Gaozhu and Shui Guanhe accompanied her. Manager, the West Market has all sorts of interesting sights. Shall we head there? Shui Guanhe, eager to play the gracious host, was determined to ensure his master's satisfaction. Lu Jianwei had no particular destination in mind. She simply wanted to clear her head. They strolled leisurely through the streets, occasionally pausing to admire the curios on display at roadside stalls. Upon reaching the West Market, the bustle grew livelier. Shui Guanhe was well known here, greeted by vendors at every turn, though none dared to stare too long at Lu Jianwei. Word had spread, this was the formidable physician whom the Shui family's young master had apprenticed under. Last night, when every other doctor had been helpless against the poison, she had saved young Master Fan with a single pill. A miracle worker. With such a master, Shui Guanhe's future was assured, and the Shui family would bask in the reflected glory. The common folk kept their distance, stealing glances from the corners of their eyes, wary of offending the formidable trio. An invisible barrier formed around them. Lu Jianwei appreciated the space. It spared her the jostling crowds. Amidst the cautious avoidance, a young girl carrying a flower basket approached Lu Jianwei, her presence starkly out of place. She appeared around 15 or 16, her hair braided into countless thin plaits. Her features were delicate, her skin unnaturally pale, her lips tinged faintly purple. Her attire suggested foreign origins, but her face was unmistakably Central Plains. Gaunt, with hollow cheeks and eyes that should have sparkled with youthful innocence, but instead lay bare and lifeless as a desolate wasteland. She extended the flower basket, her voice low and rasping, her tone detached yet delivering words that seemed incongruously playful. "Miss, would you like to buy a flower for the sweetheart you admire?" The basket held only a single bloom, its petals broad and vibrant, glowing like the colors of dawn. Shui Guanhe and Zhang Gaozhu's pupils contracted sharply. It was the Dawnbloom flower. The two stepped forward warily, intending to block the young girl's flower basket. Yet Lu Jianwei merely smiled and said, "How curious to see such a radiant flower in winter. A pity I have no sweetheart to give it to." The flower seller was momentarily taken aback before replying stiffly, "That's all right. A flower this beautiful would look lovely by your bedside. But when it withers, wouldn't that be heartbreaking?" The girl stared at her deeply before finally speaking after a long pause. "No matter. I can give you a special water to keep the petals from decaying." "Where is this water?" "It's in a bottle, but I forgot to bring it." Her excuse was flimsy, but her expression remained wooden. "You'll need to come with me. It's just in an alley nearby." The words were clearly meant to lure someone into a secluded lane, but paired with her demeanor, the whole exchange felt awkwardly forced. Had the previous victims not noticed anything amiss when buying flowers from her? Or perhaps, even if they had, they dismissed a young girl as harmless. Only those blinded by lust or arrogance would purchase both the flower and its poison, sealing their own fates. Lu Jianwei curved her lips. "All right." Shui Guanhe and Zhang Gaozhu spoke in unison, "Manager Lu." "Wait here," Lu Jianwei said, as if entranced. "I'll go with her." The flower seller's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly before her cold mask slipped back into place. Lu Jianwei caught that fleeting reaction, piecing together a theory. The girl's odd behavior almost seemed like a warning. A trap lay ahead, one that might very well be an open scheme. The missing women had vanished without a trace, and the authorities were scrambling for leads. Now, with such a glaring clue before her, she couldn't turn away. Whoever was behind this had sent the flower seller out so brazenly, they must have something to rely on. And that reliance was the hostages. Lu Jianwei was no lone hero, but she was curious. From the moment she entered the city, someone had been watching her. What were they planning? Lu Jianwei followed the flower-selling girl around the street corner. Uncle Zhang and Shui Guanhe naturally didn't stay put, sprinting off to find Han Xiaofeng. "You don't seem worried at all," Lu Jianwei said gently. "They're going to the Mystic Mirror Bureau. Aren't you afraid of being rounded up in one fell swoop?" The flower girl paused mid-step, turning to gaze at her with dark, fathomless eyes. "You don't seem worried either. Your methods of dealing with people are limited to poison. You should know I've already cured it." "You're impressive," the flower girl admitted. "My master named it Fickle Lover, meant to rid the world of heartless men." Jealous blossoms, fickle lover, these names reeked of resentment. Lu Jianwei chuckled lightly. "Does your master aspire to be the next Lin Songwei?" "Who's Lin Songwei?" The flower girl looked puzzled. "You know of jealous blossoms, but not Lin Songwei?" The girl nodded. "It's a formidable poison. It took me years to devise an antidote." "Lin Songwei was the creator of jealous blossoms," Lu Jianwei said with genuine admiration. "For you to neutralize it, you must be an expert in antidotes. If you've encountered jealous blossoms, how have you never heard of Lin Songwei?" "So that's her name." The flower girl stared ahead into the narrow, shadowed alley. Master never mentioned her. The path grew increasingly desolate. Ahead lay the slums, home to society's dregs, chaotic, filthy, and lawless. Lu Jianwei suddenly halted. The flower girl stopped beside her. "No further. Tired of walking? Let's rest a moment." Lu Jianwei arched a brow. "The road is long. We might as well chat." The girl hesitated, then glanced down at her flower basket. "You cured, fickle lover, so you must be deeply knowledgeable about toxins and pharmacology. Have you heard of a certain insect? It secretes a fragrant toxin to lure passing beasts, then injects them with venom, driving the animals to hunt for it. Once the insect is satiated, the beasts, now useless, succumb to the poison and die." "You're describing the corpse driver bugs of the Soulbreak Ridge in the southwest. They're venom puppeteers animals, much like corpse herding, hence the name." When Lu Jianwei first learned of this creature, even she felt a chill. The world was vast and full of wonders. If the enslaved beasts wish to break free, they must find an antidote. But by then, they've lost all will, reduced to mere puppets of the corpse driver bugs. The flower girl paused. "Shopkeeper Lu, those bugs don't let prey escape their cages easily." Lu Jianwei sighed softly. "You're an antidote master, yet you can't cure your own poison." The girl lifted her dark, depthless eyes. "Can you, Shopkeeper Lu?" "I don't know," Lu Jianwei answered truthfully. Their delay had given Han Xiaofeng enough time to encircle the area with his men. Lu Jianwei's senses were sharp. She noticed, but remained unruffled, stepping forward calmly. "Let's go in. I'd like to see how your master welcomes me." The flower girl. "To be frank, I initially suspected you'd sneak into the Feng residence tonight to verify the antidote's efficacy, Lu Jianwei said, stepping over a bamboo pole strewn across the path. But your master is more direct than I imagined, luring us into a trap on her own turf. Beta. Knowing that, you still dare to enter? A voice, laced with internal energy, grated against her ears, hoarse, scorched, and unsettling. Lu Jianwei smirked. I neutralized your poison so swiftly. Why should I fear? Ha ha, you think I only possess one rare toxin? How naive. I don't know how many poisons you've concocted, but I do know you couldn't cure jealous blossoms. Your skills are far inferior to Lin Xingyue's. Bullshit. The voice turned shrill. What kind of master is she? I, Hu Jianyang, am the greatest poison expert in the martial world. Lu Jianwei's earlier probing had confirmed her guess. When the flower girl said her master never spoke Lin Xingyue's name, it was clear the 3 syllables were taboo. Taboos stem from 2 roots: reverence, where one avoids sullying a cherished name, or shame, where the name becomes an unbearable shadow. A woman who poisoned innocence was unlikely to harbor the former. Thus, Lu Jianwei wagered on the latter. Sure enough, Hu Jianyang couldn't resist declaring her supremacy, even at the cost of exposing herself. Her psyche was warped, all she craved was recognition. You boast of being number 1, yet you used jealous blossoms to harm others. Isn't that self-contradictory? Lu Jianwei referred to the Niu Xiaoxi poisoning. Hu Jianyang sneered. If I'd had enough Go Sweep sap, I'd never have resorted to jealous blossoms. I heard you cured it, proof that Lin Xingyue's toxins are mediocre, easily unraveled. Why target a child? Hu Jianyang scoffed. Abandoning his wife and child at such a tender age? I made sure he tasted despair. Everyone? A child, how could he have a wife or a child? Equally baffled, Lu Jianwei looked to the flower girl. The girl explained he was playing house. His role was the heartless husband who deserted his family. Everyone. Lu Jianwei. What kind of deranged logic was this? Lu Jianwei decided reasoning with madness was futile. She strode to the crumbling gate of a dilapidated courtyard, pretending to retrieve a palm-sized sandbag from her sleeve. With a flick of her wrist, she lobbed it over the wall, then triggered a hidden dart launcher. The tiny dart pierced the bag midair, detonating it into a cloud of powder that rained down into the yard. The launcher was a shop purchase, strapped to her forearm. The powder mingled 2 agents, a potent muscle relaxant and an internal energy suppressant. The latter had already humbled over 200 martial artists. Even major sects like the Blackwind Fort and Thousand League Tower had begged renowned physicians to no avail. She was curious, could Hu Jianyang crack it? Hu Jianyang inside the courtyard. She'd laid traps, yet this woman struck first with underhanded tactics. Once inhaled, the powder would cripple one's energy and limbs. How could she fight back? Hu Jianyang held her breath. A 5th-rank warrior could last 15 minutes at most without air, unless trained in breath suspension. Time wasn't on her side. Unable to speak, she seized a nearby woman, vaulted onto the roof, and clamped her claws around the hostage's throat. The woman, likely drugged mute, made no sound. Her face purpled, eyes bulging from asphyxiation. The message was clear: retreat or the hostage dies. Lu Jianwei laughed coldly. What a fitting greatest poison master faced with an unknown drug. Your first instinct is to flee. Truly awe-inspiring. You've made such a grand spectacle. Do you really think this is child's play, where you can kill at will and escape whenever you please? Or are you just a seasoned criminal? Successful too many times, so arrogant you've nearly forgotten who you are. Hu Jianyang, if you flee today, you'll only become a laughingstock. When people speak of you, they'll say, Lu Jianwei's voice dripped with mockery, oh, that lunatic who boasted of being the greatest poison master in the martial world, but couldn't even cure someone else's knockout drug. She's not worth mentioning. She doesn't hold a candle to Lin Xingyue, not even a single strand of her hair. Lu Jianwei nearly laughed aloud. She had expected a cunning murderer, but instead found an egomaniacal madwoman. No sense of accomplishment at all. She taunted again. Don't tell me the poison from ghost sweeping wood wasn't even your discovery? Using Lin Xingyue's toxins to harm children is bad enough, but even your serial killings rely on someone else's poison. And you still call yourself the best in the martial world? What a joke. Something in her words must have struck a nerve. Hu Jianyang's face twisted with fury as she finally spat out, "Who the hell are you?" Han Xiaofeng was stationed outside. She didn't dare kill the hostages outright. She had been too overconfident. Her past successes elsewhere had made her believe no one could stand in her way. She would remember this infuriating face. Remember her name. Lu Jianwei smiled coolly. The weak and incompetent don't deserve to know. A single sentence, sharp as a blade, shattered Hu Jianyang's fragile pride. "I'll kill you," she shrieked, charging at Lu Jianwei with a hostage in tow. Lu Jianwei didn't move an inch. Hu Jianyang's full-force strike, fueled by fifth-level inner energy, never reached her. Han Xiaofeng intercepted it effortlessly. He stood with his blade drawn, deflecting the attack before countering. Hu Jianyang screamed, "Why aren't you moving?" Her crazed, desperate glare fixed on the flower-selling girl beside her. The girl remained silent, only her eyes flickering slightly. "Don't you want the antidote?" Hu Jianyang, already weakened by inhaled powder, her energy draining, lashed out in panic. "Remember, your life is in my hands." The girl's voice was icy. "You never had an antidote to begin with. Kill her, and I'll give it to you." Hu Jianyang pointed furiously at Lu Jianwei. She couldn't sense Lu Jianwei's cultivation level, assuming she was just a powerless fool, easy to eliminate. One strike from her disciple, and this woman who dared humiliate her would. Thud. A figure crumpled to the ground like a broken kite. Hu Jianyang never imagined Lu Jianwei's drug would be so potent. A few breaths in, and she was already paralyzed, collapsing in disgrace. She lay sprawled on the ground, one hand still clutching a hostage's throat. Han Xiaofeng hadn't even needed to fight seriously. His job was just to prevent escape or murder. He hadn't expected Hu Jianyang to be this weak. The grand confrontation he'd braced for never happened. It felt like a farce. He almost felt disappointed. Holding his breath, he signaled to Lu Jianwei before hauling Hu Jianyang away. The hostages were freed. The flower-selling girl, as an accomplice, was taken for questioning. Lu Jianwei sighed inwardly. How could someone so deranged and unhinged have killed so many? Her only weapons were fifth-tier cultivation and bizarre poisons, yet there were countless like her in the martial world. Local constables stood no chance against them. In remote towns where the law was lax, a few deaths might go unnoticed, unreported to the Mystic Mirror Bureau. That negligence had fed Hu Jianyang's arrogance. Even the Bureau's agents couldn't neutralize her toxins. "Xiaoke, you've really outdone yourself," Lu Jianwei mused. "Xiaoke, you're scaring me, acting like this." "Why?" Lu Jianwei frowned. "I'm praising you." "Xiaoke, exactly. That's what's terrifying." Lu Jianwei gave up and turned to leave. Shui Guanhe and Uncle Zhang approached, their expressions odd. The younger man couldn't hold back. "Boss, something feels off." "That the killer was caught so easily?" Lu Jianwei replied. "Because she was never extraordinary to begin with." Shui Guanhe blinked. "A fifth-tier martial artist who uses poison, that's ordinary?" She thought so too. Fifth-tier strength, a stash of deadly toxins enough to dominate the martial world, or at least slaughter defenseless civilians without effort. Lu Jianwei understood the mindset. These killers craved the thrill of playing God over life and death. Insecure to the core, yet delusionally arrogant. Shui Guanhe scratched his head. So, she really was just mediocre? The arrest was a minor detour, hardly dampening Lu Jianwei's shopping mood. She wandered Moonview City's West Market, soaking in the ancient sights, feeling worldly. Maybe back in the modern era, she could take up historical research as a side gig. "Manager Lu, a moment." Foam Yen appeared, bowing respectfully. "Hu Jianyang refuses to confess or sign anything unless she sees you. Commander Han sent me to ask, will you meet her? If not, it's fine. The evidence is irrefutable." Lu Jianwei, "I'll go." She had a hunch Hu Jianyang would spill some juicy secrets. Worth it. The county jail reeked of damp straw and despair. Hu Jianyang, slumped against the bars, looked every bit the broken prisoner. Lu Jianwei settled into a chair, posture relaxed. "You came." Hu Jianyang's glare raked over Lu Jianwei's stunning features, hatred burning in her eyes. "You fox spirit." Lu Jianwei, unfazed by petty jealousy, smirked. "I wasn't going to, but you begged so pathetically. And I'm soft-hearted." "Huh." Hu Jianyang's laugh was a rasp. "Soft-hearted?" A useless cripple who hides behind the mystic Mirror Bureau's enforcers. What else could you be but a seductress? Jianwei waved a hand. How small-minded. A purple-robed envoy? Even the Bureau's commander would grovel to serve me. Hu Jianyang. She'd never met someone so shameless. If this is all you wanted to say, I'll take my leave. Jianwei rose. Wait. Hu Jianyang hissed. Who are you? To cure fragrance envy, are you from the Divine Physician Valley? Your disciple could cure it too. Is she from the valley? Jianwei countered. Hu Jianyang sneered. Her? You think she's innocent? That viper ruined me. All fake smiles and betrayal. Ruined you. Jianwei feigned surprise. Hu Jianyang, starved for an audience, leaned in eagerly. I could have killed that child that day, but she had to shout someone's coming, all to save some heartless scoundrel. How laughable. Jianwei followed her train of thought. If you'd already used jealous blossoms, why bother killing him yourself? Because he heard my voice and called it a broken gong's croak. Hu Jianyang grabbed a fistful of straw, wanting to tear it apart in fury, but her body was too weak, so she could only let go with a resentful huff. Jianwei frowned. Face reality. Your voice is like a broken gong, it's grating on my ears. You. Still, her stopping you from killing that man, how does that equate to harming you? Hu Jianyang sneered. If that brat had died on the spot, you wouldn't have saved him. News of you curing the poison must have reached that wretched girl, and she got ideas, daring to scheme against me. Disgusting. So, she realized someone could counteract jealous blossoms and saw it as a chance to break free from you. When you tried to kill a man who kept a mistress, she convinced you to spare the mistress, under the pretext of taking her hostage, just to trap you in an indefensible position. Or perhaps she even left clues so authorities could find the hiding place sooner. After all, Jianwei's eyes glinted with admiration. Moonview City isn't that big. They'd have found it eventually. You're not as stupid as you look, Hu Jianyang muttered, begrudgingly impressed. At least she didn't have to waste energy explaining. Once you were captured, she could seek me out to cure her poison, Jianwei continued. Is that your reasoning? Isn't it obvious? Hu Jianyang glared coldly. That wretched girl's cunning. She knew long ago I didn't have the real antidote, always scheming to escape me. Huh. As if she forgets who raised her. But the poison she's afflicted with isn't jealous blossoms. How could she be sure I could cure it? And when you say raised her, you mean controlling her with poison. Jianwei speculated. The only reason you kept her around was her talent for medicine and poisons. The heartless scoundrel poison you used, it was her creation, wasn't it? Hu Jianyang fell silent for a moment before letting out a shrill, furious scream. I won't accept this. I won't. Why are all of you more talented than me? Lin Songwei was like this. That wretched girl is like this. Even you, this fox spirit, are the same. So, the jealous blossoms you used really was stolen from Lin Songwei. Jianwei pieced it together. And the poison in your disciple, where did that come from? Hu Jianyang cackled darkly. If I die, she won't live much longer. Do you even know how much of a fool Lin Songwei was? Jianwei, oh. After Jealous Blossoms was cracked by the Divine Dr. Valley, she threw a tantrum and tried concocting a new poison. She added a rare toxin to the original formula, one even she hadn't fully deciphered for a cure. Then she died, leaving behind only the poison and a half-finished antidote recipe. That antidote doesn't cure it, just suppresses it. You have to take it every month. After her death, you stole everything she had, trying to become the next Lin Songwei, to command the same fear and respect across the martial world. But you're not her. You couldn't master her poisons or her medical skills. Jianwei struck where it hurt. You've lived in her shadow all this time. Not everything. That disgusting, faithless worm stole from her too. Hu Jianyang's voice rose sharply. And I'm not worse than her. I trained a disciple who mastered Lin Songyue's medical arts. She's better than Lin Songwei. Jianwei arched a brow. What a contradiction, hating the disciple yet clinging to her talent for validation. But she couldn't crack Lin Songyue's new poison. She didn't surpass her. Hu Jianyang's madness flared again. Lin Songwei never wrote down the modified formula. No one knows what toxin she added. Given time, Asia would have solved it, she would have. Except you got her thrown in prison. I forced her. I threatened her with poison. I killed those men, not her. She saved that child, saved those fox spirits. She's innocent. Let her go, release her now. Lu Jianwei observed her frenzy dispassionately. Was it really that simple? Hu Jianyang had reached 5th rank martial prowess, proof of her combat talent. Would someone like that lose their mind just because they couldn't match others in medicine and poison? She used heartless scoundrel to kill men who kept mistresses, implying romantic grievances weighed heavily on her. If she'd lost in both her craft and love to the same person, that would explain the rage. Lu Jianwei studied her expression. The man you loved preferred Lin Songwei. Bullshit. Hu Jianyang snapped out of her frenzy, slamming the cell bars weakly. What are men worth? Worth my affection? Lin Songwei was an idiot fooled by sweet talk. Pathetic. Lu Jianwei? You think I hate her over men? Hu Jianyang scoffed. Fox spirits like you see nothing beyond Bedsport. Now Lu Jianwei was genuinely surprised. Then why kill those faithless men? Why target even a child playing pretend? Hu Jianyang narrowed her eyes. What good are they except tormenting wives? Without them, women wouldn't be shackled to wifely duties, poisoning their minds with so-called love. Lin Songwei wouldn't have abandoned medicine for some man, nor turned to murder after his betrayal, ending up reviled as a demon. Asterisk clap. Clap. Asterisk Lu Jianwei applauded sincerely. Hu Jianyang, I underestimated your principles. At least you're not completely dull. Hu Jianyang shot her a haughty glance. I killed those men to save countless women from their prisons. Lu Jianwei smiled. And Lin Songwei abandoning medicine, what happened there? Huh. That fool quit healing and chose to stay home breeding because her husband didn't like her parading in public. Hu Jianyang's face twisted with disdain. I had no medical talent, yet even I never gave up, even ruining my voice testing poisons. She had everything, yet tossed it aside for a man's whim. The more I brooded, the more it burned. If she chose domestic life, how did she end up the way she did? Lu Jianwei refrained from judging, but wanted the full story. Curious? Hu Jianyang's eyes gleamed slyly. Then tell me who you are and the name of that drug suppressing my inner energy. Though untalented, she knew poisons well, just couldn't innovate beyond mediocrity. This drug, though, she'd never seen its like. She had to know. Lu Jianwei pondered for a moment and said, this medicine didn't have a name before. Let me give it one. How about Commoner's Bane? Outlaws in the martial world relied on their strength to act recklessly, treating the lives of ordinary people with contempt. This medicine would let them experience the helplessness of being a commoner, hence the name Commoner's Bane. Hu Jianyang asked, and what about your identity? I'm just an unremarkable innkeeper, Lu Jianwei replied with utter sincerity, without a trace of deceit. Hu Jianyang studied her face intently, then suddenly laughed. I can tell you're different from Lin Songwei. You and I resonate, we get along quite well. If I'd met you sooner, we might have become friends. No, you'd only envy my talent and beauty. Lu Jianwei wasn't fooled by her belated kindness. All your words, lamenting Lin Xingyue's wasted potential, are just a cover for your jealousy of her talent. And her casual abandonment of medicine only infuriated you further. What you could never obtain, she cast aside without a second thought. You hate her. Hu Jianyang fell silent for a long time, the madness fading from her face as she spoke calmly. Yes, I hate her. How could she not understand? If a man betrays her while she's pregnant, he isn't worth loving. Yet, over something so trivial, she abandoned the promise we made, to become the greatest physicians in the martial world together. I hate her for being so weak. I hate her for giving up on our dreams so easily. And I hate her most of all for shattering all my hopes. From Hu Jianyang's account alone, Lu Jianwei could hardly fathom the tangled web of love and resentment between them. But she could understand that, for someone like Hu Jianyang bereft of talent, witnessing a gifted friend rise to greatness must have been a beautiful vision. But Lin Songwei betrayed their dream, and with that, both of them stepped into hell. There's one more thing I don't understand, Lu Jianwei asked. You could have left Moonview City after killing. Why stay and play this clumsy game of luring your prey into a trap? I don't know what you're talking about. You knew your disciple was desperate to escape you, and she even saved people from your clutches. You could have easily stopped her, so why let her? I didn't. You still had a shred of conscience left for her. Lu Jianwei met her gaze. You orchestrated all this because you no longer wanted to live, didn't you? Hu Jianyang scoffed. I'm not that noble. I just heard someone effortlessly countered Blossom's envy, and I wanted to see for myself. And this was your way of seeing it? Having spoken so much, Hu Jianyang seemed exhausted. She closed her eyes and ignored her. Lu Jianwei sighed inwardly. Emotions as tumultuous as Hu Jianyang's love and hatred entwined were something she doubted she'd ever comprehend. And as for the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, she couldn't condone it. What truly went on in Hu Jianyang's mind? She didn't know, nor did she care to. There was no point in deciphering the logic of a madwoman. Leaving the cell, Lu Jianwei remarked to Xiaoko, I thought Hu Jianyang was a fool for setting up such a crude trap. Xiaoko, and now, still a fool. Xiaoko. She said Lin Songhua fell into ruin because of a man, but didn't she herself lose her way because of someone else? Fair point. Soon after, Han Xiaofeng strode over and informed Lu Jianwei. Hu Jianyang confessed to everything. She admitted all the crimes were hers. Her disciple, Hu Aixio, was coerced with poison and never harmed anyone willingly. In fact, she saved Niu Xiaoxi and those mistresses. Lu Jianwei asked, what will happen to Hu Aixio? She's been under Hu Jianyang's control since she was 6, forced by poison. She's young, lacked intent to harm, and with no cure for the poison, her remaining lifespan is short. She'll be exempt from punishment. MHM. Lu Jianwei offered no further opinion. The case is closed. I should return to the inn. According to Xiaoke's updates, He Ho and He Zhong outside the inn were nearing their limit. If she didn't hurry back, the Blackwind Fort disciples might force their way in. Outside the inn, the Blackwind Fort disciples still stood watch. He Ho and He Zhong were visibly agitated, itching to storm the inn and deal with Lan Ling. Suddenly, someone pointed into the distance. Look, are those people over there? The group turned to see a 100-strong crowd shoveling knee-deep snow from the road with spades. Those are the martial artists who couldn't afford to buy their freedom. What are they doing? Someone go ask. One of them dashed off to investigate and returned wide-eyed. Well, what's going on? The man stammered. They said innkeeper Lu ordered them to clear the snow from the road, all the way from Moonview City to the inn. If they don't finish before she returns, there'll be consequences. The group. He Zhong whispered fearfully, brother, should we still go in? And no, let's not. What a terrifying woman.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.